Chapter 1. Both my wife and daughter love Bai Guang, so I've chosen to divorce. Let's get a divorce. Qin Xuan looked at the table of cold food and spoke with utmost calm. The group of people who had been chatting and laughing as they walked towards the villa suddenly froze in their tracks. Qin Xuan, what did you just say? Divorce? You want to divorce my sister? Did I hear you right? You're my sister's number one dog. Lin Shuizhen's voice suddenly rose, and her eyes rolled back in her head. Her mother-in-law snorted in contempt, you'd better. Stop talking, you're not getting a divorce. 4-year-old Qin Xiqing shook her mother's hand and looked up at her innocently. Mom, if you divorce Dad, can Uncle Qi be my dad? Mom, I like Uncle Qi. Uncle Qi is the CEO, he's rich, and he doesn't tell me I can't eat this or that. He bought me 2 platinum ice creams last time, they were delicious. Grandma said only rich people like Uncle Qi can afford platinum ice creams. Poor people like Dad can't afford them. That's enough. Lin Shuiyan scolded her daughter, then turned to her mother, you take Chengcheng upstairs. I'll talk to him. Lin's mother quickly grabbed her daughter's hand, don't be foolish, it's hard for him to let go. Lin Shuiyan shook her head at her, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Soon, the dining room was left with just Qin Xuan and Lin Shuiyan. Lin Shuiyan walked over in her high heels, and placed her expensive bag to the side in a neat and tidy manner, very much in keeping with her status as the leader of the dance troupe. Qin Xuan, do you know what you're saying? This was the tone she usually used when talking to her subordinates, condescending. I know. Qin Xuan took a deep breath and found that saying the word divorce was not as painful as he had imagined, but instead felt a sense of relief and exhilaration. Lin Shuiyan was amused to see him in such a stable mood. Just because I didn't come back for my mother's birthday? I know you worked hard to prepare a big table of food, and you're angry, but what could I do when the plans changed at the last minute? My mother met Qi Silly on the way. Qi Silly remembered my mother's birthday and insisted on treating her to dinner at Guanlan Pavilion. You know, Guanlan Pavilion is not a place you can afford to go to just because you have money in Jiangcheng. My mother has always wanted to go there. Before, she was even teased by her old friends for not having eaten at Guanlan Pavilion. You tell me, as her daughter, can I refuse her request on her birthday? What about taking her daughter out for ice cream with Qi Silly? Qin Xuan raised his eyelids and looked at her. They met halfway. What could I do when he insisted on taking Chengcheng for ice cream? Lin Shuiyan was like a cat with its tail stepped on, her emotions running high. Qin Xuan, however, felt extremely tired. Every time Lin Shuiyan took her daughter and family to meet her first love, she would argue and use the excuse, what could I do? To get out of it. He didn't want to spend another day with this kind of wife who was physically by his side but whose heart was elsewhere. Shuiyan, let's talk about the divorce agreement. Fine. Lin Shuiyan said with arms folded in anger. If you want a divorce, you will get nothing, not a penny from the Lin family, not the real estate in my name, not the shares of all the dance studios under my name. Okay. Qin Xuan replied calmly. Lin Shuiyan's chest instantly filled with anger. You can't take the daughter either. Okay. Qin Xuan replied crisply. Lin Shuiyan gritted her teeth, not only that, but my daughter will also have to change her surname and take mine, Lin. Fine. Qin Xuan looked at Lin Shuiyan with sincere eyes and said, you have suffered a lot to give birth to Chengcheng, and you came back from the brink of death the day she was born. Chengcheng should take your surname. With a bang, Lin Shuiyan angrily swept away the food on the table. Qin Xuan, let me ask you, do you really want to divorce me? Yes. Qin Xuan's tone was firm. After a long silence, his voice was slightly hoarse as he said, a marriage without love is like a cage. I don't want to live like this anymore. No love? No love. Qin Xuan, how dare you say you don't love me? Compared to a divorce, Lin Shuiyan couldn't accept the idea of Qin Xuan not loving her even more. How dare you not love me? Who gave you the right? Without me, could you live in the villa you're in now? Without me, you would just be a bastard adopted by the Qin family who was kicked out of the house and had to sleep on the street. If I hadn't gotten drunk and had sex with you that day, and if we hadn't had Chengcheng, do you think you'd have the right to live in such a nice house and enjoy all these advantages? And you dare to tell me that you don't love me? Qin Xuan, have you forgotten that the day I was going to marry you, you said you would love me with your whole life? And now you're telling me you don't love me anymore. Qin Xuan bowed his head in silence. What Lin Shuiyan said was true. The day he was kicked out of his adoptive parents' home, he was distracted and disheartened, so he went to a bar and drank. At that time, Lin Shuiyan's first love, She's Silly, had dumped her because he found her career-minded. Lin Shuiyan was devastated and also went to a bar to drink. When she was drunk, she asked him in a daze if he loved her. Facing the question from the department flower he had secretly loved for 4 years, Qin Xuan naturally said yes. After that, Lin Shuiyan took the initiative to kiss him. That night, the two had sex. The next day, Lin Shuiyan asked him to forget about it all, and Qin Xuan felt a lump in his chest, but still said yes and promised that Shuiyan could come to him in the future for anything she needed. Later, Lin Shuiyan came to him and said that she was pregnant, that she couldn't bear to get rid of the little life inside her, and that she wanted to marry him. Qin Xuan was ecstatic and promised to treat her and the child well for the rest of his life, loving them with his life. Afterwards, Lin Shuiyan gave birth to the child and made a swift comeback. In order to help Lin Shuiyan's career, he had no regrets and became a full-time husband, taking care of the young child. At first, the two of them agreed that when the child went to kindergarten, Qin Xuan would go to work. But year after year, the Lin family always treated him as the family nanny, as the aunt who took care of the children, and would not allow him to go out to work. They also said that he was not content and did not know how difficult and dangerous the outside world was. But that was not the cause of their emotional breakdown. The real reason was the year She's Silly returned to the country. Seeing Qin Xuan bowing his head without saying a word, Lin Shuiyan thought he had acquiesced and continued to vent his anger by accusing him. Qin Xuan, think about it. Do you have a conscience? Have you ever seen a prima ballerina give birth? I suffered so much to bear your child. After giving birth, my pelvis changed and I was never able to regain my position as prima. To prove myself and to fulfill my dream, I formed a dance troupe and opened a chain of dance training studios. Do you know how tired I've been all these years? And do you know how much it costs to send Chengcheng International Kindergarten? 100,000 a year. I have worked hard to earn all this. You stay at home, you turn on the air conditioning, you cook 2 meals, you don't have to deal with the backstabbing, and then you dare to tell me that you don't love me. How dare you not love me? Lin Shuiyan, proud as a white swan, will not allow Qin Xuan not to love her. She is not someone who will get her feet dirty. She promised to marry him and bear him children, so he should be grateful and devote his life to loving and caring for her. How dare he say he doesn't love her? Lin Shuiyan couldn't accept this reality. Qin Xuan's lips opened and closed. He wanted to ask, do you love me? But the words stuck in his throat. She, Lin Shuiyan, wanted face and dignity, and so did he, Qin Xuan. And it's better for both of us. Qin Xuan just felt extremely tired in this relationship. I'll make breakfast for Cheng Cheng and you for the last time tomorrow, and then I'll leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyan's anger in her chest subsided by half, and she gave him a look that said, I knew it. Qin Xuan, I knew it. You definitely can't bear to part with me. How could you not love me? You've been blessed with the opportunity to be with me, and you've worked hard for it over many lifetimes. You're just saying all this to provoke me. But I'm telling you, I won't be appeased by a breakfast this time. With that, Lin Shuiyan went upstairs without looking back. Qin Xuan didn't explain anything either, and went to the study to rest in silence. The next day, a loud yell came from the living room early in the morning. Qin Xuan, what time is it? Why aren't you downstairs making breakfast? Are you trying to starve me to death? Chapter 2, Daughter, Great. Uncle Qi can be my father. In response, Qin Xuan carried a small suitcase downstairs. I'm leaving today, so I won't be making breakfast for you. What? If you're not going to make breakfast for us, who will? Lin's mother reacted strongly. We can get a maid to do it. The Lin family can afford to hire a maid. Qin Xuan calmly replied. Yes, the Lin family can afford to hire a maid, but they insist that he do all the things a maid does. That included cooking, taking care of the children, taking care of the garden, and cleaning the entire villa. The reason was that their daughter had married him, which was a great blessing. He should do all of these things. Because his time was fully occupied, he had been trying to take on some design orders online and some part-time jobs over the years, but he didn't have time to do so. At this moment, Lin Shuizhen, his 31-year-old sister-in-law who was still single, also rubbed her sleepy eyes and came downstairs. Seeing Qin Xuan dragging a suitcase, she gave a cold smile. Fine, Qin Xuan, women can cry, make a scene, or even hang themselves, so you've got it figured out. This time you've even brought out the suitcase, so you're pretty well prepared. Saying this, Lin Shuizhen yawned, and her body, following its own inertia, walked towards the kitchen, her voice impatient. Mom, you don't need to waste your breath on him. How could he really leave? He is my sister's #1 big-time suck-up. He loves my sister to death, so how could he possibly get a divorce? In other words, it was you guys who got fooled by him. When Lin Shuiyan married Qin Xuan, Lin Shuizhen really had the dog food to eat to her heart's content. It was like worrying about a pet that you're afraid will melt in your mouth. It made the single Lin Shuizhen jealous to death. She didn't believe that someone like that would leave Lin Shuiyan. Walking into the kitchen, Lin Shuizhen froze when she saw only 2 breakfasts. One was a cute little piggy bun, which was her niece's exclusive breakfast. The other was an avocado salad sandwich, which she hated the most. Hey, Qin Xuan, where's my breakfast? Lin Shuizhen walked to the living room with her arms crossed. I didn't prepare any. Qin Xuan said honestly. He had no good impression of this sister-in-law who belittled him at every turn, interfered in the couple's lives, and had no sense of boundaries. Now that he was ending the relationship, naturally he wouldn't give her a good face either. People should respect each other. Since she didn't respect him, there was no need for him to respect her. Lin Shuizhen couldn't help but laugh, poking Qin Xuan on the shoulder. Have you grown up? Qin Xuan, don't forget, you eat from our Lin family, or our Lin family, and you actually dare not make us breakfast. As the sound fell, Lin Shuiyan happened to come downstairs with her daughter and heard this as well. Qin Xuan deliberately didn't argue back, just waiting for Lin Shuiyan to speak. Sure enough, Lin Shuiyan didn't say a word for herself, but instead pushed her daughter over to him. Braid her hair, they're going to be late. A flash of disappointment flashed in Qin Xuan's eyes. He knew that if he wanted to end the relationship, he should do it quickly and without any expectations, but he still couldn't help feeling disappointed. In the past, he had hinted at it before, saying that his sister-in-law didn't respect him. But every time, Lin Shuiyan would laugh and say, "What are you arguing with her about? She's just an old maid who can't get married, so it's only natural that she'll say a few things to upset you." Qin Xuan only said that twice, and then he stopped. After all, it's not good for a man to be garrulous. He had originally thought that it would be better for his wife to talk to her sister-in-law about the relationship. But since his wife had such an attitude, there was no need for him to say anything. Qin Xuan took his daughter's hand, put her in a high chair, and then asked, "Do you want to tie your hair in a bun?" "Yes, I want 2 buns." Qin Sikhan lowered her head to eat. When she lowered her head, she pulled her hair, and her eyebrows knitted together. "Dad, do you know how to do it or not? You're hurting me. You're so clumsy." Qin Xuan's face paled, but he didn't say anything. How could he not feel bad when the little cotton-padded jacket he had held in his arms since birth said such things? Qin Xuan had also said similar things to educate her. However, the Lin family all said that he was stingy and argued with a child about nothing. Over time, whenever he educated his children, the Lin family members helped to defend him, and the children became more and more afraid of him and disrespected him. At this point, Lin Shuiyan was sitting across from him, eating breakfast with a composed expression on her face, looking at the report on her tablet, and not feeling that there was anything wrong with her daughter's words. Soon, the bun was done. Qin Siqing looked at himself in the mirror and pouted, "It doesn't look good. Dad, you take it off and help me do it again in a single bun." "Okay." Qin Xuan agreed with a good-natured response. Everyone was familiar with this scene. If there was one good thing about Qin Xuan, it was his temperament. So good that it's like he doesn't have a temper at all. But then everyone thinks that's what Qin Xuan is supposed to do. If a grown man can't handle the household chores, and if he can't read people's moods, then there's no need for him to exist. Qin Xuan recombed his daughter's hair. Qin Sicheng suddenly looked up as if she had remembered something. "Dad, are you really going to leave?" Those small eyes looked a lot like her mother's, and they were especially beautiful. Qin Xuan felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart and nodded. "That's great." The little one clapped her hands, "So that Uncle Qi could be my father." These words pierced Qin Xuan's heart like a sharp knife, making his face suddenly turn white. He subconsciously looked at Lin Shuiyan, who was reading the report, but his wife still didn't react. She always thought that these words were just a child's joke, so what? What do you, an adult, care about a child? This was what Lin Shuiyan had said to him before. Qin Xuan gave a bitter smile, suppressed the pain in his heart, and patted his daughter's head. "Congratulations, you have a new father from now on." I'm leaving today, and I won't pick you up from kindergarten in the future, but you must remember not to go with strangers. Also, you have lactose intolerance, so you can't eat ice cream from outside that contains milk. And you should also avoid eating platinum ice cream, because it contains 2 allergens. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Siqing angrily interrupted him. I don't like hearing any of that. Just go. I like eating platinum ice cream. Only poor people can't afford platinum ice cream, and they say it's not good. Xinchuan couldn't help but feel another sharp pain in his heart. Finally, Lin Shuiyan put down the report in her hands and looked up at him. Are you sure you're leaving today? Yes, replied Xinchuan. You're welcome to leave. Lin Shuiyan's face was extremely cold, but if you walk out of this house today, it won't be so easy to come back. Xinchuan, it's best to leave while you still can. Otherwise, you might find it even harder to come back. Thank you for giving me a daughter. After saying this, Xinchuan grabbed his suitcase and started to leave. Wait. His sister-in-law, Lin Shuizhen, blocked his way. Due to the haste of his departure, they were standing too close together, and Lin Shuizhen was still dazzled by Xinchuan's handsome face. When her younger sister brought Xinchuan back, she was also amazed by his face and was jealous of her younger sister. But when she heard that the man had just graduated and had no car or house, most of the jealousy in her heart subsided. Cough cough. Lin Shuizhen came back to her senses, coughed twice, and said, if you want to go, you have to let us inspect your suitcase. You have to know that if we take any of the antiques from the Lin family villa out, they can all be sold for a lot of money. Don't go too far. Xinchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Since I have promised to leave the family estate empty-handed, naturally I cannot take away a single thing from your Lin family. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Shuizhen bent down to grab the suitcase. Xinchuan tried to stop her. But Lin Shuizhen, the sister-in-law, has never had a sense of boundaries. She always wears a low-cut, large halter top even when living with her family. Now that she is bending down, she is even more revealing her undulating snow-white breasts. Xinchuan's gaze caught it, and he quickly turned his face away politely. This gave Lin Shuizhen the opportunity she needed, and she directly pulled open his suitcase and rummaged through it. Look! How dare you say you didn't take anything from our Lin family? Lin Shuizhen picked up a piece of emerald jade of excellent quality and held it high above her head, as if to show off her accomplishment. That piece of jade was obviously very valuable, and it was not worth less than 8 digits. Chapter 3, a jadeite worth tens of millions. When she shouted, everyone's attention turned to her. It was a rectangular piece of jadeite with a carved floating dragon on it. The claws were sharp, the eyes were majestic, and the body of the dragon undulated. Every part of the carving was extremely detailed and lifelike. Lin's mother's eyes lit up when she looked at the jadeite. The quality of this jadeite is truly exceptional. Lin's father, who had seen many precious things, couldn't help but rub the dragon carving on the jadeite. This piece of jadeite is priceless. I'm afraid it's not going to be sold for less than 70 to 80 million yuan. No. I saw that piece of jadeite last year that was worth nearly 100 million yuan, and it didn't have this good a color. Lin's mother couldn't help but scold Lin Shuiyan after hearing this. You bought such a good thing in private and didn't tell us, and you even sold it cheap to someone like him. Qin Siqing scratched his chubby face with his finger. Shame on you, Dad, stealing from Mom. Lin Shuiyan frowned, walked over, and looked at the green jadeite. I haven't bought this jadeite. As the voice fell, the Lin family members were all surprised. This jadeite is mine. Xinchuan reached out to take the jadeite that belonged to him. But Lin Shuizhen wouldn't let him, looking on guard, and even pressed the jadeite against her chest, leaving Xinchuan no way to take it. How could you possibly have such a precious object? The Qin family servant gave it to me. Lin Shuizhen interrupted before Xinchuan could finish his sentence. Qin family servant? How could there be such a high-quality jade? Xinchuan, even if you're lying, please try to be more convincing. Unless, the servant stole the jade from the master of the Qin family and then slept with you to get it back. Lin Shuizhen looked at her sister and said, think again. Did you really not buy it? Maybe you bought too many things and forgot. Lin Shuiyan held the jade in her hands and played with it, really attracted by its luster. She was someone who didn't like jade, but she still found this piece particularly beautiful. Lin's mother looked at her daughter with longing eyes, hoping that she would say that the jade was hers. She was waiting to show off with this jade. But Lin Shuiyan shook her head. I'm sure I haven't bought it. Besides, as you all know, I have the money, and I would definitely invest it in my dance troupe, so why would I buy such a high-end luxury item? She would buy a bag costing hundreds of thousands of yuan. But she couldn't bring herself to buy a jade worth tens of millions of yuan. This jade is indeed mine. Back then, when the child of the Qin family and I were switched, the nanny of the Qin family held me as she returned to the Qin family and discovered that I had this jade on me. She was afraid that the host family would discover her mistake, so she secretly hid the jade. She didn't give it to me until I left the Qin family, saying that it would give me something to think about and make it easier for me to identify my family in the future. There is also a small line of characters engraved on the back of the jade, wishing my son a life of prosperity, that he will become a dragon when he encounters water, and that he will be able to achieve anything he wishes. Lin Shuizhen didn't quite believe it. She flipped over the back of the jade and looked at Lin Shuiyan in surprise. It really was. Please give me the jadeite. This jade pendant is very important to me and has a very special meaning. Qin Chuan held out his hand. Lin Shuizhen quickly put the jade pendant back on her chest. Hey, Qin Chuan, are you still a man? Fine, I'll pretend that this jadeite is really yours. You married my sister without a bride price, without a car or a house, and without even a decent ring. If you get a divorce, you can't even spare a piece of good quality jade for my sister, but you can give your daughter one? If someone asks, hey, Qin Chuan, how much property did you leave your wife in the divorce? And how much alimony did you pay? What will you say? This piece of jade is proof that I recognize my biological parents. Lin Shuizhen casually put the jade around her niece's neck. Qingshan, this is from your father. I hope you will meet whatever dragon or water you encounter in the future. Lin Shuiyan wanted to say something else, but Lin Shuizhen interrupted her. Think of it as your alimony. If not, when it gets out, people will think you were taken advantage of. You got nothing when you got married, and you won't get any compensation when you get divorced. Lin Shuiyan didn't say anything else after hearing this. But Qin Chuan said resolutely, no way. I can give you anything else, but not this jade. I have a duty to support the child until he or she comes of age. I will not shirk my responsibility to pay child support and alimony to the child and you, according to the local standard of living. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Shuizhen interrupted with a loud laugh. You'll pay alimony? Don't make me laugh. You haven't worked in 5 years, you're disconnected from society, and you're an art student. What will you do when you go out? Carry bricks on a construction site? Do you know how much it costs to raise a child? Do you know how much my sister spends on skincare products and bird's nest every month? Qin Chuan's eyebrows tightened slightly. Then let's go by the court's decision. I'll pay whatever the law requires me to pay. Qin Siqing, upon hearing this, tugged at the lanyard around her neck, and said without any mercy, it's ugly. I don't want this thing. Uncle Qi said that a princess should wear a necklace that doesn't work. Qin Chuan, feeling sorry for her, picked up the jade pendant, gathered her last vestiges of disappointment, got up, put the clothes that had been messed up by her sister-in-law back in place, and planned to pull the suitcase and leave. At this moment, her sister-in-law sneered again, took out a photo frame from the pile of clothes, and looked at her sister. Pfft, he says he doesn't care about you too. Even when he ran away from home, he took photos of you two with him? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyan's face, which had been looking pretty bad, eased up a little. To be fair, Qin Chuan had been treating her pretty well over the years. Especially with that face and body, he was one in a million, even more stunning than she's silly. However, without a prominent background or career, Qin Chuan was indeed impeccable as a husband. Qin Chuan took back the family photo of the three of them from Lin Shuizhen's hands expressionlessly and stuffed it back into the suitcase. This was his memento of this marriage. He doesn't feel that he has to treat his wife as an enemy just because they are separated. After packing, Qin Chuan dragged the suitcase and left the Lin family villa. When he left, he didn't even look at the child he had held in his arms since birth and had patiently soothed to sleep night after night. The moment he walked out of the Lin family villa, he noticed that the sky was particularly blue and the air was particularly fresh. He happily raised the corners of his mouth, and behind him came the strange voice of his sister-in-law Lin Shuizhen. I bet you, in less than a day, he'll come back looking like a complete loser. If he doesn't come back, I'll cut off my head and give it to you as a chair to sit on. Qin Chuan ignored her and continued walking with his suitcase. After a few steps, Lin's father caught up with him and, like a thief, stuffed 20,000 yuan into his pocket. Dad, no. Lin's father kept looking nervously behind him and said angrily. Take it. I'll give it to you, just take it. It's just that I'm useless, and this is all the money I have. You need to establish your authority, and you'll be gone for a few days, so you won't need any money. Xinchuan shook his head and pushed the money away. No, Dad, Xueyan and I are really over. We can't go on living together. Lin's father obviously didn't believe him, but deep down he still hoped that Xinchuan would go away for a few days and scare his daughter. You have more backbone than I do. You've done something I've never dared to do all these years. You can consider this money as a loan from me. If you can pay it back, then do so. If you can't, I won't pressure you. Consider this my goodwill as your father-in-law. You've taken care of us for many years. After saying this, Lin's father was afraid that Xinchuan would return the money, so he immediately ran back to the villa. Xinchuan looked at the bulging 20,000 yuan in his pocket, and a feeling of gratitude welled up in his heart. Lin's father was considered a good person in the family to him. Unfortunately, his family status is low, and he can't speak for him. When Lin's father ran back to the villa, Lin's mother looked at him warily and spoke harshly. Where have you been? Chapter 4, Good Looks and Good in Bed. I'll go knock on Xinchuan's door. Lin's father's expression flickered. You guys, just about enough. If you still want Xinchuan to come back, don't do anything too extreme. Men all need their dignity. Lin's mother angrily twisted his arm. You're the one who wants him to come back. I'm telling you, I don't care. Our Xueyan is so outstanding. Now Qi Silly is showing his interest again. If we leave that poor man, our Xueyan can marry into the Qi family and live a good life. Lin's father looked at his daughter and said, Xueyan, you should listen to your father. If Qi Silly can abandon you once, he can do it again. Qi Silly is not a good match. I spit. Lin's mother spat. If Qi Xiao is not a good match, then that poor man is. You're incompetent, and look what you've done to Lin's real estate. Our family is now nothing but an empty shell. If we don't marry into the Qi family, how can we ever turn things around? How can we ever reach the top? Lin's father rubbed his sore arm and said. Who knows, maybe Xinchuan really is the young master of some wealthy family. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell how much that jadeite was worth. I'm telling you, don't underestimate a young man because he's poor. This Xinchuan, don't let his good temper fool you. It's called emotional stability, inner stability. When someone like this enters society, they can't be too bad. If you miss out on Xinchuan, you'll be crying in no time. Lin Xuezhen rolled her eyes. Dad, in this society without a bit of background or connections, a working person will never be as successful as Qi Silly, even if they work their whole lives. Qin Siqing nodded. Grandma said that Uncle Qi's car is worth 10 times as much as Mom's car. Lin Xueyan's face showed a hint of disgust. Mom, why do you always tell the kids this? Lin's mother laughed mockingly. Oh, isn't what I say true? I hope that my granddaughter's eyes will grow on her forehead from a young age, so that when she grows up, she won't be like her mother and bring home every Tom, Dick, and Harry she sees. As she spoke, she mockingly raised the corners of her mouth. If this Xinchuan is really some rich young master, some lost gem of the sea, I'll take my head off and let you all kick it around like a ball. It's just a piece of jade that looks okay, and you're blowing it up to the skies? Lin Xuezhen chimed in. Yeah, I think the quality is just so-so. Maybe they put some kind of brightener on it. At this moment, Lin Xueyan had been quiet, looking a little dazed. Lin Xuezhen nudged her elbow. Hey, are you still thinking about Xinchuan? Who said I miss him? Lin Xueyan reacted strongly, as if she had been stabbed. Lin Xuezhen, however, looked as if she knew everything. It's normal to miss someone even if you don't want to. Xinchuan is so good-looking and has a good life. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xueyan's face turned black with a hint of annoyance. How do you know? Lin Xuezhen looked unimpressed. What's the big deal? Every time I pass your room, you scream like that. If he wasn't good at it, could you do that? Besides, every time you make dirty jokes with him, do you think I can't hear? You're especially satisfied with him in that area, didn't you tell your best friend? Lin Xueyan looked a little uncomfortable. She was indeed especially satisfied with Xinchuan in that area, as he was gentle and long-lasting. But she didn't like her own sister teasing about things between husband and wife, always feeling like her privacy had been violated. Our sex life is normal. Lin Xueyan looked a little uncomfortable. Lin Xuezhen raised an eyebrow. Don't even think about it. I bet you, in less than 3 days, Xinchuan will find some excuse to come back. Even if he doesn't use taking care of the kids as an excuse, he'll definitely find some other excuse. He'll never divorce you. If he divorces you, I'll eat shit while standing on my head live. Lin Shuayan puffed up her chin in a proud manner. I'm not worried at all that he won't come back. Where would he find a wife more outstanding than me? As soon as she finished speaking, there was a scream from the kitchen. Ah! Lin's mother had been scalded while making breakfast. In her anger, she overturned the entire pot of congee. Lin's father walked into the kitchen and saw the mess. You clean it up. With these words, Lin's mother left the kitchen in a huff. It's all that Qin Chuan's fault. He doesn't even bother to make breakfast before leaving. Lin Shuayan felt a little irritated when she saw this. On the other hand, after leaving the Lin family, Qin Chuan went to a real estate agency and rented a house in the suburbs. The house was a single-family home with a small courtyard, but it had fallen into disrepair over the years and looked dilapidated. The landlord agreed to rent it to him at a low price as soon as he heard that Qin Chuan was willing to pay for the repairs himself. After securing the house, Qin Chuan met his buddy Qin Yang at a bar. Qin Yang, like Qin Chuan, was also an adopted son. The difference was that the family that adopted Qin Yang treated him especially well. The two had a lot in common because they were both adopted, and they became good friends as they talked. Qin Yang arrived at the bar and they joked with each other as soon as they met. Why did you have time to meet me today? Aren't you afraid of your tigress of a wife? Qin Chuan took a sip of his cocktail and confessed, I told your sister-in-law I want a divorce. Qin Yang almost spit out his drink. Such a woman, she should have been divorced long ago. Qin Chuan didn't say anything, and gulped the drink down in one go. He always tried to protect the image of his wife and daughter in public, and always felt that there was no need to talk about family matters to others. Later, he got drunk and let slip the secret to a group of friends. That's how they found out. A while later, a group of people from a band walked in. Brother Chuan. The man with the electric guitar on his back gave him a shoulder tap and teased him, how dare you come to the bar? Aren't you afraid your wife will pull your ears? Qin Chuan didn't say a word, raised the glass in his hand, and gulped it down in one go, signaling to his brothers to stop teasing him. Qin Yang couldn't help but signal to the other person with his mouth, we're getting a divorce. The guitarist, Ben, was taken aback, Brother Chuan, is it true? Are you really getting a divorce? Qin Chuan nodded. Brother Chuan, do you want to have some fun? Ben's face lit up with joy, and he picked up the electric guitar in his hands. Today we're going to perform on stage. You'll be our lead singer, and let's relive the days when we were in a band in college. If you hadn't divorced your wife, I really wouldn't dare invite you, for fear of having trouble explaining it to her when you go home. When Qin Chuan heard this, a bitter feeling welled up in his heart. These people in front of him were all his college band buddies, but because Shuayan didn't like them, he gradually distanced himself from them after marriage. Unexpectedly, these people also knew his difficulties and were thinking of him in this way. Come on, Chuan. You don't know how hard Ben usually sings. That's right. Ben, who was holding an electric guitar, pretended to raise his fist to teach a few brats a lesson. Okay, I'll play with you. Qin Chuan put down his wine glass and went up on stage with his former bandmates, completely unaware that there was a burning gaze in the corner of the bar, following him almost obsessively. At this time, Lin Shuayan was being dragged by Lin Shuayan towards the bar where Qin Chuan was. Chapter 5, a stunning performance, Lin Shuayan becomes jealous. Qin Chuan stepped onto the stage. He was outstanding in appearance, with gentle and elegant features, and a sense of a reserved husband. He received a lot of attention as soon as he took the stage. Several sharp-eyed women in the bar were whispering to each other. Who is this? Is he the new lead singer? He looks so delicate, this young man. Wow, he looks so handsome, and has a sense of a husband, I really want to flirt with him. Okay, I'll ask him for his WeChat after the show. Of course, there were also some doubting voices, can someone so delicate sing rock music? At this time, the bassist, who was adjusting the sound on stage, asked Ben in a low voice. Brother Chuan, is it okay? He hasn't sung for a long time. Why don't you be ready to sing it any time later? Ben glanced at him sideways. Keep your mind in your stomach. If you, Chuan, can't do it, who can? Soon, a cool electronic sound came on. The bassist and guitarist quickly got into the groove. Qin Chuan also seemed to have returned to the time when he was a student, his long, slender fingers clutching the microphone, making people want to instantly transform into the dog licking his beautiful hands. Then, the bass-like, penetrating voice came on. I walked through the depressed mountains and forests. The frozen creek. And the seabed with lots of fish. But I couldn't bring you to the promised mountain top. As soon as the voice came out, everyone's eyes lit up. It was like someone who had sunk to the bottom of the deep, dark sea suddenly saw a dazzling and colorful scene in front of them. Gradually, the place heated up. The crowd swayed to the electronic music. And Qinchuan smiled at the electric guitarist Ben and the old team members. This smile was only understood by themselves. It was the kind of musical fit. The feeling of burning with youth in college came back again. Qinchuan's body relaxed and swayed to the music. This love, I think, has long since fallen apart. The raging tide makes me retreat and then rush to the mud. Toast to the crowd, no one cares who you are. Might as well go home and drink the tap water. He sang and danced, his forehead dripping with sweat, and the depression in his heart that had been suppressed for a long time seemed to have been released with a single breath. Soon, the whole audience was swaying and singing along to Might as well go home and drink the tap water. The atmosphere was electric. Even the bar owner noticed the unusual atmosphere and hurriedly came out from the backstage, looking around in disbelief. She had worked with this band a few times before, but it seemed that none of them had been able to ignite the crowd like this time. The bar owner looked up in surprise and saw a man in a white shirt, with a handsome and profound face and a hint of a husband's sense. He swayed naturally, with a smile on his brows and eyes, as if he was one with the stage and the band. In him, the bar owner saw the vitality of music. Moreover, his voice was extremely penetrating, low and muffled, yet with a hint of seductive sexiness. Overall, it was a very distinctive and recognizable voice. This person will become popular. The bar owner Ivy gave a smile and said to the person next to her, "Boss, why don't you sign him up as a long-term resident singer?" Ivy nodded, her gaze focused on Qinchuan. "Sign him. No matter how much it costs. This kid can become our cash cow. With my promotion, in less than a week, many girls in this city will come here because of him. They'll all come for this kid. Just wait and see." At this time, the song on stage ended. Ben suggested changing to a gentle song. In fact, Ben had selfish motives. He wanted to prove to the people in the audience that their band could sing fast rock songs as well as slow songs. How could Qinchuan not understand what he was thinking? A glance was enough to convey their tacit understanding. This time, Ben picked the tune. It was a slow, soulful song, from Shui Ziqian's Wandering With You. Soon, the melodious singing came out of the microphone. It had a strong narrative quality, as if a deeply hurt man was sitting in front of you, telling you his story. I don't know why, but sadness bothers me. Sometimes, with the moonlight, it can take away the desolation of love. The audience's hearts were suddenly gripped. Wow, this young man has a story to tell. Yes, I want to heal him. The audience was immersed in the performance. At this time, Lin Shuiyan, who had just entered the bar, also felt a sparkle in her eyes when she heard the singing. Lin Shuiyan's sister Lin Shuizhen nudged her elbow. "What do you think? Not bad, right? I was right to introduce you to this place. This bar is very high class." Lin Shuiyan clutched her bag tightly and still wanted to go back. "Forget it, let's go back. I've never liked bars like this. I made a big mistake the first time I came to a bar for a drink, and now Lin Shuiyan is a bit resistant to bars. Come on, you're already here. Just relax. If you stay at home, you will easily think of that guy Qinchuan, and the more you think about it, the angrier you get." Lin Shuizhen dragged Lin Shuiyan into the bar. "You don't say, this bar's resident singer is quite something. The sound quality is such that if you went to the show Happy Boys, you would definitely win an award." As she spoke, Lin Shuizhen looked curiously up at the stage, and was instantly struck like by lightning. "Qinchuan?" Lin Shuiyan's body froze, and she followed suit, looking up at the stage. She saw Qinchuan wearing a white shirt and black trousers, sitting on a tall iron chair, holding the microphone in his hands, singing with deep feeling. It was almost midnight, and the only opposition was the moon. "I will clutch a candy and look in your direction. Tell me quickly, you are on your way." Qinchuan's face was full of deep emotion, his voice heart-wrenching and full of empathy, as if he were painting a picture for the audience of a deeply in love man waiting for a woman to return. Lin Shuizhen nudged Lin Shuiyan's elbow. "See, I knew it, Qinchuan can't forget you. I'm afraid he's just being himself in this song." Lin Shuiyan couldn't help but feel a little happy. The suppressed emotions of the whole day were also relieved at this moment. She knew that there was no way Qinchuan could not love her. This is a big joke. Lin Shuiyan raised her chin arrogantly and listened to Qinchuan singing. She had never thought before that Qin Xuan's voice was so moving. Suddenly, she remembered the hoarseness of Qin Xuan's voice every time he leaned over her and was drenched in sweat, and her face flushed a little. The girls around her were desperately taking pictures and videos on their phones. Looking at their infatuated expressions, Lin Shuiyan felt an unprecedented satisfaction in her vanity. She was even a little proud. Qin Xuan belongs to me alone. When the song ended, Lin Shuiyan got up and walked towards the stage. Faster than Lin Shuiyan was Ivy, the bar owner. She was wearing red shorts, sexy black stockings, with 7-inch heels, and long wavy hair, walking up to Qin Xuan. With burgundy nails, she held a business card and pressed it against Qin Xuan's pecs. "Hi Ivy, the owner of this bar, I'm very happy to meet you. I want to hire you to be the permanent singer for our bar. The price is up to you." The next moment, Lin Shuiyan rushed up. "Stop. Don't touch my husband." Chapter 6, I'll be your first suitor. Lin Shuiyan's voice fell, and the scene instantly fell silent. The bar owner, Ivy, angrily withdrew her red claws with burgundy nails. Lin Shuiyan stamped her foot in anger. "Qin Xuan, I forbid you to sing in such a vulgar place. You're not allowed to take her business card." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire band frowned. "What do you mean by such a vulgar place?" The bassist spoke out unhappily. "That's right. You can stop me from flirting with the baby, but you can't call my bar vulgar." Ivy crossed her arms and her eyebrows were flirtatiously charming. Seeing this, Qin Xuan hurriedly whispered to Lin Shuiyan, "Don't make a scene here. Hurry back. Funny, you can be here. Why should my sister go back?" Lin Shuiyan, my sister-in-law, walked over with her arms wrapped around her chest. "Qin Xuan, if we hadn't come, we wouldn't have known that while you were singing your heart out, you were pining for my sister, and at the same time, you were secretly flirting with the female owner." Qin Xuan frowned in displeasure. "Lin Shuiyan, show some respect. The female owner of the bar didn't do anything, and as a woman yourself, you can't slander people like that." Upon hearing this, Ivy's mood brightened, and she raised her eyebrows, fanning the air with her business card. Her impression of Qin Xuan improved a little more. A man with gentlemanly manners, itching to flirt. Unfortunately, he is a married man. Lin Shuiyan was humiliated by Qin Xuan, and her tone became urgent. "How did I slander? There can't be any decent women in this place." This remark undoubtedly offended the women in the bar. Angry stares from the surrounding people shot over here frequently. Qin Yang sneered, "Funny, then how come you're here?" Lin Shuiyan's face paled. I came with Shuiyan to relax." We. Fine, you're different. You're noble, that'll do." Qin Yang waved impatiently to get rid of the people, and trouble. "Noble, innocent ladies, hurry up and go, don't affect us." "No way." Lin Shuiyan's eyebrows were strong. "Qin Xuan, you have to make a stand today, you won't sing here." "No?" Qin Yang laughed in exasperation. "You're divorced. What do you care if I sing in the street or in a bar? What do you care?" As the sound faded, the bar owner's eyes lit up. The young ladies around her, who had originally given up on striking up a conversation, were also getting restless. "So he is a divorced man, no wonder he feels so much like a husband." "Yes, it really makes you want to flirt. A husband is tender." Lin Shuiyan listened to the women around her discussing Qin Xuan and lost her temper, punching Qin Xuan in the chest. "Look at you, what kind of place is this? Qin Xuan, You were once part of our family, can't you set a little higher standards for yourself?" she said, glaring at Qin Yang angrily. "Who said we got divorced? As long as we haven't gone through the paperwork, I can control him. I won't let him sing in a place like this and affect my daughter's reputation. My daughter is going to an international school. In the future, when people ask what her father does, what am I going to say? That her father sings in a bar?" These words not only hurt Qin Xuan, but also hurt the people in the band. Qin Xuan felt a sharp pain in his chest, his face slightly angry, and he said sternly, "Shuiyan, I have already filed for divorce. Today I have also moved out of the Lin family, and from now on we will be apart. Please stop interfering in my life. I am an adult, I can make my own decisions." "Oh, so you're a single guy in the Army Reserve." Ivy threw a flirtatious glance at Qin Xuan. "Handsome, the divorce proceedings are complete, remember to find me. I'll make a reservation to be your first suitor." As her voice fell, there were other girls around her who started heckling. I'll make a reservation for the second one. I'll make a reservation for the third one. I'll make a reservation too. Handsome, do you want to add me on WeChat first? The voices of the women around her got louder and louder. Qin Yang nudged Qin Chuan's elbow. Well done, brother, your charm hasn't faded a bit, he said, making a face at Lin Xuan. See? My brother's still in demand. Please let go of me. Let my brother return to his former glory. Lin Xuan was so angry that she trembled, and she grabbed Qin Chuan by the collar. Qin Chuan, do you hear me? I won't allow you to sing in a place like this. I won't allow you to hang out with these people who don't want to improve themselves. I want you to immediately reject that woman and reject these pig friends. Brother Chuan. The band leader Ben hurriedly spoke up. Our band really needs you now. You can't leave. Ben knew very well that the bar owner originally wanted to fire them. It was Qin Chuan's arrival that made her change her mind. The band they formed in college was also once brilliant, and they also held small concerts like underground factories. At its peak, it had a group of fans who would follow it to the end. But since Qin Chuan left the band and returned to his family, the band has fallen into decline. It goes without saying how important Qin Chuan is. Qin Chuan naturally knows the stakes. Over the years, Ben has approached him one after the other. But because he had to take care of his daughter, he politely declined each time. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Chuan refused Ben this time. I'm sorry, I can guest star, but I can't join you. After the sound of his voice faded, Qin Yang was extremely agitated. Brother, what are you afraid of this tigress for? You're getting a divorce. What tigress? You show some respect. Lin Xuan snapped, strongly defending her younger sister. Soon, the two sides clashed. Lin Xuan's words became more and more insulting, as if she were treating the people in the band and the people who came to the bar as inferior people to be stepped on. Anyone with a brain knows what should be chosen? To put it nicely, it's a band. To put it bluntly, it's not their main occupation, they're just hanging around. Do you think these people come to the bar to really appreciate the music? If you want to appreciate high art, you should go to a cabaret. Not to a place like this. Once Lin Xuan's words were out, they immediately provoked the anger of the crowd. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. So what if you hit a woman? I'll kill you today. The bassist rolled up his sleeves. The others followed suit. Yes, shut this self-righteous woman up. What a noble woman. My sister is noble. My sister is the head of the dance troupe. The world's 14th ranked prima ballerina. She has won more awards than you have been to bars. Lin Xuezhen retorted. Soon, both sides began to argue. Qin Chuan saw that things were not going well and quickly apologized to the band members and the people around them who were emotional. They have drunk too much and are speaking without thinking, affecting everyone's happiness. I'm sorry. Can an apology settle this? Yes, these two women have such foul mouths. Some men who took the opportunity to stir up trouble also started to get physical. Qin Chuan quickly apologized while holding Lin Xuan's hand with one hand and protecting his sister-in-law Lin Xuezhen with the other. Qin Yang couldn't bear to watch Qin Chuan get hurt, so he quickly brought a few friends to help block the people. A group of people pushed and shoved, and the situation was somewhat critical. Lin Xuezhen didn't know why, but suddenly she felt a flutter of excitement at the sight of the hero rescuing the beauty. She looked at her brother-in-law admiringly, and her heart couldn't help but pound. This was the first time a man had ever protected her like this. Soon, Qin Chuan led Lin Xuan and Lin Xuezhen out of the bar. Lin Xuan shook off Qin Chuan's hand fiercely, still in a strong-willed attitude. Qin Chuan, you must write a letter of apology for this. Chapter 7 Qin Yang, is it possible that you really are my brother? Xuan, our relationship is over, and all that's left is to go through the formalities. I'm not going to write this self-reflection. I just protected you because I'm protecting my family. Don't get me wrong. Lin Xuezhen laughed out loud, funny. Get me wrong? The way you were just now looked like you didn't care about my sister. You were about to sing and cry. Qin Chuan didn't bother with his sister-in-law's strange behavior and pulled out his phone to ask Lin Xuan. Have you driven? Do you need me to call you a designated driver or Didi? No. Lin Xuan grabbed her bag and glared at Qin Chuan fiercely. You're playing a game of cat and mouse, but you're going to lose. After saying that, Lin Shuiyan walked towards the parking lot with her high heels clicking arrogantly. Qin Chuan watched the two of them leave, making sure they got into the car and drove off before he planned to go back to the bar. As soon as he turned around, he met Qin Yang's disappointed eyes. "Don't go, Ben and the others are full of anger, they won't listen to anything you say now." Qin Chuan sighed. "Okay, just wait until they calm down." Qin Yang gave Qin Chuan a resentful look. "Get in the car." Saying this, Qin Yang unlocked the electronic lock of the Weilai Park nearby and got in the car. Qin Chuan followed him, and just as he fastened his seatbelt, he heard Qin Yang say angrily, "I just bought the troublemakers a drink, and I'll put it on your tab." In situations like this, buying someone a drink is the best solution. Qin Chuan knew that the boy was still on his side when he heard this, and his mouth couldn't help but lift. "Okay, I'll remember that." Qin Yang heard this, and after starting the car, he turned off the engine again. "Brother, I'm really a little disappointed in you. Why did you just refuse Ben?" "Qin Yang, I've thought about it carefully, and being in a band is not my future direction. I'm an art school student, and I still hope to do something related to my major. In fact, I already have plans for my future development. But I know very well that if I rejoin Ben's band, I will likely have to perform in concerts all over the country. This will affect my own plans and career. I can distinguish between my interests and hobbies and my career development plan." Qin Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. "What? Brother, you mean you rejected Ben, not because of Lin Shuiyan?" "Of course not." Qin Chuan shook his head. "Then why did you just defend her?" Qin Chuan smiled helplessly. "Qin Yang, the divorce agreement has not been officially signed yet, so those two are still my wife and sister-in-law in name. In that situation, if I don't help defend my family when I see another man beating them, would that make me a man?" Qin Yang nodded. "That's true." Saying this, he restarted the car. "By the way, Chuan, are you going somewhere else? Or are you coming straight back to my apartment?" Qin Yang asked while turning the steering wheel. "You go with me to the Meng family for a while." "The Meng family? They've kicked you out? What are you going there for?" Qin Yang's voice rose a little. "It's almost Mid-Autumn Festival, I have to go and see them. Although Meng's mother treated me badly, Meng's father was really very kind to me. If I don't go and see him, he'll be disappointed, and I won't be able to live with myself." Qin Yang thought of Qin Chuan's adoptive father and had nothing to say. He accompanied Qin Chuan to the supermarket, bought a box of mooncakes and pu'er tea, and took him to the door of the Meng family villa. Qin Chuan carried the gifts and walked in. Meng Fu was sitting in the living room watching the news on the flat screen when he saw Qin Chuan's joyful face. "Meng Chuan, why have you come?" he asked, but his mouth couldn't help but turn up. "Dad." Qin Chuan quickly changed the way he addressed him as soon as he said it. "Uncle, it's almost Mid-Autumn Festival, I came to see you. Here's a gift for you." After a pause, Qin Chuan felt it was necessary to explain, saying, "By the way, I also want to let you know that Shuiyan and I are getting a divorce." "What?" Father Meng took off his glasses, his eyebrows and eyes showing his concern. "Had there been a conflict?" "It's my problem." Qin Chuan's words were not finished when there was a sound of things being thrown upstairs. Meng's father frowned in displeasure. Qin Chuan looked a little embarrassed. Before long, Meng's mother came down in a hurry. "I said it. His surname is not Meng. From the day he was kicked out of the house, he was not allowed to call himself Meng Chuan anymore. His surname is Qin, the same as the damned woman's family name." As she spoke, Meng's mother kept pushing Qin Chuan out the door. "Get out! Get out of here! He's that woman's son, why is he still here? Are you deliberately trying to provoke my son?" Meng's father spoke up. "Often, don't be like this. Ah Chuan is a good boy." This remark provoked Meng's mother to explode. "What good boy? Does that mean my child is a bad boy?" As she spoke, Meng's mother's gaze pierced Qin Chuan's face like a needle. "Back then, when the two families were tricked into exchanging babies, I took care of you like you were my own son for so many years. And your mother? She abandoned my son in an orphanage. That woman with a heart of ice. Why? Why does her son live such a good life, while mine lives such a miserable one?" Qin Chuan watched as his mother, who had once loved him dearly, became so vicious, her eyes full of hatred. "Mrs. Meng, if my birth mother did indeed do wrong, I apologize to you on her behalf. But can you tell me the information about my biological parents?" Qin Chuan's eyes were sincere. No, Chuan, don't listen to her nonsense. Your mother is not like that. Meng Fu's words were not finished when he was immediately rebuked by Meng Mu. No. I forbid you to say a word. If you dare to tell him, I will hang myself from your bedpost. I will do it. Why? Why should that woman, who has done so many bad things, be reunited with her son? I won't let her. I will make her live in pain for the rest of her life. There was a crash upstairs again. Meng's mother was heartbroken. Get out of here. It's all your fault. You drove my son to this. You're the reason he's depressed. Qin Chuan was pushed out the door of the villa. Mooncakes and pu'er tea were thrown out after him. Qin Chuan picked up his things, sighed, and got back in the car. Qin Yang glanced at his watch and teased, well, it's been more than 20 minutes. Qin Chuan's eyelids drooped slightly. I have a good education, and her son doesn't. She should hold a grudge against me. But I never believed that my real parents were like that. Qin Yang nodded in approval. Your character is so well behaved, so your parents must not be bad. By the way, Chuan, have you found out anything about your background? Qin Chuan shook his head. Suddenly, Qin Yang slammed on the brakes. Hey, that's not right. Brother Chuan, tell me, is there a possibility that you are my brother? My surname is Qin, and so is yours. My adoptive parents gave birth to a stillborn baby before me. Do you think it's possible that you are actually that stillborn baby? Chapter 8, Qin Chuan is also someone else's white moonlight. Stop it. Qin Chuan blared at Qin Yang. After learning that my surname is Qin, do you know how many people with the surname Qin I checked in this city? Qin Yang shook his head. Hundreds of thousands. How can it be such a coincidence that I am from your family? Besides, your adoptive parents gave birth to a stillborn baby, which does not match my situation. Qin Yang sulked and shut up. Indeed. 1 in 100,000, how could it be such a coincidence? Sigh, Chuan, I didn't mean to tease you. I really feel that our magnetic fields are particularly compatible, you know? Qin Chuan gave him a sideways glance. You've been single for so many years, you're not falling for me, are you? Damn you. If Qin Yang wasn't driving, he would have jumped up and kicked him. The two of them laughed. Sometimes brotherly understanding is just that amazing. When they arrived at Qin Yang's apartment, Qin Yang gave Qin Chuan a card. The password was 6/8, and there were 200,000 yuan inside, as startup capital for your business. Qin Chuan wanted to say something else, but Qin Yang's face turned cold. It's a loan. Don't be polite with me, or you're not my brother. Qin Chuan didn't be pretentious, and put away the card. Okay, thanks, brother. That's more like it. Qin Yang sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and started playing a game. I don't come here very often. You can stay here as long as you like. If you ask me, you should just give up the house on the outskirts of the city and move in with me. What's the point of wasting that kind of money? Besides, that building is falling apart. I don't know how much it would cost to renovate it. Qin Yang, I appreciate your kindness. I'm already very grateful that you can help me so much. I have my own ideas about that house. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, and said, okay, brother, I respect you. You always have your own ideas. At this time, in an office in a high-end commercial building in the city center, a woman with a slightly babyish face and a cute and refined appearance was sitting in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard so fast that sparks were flying. Her secretary knocked on the office door and walked in. President Lun, my sister, I knew you were working overtime. In response to her secretary Zhu Zhu's greeting, there was a louder keyboard sound. Popping. It sounded like she was letting off steam. Sister, after you left the bar just now, guess what happened? What happened? The woman looked over expressionlessly, startling Zhu Zhu. My sister, you scared me to death. Zhu Zhu rubbed her pounding heart and couldn't help rolling her eyes and muttering. You're wasting your looks. You have such a cute face, but you always make yourself look like an iceberg. Do you know what the employees at the company say about you behind your back? They call you the jade-faced Rakshasa. Lan Weiyin shot her a warning glance. If you have something to say, get out of my face. She was in a bad mood. Of course I have something to say, sis. Who would give up a great night out to come back to you? Zhu Zhu then leaned over and poked Lan Weiyin's arm in a gossipy manner. Guess what happened after you left, sis? The mention of this made Lan Weiyan feel irritated. She pushed away from the keyboard in front of her and leaned back in her chair. She had gone to a bar with her colleagues to unwind, and there she ran into her long-lost colleague Sheen. Sheen was the object of her secret love in college and the white moonlight in her heart that could never be replaced. Just as she was obsessively admiring her seniors singing, her wife arrived. After hearing the words "Stop! Don't touch my husband," she left. Although those words weren't directed at her, she left in a huff, as if someone had struck at the filthiest part of her heart. Naturally, she didn't know what happened afterwards. Shu Shu couldn't help but reveal the mystery as she watched her cousin's pensive profile. Later, Qin Xuan's brother said that Qin Xuan had already filed for divorce. What? Lan Weiyan excitedly grabbed her cousin Zhu Zhu's arm and squeezed it tightly. What did you say? Divorce, is that true? Ouch, cousin, you don't even know how strong your grip is. Shu Shu quickly pulled back her hand. Lan Weiyan also realized that she was too excited and quickly let go. Are you serious? Don't lie to me. It's true, it's truer than true. Shu Shu took out her phone and played the video. I filmed it all, and Qin Xuan admitted it himself. Show it to me quickly. Lan Weiyin almost snatched Zhu Zhu's phone away, and after watching the video carefully, she couldn't help but feel a little giddy. It's true. Qin Xuan has filed for divorce. Zhu Zhu looked at her deeply. I brought you the news, I'll continue to cheer with my friends. You can probably sleep well tonight. Zhu Zhu actually felt sorry for her cousin. She had liked someone for so many years. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Lan Weiyin suddenly called out to her cousin. Zhu Zhu. Zhu Zhu turned her head to look at her. 20% pay rise next month. Zhu Zhu. Long live my cousin. After Zhu Zhu left, Lan Weiyin was excited, scared, and uneasy. She opened her phone and repeatedly watched the video she had taken of Qin Xuan performing tonight, running her fingers over his face. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she immediately called Zhu Zhu. I want all the information on Qin Xuan from all these years. And also, I want information on Qin Xuan's wife. No problem. Zhu Zhu on the other end of the phone promptly agreed. And also, find me a cooking teacher. I want to learn to cook. If you want to capture a man, capture his stomach. Zhu Zhu on the other end of the phone couldn't help but shiver as she thought of the last time her cousin had fried the kitchen. I think you were trying to ruin his stomach. Shut up. It was that teacher's fault last time. Get me a better teacher this time. I want a famous teacher. Understand? A famous teacher. After saying this, Lan Weiyan hung up the phone. She looked again at the gentle and profound profile of Qin Xuan in the video, and a determined light burst from the bottom of her eyes. Qin Xiangbi, this time, I will definitely get you. At this time, there was also Lin Shuiyan brushing through Qin Xuan's short videos. After returning to the villa, she threw herself on the bed, took out her phone, and impatiently brushed through the short videos on the internet. As a result, she accidentally brushed through the video of Qin Xuan singing on stage tonight. The title was, Coordinates at Avril's Bar, There Are Extremely High-Level Handsome Guys. Seeing this title, Lin Shuiyan's sense of impatience increased, and she swiped away directly. As a result, 2 videos were swiped, and she swiped the video of Qin Xuan singing again. The title was, He's So Husband-Like, He's So Handsome That He Blinds Me. Lin Shuiyan subconsciously wanted to swipe away. But after watching it for a few more seconds, she couldn't take her eyes off it. Her daughter was 4 years old, and they had been married for 5 years. It seemed that she had never known that Qin Xuan could sing. And he could sing so well. Whether it was a rock song or a deep slow song, he could handle it. When he moves, he is full of wild energy, and when he is still, he has an inexplicable power that makes people want to get to know him. Lin Shuiyan felt for the first time that Qin Xuan was not as unbearable as she had thought. Isn't he just a bit less socially prominent and wealthy than Qi Xili? The next day, Qin Xuan got up at 6 a.m. After running a few laps downstairs in the apartment building, he went upstairs and quickly made 2 breakfasts. Then he opened his laptop and started working on a renovation plan for the old building. By the time Qin Yang woke up, Qin Xuan had already finished most of the plan. Brother, do you want to be a blogger who renovates old buildings? Qin Yang asked, nibbling on his sandwich. I studied sculpture in college, wall art. In the future, I still want to work in a field related to this. Being a renovation blogger is just the first step. I hope more people can see my studio through the videos. Mm-hmm. Qin Yang nodded, afraid to say anything to dampen his spirits. He knew that it was especially difficult to be a video blogger these days. Every track is packed with people. And newbies don't get much traffic at all. There are just a bunch of bloggers like this old house renovation blogger. There are all kinds of renovations, from renovating a single-family villa in the countryside to renovating a villa for 100,000 yuan, which is dizzying to watch and has lost the desire to click it first. However, Qin Yang still kept a close eye on it, thinking that when his brother's video went live, he would go and buy him a promotion package. After a simple breakfast, Qin Chuan and Qin Yang set off separately. Qin Chuan went to the second-hand market to find a tool cart, and then went to the home improvement wholesale market to buy cement, wood boards, shovels, saws and other tools for the renovation. After buying all these things, he returned to the small house with a yard in the suburbs. He parked the cart far away. Qin Chuan carried everything from the cart one by one. He didn't notice at all that there was a pair of dark little eyes staring at him intently in the corner of the wall. Chapter 9. This is even worse than taking it all off. At that moment, the gap in the supermarket bag on the ground opened, and a bag of bread rolled out. Qin Chuan didn't pay it any mind and continued to move things. As soon as he turned around, a small black shadow came running over with lightning speed, picked up the bread on the ground, and ran away. When Qin Chuan noticed the abnormality and turned around, he only saw the back of a child running away at full speed. Judging from the height, the child should be around 5 years old. But since he didn't see the front, he didn't know if it was a little boy or a little girl. After the brief interruption, Qin Chuan continued to move things. After moving everything, he started to register for a TikTok account, Qin Chuan Studio. Business, undertaking wall painting and engraving, TV background wall design, home decoration design, old house renovation. After finishing registering the account, he used a selfie stick to shoot a short video, introducing the house from the inside out. What is it like to rent a self-built house in the suburbs for 800 yuan? Hello, everyone, I'm Qin Chuan. Today I'll first introduce you to the original appearance of this house. The house comes with a small courtyard, is a single-family home, has 3 floors, and there is a small rooftop on the top floor. This is the courtyard, and I plan to transform it into a small courtyard with a log cabin style. After a brief introduction to the house, Qin Chuan started the live broadcast. He fixed his phone on a tripod and then started tidying up the house. He removed unnecessary things, demolished old cabinets, and pulled weeds out of the courtyard. The reason for choosing to show a real person in the camera is not because Qin Chuan wants to do something with this face. Rather, he knows that many homeowners actually prefer local people when looking for home improvement contractors. They trust local people more than outsiders. The reason for doing a live broadcast is to record on the one hand, and on the other hand, to show everyone his strength, that he is personally doing the renovation, unlike those fast-forward renovation videos where many bloggers only do a little bit and then the renovation team helps with the construction. After working for a while, Qin Chuan felt that the shirt on his body was very inconvenient. He left the live broadcast camera, went back into the house and changed into a pair of large white pants and a black vest, and then returned to the courtyard to do the live broadcast again. By this time, the weeds in the yard had been removed, so he started making the tool chair and tool table. Taking out the wooden boards, Qin Chuan took out the saw and started cutting to the length he wanted, then took the hammer to install and fix, hammering in the nails. In the sunlight, his features were deep, his arm muscles prominent, exuding an inexplicable charm. At this time, dozens of people flooded into the live broadcast room. This is a benefit for newbies on the platform, as well as a test. For the first live broadcast of each new account, the platform will tentatively give a group of people to see how many people the host can retain. If the live broadcast can retain people, then the platform will tentatively give another wave of volume. This repeats. Excellent bloggers can stand out in the test and, in the repeated trials and volume, hit the charts. Before long, someone began to speak in the live broadcast room. I've seen bloggers who make short videos of old house renovations, but I've never seen a live renovation host. Haha, how are those renovation bloggers who let the renovation team come last supposed to survive? Oh my, this is the first time I've seen a blogger sawing wood for so long. It's so soothing. Yes, I also feel like I'm not anxious anymore. It's really soothing. Ooh, can I say that the young man's appearance is even more soothing? Oh my, when can the live broadcast room eat such a good meal? When the young man's sweat dripped down and across his pecs, it was so tempting. Yes, I want to be that drop of sweat. A group of people stayed in the live broadcast room until late. From the afternoon until the evening. Moreover, new passers-by kept streaming into the live broadcast room. The number of people online in the entire live broadcast room remained stable at just over 100. At this moment, the younger sister, who had just started working at the bar, excitedly found Ivy with her mobile phone. "Boss, look. It's the handsome guy from last night." "Oh my, what do you mean by clothes make the thin look good, but taking clothes off reveals the flesh?" I finally got to see it for myself. When Ivy heard this, her eyes lit up. "He took it all off? No way. He's broadcasting live, you know." The bar girl gave her boss a dirty look. Ivy smiled and took the phone, and saw that Qin Chuan's sweat-soaked tank top made the outline of his chest appear even more clearly. "Oh my god, this is even worse than taking it all off." Ivy quickly pulled out her phone, entered the live broadcast room, and immediately rewarded a firework. Qin Chuan happened to look up and see the reward, so he sincerely looked into the camera and said thank you. "Thank you, Avril, for the reward." After that, he continued to tidy up the courtyard, knocking and hammering, cutting wood. And when Avril saw the moment when Qin Chuan looked into the camera, she felt like an arrow in the air, whizzing and hitting her heart. Pounding, pounding. Her heart was pounding, so she casually retweeted the link to the live broadcast room. "Sisters, the proprietress has authenticated it for you, it's superb, you can flush it." Away is the proprietress of a bar and a well-known lecherous blogger who often shares her opinions on superb men on social media. She has more than 200,000 followers. As soon as the link was posted, many of Away's followers rushed to Qin Chuan's live broadcast room. Everyone wanted to see what the superb man stamped by Away looked like. "Holy cow, I haven't seen his face yet, but he's got a great body. Oh my god, Daddy, save me, he's so good looking. Isn't this the singer who was at Avril's bar last night? He's got muscles even when he's shirtless." Groundhog Day, I was also at Avril's bar last night. Last night, this young man was wearing a shirt and looked very gentle and refined. How could he have muscles? Yes, I don't believe he has abs, unless he takes them off for me. Yes, little brother, I'll call you, dare you take them off? Everyone is advised to watch the video of the little brother's performance last night. Oh my, he's so handsome. I've already watched it. The contrast is so great. Man, tell me, which side is the real you? In the blink of an eye, the popularity of the live broadcast room continued to rise, with the number of online viewers jumping from just over 100 to over 1,000. The platform caught the heat and tentatively increased the amount of data, causing the number of viewers in the live broadcast room to skyrocket, breaking past 2,000 and then 3,000. Even Qin Chuan felt baffled. He put his finger to his lips. "Shoo. Ladies, I'm a decent person. Don't joke around, or the live broadcast room will be shut down." As soon as the sound faded, there were a few more rewards in the live broadcast room, and more comments were posted. "Ah, I just had my heart broken. Oh, just for his comment about being a decent person, I want to tear his clothes off. Because you're decent, I don't even want to be decent anymore. Yes, I just want to be a bad person, hee hee hee. You all want to be bad people, but I'm the only one who wants to be the little brother's finger?" The finger he placed on his lips. To be honest, Brother Chuan's lips are really sexy. Yes, what kind of abstinent husband does he look like? At this moment, Zhu Zhu rushed into Lan Weiying's office with her phone in a hurry. "Sister. General Lan. It's bad, we're late." "Late for what? Can't you be more stable? You're the assistant to the president after all." Lan Weiying frowned in displeasure, quite critical of her reckless cousin and assistant. "Steady. It's urgent. You don't even know that your bar friend Ivy has already made a move on Qin Chuan." "What?" Lan Weiying, who is usually calm and composed, suddenly stood up. "What are you talking about?" Chapter 10, Anyone can be moved, but not my senior Qin. "It's the owner of the bar you took us to yesterday." "Isn't she your friend?" Lan Weiying squeezed the signature pen and gave a cold smile. "She can be anyone else. Anyway, anyone can be moved, but not my senior Qin." Zhu Zhu was startled by Lan Weiying's cold expression. "Oh, what a scary woman. A strong woman in love is even more terrifying. Hurry up and tell me what happened." Lan Weiying gave her a look that said, "Cut the crap." Zhu Zhu immediately explained, "Didn't Qin Chuan start a live broadcast? Then Ivy brought a large group of people to his broadcast room and even gave him a reward. Now the popularity of Qin Chuan's broadcast room is constantly rising. For a new anchor, this is like something good that just fell from the sky. So Ivy has now become Qin Chuan's great benefactor. If Qin Xuan knew that Ivy helped him and then invited Ivy for a drink, then one thing led to another. Oh my, I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it, so don't even think about it. Lan Weiyan interrupted her with a cold expression. And, why didn't you tell me that Qin Xuan was doing a live broadcast? Xu Xu's lips opened. I'm so busy every day, how could I have time to pay attention to this? If it wasn't for an employee watching Qin Xuan's live broadcast in the pantry just now, I wouldn't have known about it. Lan Weiyin shot a warning glance at her. From tomorrow, you will recruit 2 assistants to the CEO. Remember to look for graduates from prestigious schools, women, capable people who can take your place. From now on, you will be responsible for one thing every day, which is to help me investigate Qin Xuan and keep an eye on him until I take him down. Starting today, your only responsibility is to help me take down Qin Xuan. Do you understand? Yes. Xu Xu immediately saluted. Oh my, I never thought there would be such a good thing as goofing off. Lan Weiyan didn't bother with Xu Xu's mischief and quickly grabbed her phone to watch Qin Xuan's live broadcast. After entering the broadcast room, she didn't say a word and domineeringly rewarded an island. Xu Xu's pupils instantly widened. Sis, that's my phone. I'll give you everything back later. At this moment, Qin Xuan in front of the live broadcast camera also froze for a moment and looked at the camera. Thank you, pig round and jadely plump, for your reward. Thank you for your generosity. Lan Weiyin jumped with excitement when she saw Qin Xuan looking at her. Xu Xu, he looked at me. He said thank you to me. Xu Xu couldn't help rolling her eyes. Sis, why didn't you reward him with your own account? What do you know? Lan Weiyin said, while admiring Qin Xuan's handsome face. What if he finds out about my reward in the future and knows that I rewarded him so much money, and he develops a grudge against me? What if I feel that I have insulted his pride? After a pause, Lan Weiyin said with a determined gaze, I will not allow anything to happen that will affect our relationship. What relationship? This has not even started. Xu Xu had not finished speaking when she met Lan Weiying's warning gaze, and she had to sulk and shut up. You go out now and tell everyone in the company that everyone is working overtime tonight. Xu Xu? Everyone turn on their phones and enter Qin Xuan's live broadcast room to learn. Just say that you are learning from outstanding colleagues and drawing on their experience. The requirement is that the company's name must not be disclosed. And, do not say anything that disparages the host. Just these 2 rules, go. Xu Xu was speechless and hesitated to take the first step. Are you going or not? Lan Wei's eyes widened a little. If Ivy has already gone down, can I lose to her? I mustn't. Xu Xu. Oh, right. You should treat this matter of me taking down Qin Xuan as the company's major project of the year. Xu Xu. The day I marry Qin Xuan is the day the project succeeds. Xu Xu. Your commission for this project is 10 million. Xu Xu, damn it. Sis, I can do it. I'll go work overtime right now. Xu Xu rushed out excitedly. She was determined to earn the money for the male model. Soon, all the employees of the Lands, one of the leading real estate groups in Jiangcheng, were watching the live broadcast of Qin Xuan. At this time, Qin Xuan had basically finished his work for the day and started building an earth oven with bricks in the courtyard to cook dinner. The overtime workers at the Lands were confused? Come learn from an outstanding colleague? Build an earth oven and cook dinner? Qin Xuan was seen forming a small circle of bricks, building it up to a height of 3 or 4 bricks, then going nearby to pick up some branches, cut some short bamboo, and incidentally find a large bamboo shoot. The comments in the live broadcast room were flying. Damn, the host can go on the show Survival in the Wild? Woohoo, the moment when the young man chopped the firewood was so cool. Why can some people handle contrast so well? Exactly, they look gentle, but they do things that rough men do. Qin Xuan didn't read the comments from netizens, but straight away took out a large pot, put it on the clay stove to boil water, then turned to deal with the bamboo shoots, cutting them into pieces, putting them in cold water to blanch, and then waiting for the water to boil before putting them in to cook. Immediately afterwards, he washed the duck bought from the supermarket and cut it into pieces. The cuts were neat and tidy, almost all the same size. Netizens have said, obsessive-compulsive disorder makes everyone feel comfortable when they watch it. Lan Weiyin was simply infatuated with Qin Xuan, and kept excitedly clutching the hand of her cousin next to her. Look, Brother Qin is so good. Look. How can Brother Qin be so good? I'll be so happy to marry him. I really don't know why Lin Xueyan doesn't know how to cherish it. At that moment, Lin Shuiyin, as mentioned by Lan Weiyin, was leaving work. She carried her bag, closed the office door and walked out, when she saw a few girls from the dance troupe whispering. "Look, the husband of the troop leader is really handsome. Yes, with those abs peeking out. I didn't know the troop leader usually eats so well. I'm so jealous." Lin Shuiyin didn't feel proud when she heard this, but instead frowned and walked over. "What are you talking about?" As soon as the words came out, the female team leader's aura was fully activated. The girls in the group have always been afraid of her, and they instantly panicked and became flustered. One of the girls said with her head down, "Team leader, we were talking about the live broadcast." "We didn't say anything." Lin Shuiyin snatched one of the girls' phones and glanced at it, and saw Qin Chuan doing a live broadcast. And most of the comments from netizens were teasing his appearance and body, which was simply unbearable. She angrily threw the phone back to the girl. "Don't look. You guys, go to the practice room right now and practice the basic skills for another 3 hours. The girls looked sad, and wanted to say something, but when they saw Lin Shuiyin's face, which looked like she wanted to tear someone apart, they hurriedly ran scared to the practice room. After the girls ran away, Lin Shuiyin was still furious, and directly dialed Qin Chuan's phone number. Qin Chuan was doing a live broadcast for the first time, and being inexperienced, he forgot to switch to airplane mode, and Lin Shuiyin's phone call came in. Chapter 11, The White Moonlight Appears. As soon as Lin Shuiyin's phone rang, the live broadcast screen went black. There was a delay. It showed that the anchor had gone to answer the phone. Qin Chuan didn't want to answer the phone at this time, so he hung up. Lin Shuiyin was so angry that her lungs were about to burst, so she dialed again immediately. Qin Chuan had just apologized to everyone when the live broadcast screen went black again. Qin Chuan hung up the phone and just wanted to set flight mode, but Lin Shuiyin called again as if she was deliberately antagonizing him. She had the feeling that she would not stop until Qin Chuan answered the phone. But this time, Qin Chuan was fast and clicked on flight mode, so Lin Shuiyin's phone could no longer call in. Qin Chuan apologized again to the netizens, saying that the novice anchor was inexperienced and would pay attention to setting up the phone properly next time. Lan Weiyin took the lead in leaving a message. "It's okay, the anchor is already very good." Lan's employees saw the number of the chief eunuch, the special assistant to the president, speaking, and quickly chimed in. Yes, the anchor doesn't need to feel guilty, you're already very good. Go for it, anchor." Exactly, it's already very impressive to be able to do this on the first day of live streaming. Soon, the live streaming room was filled with awkward compliments. Qin Chuan always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. On the other side, Lin Shuiyin was stamping her feet in anger. "Qin Chuan, you dare hang up on me? Qin Chuan, are you crazy? How dare you hang up on me? Qin Chuan, you are such an asshole." Lin Shuiyin cursed and walked out of the dance troupe. Just as she was about to hail a taxi, Chi Silly's car slowly pulled up. The window lowered, revealing Chi Silly's smart and capable face with gold-rimmed glasses. Yen, get in the car." Lin Shuiyin was taken aback for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. She didn't know how much Chi Silly had seen of her angry expression just now. She still had an idol complex in front of Chi Silly. Seeing that Lin Shuiyin was still a little awkward, Chi Silly laughed lightly. "What? Haven't I seen you throw your little missy tantrums before?" As soon as these words came out, they instantly dissolved Lin Shuiyin's embarrassment. She walked over with a pout on her lips, with a hint of grievance and coquetry. "How did you know I didn't have a car today? I just ran into your sister on the way, and when I saw her driving your car today, I just dropped by to pick you up." Chi Silly readily accepted her explanation. Lin Shuiyin didn't act pretentiously either, and just like the countless times they had gone out together, she pulled open the passenger door of Chi Silly's car and got in. Her heart was in a mess. Thinking about how Qin Chuan had treated him, and seeing how gentle and considerate Chi Silly was to her, her nose became more and more sour. "What's wrong? My big leader, who made you angry?" Lin Shuiyin refused to say. "Let me guess. The girls in your group are all afraid of you to death. As for Qin Chuan, it's unlikely that he would make you angry." As soon as these words came out, Lin Shuiyin immediately exploded. "Of course he can." Chi Silly's eyebrows deepened. "What's going on? Yen, tell me, and I'll analyze it from a man's perspective." Without thinking, Lin Shuiyin told him everything that had happened in the past 2 days. "Tell me, isn't Qin Chuan really over the top?" Chi Silly frowned. "I was not very considerate in this matter." I shouldn't have booked the birthday party room for your mother that day. In that case, I'll go and explain to him myself. No need. Qin Chuan doesn't deserve it. Besides, this is none of your business. Qin Chuan is just petty. Lin Shuayan said angrily. Chi Silly still didn't start the car, with one hand holding down the steering wheel, as if hesitating whether to say something. Lin Shuayan could tell that he was about to say something. Ali, is there something you want to tell me? Chi Silly sighed, looking helpless. Yen, I shouldn't say these words, but... Ali, what are you still worried about in our relationship? Then I'll say it. Chi Silly gave an expression as if you wanted me to say it. Yen, you are the one who wants to take the dance troupe public. What is ballet? It is high-end art, but live broadcast is the lowest form of performing art. I'm afraid that when the dance troupe goes public, someone will inevitably report on your affairs, including digging up the story of Qin Chuan. You and Qin Chuan, one is involved in high-end art, and the other in the lowest form of art. What does this represent? It will lower your status and affect the reputation of your dance troupe. Some netizens even suspect that you don't have noble artistic ideals and that you're only thinking about making money when going public. Lin Shuayan's face changed directly when she heard this. She already looked down on live streaming and performing in bars. Now, after hearing Chi Silly's analysis, she felt even more that Qin Chuan's actions would affect the future public listing of her dance troupe. Along the way, she felt like her entire lung was going to burst into flames. When she got home, she even slammed her bag down on the coffee table in front of her family. The loud thud startled Lin's father. What's wrong with you? It's all because of Qin Chuan. He went to a bar to perform, and now he's doing a live broadcast. He's just trying to drive me crazy. Lin Shuayan crossed her arms and paced around the living room angrily. Lin Shuayan held up her phone screen to show that she was watching Qin Chuan's live broadcast as well. You're not wrong, there are quite a few people watching him. Lin's father quickly took his eldest daughter's phone and glanced at it too. He saw that netizens were commenting that the bamboo shoot and duck soup made by Qin Chuan was delicious and looked appetizing, and you could smell the aroma even through the screen. Isn't that great? Great? Lin Shuayan looked at her father in disbelief. What's so great about it? My future dance troupe is going to go public. By then, someone like Qin Chuan won't be able to hold a candle to it. Lin's father frowned. What's the point of talking about the future? Do you think it's a big enterprise? Going public is as simple as going to the toilet? Dad. Lin Shuayan's voice suddenly rose in anger. Lin's mother also gave him a dirty look. My daughter's dance troupe can go public. What are you pouring cold water on? Lin's father pursed his lips in annoyance and said fairly, this live broadcast is not something sneaky. Even if the dance troupe goes public, it won't affect it. No way. Lin Shuayan said resolutely, as the husband of the CEO of a listed company, he must not engage in vulgar art. Our ballet company is engaged in elegant and luxurious art. Dad, on the way here, I already thought of it, let Qin Chuan go to a Chinese painting class. Then use our connections to give him a painting exhibition, award him a prize, and so on, to raise his artistic taste. Isn't he looking to develop a career? This is his career. Lin's father was speechless. Lin Shuayan, however, waved her hands. My sister, don't be so nervous, okay? What is Qin Chuan doing now? He is just deliberately trying to anger you. He is just feeling guilty after seeing Chi Silly make the company so big. He is afraid of being called a gold digger, so he must quickly do something to prove himself. Do you think he really wants to do live streaming? He is just waiting for you to coax him into it. Coax him? No way. Lin Shuayan snorted. Suddenly, Lin Shuayan's eyebrows shot up, revealing a bit of a cunning look. Didn't you not want him to do a live broadcast? I have a way to hack him and prevent him from doing a live broadcast. Chapter 12, the next scene will tear people apart, and it will be a hit. Lin Shuayan heard this and leaned over. Lin Shuayan pointed at the live broadcast screen and said, look, isn't he wearing such a tight vest just to show off his figure? The sweat has soaked this area, and the outline of his pectoral muscles is showing. We can report him for vulgarity and borderline content. Lin Shuayan glanced at her father and signaled to Lin Shuayan, don't be so mean. The guy is wearing a vest because it's convenient for work. Lin Shuayan glanced at her father and signaled to Lin Shuayan, don't mind him. Go on. Reporting someone by yourself won't have much effect. I can ask a few of my sisters to report him together, and the platform will pay more attention. Then I'll troll him on the live broadcast. I don't believe he can continue with this broadcast. Lin Shuiyan hesitated for a moment. She also knew that this was not a good idea, but she didn't know why she particularly disliked this feeling of not being in control. No. She must force Qin Xuan to come back and surrender. Okay, then hurry up and tell your sisters to troll him. Saying this, Lin Shuiyan still felt unsatisfied, so she took out her own phone to report Qin Xuan, leaving a message on the live broadcast. Is the host dressed like this to attract a certain group of people? Is bending down to pick something up on purpose to show off her waistline? What's the difference between this and selling sex? At that moment, Lan Weiyin exploded when she saw this message. The heart is dirty, everything looks dirty. Lin Shuiyan, have you gone crazy? Lin Shuiyan, do you want to see what kind of nonsense you've posted? Lin Shuiyan's heart suddenly tightened, and she realized that she had used her main account to report and leave a comment, forgetting to switch to her secondary account. Her main account nickname was Lin Shuiyan, the leader of the Dream Connection. Oh no, what should I do? She had used her own account to vent about her husband. What if someone found out? No, someone already found out. Lin Shuiyan was at a loss for what to do, and then left a comment like she was trying to throw people off the scent. Sorry, my phone was just used by a friend to post a spoof. I will manage my phone better in the future. After posting this message, Lin Shuiyan exited the live broadcast room, not daring to even look at everyone's comments. Haha, the appraisal is complete, that person forgot to switch their account. Exactly, with such an official account, who would dare to spoof it? And, didn't you notice that whenever she was mentioned, she immediately appeared? Isn't that staring at the screen? At this moment, Qin Xuan naturally saw Lin Shuiyan's comment, and an uncontrollable pang of pain flashed through his heart. He never expected Lin Shuiyan to look at him like this. Was she also the one reporting him frequently in the background? Before he could think more, in an instant, the live broadcast room was flooded with many trolls. Report him until he dies. It's vulgar, it's borderline. It's late at night now, what's with the tank top? If you're going to do the half-naked thing, why don't you just take it all off? Exactly, what did you do all day? Just weed the garden? When you squatted down, your pants must have fallen down, that's disgusting. I was saying, how could a newbie's account possibly be on the list? It turns out she's doing the half-naked thing. Originally, Lin Shuiyan's account could not compete with Lan Weiyin's. Now the entire live broadcast room was full of trolls, and Lan Weiyin was too busy to handle them all. Not to mention that in addition to Lin Shuiyan's little sisters, there are also some new blogger rivals who are jealous of Qin Xuan's appearance on the list. Everyone is tearing each other down, and Lan Weiyin is so busy that the keyboard is almost emitting sparks. If you can't report it, you'll die. With such a dirty heart, it's a waste of the world's air to live. Haven't you done quite a lot all day? In addition to weeding, there's also removing unnecessary things, and making tool tables and tool chairs. Don't mess with the broadcast without watching it live. If you don't kill him, I'll tear you apart. You're the ones who are crossing the line. When things got too busy, Lan Weiyin told Zhu Zhu to order all the Lan staff to go down and tear people apart. One person, one sentence. Whoever messes with Qin Xuan, just fight back. Coincidentally, the bar owner, Ivy, also noticed something unusual in the broadcast room. I'll be damned. This is intolerable. She strode onto the stage in her high heels and said into the microphone. Dear brothers and sisters, a friend of mine is doing a live broadcast and has encountered hackers. I want to ask for your help. Enter the broadcast room and click to follow. Today, anyone who enters Qin Xuan's broadcast room will receive a free fruit plate. Anyone who speaks well of Qin Xuan will receive a free plate of salt and pepper shrimp. Anyone who rewards any amount will receive a free beer. As soon as the voice fell, the morning audience members all exploded, pulling out their phones and entering the live broadcast room to reward the host. As a result, the number of people in Qin Xuan's live broadcast room once again skyrocketed. The amount of rewards was also constantly being updated. Qin Xuan was a little dazed. He didn't even have time to say anything before a group of people descended to tear him apart. One tear, one sure thing. One tear, one relief. Suddenly, a car light shot over. A car stopped outside the courtyard. Immediately afterwards, Xin Yang's voice came over. I didn't see you when I returned to the apartment, so I knew you must be here. Suddenly, Xin Yang sniffs, it smells good. He rubs his hands together. Looks like I came at the right time. Qin Chuan gives him a look, his eyes indicating that he is live streaming. Qin Yang is stunned. Oh, I forgot about this. He quickly pulls out his phone, looks up Qin Chuan's live streaming room, and glances at the number of people online, once again shocked. Oh my god. I was going to secretly buy you a newcomer promotion traffic package today. But I forgot. As the voice fell, someone spoke in the live broadcast room. Haha, this is probably a fake brother. Anchor, quite plastic. Don't let him eat your duck soup. Anchor, let him show his face and let us see what your plastic brother looks like. Qin Yang was not pretentious and simply walked over and entered the frame. He glanced at Qin Chuan. Hey, bro, do you mind if I go into the frame? As he said this, he ran his hand through his hair. Are you afraid that my beautiful face will steal your attention? Screw you. Qin Chuan gave him a blank look and said, as long as you don't mind going into the frame, that's fine. I'll go get you some chopsticks. Qin Yang naturally didn't mind. Many of his friends were doing live broadcasts, and he was used to going into the frame. After Qin Yang went into the frame, the number of comments about him also increased. Ha ha ha, the host's brother is quite confident. Exactly, the host is so handsome, where does his brother get his confidence? But don't get me wrong, he's quite handsome. Ah, a flower shirt, carefree and uninhibited, I like this type. The host's brother is a completely different type from the host. Yes, one is a refined nobleman, the other a womanizing young master, but I like the looks of both. Oh, am I the only one who appreciates their brotherly love? I do too. It's really nice to see brothers teasing each other and getting along. The comments on Qin Yang were becoming more and more frequent. And those black comments were being torn down one by the employees of the lawn group, and they were being reported on almost all of them. The comments in the live broadcast room became more and more harmonious. Soon, Qin Chuan brought a bowl and chopsticks and ate the duck and bamboo shoot hot pot with Qin Yang. Qin Yang slurped the soup while exclaiming, wow, this soup is really delicious. The duck meat is just the right consistency, it's so good. I want another bowl. Netizen, you've obviously already eaten enough, but why do I feel hungry watching Qin Yang eat? Soon, the two of them had almost finished the entire pot of bamboo shoots and duck meat, leaving only a little bit of the soup base. At this time, a little head poked out of the entrance to the small courtyard, timidly and pitifully asking, can I drink the rest of your soup? Chapter 13. It was all planned. No. Qin Chuan's refusal even surprised Qin Yang. The child immediately ran away. Just as the netizen was about to say that this person was so, many haters tapped the keyboard one after another, and before the words could be sent, Qin Chuan shouted at the back of the child's head, I can cook it for you again. The child's back was startled, and he stopped in his tracks, unable to believe it as he turned to look at Qin Chuan. No need. I'll just eat what's left. The child lowered his head, walked past briskly, and tried to reach out for the pot to drink, but it was too big and there was no way to start. Qin Chuan stared at the scene with a furrowed brow. To be honest, as a father, he really couldn't bear to see a child about his daughter's age eating what was left over from his own meal. So, he instinctively refused. It had nothing to do with the fact that the child had stolen a bag of bread from him at lunchtime. The child pointed at the little bit of soup left in the pot and said awkwardly, give me a spoon. Wait, there's a coal stove in there, it'll cook quickly. No, I want it. The child pointed at the pot, which you've been cooking for over an hour. The soup smells really good, I can smell it from several meters away. You brat, you've got a good nose. Qin Yang teased out loud. The child glared at him, big spender, you're the brat. Qin Yang froze for a moment, you're a girl? Yes. The girl nodded. Qin Yang and Qin Chuan looked at each other and fell silent. Qin Chuan added some hot water to the soup, put some vermicelli in, and stoked the fire underneath. Soon, the vermicelli was ready. He served a bowl to the little girl. The little girl ignored the hot mouthfeel and slurped up the vermicelli. While slurping, she mumbled, it's delicious. It's so delicious. Qin Chuan felt an inexplicable pinch in his heart. Take your time. Qin Yang also asked, hey, kid, do you live around here? We'll walk you home, it's not safe at night. The little girl didn't respond, finished the last mouthful of soup, put down her bowl and ran away. She was gone in a flash. She was so fast, you could tell she was used to running for her life. For some reason, Qin Chuan felt a heavy weight in his heart as he watched her back. At this time, Piggy Round and Plump made a comment. So the host doesn't want the little girl to eat the rest of his food. The host is so kind. Many netizens agreed. Yes, the host is also considerate, not letting the little girl into the shot. Look at the little girl's body, so thin, so pitiful. I suspect the girl's parents are abusing her, the host should call the police. Are you kidding? Without any evidence, how can the host call the police? Exactly, the host is actually very kind. When he just refused, I actually agreed. A child of unknown origin, if you let her eat, you really can't guarantee that she won't turn around and sue you. Yes, and if she sues for food poisoning, her parents will jump out, which is terrifying. Of course, there are occasionally sarcastic voices. Ha, what a novice host. I wonder how big a team is behind him. You're the ones who got fooled. That little girl must have been part of the emotional manipulation, it was all staged. However, even the occasional discordant voice was quickly drowned out. Qinchuan said sincerely into the camera, "Thank you all for liking it, I'm going off the air today. Thank you also to the netizens who spoke up for me, thank you for recognizing me and supporting me. Finally, thank you to my #1 fan, Piggy Rounded and Plump, I wish you a good night's sleep." After the live broadcast, Qinchuan began to clean up the scene. Xin Yang helped with the cleanup. "Brother, I didn't think you could do so well on your first day of live broadcasting." Suddenly, Xin Yang seemed to have thought of something, and quickly pulled out his phone to open the newcomer list and took a look. "Brother, you actually made it into 5th place on the newcomer list. Normally, people without a team or money to spend would not be able to make it into the top 10. You actually made it into the top 5. Really?" Qinchuan also did some research before the broadcast, and he did hear that it was difficult to get into this list. He was overjoyed, and quickly glanced at Xin Yang's phone, unable to hold back a smile. This was the joy of being affirmed. It was completely different from before, when he was being picked on, suppressed, and denied at every turn in the Lin family. Qinchuan took a deep breath, looked at the starry sky in the courtyard, and said with emotion, "Xin Yang, I feel like I'm in love with the free air. Brother, you should have done this a long time ago." Xin Yang rolled up his sleeves and helped clean up the yard. "To be honest, when you married Lin Shuiyin, I was quite happy for you. The goddess of ballet, ambitious, and with a first-class appearance and figure, I felt that only someone like that could be worthy of you. But then I saw what she did, and I really felt crushed. Brother, it was already amazing that you could last 5 years in that marriage. Between the ages of 20 and 25, this is the prime time for a man to forge a career, and you dedicated yourself to her." When Lin Shuiyin was mentioned, Qinchuan's eyes drooped a little. In fact, as long as the couple were affectionate and harmonious, and their daughter was obedient and attached to him, it wasn't a big deal for him to make some sacrifices. But the problem was that in the end, all his hard work felt like a waste. He had thought that he would be rewarded with sincere love in return. Over the years, he had treated Lin's mother and Lin Shuiyin as if they were his own family. He was tolerant, caring, and gave. But in the end, all he got in return was their taking advantage of him. All he got in return was their repeatedly trampling on his sincerity. How could he not feel sad? And his daughter was actually very attached to him until she was 2.5 years old. At that time, she would hold her own face in her soft palms and say, "Daddy, I love you the most. The person I love the most, the one I love the most, is you, Daddy." Because he had brought up his daughter on his own since she was a baby, he naturally attached to her very much. She doesn't even cling to her mother. Lin Shuiyin often worked overtime at that time. When she returned, her daughter was already asleep. When Qinchuan could tell that the mother and daughter were growing apart, he would always take the initiative to create opportunities for the two to spend time together. Even when he got off work, he would take his daughter to bring his wife, who was working overtime, some soup, so that they could meet. He would also repeatedly tell his daughter that her mother was a person with dreams and was very capable. She is fighting for all of this now so that she can enjoy better living conditions in the future. He always speaks well of Lin Shuiyin in front of his daughter, portraying her as a great mother. Gradually, his daughter's relationship with her mother became better and better. However, his mother-in-law was jealous of his relationship with his daughter and often brainwashed her. She said that he had no money, no car, and no house, and that in the future, with such a father, she would be teased by her friends when she went out. She also always spoke well of Chi Silly. Over time, and with her daughter being constantly exposed to that kind of family environment, seeing how her grandmother and auntie spared no effort in ridiculing and belittling him, she gradually became on the same side as them. When Qin Chuan realized the problem, he seriously communicated with Lin Shuiyan, hoping that Lin Shuiyan could, like him, help him establish a good image in front of her daughter. But Lin Shuiyan refused. She said, "I'm exhausted every day, where would I find the energy for that? Besides, Qin Chuan, what are you arguing with a child for? She'll understand everything when she grows up." That day, Qin Chuan was a little agitated. When she grows up, she'll be useless. Lin Shuiyan didn't think so. "She's my Lin Shuiyan's daughter, I'll let her go to an international elite school and train her to do ballet from a young age. Don't worry, she won't be useless." Pulling back from the past, Qin Chuan regretted even more that he had chosen to file for divorce. At that moment, Lin Shuiyan's phone rang. Chapter 14. Shuiyan, meet me at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 a.m. Hello. Qin Chuan answered the phone. After the live broadcast, there was no reason for him to refuse Lin Shuiyan. But when the phone connected, there was a tirade on the other end of the line. "Qin Chuan, have you gone crazy? If you want to be famous, you can't do it like this. You just want to force me to give in first, but do you have to ruin me?" Qin Chuan frowned in surprise. Lin Shuiyan had always been emotionally stable during her marriage, and even if she occasionally lost control, she would never have raged like this. As far as he could remember, she had been elegant, calm and capable, arrogant like a black swan, but now she looked like a shrew. "Shuiyan, what are you talking about? How could I possibly ruin you? You are going to ruin me." Lin Shuiyan stamped her feet in her room in anger. She's silly was right. "You became famous like this to ruin me, so that when the dance troupe applies for listing in the future, I will be ridiculed by the public, and I, the goddess of art, will marry a husband who does live broadcasts." Hearing Qi Silly's name, Qin Chuan's heart completely cooled down. "Shuiyan, believe it or not, I have never wanted to ruin you. Even after the divorce, I hope that you and your daughter can get along better and better." Hearing Qin Chuan back down, Lin Shuiyan's anger subsided quite a bit. "In that case, don't do a live broadcast tomorrow. Don't you want to develop your own career? I've already planned it out for you. I even asked Qi Silly to help me find a famous teacher. You can learn Chinese painting from the old master, and then give him some money and say that you are his favorite student. After a year, I will immediately help you apply for a painting exhibition and award. This way, it will be good for my background check when I go public." After listening to this, Qin Chuan gave a mocking laugh. "After all is said and done, Shuiyan, have you ever considered whether I'm okay? Do I like it, and do I want it? You've always treated me, Qin Chuan, as your possession. Have I not considered your feelings?" Lin Shuiyan's voice suddenly rose a few points. "It's because I care about you too much that I'm planning your future. Do you think you can get all this done without a few million? Qin Chuan, don't be so ungrateful. If I hadn't listed the dance troupe, I would never have given in to you." Qin Chuan didn't feel like Shuiyan was giving in, but rather felt increasingly tired. "Shuiyan, you still haven't realized the problem between us. Our problem has never been Kizilai, but that you have never respected me, never treated me as an independent individual, and never supported my dreams. Our views and future directions are completely different. Shuiyan, let's separate, it's better for both of us." Upon hearing Kizilai's name, Lin Shuiyan suddenly smiled. "After all is said and done, you're still jealous of Kizilai. You're still angry that I didn't tell you about my mother's birthday. You're doing these things on purpose to anger me." When it comes to this matter, Qin Chuan also has a lot of anger in his heart. "As a husband, shouldn't I be angry? Shuiyan, it was my mother-in-law's birthday. You took her to the private room that Kizilai had prepared, but if you had respected me enough to let me know, and not made me sit at home for 2 hours, I would have changed into something decent and appeared there with grace, thanking him for the arrangement. But you didn't. Until the end of the entire birthday banquet, a full 3 hours, not a single member of your family thought of me, of the fact that I was still waiting for you. Shuiyan, you will never understand how I felt that day, nor what I went through that day. Qin Chuan will never forget that day, the panic and confusion when he couldn't get in touch with his wife. He called Shuiyan, but she kept rejecting his calls, and then he couldn't get through to her at all. He tried calling his mother-in-law's mobile, but it went straight to voicemail. He thought the worst and started asking around to find out if they'd had an accident. Then, Xin Young called him and said, "Don't bother asking around, I just ran into them at Guanlan Pavilion." They were with Qi Silly, the whole family together. In the end, Qin Chuan didn't know how he hung up the phone. He sat in front of a table of sumptuous food, his whole body as if it had been emptied, like a string that had been stretched to the extreme and suddenly snapped. His stomach grumbled, but he had no desire to eat at all. He couldn't say what he felt in that moment. Frustration, anger, and disillusionment, all of it. Countless images flashed through his mind. When his father-in-law encountered a scam, he helped negotiate without saying a word, chasing the other party out of the province, outwitting them, and helping to recover half the money. At the word of his mother-in-law, he climbed a stepladder to clean the crystal chandelier in the living room. At the word of his mother-in-law, he drove to help pick up her poker friends. When Xu Weiyan came home with sore muscles from working hard, he gave her a massage. Even when his sister-in-law encountered trouble, he helped her solve it. Over the past 5 years, he has quietly paid without anyone remembering his kindness. Just like back then, they were laughing and joking at the dinner table, but they didn't realize that there was someone else at home who was worried about them while hungry. How could he not feel cold? During those 3 hours, he thought about a lot, thinking about the things he had done over the years, and finally realized that he had only forgotten to care for himself. He loved everyone else, but he forgot to love himself. So, he decided to divorce and end this unequal, abnormal, loveless marriage. Lin Shuiyan on the other end of the phone fell silent for a long time, and finally let out a cold laugh. Xinchuan, you have a fragile heart, but do you expect everyone to pay for it? Do you expect all of us to consider your feelings in everything we do? How old are you? As she spoke, Lin Shuiyan's smile grew colder. You should really go out and work, and bump into walls, so that you can understand how cruel society is, and so that you don't develop this fragile heart of yours. These words fell like a bucket of cold water, splashing Qin Chuan in the face. He closed his eyes in pain. Shuiyan, tomorrow bring your ID card and household registration book, and let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. What? Lin Shuiyan's voice suddenly rose a few decibels. Qin Chuan, you actually threatened me just so you could do a stupid live broadcast? I'm telling you, even if we get a divorce, I won't let you do a live broadcast. This must be written into the divorce agreement. Xu Weiyan. You have no right to control my life. Qin Chuan was also thoroughly annoyed at this point, and his voice was sharper than ever. Lin Shuiyan was startled, and then she took a step back. Qin Chuan, even if you don't think about me, don't you think about your daughter? Is it more prestigious to have a father who does low-level live broadcasts or a father who has a Chinese painting exhibition? Isn't this obvious? Xu Weiyan, I'm tired. As we discussed before, I don't want any of the Lin family's money or real estate. Your daughter will take your surname and be called Lin Xiqing. Whether she calls her father Qi Silly or finds a father who paints traditional Chinese paintings, it's none of my business. But after the divorce, you can't interfere with my personal career development or my life. If you agree, we'll meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. If you don't agree, I'll sue for divorce. After saying this, Qin Chuan hung up the phone directly, and then switched it to flight mode. After being unable to get through to her, Lin Shuiyan angrily threw her phone. Lin Shuiyan heard a noise and walked in, and saw Lin Shuiyan crying on the ground with her knees in her arms. What's wrong? Was she angry with Qin Chuan? Lin Shuiyan lifted her face covered in tears. Sister, that bastard Qin Chuan asked me to divorce him at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 9 o'clock. He also said that if I didn't agree to an agreed divorce, he would sue for divorce. Lin Shuiyan frowned tightly. This can't be right. Is Qin Chuan playing this big a game? He just said so. Lin Shuiyan couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept that a man as lowly as Qin Chuan would dump her. She should be grateful that he married her, and kneel down to serve her. How could he still propose a divorce? Moreover, Qi Silly has returned to the country, and has hinted more than once that he wants to get back together with her, and she hasn't agreed. What more does he want from her? Lin Shuiyan really felt that she had been very good to Qin Chuan, and she could even be described as great. What woman would choose a loser like Qin Chuan and give up a man like Qi Silly? Lin Shuiyan looked at her younger sister's reaction and asked in disbelief. You're not falling in love with Qin Chuan, are you? Lin Shuiyan's body trembled, her eyes wide, and she retorted as if she had seen a ghost. How could this be? I'm doing this for the sake of the company going public. It's not good to get divorced before going public. Lin Shuiyan's heart was beating fast. She couldn't believe she was in love with Qin Chuan. This was absolutely impossible. Someone like Qin Chuan could never be worthy of her. She was just doing it for the sake of going public. Yes, that must be it. At this moment, on the other side, unlike Lin Shuiyan's excitement and confusion, Lan Weiyin was different. She kept giggling on her phone, repeating for the 108th time. "Shu Zhu," he said, "sweet dreams." "Shu Zhu," he thanked me especially. "So many people didn't thank me, why did he thank me? It means he likes me, it means we have a connection." Zhu Zhu rolled her eyes. "Dear God, help. If I'm guilty, please don't make me listen to the tape recorder here." Suddenly, Lan Weiyin became serious and dragged Zhu Zhu to the whiteboard to analyze it. "Qin Chuan wants a divorce, most likely because Lin Shuiyan has a strong personality. You quickly analyze for me those areas in my character that are strong. I'll change immediately." After this analysis, Lan Weiyin and Zhu Zhu analyzed until 3 a.m. Zhu Zhu. "Do I have to earn this 10 million? Heavenly nanny, I'm so sleepy." The next day, 8:30 a.m. Qin Chuan finished washing up early, changed into a white shirt and black pants, and brought the necessary documents before setting off for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 15, I'm afraid of emptying my pockets. As soon as Qin Chuan stepped out of the courtyard, he received a call from a strange woman. "Hello, is this Mr. Qin Chuan?" "Yes, speaking." "Hello, this is Director Zhang from Xinqing Kindergarten." Hearing the name Xinqing Kindergarten, Qin Chuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This was the prestigious kindergarten his daughter attended. As a parent, receiving a call from the kindergarten would make you worry about what had happened to your child. "May I ask, Director Zhang?" Qin Chuan's words were not finished when the other party spoke first. "It's like this, I watched Mr. Qin's live broadcast yesterday and saw Mr. Qin's camera sweep over two paintings. One is themed on a forest paradise and the other on a starry sky. May I ask if you know the authors of these two paintings?" Qin Chuan recalled and immediately remembered that these two paintings were the practice paintings he had previously stored with Qin Yang. "Because I rented a small apartment, I brought those paintings over when I moved, planning to use them for decoration." Qin Chuan told the truth, "I am the author of those two paintings." "Really?" A voice of surprise came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Qin, did you really paint those two paintings?" "Yes. It's like this. There are two empty walls in our kindergarten playground. We have asked other painters to paint before, but they only painted flowers and bears, which our principal was not satisfied with. Yesterday I sent her screenshots of the two paintings, and she was very satisfied. She hopes to find the author of the paintings to help us deal with the painting of the two walls. Mr. Qin, would you like to take on this business for us?" Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment, then agreed. He desperately needed business and work to prove himself. "But I need to broadcast the whole process. This is my first work. But I will also respect your teachers and the children in the kindergarten to ensure that their portrait rights will not be violated." "Oh, that's fine. We'll tell the parents about the artist coming to the school. If they mind their children being filmed, just let us know in advance. We'll control the children well." Qin Chuan was also pleased to hear that the other party was so cooperative. "Mr. Qin, would you come to the school now to discuss our cooperation further? We need to sign an agreement on the details of remuneration and creation." Director Zhang looked a little anxious. Qin Chuan frowned. "Sorry, I have something on at the moment. Can I come in the afternoon?" "Sure." Director Zhang is impatient, and although a little discouraged, he still promptly agreed. Qin Chuan was relieved. "Okay, Director Zhang, I'll see you this afternoon." After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan glanced at his watch. He had talked to Director Zhang for 15 minutes. It was now 8:45, and there were still 15 minutes left until 9 o'clock. He was already in a hurry to get to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He subconsciously pulled out his phone and opened the car hailing app to place an order. After placing the order, he remembered that he had bought a utility cart the day before. Fortunately, the driver accepted the order quickly. And the driver was nearby and arrived quickly. Qin Chuan looked at the white new energy vehicle approaching him and joyfully took a few steps towards it. But as he opened the car door and put one foot in, a little girl's scream came from behind him. It was followed by a man's rough voice. "I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Qin Chuan's hand just touched the door handle, but subconsciously he turned his head and saw the little girl who had previously stolen his bread being beaten by an old man in his 50s, who was dragging her by the arm. The rolling pin fell on her again and again. Her hand was held tightly, so she couldn't run at all. She could only keep dodging left and right. All the villagers came out to watch the fun, pointing and talking, but no one came forward to help. It seemed that they were used to this kind of scene. Xinchuan's heart twisted into a knot. As the father of a daughter, he couldn't stand by and watch. At that moment, the DD driver honked impatiently. Are you getting in or not? I'm in a hurry to take the next order. Xinchuan looked down at the driver and said, Can you please wait for me a moment? No way. My time is precious. The driver refused without a second thought. Xinchuan looked hesitantly at the girl who was still screaming, then at his watch, and finally said with gritted teeth, Sorry, driver, I'm not getting in. You can charge me the penalty. After saying this, he took a few strides towards the old man who was beating the little girl, and grabbed his wrist as he was about to strike again. Sir, it's illegal to hit people like this. None of your business. The old man shook off Xinchuan's hand and brought down another blow. You little brat, you stole the bread and wouldn't even give it to me. You want to starve me to death? I'll beat you to death today. I'll beat you to death, you jinx. As the old man raised his hand again, Xinchuan once again grabbed his wrist. This time, he held on firmly and wouldn't let go. Sir, if you keep beating people like this, I can call the police. You little brat, mind your own business. It's none of your business if I beat my own daughter. The old man spat at Xinchuan, who was lucky to have reacted quickly and avoided it. The surrounding villagers pointed and laughed. This girl has really had the worst luck in the world by following Old Li. I say, Old Li, if you didn't want this girl, you shouldn't have adopted her in the first place. And even if you did, you don't know how to cherish her. You're still relying on her to support you in your old age. Cherish? I spit on that. The man called Lao Li was very emotional. She'd better not die, or I'll be damned. And rely on her to support me in my old age? At this point, the villagers helped persuade him again, your wife's death had nothing to do with this girl. Your wife was already in poor health. But Lao Li just wouldn't listen. It's this girl who killed my wife. She's a jinx. I'm going to beat this jinx to death today. With that, Lao Li suddenly sneered and scanned the people at the scene. You all talk better than you sing. Let me ask you, do you want this jinx? I don't want her. Whoever wants her can take her. The people around him sulked and shut up, and subconsciously took a step back. Lao Li glanced at Xinchuan again and rebuked him, Let go. Let go. Xinchuan saw that he had no intention of continuing to beat him, and had already let go of the little girl's hand, so he also let go of his restraint. Lao Li looked at Xinchuan mockingly and said, I'm asking you, this girl who ate the rice, do you want her? As he finished speaking, the little girl suddenly tilted her little face up and looked at Xinchuan with wide, pleading eyes. For a moment, it seemed as if a spark of light had ignited in her eyes. The people around them began to persuade him. Young man, don't be so stubborn. Yes, he's a bad seed, he steals all the time. The little girl was ashamed to hear this and lowered her head. The light in her eyes seemed to have disappeared. Yes, this person really has a bad character. Old Li said she was a jinx for a reason. You, take her back, she'll definitely steal your money to support Old Li. Yes, even if she doesn't want to, she'll definitely be beaten and coerced by Old Li. I'm afraid she'll empty your home of everything. At this point, the little girl seemed to gather her courage, holding her aching arm, and looking up, she asked. Can you take me back? Those dark eyes were filled with tears and hope. Chapter 16 Lin Shuiyan's mother, let Xinchuan come back. At this moment, a scream came from the Lin family villa. Lin's mother threw the spoon in the bowl with a clang. Auntie Zhou, come here. An honest auntie wiped her hands on her apron and walked over puzzled. What's wrong, madam? What's wrong? You tell me what's wrong. I told you to cook preserved egg and pork congee, and what have you made? It's disgusting. Auntie Zhou's face darkened as she explained, Madam, I followed the steps you told me to. Otherwise, how could I say you're stupid? No dog would eat this in our house. Take it away and throw it away, and redo it. Do it until I'm satisfied, or I'll dock your pay. I don't know where this remark stung Auntie Zhou, but the honest and hard-working Auntie Zhou exploded. She took off her apron directly. I quit. You do it yourself. You think you're a big shot with such a small salary. You're always shouting at people. You keep docking my pay. Who would want to work for you is the real question. Calculate my wages for the past 2 days, or I'll expose you online. Lin Shuiyan was always thinking about the dance troupe going public, so naturally she was worried about scandals like this. She quickly walked up to the cashier and gave the auntie the money from yesterday. I'm sorry, my mother is just like this. Don't worry about her. Auntie Zhou took the money and left. But Lin's mother was not happy. What do you mean, this is just the way I am? Try it yourself, is this porridge drinkable? It's a million miles away from what Qin Chuan made. At this point, Lin Shuiyan, who had been annoyed all night, also exploded. Qin Chuan, Qin Chuan. You've been chanting Qin Chuan's name hundreds of times these past few days. Auntie Li can't mop the floor as well as Qin Chuan. Auntie Lu can't climb up and clean the crystal lamp. And now Auntie Zhou can't make preserved egg in pork congee. Mom, if you really think that Qin Chuan is good, then go and persuade her to come back. Who can stand you changing nannies every day? It's only been a few days. If you keep this up, we'll be blacklisted by the Domestic Help Agency. And don't forget, my dance troupe is going public, so can you please save me the headache and not add to the scandal? Having Qin Chuan here is enough to make me tired and overwhelmed. Lin's father chimed in, yes, it's really inconvenient without Chuan these days. None of the nannies can cook as well as Chuan. There's no paper in the toilet, and no one knows how to fix it. The kitchen is leaking, and no one knows how to fix it. Now I really know how good Chuan is. Good for what? Lin's mother's face grew stern, and her voice suddenly rose a few decibels. You two, stop agreeing with each other. Since Qin Chuan moved out, I will never agree to him moving back in. Unless he begs me on his knees from the outside, I will consider whether or not to let him move back in for a trial period. Remember, it's a trial period, not that I agree to them not getting divorced. Do you think that he can just come and go as he pleases from our Lin family store? Grandma, Mom, stop fighting and hurry up and do my hair. I want a double bun. Qin Sichen walked over with her hair loose. Lin Shuiyan and her mother looked at each other, both at a loss. Lin Shuiyan received the gaze and winced. What are you all looking at me for? I can't do it either. I rarely do my hair myself. Lin Shuiyan looked awkwardly at her daughter. Chang, today is just like yesterday, will a ponytail do? But I haven't changed my hairstyle for 3 days. In the past, Dad changed my hairstyle every day. The kids are all laughing at me. As she said this, Qin Sicheng started to cry and scream. Ugh, I don't care. I don't want to wear my hair in a ponytail today. Lin's mother's head started to buzz as she heard her child screaming. If all else fails, just hire Qin Chuan back. Just say it's an employment relationship. For $1,000 a month, and he'll still do the same old work. But the prerequisite is that you get a divorce, and I can't interfere with you in Chi silly. Lin's mother spoke as if she were doing someone a favor. Lin Shuiyan was speechless and let out a breath. Mom, is $4,000? Auntie Zhou quoted 6,000. Lin's mother rolled her eyes, 4,000 is more than enough. He didn't have money when he used to do these things. Besides, he hasn't worked for so many years, and it's good that he can find a job for 4,000. Mom Lin Shuiyan was full of exhaustion. People don't care about the 4,000 now. People are doing live broadcasts now and want to divorce me. He asked me to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock this morning. What? Lin Shuiyan was stunned. Qin Chuan really wants to divorce you? This can't be right? Lin Shuiyan nodded and looked at her watch. There were still 15 minutes until 9 o'clock. She then turned to Lin's father and said, Dad, I'm going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I can't let Qin Chuan look down on me. Hurry up and send Cheng to school. Me? Lin's father had always been a busybody at home, so when he was suddenly given a task, he was a bit at a loss. I've made an appointment with an old friend to go to a tea house. Dad, we can go to the tea house later. With that, Lin Shuiyan grabbed her bag and walked out the door. Lin Shuiyan hurried after her. I'll accompany you. Lin Shuiyan nodded, thinking that it would be nice to have someone to keep her company. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, there was no one outside, and there was no sign of Qin Chuan. Lin Shuiyan glanced at the clock. It was still 3 minutes before 9, so she waited outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. She was in a very bad mood. It was the kind of mood where she could explode at the drop of a hat. Her anxiety was like a gas that kept expanding in her chest, making her feel uncomfortable in her chest, in her lungs, and everywhere else. But she didn't understand why she felt so uncomfortable. She could clearly get rid of Qin Chuan, so why did she feel so uncomfortable? Lin Shuiyan looked around. I'm telling you, Qin Chuan definitely won't come. He loves you so much, so humbly, how could he really divorce you? He's probably trying to scare you. Heh, do I look like the type of person who can be scared? Ha ha ha. Lin Xuan laughed in an extremely unnatural way, and her eyes couldn't help but drift to her wrist to check the time. As soon as 9 o'clock arrived, if Qin Xuan didn't show up, she would leave immediately. Lin Xuan was still talking non-stop, but Lin Xuan had no interest in listening. She didn't understand why she was so nervous that it felt like her heart was going to jump out of her chest. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. It had only been 3 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. Xian Yuan, did you hear what I said? Yes. Xian Yuan pretended to be calm and collected, as if nothing had happened. I told you that Qin Xuan would never divorce me and that he would never stop loving me. As she spoke, her eyes drifted to her watch. She saw the hands pointing to 9 o'clock. She suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Time's up. She took out her phone, took a photo of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and sent it to Qin Xuan's WeChat. I'm here. You're the one who's afraid to keep the appointment. Qin Xuan, what kind of person are you that you're making me wait? After sending the WeChat message, Lin Xuan couldn't wait to get back in the car. She had to get out of there immediately. She was afraid that Qin Xuan would show up the next second. Her pace was messy, showing a little panic. Once she was in the car and had fastened her seatbelt, Qin Xuan's phone rang. Xuan, I'm sorry, something came up here and I'm running late. I'll be there soon, can you wait for me for another 15 minutes? Dream on. Qin Xuan, dream on. Why should I wait for you? I've already waited for you for half an hour. Haven't you had enough of playing games with me? You obviously care about me and you still love me, but for the sake of that ridiculous pride of a man, you have to mention divorce. Do you think this is funny? Do you think this will restore your man's dignity? Qin Xuan was at a loss for words. Just as he fell silent, Lin Xuan hung up the phone sharply. Qin Xuan could only call back. But Lin Xuan hung up again. Qin Xuan called a few times, and she hung up a few times, then said to Lin Xuan angrily, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and drive." It was as if she was afraid that Qin Xuan would catch up. When the car left the scope of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Xuan also let out a sigh of relief. But then she fell into confusion. Because she didn't know why she was like this? It seemed like she was afraid to divorce Qin Xuan? No. This thought only appeared for a second and was rejected by Lin Xuan. She must be afraid of the scandal. Yes. She was afraid that the scandal would affect the listing of her dance company. At this time, on the other side, Qin Xuan was quite helpless after his phone was hung up. No matter how he tried to contact Lin Xuan afterwards, she never replied. Qin Xuan looked at WeChat and found that Lin Xuan had really gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He felt a little remorseful that he had missed the chance to get a divorce. Just now the little girl asked him if he could take her home, but he didn't respond. He has a daughter of his own and now he has to raise another daughter, so the procedures will be very troublesome. In addition, raising a child is not like raising a pet, you always have to think about it carefully. You have to consider the beginning and the end when you get a pet, let alone a child. He had to consider his current financial situation and whether he could afford to raise another child. He also had to consider how to sever the child's relationship with the original family and how to legally adopt her. These were all difficult problems that could not be solved by just acting on impulse and being kind. But before he could come up with a good solution, the little girl ran away. Perhaps she had encountered this situation before. She had also met people like him, who sympathized with her and wanted to adopt her but hesitated. But those people had all let her down in the end. So she didn't want to stay and face that unbearable outcome, and she just ran away. Once the girl ran away, the crowd dispersed as well. At this point, Lin Xuan refused to answer her phone again, so Qin Xuan could only go back to the house and continue messing around. He just hoped that Lin Xuan's anger would subside quickly, and then she would agree to go with him to the Civil Affairs Bureau. At lunchtime, Qin Xuan made an extra bowl of rice and placed it on a small stool by the door. However, when he finished lunch and went out to discuss cooperation with Xinqing Kindergarten, the bowl of fried rice was still sitting there intact. The little girl didn't come to eat. For some reason, Qin Xuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. He took a deep breath, loaded up the equipment and various tools and paints, and set off in the tool truck. Soon, Qin Xuan arrived at Xinqing Kindergarten. Chapter 17 Qin Xiqing, come quickly, your father is here. When director Zhang saw Qin Chuan, she was still taken aback by his good looks. She had clearly seen Qin Chuan online and was mentally prepared, but she didn't expect him to be even more handsome in real life. Moreover, that gentle, mature look of a man was really able to capture the hearts of marriageable women. Director Zhang led Qin Chuan all the way to the principal's office. During the walk, she couldn't help but steal glances at Qin Chuan's profile, and her heart couldn't help but pound. Yesterday, she told her colleague that she had seen an attractive anchor online who was very handsome. Her colleague insisted that people who do live broadcasts now have amazing skin, and they would die if they were seen in person. She had been worried for a long time. Unexpectedly, not only did she not die in person, she also found Qin Chuan even more handsome than in his photos. Mr. Qin, let's do this, let's add each other on WeChat for easy follow-up contact. Qin Chuan nodded, took out his phone and scanned Director Zhang's WeChat QR code. Hello, my name is Zhang Yuan. You can call me by my first name in the future, you don't have to keep calling me director, it sounds so formal. Qin Chuan gave a polite smile, but didn't respond. Soon, Qin Chuan arrived at the principal's office. The head of the kindergarten was a woman in her early 40s, with well-maintained looks and a charming air of maturity. She had deep features and a sharp gaze, and it was clear that she was a strict person. After a brief introduction, Qin Chuan opened his tablet and showed his previous paintings. These last few pictures were sketched by me at lunch. I think this direction of composition, with the same starry sky and forest, is more suitable for kindergartens. The head of the kindergarten nodded, and a little appreciation for Qin Chuan flashed in her eyes. Not bad, I like people who come prepared. Mr. Qin, here is the contract, please take a look and let me know if there are any problems. Our kindergarten's offer is 2,000 yuan per square meter, what do you think of this price? Qin Chuan was stunned. Generally, the price quoted for wall painting outside is 1,200 yuan per square meter. Only famous studios and painters can charge more than 2,000 yuan per square meter, and I didn't expect the kindergarten director to quote such a price. I accept that price. Qin Chuan responded with a slightly more composed tone. Okay, the total area to be painted this time is 20 square meters. The total price for this job is 80,000 yuan. It's not a lot of money, but I hope that Mr. Qin can treat this with care and present the children with walls that are artistically inspiring. Of course, according to the contract, if you can't finish within the specified time, or if the finished effect is unsatisfactory, we also have corresponding penalty requirements. Qin Chuan looked down at the terms of the contract. It requires that the wall be reviewed and finally scored jointly by 300 randomly selected parents and 300 kindergarten children. Each person has 5 points. The total score is 3,000 points. 1,800 points is the passing line, and you can get the full payment. If the score is below 1,500, the remaining payment will not be made. If the score is below 1,000, the deposit will be returned and the kindergarten will repaint the walls, without keeping the artwork. In other words, the job may be done for nothing. Mr. Qin, do you have any questions? The principal asked. At this moment, Director Zhang next to him wanted to say something, but Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. No problem. I can sign the contract now. Good. The headmaster didn't waste any time, immediately affixed the official seal and notified the finance department to transfer a 30% deposit to Qin Chuan's personal account. Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile as he watched the 24,000 yuan arrive in his account. This was the first job he had received since graduating, and the first deposit he had received. He was still a little excited. After handling the contract, Qin Chuan followed Director Zhang out. In the corridor, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh, it's all my fault, I should have warned you beforehand. Actually, it's too harsh to return the deposit, you could talk to the head of the kindergarten. Many people saw that clause and thought they might as well refuse to work for free. As she spoke, Zhang Yuan glanced around to make sure no one was around before lowering her voice. Our head of the kindergarten is a very picky person. We've looked at several studios before, including some famous ones, but we weren't satisfied with any of them. Some of the paintings were rejected by her before they even reached the voting stage with the students and parents. Never mind, I want to try something challenging. Qin Chuan gave Zhang Yuan a polite smile and thanked her for telling him. Zhang Yuan felt her face heat up. You're welcome. Soon, Zhang Yuan led Qin Chuan to the blank white walls on either side of the playground. These are the 2 walls. If you need anything, you can contact me on WeChat. Okay. Qin Chuan nodded. I'll go to work first, then. Zhang Yuan waved at Qin Chuan reluctantly. Qin Chuan nodded, and then quickly began to set up his work equipment and live streaming equipment. While mixing the paint, he introduced the project to the netizens. The netizens immediately had a lot to say. Wow, the host can even paint? And wall painting, that's awesome. Looking forward to the host's work. Damn, in other words, the host might be working for free. Hey, that's not a coincidence. I was the one who worked for nothing. A famous failed project, chased away in studios, persuade the host to turn back now. Xinchuan looked at the comments from netizens and gave a shallow smile. Thank you all for your concern and suggestions, I have read them all. Next, I need to prepare to start creating. Xinchuan put on his work clothes and then started to pick up the brush and paint the base color he wanted. Soon, a gradient blue and hidden sky was painted. Netizens were stunned. If this wasn't a live broadcast, I'd think it was fast-forwarding. The host's hand speed is amazing, too. The brushstrokes are steady and precise, just like a master. The layering is just perfect. It looks three-dimensional to me. Oh, I'm in a tough kindergarten. I'm telling you, this is a close call. Xinchuan didn't read the comments and continued to use another brush to draw circles, creating air vortices in the blue night sky to make the whole thing look more layered. Then, Xinchuan picked up a smaller brush and sat on an iron ladder, starting to draw stars in the night sky. By the time the children got out of school, the wall had already begun to take shape. Many children walked out of the classroom and were instantly attracted to the wall, walking towards it. Sorry, I need to pack up and go back. I'll go live again later to report on the situation. Xinchuan explained to the netizen and then exited the live streaming interface to avoid having a large number of children in the shot. At this moment, many children gathered in front of the wall, curious to see what it was. Uncle, did you paint this? A little boy asked, tilting his chubby little face up. Xinchuan nodded. You're really amazing, Uncle. At this moment, a little girl next to him chimed in. I want to be just like you when I grow up and become a painter. Uncle, can you teach me how to draw the stars? The children were very excited. At this moment, one of the children recognized Qin Chuan. This seems to be Qin Xiqing's father. I've seen him pick up Qin Xiqing before. As soon as the child finished speaking, he immediately shouted at the top of his voice to Qin Xiqing. Qin Xiqing, your father is here. Come over here quickly. Qin Xiqing, who had been bowing her head and trying to quickly leave, was suddenly startled when she was called out by name. Chapter 18, Destroy Qin Chuan's hand-painted wall. Qin Xiqing was stunned for a moment. She had actually just seen her father. But she felt so embarrassed. She didn't want to acknowledge him. Now that she was called out by name, she was completely confused. After a short period of disorientation, she grabbed the strap of her little school bag and ran directly towards the school gate. Several children looked at each other in confusion. Why did Qin Xiqing run away? Yes, isn't that her father? Qin Chuan's expression did not change much. After packing up his tools, he walked towards the outside. As soon as he walked out of the kindergarten, he saw his daughter crying and telling her mother about it. Daddy, he. He was painting the walls inside and was recognized by my classmates. So embarrassing. I don't want this father. Mummy, I don't want this father. I want Uncle Qi to be my father. After listening to her daughter's complaint, Lin Shuiyan's face immediately fell. Seeing Qin Chuan, she was so angry that she walked straight towards him. Qin Chuan, you're crazy. You're a wall painter and you come to your daughter's school. I'm not a wall painter, I'm a wall hand painter. Qin Chuan explained calmly. What's the difference? Qin Chuan, when are you going to stop causing trouble? Aren't you ashamed? If you feel ashamed, then hurry up and go through the divorce process with me. After saying this, Qin Chuan threw his tools onto his tool cart. Qin Chuan's tool cart was a used off-road pickup truck. It had 2 seats and an open cargo bed in the back, which could be used to carry tools. It had a wild appearance, but it was a bit old. In the past few days, it had been going back and forth between the home improvement wholesale market and the suburbs, and it had been sprayed with cement, so it looked a bit miserable. At this moment, the little boy who had just recognized Qin Xiqing's father walked out with his backpack, heading towards a luxurious luxury car. Before getting in the car, he pointed at Qin Chuan's car and said, So this is the kind of car Qin Xiqing's father drives. How cool. Unfortunately, Qin Siqing didn't hear the latter part of the sentence. She only heard the former part, and her body suddenly stiffened, before she ran towards Uncle Chi Silly's car without thinking. She opened the door, got in, and slammed the door shut. Qin Chuan continued to load tools and raw materials into the car calmly, as if nothing had happened. Lin Shuiyan was furious when she saw how calm he was. "You're happy now, aren't you? Even your daughter despises you and thinks you're a disgrace. Qin Chuan, is this really what you want?" "I don't want it," Qin Chuan replied calmly. Lin Shuiyan's expression softened a little, "Then just quit your job." "No, Shuiyan, I think you've misunderstood me. What I meant was that I don't want my daughter to be like this. I'm very disappointed, and I haven't done a good job raising her. Children should have the innocent values of children, not be infected with worldly and utilitarian judgments at an early age. It makes me feel bad to raise a daughter like this." "You!" Lin Shuiyan stamped her foot in anger. "How come you're still so naive at your age? Is this the daughter's fault? Everyone would choose between a luxury car and a used pickup truck, right?" After saying this, Lin Shuiyan deliberately walked over to the passenger seat side of Chi Silly and opened the door. Qin Chuan ignored her and continued to load things into the car. At this time, a flashy red Lamborghini made a beautiful circle and drifted in front of Chi Silly's Maybach. The smooth lines and luxurious styling immediately outshone Chi Silly's low-end Maybach. The sudden change of events also took both Chi Silly and Lin Shuiyan by surprise. At that moment, the door of the Lamborghini swung open upwards, revealing a beautiful, slender leg wearing black. Immediately afterwards, the proprietress of the Avril bar got out of the car. She was wearing black leather shorts today, matched with a tight white tank top that revealed her navel, which was very sexy. She looked at Chi Si Li and waved her long wavy hair. "Handsome, I'm sorry, I'm in your way." Chi Si Li was in a daze and it took a long time before he responded, "It's okay." Ai Wei raised her red lips and leaned against the front of the car, blowing a whistle at Qin Chuan. "Hey, handsome, I'll take you for a ride, will you come?" As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Lin Shuiyan and looked at Qin Chuan in an ambiguous manner. "What, can't you tell which one you should get into?" "I'll teach you, get into the expensive one." Lin Shuiyan could tell that the bar owner was being sarcastic, so she bit her lip in anger, got into Chi Silly's car, slammed the door, and ordered like a queen. "Start the car." Chi Silly was stunned for a moment, and quickly reversed the car and drove out again. On the way, Lin Shuiyan looked at Chi Silly indignantly. "Do you think she's pretty?" "Average," Chi Silly answered. "Then why were you staring at her just now?" Chi Silly looked at Lin Shuiyan with a warm smile. "I've never seen such a low-class woman in my circle. I was shocked by what she did." "Shuiyan, you're not jealous of her, are you? Come on, don't be so unconfident. You are the queen of ballet. And, as you know, I have always liked women with temperament and refinement." This last remark succeeded in pleasing Lin Shuiyan. However, soon after, she started to think again. Will Qin Chuan get into that woman's car? That woman looks very fit, will Qin Chuan be tempted? She was full of thoughts about Qin Chuan until she went to the restaurant with Chi Silly and her daughter to eat, and she was also full of thoughts about Qin Chuan. It's annoying. If it weren't for the dance troupe going public, she wouldn't care about that guy. After dinner, Chi Silly took Lin Shuiyan and her son back to the Lin family villa. Back at the villa, Lin Shuiyan saw that her younger sister's face was in a terrible state, so she casually asked the reason. "Do you know? Qin Chuan really went crazy, and actually went to Qingqing's kindergarten to paint something on the wall, and was recognized by Qingqing's classmates, so embarrassing." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyan immediately sat up straight from the sofa. Yan, let me tell you. This must be the dirty trick that Qin Chuan's backstabber gave Qin Yang. He is trying to drive you crazy and make you give in. You must not fall for it. Lin Shuiyan threw her bag on the sofa. "I'm not falling for it. I'm just sick of it. I can't let Qingqing be humiliated too, can I? So what? Just find a way to destroy the wall and tell him to pack his bags and leave," Lin Shuiyan said as she watched a short video. Her tone was light, as if it were a trivial matter. Lin's father couldn't help but frown after hearing this. "You guys, don't be so mean. If Qin Chuan wants to go out and make a name for himself, let him. It's not a good idea to keep a young man at home like this all the time. What's so immoral about it?" Lin Shuiyan rolled her eyes. "This is to save face for our family's Qingqiang." As the sound faded, Lin Shuiyan also shook her head. "This is not right. Lin Shuezhen didn't say anything more. But Qin Sicheng heard it in her ears. Yes, destroy that wall, and Dad won't have to go to kindergarten anymore. She doesn't want to be embarrassed like today. Chapter 19, Wet Temptation. At this time, on the other side, Qin Chuan naturally did not accept the bar owner's wife's invitation. He just thanked her for relieving the situation and politely declined her invitation. Avi raised her eyebrows. Okay, handsome, I respect you. But remember, when you're done with the divorce proceedings, remember to come find me. I've made a reservation to be your #1 suitor. After saying this, Avi gave Qin Chuan a flying kiss. This scene was witnessed by Lan Weiyin, who was sitting in the grass, and she was so angry that she kept twisting the arm of her cousin Zhu Zhu. I'm so angry, this Ivy, she's actually trying to steal Qin Shang from me. It's so annoying. And she's flirting and blowing kisses. Ivy, from today onwards, you and I are no longer friends. Humph, I knew it, Qin Shang definitely won't get into her car. Zhu Zhu's arm was twisted until it hurt. Oh, it's so hard to be a construction worker. Let's just say, do we really need to earn this money? The next moment, Lan Weiyan's phone rang. It was Ivy calling. Weiyan, long time no see, how about a date tonight? Great. Lan Weiyan decisively agreed. Zhu Zhu was dumbfounded. Cousin, didn't you just say that you and Ivy are no longer friends from today onwards? Lan Weiyan, who had hung up the phone, narrowed her eyes slightly and sneered. What do you know? I call this knowing yourself and your enemy, so that you can emerge victorious in every battle. I'll go and explore her background to see if there's anything worth learning. With that, Lan Weiyin walked out of the grassy knoll and got into her own limited edition Range Rover to go to the Avril bar. As soon as the two of them sat down, Avril raised her cocktail glass and offered to touch Lan Weiyin's glass. I've recently fallen for a handsome guy. He's the first man to make me feel the urge to settle down. Puff. Lan Weiyin didn't expect Ivy to be so direct and spilled her drink. Ivy frowned. Why? Such a big reaction. Lan Weiyin also knew that she had overreacted a bit and laughed nervously. Don't joke around, you always say you mean it. Ivy was a bit doubtful when she heard her say that. Do I? Did I say that before? Yes. You always say it with conviction, but you never last more than 3 months. Evelyn frowned. Is that so? But this is different. Come on. You said that last time too. Lan Weiyan's expression was extremely sincere. Evelyn stared at her, wondering if she was suffering from early onset Alzheimer's. She had no recollection of what Lan Weiyan had said. Never mind that, let's talk about how you plan to woo this handsome guy. Lan Weiyan took a sip of wine to hide her guilty conscience for spying on her enemy. Ai Wei laughed. I plan to go to the neighborhood of his house to see if there are any rental properties left, and become his neighbor. This is called being close to water and getting the moon first. Then I'll use my wet body to seduce him. One dark and windy night, I get my body wet, then appear before him pitifully, shouting, Qin Chuan, there's a burst pipe in my house. As the sound faded, there was a loud crash, as Lan Weiyan crushed the wine glass in her hand. Fortunately, she didn't hurt her hand. Ai Wei? When did our wine glasses become so fragile? Weiyin, are you okay? Lan Weiyin shook her head. Ai Wei looked at her strangely. Why are you so agitated? No, I was just thinking about a business rival and lost my concentration. Lan Weiyin lowered her eyes to hide her expression. Ai Wei summoned the waitress to take care of it. Lan Weiyin found an excuse to leave. As soon as she walked out the door of the bar, she immediately called Zhu Zhu. Rent the closest house to Qin Chuan at any cost. I want to be the first to enjoy the benefits. I want to be Qin Chuan's neighbor. On the other side, Qin Chuan returned to the rented house. Before entering the door, he looked at the bowl on the small stool outside the courtyard, and not a bite of the contents had been touched. Qin Chuan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He picked up the bowl, emptied the contents, and walked into the small courtyard, where he made a pot of bamboo shoot and duck soup just like he did yesterday. Qin Chuan broadcast while cooking. His voice was gentle and infectious, and it sounded like the voice of a top radio drama dubbing god. He tells the story of meeting the little girl today. He also says that he hesitated at the time and felt guilty afterwards. He left her food at noon, but she didn't come, so now he's re-cooking the duck soup in the hope that she'll come. Soon, someone in the live broadcast room said that Qin Chuan was changing his character. These are all scripts designed by the team. But Qin Chuan doesn't care. He just does whatever comes to mind. As soon as he walked out of the Lin family, he decided to be himself and be true to himself. But at this time, someone also comforted Qin Chuan. I actually understand how the anchor feels. I feel bad after hearing about the little girl. As a mother, I can't stand to hear this. But adults have the helplessness of adults. If adults want to do something, they have to look both ways. Yes, there are still many traps in life. I actually think the anchor is very genuine. At this time, it is normal for people to hesitate and analyze. Direct adoption is the only script, right? Xinchuan sat in the small courtyard, constantly stirring the duck soup to avoid burning the bottom. But after waiting for more than an hour, the girl still didn't come. Xinchuan felt like a big stone had been tied to his chest, making him feel heavy and depressed. For a moment, it seemed as if two little girls appeared before his eyes. One was his daughter, Xinxi, and the other was the little girl who still didn't have a name. One had a plump little face and wore her hair in different styles all day long, while the other was skinny and had androgynous hair. One had a whole closet full of pretty little dresses, while the other had worn the same dirty t-shirt for 2 days. One was full of arrogance, while the other's eyes were full of longing. The images of the two girls kept interchanging, and Qin Chuan was extremely disturbed. Until the broadcast ended, the girl did not appear. Qin Chuan served her a bowl of duck soup as usual, and placed it on a bench outside the small courtyard. But by dawn, the girl still hadn't come. The bowl of duck soup was intact. Qin Chuan suppressed the uncomfortable feeling in his chest and drove the tool cart to the Xinxing kindergarten. As soon as he entered the kindergarten playground, he heard Director Zhang scolding someone. "Which class are you from? Why did you damage the painted wall?" Qin Chuan walked closer and saw a little boy with a white scared face being caught by Director Zhang. "Director Zhang, I." At this moment, Qin Xiqing, who was hiding in the corner, was watching the scene. Chapter 20, My father painted it, so I can destroy it if I want to. I didn't mean to destroy it. The little boy hung his head and tugged at the hem of his shirt. Still arguing? It seems I need to call your parents. Director Zhang's voice was fierce, and the little boy was about to cry. Director Zhang, let me do it. Qin Chuan walked over, his voice gentle. Director Zhang's expression froze, and he was a little embarrassed that Qin Chuan had seen his fierce side. And in comparison, he was so gentle and caring. This made Director Zhang feel even more ashamed. Qin Chuan crouched down and looked at the little boy tenderly. "Can you tell me what you were doing just now?" The little boy pointed at the picture on the wall, lowered his head, and looked very guilty. "I really like this picture. But I didn't expect that when I touched it, a little piece of paint fell off. I just wanted to stick it back on." Qin Chuan laughed. "Then it was still my fault. I didn't handle it properly." The little boy froze for a moment, looked at Qin Chuan blankly, and then, as if entranced by his smile, sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, Uncle. I did a bad job of this." "It's okay, Uncle didn't do a good job either." The little boy pointed to the patch of paint that had fallen off, and asked, "What do we do now? How about if Uncle comes with you to fix it?" The little boy nodded. Qin Chuan took out a palette, mixed the colors, dipped a brush in the paint, and then took the little boy's hand, and together they painted the wall. The little boy's small hands were wrapped in Qin Chuan's, and his face showed an expression of delighted surprise, his eyes lighting up. "Look, how do you draw the air currents in the sky? Turn it like this, 2 circles, 3 circles. The brush can create texture." The little boy looked at Qin Chuan with excitement. "Uncle, so now this painting, can I paint it too?" Qin Chuan nodded. The little boy immediately beamed, "Yes. When my mom comes to pick me up, I'll tell her. I painted 3 strokes too." Qin Chuan smiled warmly and rubbed his head, saying, "Go on, go back to class." Director Zhang took the little boy's hand and sent him back to class. Qin Chuan put away his tools and turned to go to the bathroom. But when he returned to the wall where he was going to continue his work, he saw Director Zhang standing in front of him with a worried expression. "Mr. Qin Chuan, I just sent Guan Guan back to class and wanted to come back to explain to you. I'm not usually so mean, and then I saw this wall." Qin Chuan's face fell as he looked at the scratches on the wall, which were deep, shallow, horizontal and vertical, and crooked. The boy had previously rubbed off a very small piece of paint, so it could be repainted. But the dozen or so scratches in front of him looked like they had been made with something metal like a key, and they were all over the picture, so there was no way to fix them. "It can't be Guan Guan. I was holding his hand as we walked him back to class, and I came right over. Director Zhang panicked. He also knew that it would be difficult to repair the damage to the painting. It can't be him. Qin Xuan's face was grim. The little boy who just left was someone who liked to paint. This could be seen from his actions and words. Someone who likes paintings would never do such a cruel thing as to destroy a painting. But the person who did this was different. They deliberately tried to remove the image. Qin Xuan looked at the height of the highest scratch, which was only the height of a 4 or 5-year-old child, and a vague and uneasy thought came to mind. So what should we do? Director Zhang was already in a complete panic. Qin Xuan surveyed the situation around him, then pointed to the surveillance camera not far away and said, "Director Zhang, would you mind taking me to check the surveillance camera?" "Oh, yes, check the surveillance camera." Director Zhang patted his thigh and hurriedly took Qin Xuan to the surveillance room. Soon, the security guard called up the surveillance footage. The truth soon came to light. After Director Zhang and Qin Xuan left, Qin Xiqing, who was hiding nearby, took the metal pendant on her school bag and started to scratch the wall with all her strength. She scratched once, then again, extremely hard, as if to vent her anger. After a dozen scratches, she turned around and ran away. Qin Xuan's face was solemn. Director Zhang immediately recognized the child in the footage and went to the middle class to bring her to his office. "The teacher had just checked the surveillance footage and saw you using the charm on your school bag to destroy the drawing on the wall. Qin Xiqing, can you tell the teacher why you did this?" Having learned from her previous experience, Director Zhang was much gentler this time. Qin Xiqing had her hands behind her back and an arrogant look on her face. "My father drew the picture, so I can destroy it if I want to." The tone and manner of her speech were a carbon copy of Qin Xuan's mother-in-law. Qin Xuan shook his head in disappointment, while Director Zhang was so shocked that he could hardly keep from laughing. "Mr. Qin, this is your daughter." "Yes." Qin Xuan admitted, "but that doesn't mean she can deliberately destroy the painting on the wall." Director Zhang looked embarrassed. "How the hell am I supposed to handle this?" Qin Xiqing crossed her arms, her cheeks puffed up, looking like a little princess. "Why the hell not? Grandma said that your things are mine. Everything that's yours is mine. I can destroy your paintings if I want. I just don't want you to work at our school." "Xichang, what your grandmother said is not correct. If you want to touch anything of mine, you should respect me and let me know in advance. You can only do it if I agree. This is courtesy and respect. But it is never like this kind of wanton destruction. This is not right. I'm not wrong. You are the one who is wrong. You are the one who has made me lose face. I hate you. I hate you to death." Director Zhang gave a polite but embarrassed smile. "In that case, Mr. Qin, since it's your daughter, you can take her home to educate her." Qin Xuan interrupted before the sentence was finished. "Director Zhang, may I ask how your school usually deals with this kind of thing?" Director Zhang was taken aback and answered honestly, "In a situation like this, it's actually quite serious. We will invite the child's parents to come and communicate, hoping to do a good job of educating the child afterwards, and require the child to apologize and the parents to compensate for the damaged items." "Okay, let's handle it the way the school wants." Qin Xuan felt that it was time to let his daughter understand that she had to bear the consequences of her actions. Director Zhang was even more embarrassed. "But Mr. Qin, aren't you Xichang's father? Aren't you the one who should be notified?" "No, you can notify the child's mother." Before the words had finished leaving his mouth, Qin Xicheng poked Qin Xuan's thigh with her little finger. "Teacher, he's getting a divorce with my mom, he's not my dad anymore." Qin Xicheng became more and more angry as she spoke. Even at such a young age, she knew what it meant to call a parent. "I don't want you to be my father. I hate you. Guan Guan broke your drawing. You're so gentle, you forgive him. I just scratched a few things, and you want me to call my parents? I hate you to death." Qin Xuan sighed, crouched down, and patiently explained to his daughter. "Dad just wants you to know that in this world, if you make a mistake, you have to bravely bear the consequences. You're still young, and your parents will take care of everything. But when you grow up, you will have to take responsibility for your own mistakes. Dad hopes you can understand that you are different from Guan Guan. Guan Guan didn't mean to cause any damage, but you did. Since you did something wrong, you have to admit it. So do you want to apologize to Dad now?" Of course, Qin Xuan also hoped that Lin Xueyan would use this incident to realize her daughter's problems and pay attention to her daughter's education as soon as possible. However, she did not expect Qin Siqing to be completely unresponsive, and she suddenly pushed Qin Chuan. I don't want to apologize, I just don't want to apologize. You're not my father. Qin Chuan was completely unprepared, half-crouched, and his center of gravity was unstable, so he was suddenly pushed to the ground by his daughter. After pushing her father over, Qin Siqing asked Director Zhang for her phone. Teacher, I'll call my father. After saying that, she skillfully called Qi Silly. Chapter 21, Qin Chuan and Qi Silly face off. As soon as the phone was connected, Qin Siqing burst into tears, crying so hard that she could hardly catch her breath. Uncle Qi, you have to come pick me up from kindergarten. My bad dad is going to bully me. Qin Siqing was choking back her tears. Qin Chuan's heart grew cold, inch by inch. Director Zhang looked extremely embarrassed. She could basically guess what the situation was, and finally called Qin Siqing's mother and told her the general situation. But in the end, it was Qi Silly who came, not Lin Shuiyan. Qi Silly hurried to the office, still panting a little. He crouched down and picked up Qin Siqing, coaxing her skillfully to stop crying. Our little princess, if you keep crying, you won't be pretty. Okay, listen to Uncle Qi, if you don't cry, Uncle Qi will take you to eat platinum ice cream. Soon, Qin Siqing stopped crying. Qi Silly put her down and looked at Qin Chuan and Director Zhang. I'm sorry, the mother of the child couldn't come because of something urgent and asked me to come instead. Qin Chuan's face sank uncontrollably when he heard this. Qi Silly looked at Director Zhang. Could you please take the child back to the classroom? I want to talk to Mr. Qin. Director Zhang was more than happy to oblige, took Qin Siqing's hand and left, leaving the office space for the two men. After Director Zhang left, Qi Silly immediately tore a blank check and handed it to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, this is compensation for you. On the one hand, it is compensation for the damage to the wall, and on the other hand, it is also a way for me to help Shuiyan and Chengcheng. I hope you can let this matter end here and not make a fuss. Make a fuss? Qin Chuan laughed in anger. What you are doing is nothing more than trying to get Shuiyan's attention. Qin Chuan, be sensible. You're making Shuiyan very tired. She's very busy at work, and as her husband, you should be more considerate of her. Before Qi Silly could finish his words, Qin Chuan punched him directly in the corner of the mouth with clenched fists. I'll tell you, this is what I call making trouble. Qi Silly, I'm warning you. As long as Lin Shuiyan and I haven't officially divorced, you can't interfere in our family affairs. Every time you interfere in front of me, I'll hit you back. With these words, Qin Chuan turned around and left. After leaving the office, he edited and sent a WeChat message to Lin Shuiyan about his daughter's situation and his views on education. After sending the message, he didn't look at his phone again. Anyway, he felt that he had done what he should do and fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. The rest, how Lin Shuiyan would raise the child and how the Lin family would educate the child, were not things he could control alone. Qin Chuan returned to the playground, quickly set up the live streaming equipment, and then explained to the netizens that the wall had been accidentally damaged. He didn't say that his daughter had caused the damage, but simply explained the situation, and then picked up a shovel and boldly and decisively removed the paint from the entire wall. One stroke, it made the netizens feel sad. Someone must have deliberately wanted to get the anchor. In fact, it's not necessary to remove it all, just the damaged part. No, if you do that, it will create a height difference between that part of the painting and the rest, which is not harmonious. Trust me, I studied art. Oh, I feel for the host. It's not easy being the host. Qin Chuan thanked everyone for their concern, then quickly painted the background color and started again. He kept painting until dark, and a brand new starry sky painting was presented to everyone. Netizens praised it. I thought it was a commercial creation, but I didn't expect to see the difference between this and the previous one. Yes, the host is very attentive. I also thought the host would just copy the previous one, but I didn't expect him to create a new one with care. It's really beautiful, and it feels like it has a soul. After finishing his creation for the day, Qin Chuan packed up his things, said hello to the security guard, and left the kindergarten. During that time, Qin Yang happened to be nearby, so he came to find him. The pickup truck was a bit dirty, but Qin Yang didn't care and just sat in the passenger seat. Brother, I've thought about it carefully. That girl, we're not saying we can't adopt her. Brother, if you feel pressured, I can help out, with both my hands and my money. Brother, I was born an orphan, and it was only when I met my foster parents that I started living a good life. I thought about that girl's experience last night, and the more I thought about it, the more difficult it became. I feel that I can now give back to society with my own abilities, and I want to adopt that girl. But I have no experience with raising a girl. Brother, you help me. I just don't believe that two big men like us can't raise a girl. Along the way, Xin Yang chattered incessantly. Xin Xuan was silent for a while before saying, "It's not as simple as you think. I will think carefully about what you said." As soon as the sound of his voice faded, Xin Xuan had already driven the car to the suburbs, near his own yard. As soon as they stopped, the two of them heard shouting and barking coming from afar. Xin Xuan and Xin Yang looked up subconsciously and saw the proprietress of a grocery store beating a little girl with a feather duster, beating her again and again. "Will you let go? Give me the biscuits." Xin Yang subconsciously snatched the phone from Xin Xuan's hand, which was still live streaming, and filmed over there. Xin Xuan hurriedly reminded him, "Don't film her face. This would violate the portrait rights of the grocery store owner's wife." On the other hand, he also hopes to protect the little girl. After being reminded, Xin Yang quickly only filmed the limb movements below the head. Xin Xuan trotted over and grabbed the boss's wife's hand that was about to hit. "She owes you how much? I'll pay for her. A pack of biscuits and a bottle of mineral water, a total of 20 yuan. Xin Yang is not calm. 20 yuan, you beat such a little girl to death. The boss's wife's face looked a little unnatural. In fact, she had just had a fight with her husband and did intend to take it out on the child. She is a repeat offender. I don't know how many times she has stolen from my house. The little girl lowered her head and didn't say anything. Xin Xuan gave her the 20 yuan. The little girl picked up the biscuits and mineral water in her arms and ran. Xin Xuan chased after her and quickly caught the little girl. He asked, "You can obviously run very fast, so why did you let her hit you?" The little girl kept her head down and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. "Stealing is wrong. Getting beaten up pays off the debt." This was the logic of a 5-year-old. As she spoke, she suddenly looked up at Xin Xuan. "I didn't mean to steal. I had no choice, I had to survive. When I grow up, I can earn my own money. Then I won't have to steal." After hearing this, Xin Xuan felt as if an invisible hand had twisted his heart and chest. After a long while, he asked, "So, do you want to follow me?" The girl's eyes suddenly lit up. "Can I?" Xin Xuan nodded and pointed to Xin Yang, who was filming from a distance, and said, "But you may have to be in the shot. Some things must be recorded, otherwise later, I won't be able to talk about it, I won't have anything to say. Do you mind?" Xin Xuan explained as best he could in language a child could understand the stakes involved, and also explained that if her face was exposed, people might point at her in the future, which would have some negative impact. The little girl didn't even think about it and said, "I'm not afraid. I want to live. I don't want to be beaten by that man again." "Okay, then I'll take you to your foster father now." With that, Xin Xuan nodded at Xin Yang, indicating that he should follow and film. Xin Yang reacted and was overjoyed. "Brother, are you going to adopt her?" Xin Xuan nodded and led the little girl to her foster father's house. As soon as he explained the situation, the little girl's foster father roared, "Get out!" Chapter 22. The devout woman is willing to trade 10 pounds of flesh for Xin Xuan's divorce. "Just adopt her and leave me alone." The old man waved his hand and pushed Xin Xuan and the little girl out of the way. "No, Mr. Li, this needs to be done at the Civil Affairs Bureau to sign an agreement to dissolve the adoption." Xin Xuan's words were not finished when he was already pushed out the door. "Get out! I don't have time for this." After saying that, with a bang, Lali slammed the door. Xin Yang, who was filming, was stunned. Sure enough, things were not as simple as he had thought. "Brother, what do we do now?" Xin Xuan glanced down at the little girl and said, "Go to the police station." The little girl immediately shook off her hand and said with great reaction, "I'm not going to the police station." It seems that when the little girl was beaten before, she was often taken to the police station, and she has a shadow of it. Xin Xuan crouched down and looked at the little girl. "Are you sure you want to come with me? If you want to follow me, you have to go to the police station to explain the situation, otherwise I'll be accused of child trafficking." Xin Yang. "Well, I really didn't think about it that much. Is my mind too simple?" The little girl hesitated for a long time, looked up at him and said, "Are you sure? If I go, can I go home with you?" "I'm not sure." Xin Xuan told the truth. The little girl immediately shook off his hand and ran towards the abandoned and dangerous building. That was her home. She had slept there for the past month and a half. Without looking back, the the little girl kept talking as she trotted along. "I've been taken to the police station before. One after the other, they either lied to me and ran away, or they stayed, but in the end they couldn't adopt me." She had heard those words so many times that she had become desperate. After hearing this, Qin Chuan and Qin Yang felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The two of them chased after the little girl and filmed the whole time. As they watched the little girl skillfully enter the dilapidated building, turn her back to them, and lie down on some cardboard, they felt as if their hearts had been stabbed with a dense array of needles and then thrown into lemonade, making it unbearably sour. "Brother, do we really have to let her sleep in a place like this?" Qin Yang frowned, suddenly turning his phone around to look at the live broadcast camera. "Excuse me, is there a lawyer in the broadcast room? In this situation, if we want to adopt the little girl, what should we do?" At this moment, netizens in the live broadcast room were also feeling bad. Apart from a small number of discordant voices that thought it was a show, most people felt sympathy for the little girl. "What a tragedy. Her adoptive father is inhuman. I used to think I was very unfortunate, but after seeing the little girl, I really feel much luckier. Now it's still warm enough to sleep like this on the ground, but what will happen when winter comes in a few days?" In this situation, taking him to the police station is the right thing to do. But in fact, the comrades at the police station are also helpless when they encounter this kind of old scoundrel. At most, they can give him a few words of advice, but they can't really arrest him. Yes, the comrades at the police station are also powerless, and they can only deal with it according to the relevant regulations. At this time, Lan Weiyin, who had been watching the live broadcast, immediately contacted Lan's lawyer and asked them to meet immediately to come up with the simplest solution with the lowest risk for Qin Chuan. However, several gold medal lawyers were there, arguing with each other, and they still couldn't come up with a countermeasure. In front of the live broadcast camera, Qin Chuan walked into the dilapidated building, slowly walked towards the little girl, knelt down behind her, and said gently, "I haven't finished what I was saying just now. I said I can't guarantee it, but I'll do my best. Are you willing to go to the police station with me and try again?" The little girl froze for a moment, turned to look at him with a blank expression in her eyes. After hesitating for a long time, she got up, nodded without saying a word, and followed Qin Chuan to the police station. The female colleague on duty at the police station immediately recognized the little girl when she saw her, and glanced up at Qin Chuan. "This time it's a problem of stealing, or is it a problem of adoption?" the lesbian said as she took out her registration book. "Hello, comrade, the little girl's adoptive father doesn't want to adopt her. Seeing that she is homeless and sleeping in a dangerous building, I want to adopt her. If there is no way to adopt her immediately, I want to take her with me. I came here especially to explain the situation and make a report." Qin Chuan's gentle attitude left a good impression on the female staff member. "It's not that we won't let you adopt her, it's just that the procedures aren't in order. You can come 100 times, and there's nothing we can do." As the voice fell, the little girl shrugged her shoulders and her expression showed no surprise. "I already told you, nothing will change." With that, the little girl turned to leave, but Qin Chuan promptly grabbed her hand. "Comrade, let's see if we can handle this way. This little girl can't find her way home or her family, so let's bring her here to report the case." Then, Qin Chuan looked back at the live camera, "Then we'll ask netizens for clues. If anyone has information about the little girl's family, please let us know." After that, Qin Chuan took out his social worker ID and handed it to the staff member. "After filing the report, I let her stay with me temporarily in the name of a social worker taking care of a lost child. If her family wants to find her, they can find me through my police report. Do you think this is a good idea?" After a moment of hesitation, the female police officer proceeded to enter the police report information. "This is what we'll do for now. Our staff aren't heartless. We sympathize with what this little girl has been through, but there's nothing we can do." After a pause, the female police officer gave the police report receipt to Qin Chuan to sign. At this moment, the netizens in the live broadcast room were very excited. "The host is smart. The host is 666. Those who say the host is putting on a show, do the comrades at the police station also help put on a show?" Exactly, even if they were putting on a show, they wouldn't have the guts to go to the police station, for fear of being exposed. "It's not a show. My mother lives there. This little girl's problems have been going on for more than 2 years. They have never been resolved. When I went there before, I saw this little girl being beaten and it was hard to watch, but not everyone has the courage of the broadcaster to adopt her." Exactly, especially with such a difficult foster father. Even if it's a show, it's a good home for the girl. Yes, I invite broadcasters from all over the world to put on a show. That way, there will be fewer children with such a sad background. Lan Weiyin was just as excited as the netizens, pinching Zhu Zhu's arm and twisting it. Brother Qin is so smart. He's worthy of being my brother. My dear brother is really so kind. Buddha, I'm willing to trade 10 pounds of Zhu Zhu's flesh for Qin Xuan to get a divorce sooner. Zhu Zhu was dumbfounded. No, what does this have to do with me? Buddha, don't listen to my cousin's nonsense. Lan Weiyin gave Zhu Zhu's little belly a cold, critical look. You're the one with 10 pounds to lose, not me. Zhu Zhu looked at her cousin's slender waist with no extra flesh and instantly choked. At this time, in the police station, Qin Yang asked, Lesbian, can we take her away now? Not yet. The female colleague had a serious expression. Qin Yang? Chapter 23, My Little Ancestor, Don't Cry. The lesbian took out a small manual and pointed to the cartoon girl on it to explain safety and protection knowledge. Your vest and underwear here cannot be touched or fondled by anyone, understand? Especially the opposite sex. Even if it's an uncle who knows you, or a relative, they cannot touch you, understand? The little girl nodded. The lesbian touched the little girl's head, took her hand, and patted her calf. Touching on the head, face, and limbs sometimes conveys affection, but if it makes you feel uncomfortable, you must refuse. If the other person continues, you can call the police. Do you understand? The little girl nodded. The lesbian then looked at Qin Xuan. Since she is under the age of 18 and you are not legally related, you must take her for a visit once a week. We will ask her relevant questions and record the answers. Fine. Qin Xuan agreed. In addition, I suggest that you take her to the hospital tomorrow for a relevant examination. This includes checking for any injuries, internal injuries, and whether or not she needs immediate treatment, as well as whether or not she has been violated. You can have the hospital issue a certificate and hand it to me, and I will file it together with the rest of the documents to prove your innocence. Qin Xuan knew that the other party's advice was for the good of him and Qin Yang, and nodded gratefully. Thank you very much for your advice. After completing the formalities, Qin Xuan took the little girl by the hand and left. Even when they left the police station, the little girl still couldn't believe it. She looked up at Qin Xuan. So, I can go back with you? Are you my father? Qin Xuan nodded. For now, yes. The little girl's expression was still confused, as if she hadn't come back to her senses. Qin Yang, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and for some reason, felt inexplicably sad and moved. After leaving the police station, Qin Xuan and Qin Yang took the girl to the nearby supermarket to buy some things. On the way, Qin Yang asked her, What's your name? Girl. Girl? Is there no other name? The little girl shook her head. My foster parents are uneducated, and after adopting me they called me girl. They said if I went to school in the future I would be called Leah. Leah is no name at all. Qin Yang complained. In that case, don't take that bad person's surname. You take our surname Qin. The little girl pointed at Qin Xuan. I take his surname. That's still the surname Qin. I'll just take the surname Qin. Qin Yang's voice rose a little. The little girl stubbornly pointed at Qin Xuan again. I'll take his surname. Qin Yang was helpless. Fine, it's the same surname anyway. Saying this, he patted Qin Xuan on the shoulder. Brother, why don't you give her a name? Qin Xuan looked down at the little girl, thought for a moment, and said, Let's call her Qin Yu. Yu is the Chinese character for happiness, joy, and contentment. Do you like it? Yes. The little girl nodded her head. Qin Yang also nodded. Qin Yu, that's not bad. Let's call her Qin Yu. The three of them walked into the supermarket, with Qin Yang pushing the shopping cart. Qin Yu was visiting such a large shopping mall for the first time, and she was a little confused and scared, so she grabbed Qin Xuan's clothes. Qin Xuan sensed that she didn't feel secure, so he picked her up. Qin Yang was especially excited, as it was the first time he had a daughter, and he bought lots of cute cups, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and other daily necessities. Brother, you can't fight me for the money today. I have to pay, I'm buying it for my daughter. With that, Qin Yang picked out several pretty pink outfits. The female clerk helped with the underwear. When paying, Qin Yang asked, Yeah, when's your birthday, so Dad Qin can remember? I don't know. Qin Yu shook her head. Qin Yang froze for a moment. No one has celebrated your birthday? Qin Yu still shook her head. Xin Yang was stunned for a moment, then said to her again, "Come, help carry the things. These are all for you." Xin Yu held the things in her arms, her dark eyes looking at Qin Chuan and Qin Yang in disbelief. "Are these all for me?" Qin Yang said yes, and Xin Yu burst into tears, hugging the pile of things and crying and crying. Qin Yang looked at Qin Chuan with question marks all over his head. "Brother, what's going on?" Xin Yu's crying grew louder and louder, and many people looked over in this direction. After all, it's rare to see two grown men with a child. Who knows if they're human traffickers? Some people have already pulled out their phones, looking like they want to record a video or call the police. Qin Yang is scared and nervous, at a loss as to what to do. "Oh dear, my little ancestor, don't cry. We didn't complete the adoption procedures, and now you're crying. People will think we've done something to you." Qin Chuan, on the other hand, crouches down, pulls out a tissue, and gently wipes the tears from Qin Yu's face. "Today is your birthday, okay?" "Birthday?" Qin Yu was distracted and stopped crying instantly. "Yes, today is your new life, so let's consider it your birthday," explained Qin Chuan. Qin Yang quickly took out a fluffy rabbit doll from a bag and handed it to her. "This is your birthday present from Daddy. Shall we go buy a small cake?" Hugging the soft rabbit doll, Qin Yu was still very confused and uneasy. Her eyes looked as if she was afraid that the doll would suddenly disappear, and that everything in front of her would suddenly disappear, just like a dream. "No, it's okay." Qin Yu shook her head and said knowingly that it was already very good to have all this. "I haven't even worn any new clothes." All her clothes were handed down from neighborhood children. Qin Yang's eyes welled up with tears, and he said to Qin Chuan and Qin Yu, "Wait for me a moment." With that, he quickly re-entered the supermarket and bought a small cake. Back in the small rented apartment, the three of them celebrated the little girl's birthday in the messy living room by lighting candles and singing happy birthday. Qin Yu took a bite of the cake and thanked Qin Chuan and Qin Yang again. "Thank you, this is the first time I've ever had cake." Qin Chuan rubbed her head. "It's okay, you'll get to eat it a lot in the future." Qin Yang chimed in, "That's right, and on my birthday, Chuan's birthday, you'll get to eat cake too. Not just cake, but delicious meals too." At this point, the comments on the live broadcast also started to pile up. "Oh, this scene is inexplicably heartwarming. I kind of want to cry. I hope Yaya is happy forever from now on. Happy birthday, Yaya. Baby, be happy from now on." After the live broadcast ended, Qin Chuan took Qin Yu to the bathroom, let her have a bath, and then asked her if she could take a bath by herself. Qin Yu nodded. Qin Chuan exited the bathroom and went to set up a tent in the room, laying a soft quilt and pillow on the floor so that Qin Yu could rest. After Qin Yu finished bathing, Qin Chuan blow-dried her hair and then let her hold the bunny doll and go to the tent to sleep. The place is still under renovation, but once it's done, you can sleep in a bed. Qin Yu obediently responded, "Thank you, Dad. I will listen to you in the future." Qin Chuan rubs Qin Yu's head. "You don't need to be particularly obedient, you just need to listen to the voice in your heart and the words in your heart." After saying that, Qin Chuan lay down on the old sofa next to him and said, "Go to sleep." "Well, good night, Dad." As soon as the words fell, Qin Chuan's phone rang. Qin Chuan glanced at it and saw that the caller was Lin Shuiyan, so he said to Qin Yu, "You go to sleep first, Dad's going to go out and answer the phone." "Okay." Qin Yu obediently agreed. Qin Chuan walked out of the room and went to the balcony to answer the phone. From the other end of the phone came Lin Shuiyan's scolding voice. "Qin Chuan, have you gone crazy? The Civil Affairs Bureau stood me up, and then they used the method of calling the parents to get my attention. And now they're adopting a girl. Have you forgotten that you have a biological daughter?" Chapter 24. Lin Shuiyan lowered her head. "Qin Chuan, come back." Lin Shuiyan's voice was loud, and Qin Chuan subconsciously glanced at his phone and took a few more steps towards the balcony. Qin Yu was sensitive, and he was worried that she had heard. "Shuiyan, calm down." "I can't calm down." Lin Shuiyan was in a state of wanting to explode. Qin Chuan felt guilty for breaking the appointment, and his tone improved a bit. "I admit that it was my fault for being late this morning and not being able to keep the appointment. Qin Yu, the girl I adopted. She was beaten up by the grocery store owner this morning. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Shuiyan, she's a very pitiful child. I haven't officially adopted her yet, I just let her stay with me." "Pitiful?" Lin Shuiyan sneered. "Qin Chuan, do you really feel pity for her, or are you just using her to make money?" Qin Chuan's voice grew cold upon hearing this. "After 5 years of marriage, is this how you see me?" Lin Shuiyan didn't care. Qin Xuan, everyone in this society is so smart. Do you really think that no one can guess what you're thinking? After a pause, Lin Shuiyan said, as if she were exhausted. Qin Xuan, you win, come back. I really don't want to fight anymore. I'm tired. Qin Xuan's brows tightened upon hearing this. My mother said that I can give you 4,000 a month, and I can increase it to 8,000. The money will be deposited into your account on the first of every month. You need to stop all those random live broadcasts you're doing. Lin Shuiyan's voice turned sarcastic like a mercy. You don't think it's ironic that you're not taking care of your own daughter, but you're taking care of someone else's? I do find it ironic. Qin Xuan said with a strong hold of his anger, I thought after living together for 5 years, you would at least have a basic understanding of me as a person. I thought that even if you and I couldn't love each other like other couples, we could at least respect each other. But now it seems that you don't even have any respect for me. Shuiyan, I think I'd better get the paperwork done as soon as possible. Fine, come over to my dance studio tomorrow to sign the divorce papers. I'll see what kind of tricks you can pull this time. Okay, I'll see you after work tomorrow. Qin Xuan hung up the phone cleanly and returned to the room quietly. The next day, Qin Xuan woke up and found that the tent was empty, and his whole scalp felt numb. Qin Yu. The thought that she might have overheard last night's conversation between her and Lin Shuiyan made her leave. Qin Yu looked tough on the outside, but in reality, her heart was extremely sensitive. Qin Yu. Qin Xuan called again, running downstairs while calling. But when he got downstairs, he was stunned by the small figure in the kitchen. At this moment, Qin Yu was stepping on a small stool to fry an egg. She took the spatula, put the egg on a plate, got off the stool, and brought it to him, carefully tilting her head to look at him. Dad, what's wrong? I'm making you breakfast. Qin Xuan's heart suddenly went soft, and he took the plate from Qin Yu's hands and stroked her head. Thank you, Dad. From now on, let Dad do these things. Qin Yu's eyes were blank as she heard this, her eyelashes fluttering, revealing a little unease. Qin Xuan asked her to sit at the table and wait, and then quickly made her a sandwich. The two of them each had a sandwich and a bottle of milk. Qin Yu ate very slowly, as if she was remembering something. After she finished eating, she said, Thank you, Dad. This is the first time I've had a sandwich. I've always watched other people eat. You don't need to be so polite with Dad. In the future, if you want to eat something, just tell Dad. Qin Yu lowered her head, not believing it completely, but obediently and understandingly she said, Okay. Qin Xuan asked, Have you been to kindergarten before? Qin Yu shook her head. Do you know if you have a household registration book? No. Qin Yu still shook her head. Qin Xuan stroked Qin Yu's head and said, In the long run, you should still go to kindergarten, go to school, and learn knowledge. Only in this way can you earn money on your own in the future, understand? Qin Yu nodded, her small eyes full of longing. I want to go to school. Her voice was firm, and Qin Xuan was very pleased. But under the current circumstances, if you want to go to school, you have to think of a way. You can start by working as my assistant and doing live broadcasts with me. Once your household registration issues have been resolved, I'll send you to school. Of course, if you don't want to show your face and be known to everyone, you don't have to do the live broadcasts. No, I want to help you. Qin Yu acted like it didn't matter to her, saying that she would be my assistant in exchange for a bowl of rice. Qin Xuan felt very bad when he heard this. Whether she was making breakfast or being her own assistant, Qin Yu was desperately trying to prove her worth. She had only one goal in mind, and that was to avoid being abandoned. Yeah, since I agreed to adopt you, I will be responsible for you until the end. You are my daughter, and it is only right that I raise you until you are 18. You don't have to do any of this, it's up to you. After saying this, Qin Xuan didn't force Qin Yu to immediately understand and approve of what he said. After all, a lack of security needs to be made up for little by little. But it's okay, he is confident that he can use love to give Qin Yu a sense of security. Let's go, let's pack up the tools we used today. Soon, the father and daughter started packing up. Qin Yu should have done a lot of work at home, and her movements were very nimble, not at all like a 5-year-old girl. Getting into the tool cart, Qin Xuan installed the child safety seat he bought at the mall last night and asked Qin Yu to sit on it. Yeah, let's cut your hair and let it grow long, okay? In the future, when you go to school, Dad can help you comb your hair. When Qin Yu heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she nodded. Qin Xuan then took Qin Yu to get her hair cut first. Originally, Xinyu cut her own hair, and it was long and short, like it had been chewed by a dog. When they arrived at the barber's, Xin Chuan asked the barber to trim her hair first, and in the end it was cut into a short bob that reached her ears, with bangs that were cut above her eyebrows, neat and tidy. Doesn't it look great? Isn't it cute? Xin Chuan lavished praise on her, saying that our Xinyu will definitely be a little beauty when she grows up. Really? Xinyu's eyes sparkled with a little light, and she asked again, unable to believe it. Xin Chuan nodded, it's definitely true. Thank you, Daddy, Xinyu said shyly. Xin Chuan was taken aback. In the past, when he praised Qin Siqing for looking like a little princess, she would roll her eyes at him. Like you have to tell me. I am a little princess, okay. But he didn't expect Xinyu to say thank you to him. It seems that raising Xinyu was really a very different experience. Soon, the father and daughter arrived at the kindergarten. Xinchuan set up the live broadcast equipment while explaining what to do to Xinyu. Although a 5-year-old child may not understand this, she listened carefully and managed to get it. When it came time to adjust the colors, Xinchuan also explained carefully to Xinyu and even introduced his own work. The live broadcast room was very quiet in the morning. However, netizens were still impressed when they saw the scene. Xinchuan really knows how to teach children. After spending some time with him, 5-year-old Xinyu may also be able to draw. During the live broadcast, Xinchuan also explained to netizens that bringing Yaya along was not meant to gain sympathy points or make money. At the moment, it is unclear about Yaya's household registration. Her adoptive father is not cooperating, so there is no way to send her to kindergarten for the time being. I hope that netizens who know people in this field can help us out. I still hope that Yaya can go to school and live the life of a kindergarten child. After chatting for a while, Xinchuan continued creating the mural on the wall. The background for yesterday's forest concert mural has already been painted, so today he just needs to quickly draw the various animal shapes to complete the task. Xinchuan holds 3 pens of different thicknesses in his hands and draws the lines smoothly. Soon, a giraffe with a bow tie is drawn, and Xinyu is stunned. Wow, you're amazing, Dad. In no time at all, the little animals with different expressions are also outlined vividly. When the children get out of class, they all gather around. Wow, Uncle, you're really good at drawing. Uncle, can you teach us? Uncle, can I pet the little monkey? No, you can't. Xinchuan smiled gently and refused, saying that the paint was still wet and that they could pet it in a few days. The head of the kindergarten saw this scene from afar and walked over, her expression not changing much. She was always good at hiding her emotions. After all, she was the head of an aristocratic kindergarten and had to deal with wealthy parents all the time, so she couldn't let her emotions be seen too easily. Xinchuan saw the head teacher arrive and greeted her politely. The head teacher nodded indifferently. Mr. Qin, at this rate, will the painting of the 2 walls be finished today? Xinchuan glanced at his watch and replied, it should be finished after lunch. Conservatively speaking, you can come at 3 p.m. to inspect the work. That's fine, I'll randomly invite 300 parents to come in the afternoon to rate the work. If there are no problems, I'll have the finance department pay you the remaining balance. Chapter 25 Mother-in-law, I have a way to force Xinchuan to come back to work. Okay, thank you, headmaster. The headmaster left after getting a satisfactory reply. Xinchuan repaired some of the details of the wall painting and then took Xinyu out to dinner. After dinner, Xinchuan thought about it and wondered how long the afternoon rating activity would take, so he called Lin Shuiyin. Shuiyin, there is a wall scoring activity at school this afternoon. Can you come over? Once the activity is over, we can talk about the divorce agreement. We'll see what happens. Xinchuan, my dance troupe is very busy. And there are so many chain institutions under my dance troupe. I'm really busy every day, and I don't have time to do all these activities like you. After saying this, Lin Shuiyin hung up the phone irritably. Lin Shuiyin's mother and Lin Shuizhen, who had come to have lunch with her, looked at her in unison. What's wrong? What did Xinchuan do to you? Lin Shuizhen asked tentatively. What else could it be? Lin Shuiyin was full of grievances, telling me to go to his wall mural painting project in the afternoon to score it, and then talk about the divorce agreement on the way. Go ahead and talk about it. Lin's mother's eyes lit up, her voice agitated, and she quickly agreed. Good. Mom, we can't get a divorce. Why not? Lin's mother's brows knitted together. Schwer, is it because Chi Silly doesn't want to reconcile with you? No. Lin Shuiyin shook her head. I already submitted the materials for the dance troupe to go public to Chi Silly today. He said he would help me come up with a plan and apply. Mom, at this time, a divorce scandal will have a huge impact on the listing of the dance company. How long will it take to get divorced? Lin's mother asked, not giving up. At least half a year later, after the company goes public. Lin Shuayen is a little confused now. She doesn't understand why every time she mentions divorce, she feels extremely irritated. In short, subconsciously, she really doesn't want a divorce. Lin Shuayen sneered, Mom, don't be naive. Qin Chuan is not going to get a divorce. He dares to argue with my sister like this now, so he must have heard somewhere that Yin Yan's dance troupe is going public, and he wants to take advantage of Yin Yan. Think about it, if Yin Yan's dance troupe goes public, who will be the first beneficiary? It will definitely be Qin Chuan. The couple's joint assets will multiply many times over. Lin Shuayen's face softened a little when she heard this. But Lin's mother's astute eyes twinkled. Qin Chuan wants to take the money and shares from the listing of her family's Yin Yan, but that's definitely not going to happen. In that case, since they can't get a divorce for the time being, let Qin Chuan come home and work first. Lin's mother rubbed her aching shoulder. Without him, the family really isn't quite the same, and we can't even eat well. After the company goes public, you can get a divorce. But you must make a good divorce agreement. Mom, you've got a good plan, but Qin Chuan won't be happy about it. I've already offered him 8,000 yuan a month, but he still doesn't want to come back. Qin Chuan's ambitions are really growing. Lin Shuayen became irritated when she thought about the phone call from last night. Baby, it's okay, just leave this to Mom. Lin's mother's mouth curled up in a sneer. Qin Chuan has become arrogant, so this afternoon, Mom will let him return to his former self, so that he can recognize the reality. Mom, what are you going to do? Lin Shuayen's voice was a little nervous. Doesn't his shitty wall project require a passing inspection before he can get the final payment? I have a way to get those wives to give him a low score. Lin's mother spoke with extreme confidence. Just wait and see. As soon as the event is over, I'll make him come back in disgrace. After being the Lin family's son-in-law for so many years, and having lived in the big villa, he doesn't have to earn a living to support the family. Now, can he not do this work if he doesn't want to? After a short lunch break, Qin Chuan took Qin Yu back to kindergarten. As they passed by the playground, Qin Yu's eyes kept falling on the swings. Qin Chuan noticed and asked her, Do you want to go on the swings? Qin Yu's eyes were full of longing, but she shook her head. It's okay. Daddy will take you there, and it's just for a little while. If we meet the teacher, I'll explain. Qin Chuan didn't think it was a big deal, so he took Qin Yu to the swings. This was Qin Yu's first time on a swing, and she was very uneasy. Qin Chuan told her, Hold on to the ropes on either side, and I'll push you. Qin Yu nodded. Qin Chuan gently pushed Qin Yu's back. Qin Yu's body swung up, and her mouth curved up inch by inch. Her bangs flew up, and she saw a different view, felt the gentle caress of the breeze, and felt the excitement brought on by the speed. Dad, push me higher. Okay. Qin Chuan gave a push to Qin Yu's back. Qin Yu let out a happy cheer. At this moment, a pair of small, hateful eyes stared roundly at the scene. The more she watched, the angrier she became. Why is Dad pushing that other little girl? Why? All of this should have belonged to her. After a while, Qin Siqing couldn't stand it anymore, and angrily ran out of the classroom, pointing at Qin Yu and saying, Get down here. You can't play on our school swings. You're not a student at our school. With that, she actually reached out and pulled Qin Yu off the swing. Qin Yu was not prepared for this and was pulled off the swing, falling to the ground and skinning her knee. Qin Chuan also never expected Qin Siqing to suddenly become emotional and pull someone, and did not protect Qin Yu. A flash of guilt crossed his eyes. He quickly crouched down to check Qin Yu's knee. Is it okay? Qin Yu shook her head and said in a fake cheerful voice, This little injury is much easier than being hit with a stick. Qin Chuan was full of pain when he heard this, and turned to look at Qin Siqing sternly. Apologize. You pulled the child and made her hurt, so you must apologize. Why? Qin Siqing was so angry that she jumped up and down. Why should I apologize to someone like this? She is poor, dark and ugly, and she doesn't have a pretty little dress to wear, so why should I apologize to her? As the sound faded, Qin Chuan's chest filled with anger. He couldn't believe that these words had come from the mouth of a 5-year-old girl. What kind of thoughts had his mother-in-law instilled in his daughter, and how had she raised her child to be so domineering and unreasonable? Shang Chang. Qin Xuan's voice rose a few decibels. You should apologize when you do something wrong, not use the standards you mentioned to distinguish between good and bad children. This is not right. I'm not wrong. You're my father, and you're not protecting me, you're protecting the other kids. I hate you, I just hate you to death. After saying this, Qin Yu was taken aback, and subconsciously looked at Qin Siqing and Qin Xuan, before shaking Qin Xuan's hand. I'm fine, no need to apologize. No, this is something that must be apologized for. Qin Xuan insisted. I won't apologize. Qin Siqing stamped her feet in anger. She was not originally a student at our school. Can she afford the expensive annual tuition fees? Dad, can you afford to pay for her? If you can't afford it, you don't deserve to touch anything in our kindergarten. At this moment, Qin Siqing's teacher came over, gently asking her, what happened? Qin Siqing pointed excitedly at Qin Yu. She is not a student in our kindergarten, she touched our swing, I am arresting her on behalf of the kindergarten. The teacher recognized Qin Xuan and looked at him awkwardly. Mr. Qin, is that what happened? Qin Xuan briefly explained what had happened. After listening, the teacher squatted down and said to Qin Siqing, although Qin Yu is not a student at our kindergarten, playing on the swings is not a very serious matter. As kindergartners, we can also share the swings with other children. Qin Siqing turned away unhappily. In that case, it was wrong of you to get physical. How about you apologize to Qin Yu? If you apologize on your own initiative, the teacher will go back and reward you with a little red flower. Qin Siqing reluctantly said, I'm sorry. Qin Yu hung her head, nervously clutching the hem of her shirt as she replied, it's okay. Qin Siqing glared at her viciously after hearing her words. The teacher said a few words to Qin Xuan and then took Qin Siqing back to class. Qin Xuan rubbed Qin Yu's head and said gently, yeah, you didn't do anything wrong, you deserve to be respected. Qin Yu was stunned, obviously not expecting Qin Xuan to say that. Qin Xuan then bent down to pick Qin Yu up and carry her to the tool cart, took out the first aid kit that came with the cart, and gave her a simple treatment for her wound. After a long while, Qin Yu said with her head bowed. She is your daughter, and I should let her be. Qin Xuan was stunned at first, but then said firmly, you are you. You don't need to let anyone, you just need to be yourself. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's body trembled, and her small eyes were still confused. But she could feel that Qin Xuan was different from the social workers who had wanted to adopt her in the past. He was so gentle, and really, really good to her. So, Qin Yu silently prayed that she could stay with this father a little longer, just a little longer. She really liked this father. She wanted to give this father the best things in the world. The two returned to the kindergarten and repaired the wall content. Soon, parents who had received invitations to the rating started to arrive at the kindergarten. Chapter 26, Can neither the principal nor the director save the anchor? Before long, Qin Xuan saw his mother-in-law, dressed like a butterfly, entering the kindergarten with a sapphire blue handbag. She gave him a provocative glance from afar, and then warmly greeted the wives around her. The large diamond ring on her ring finger sparkled in the sunlight. Soon, Lin's mother was mingling with the wealthy wives. Qin Xuan had a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. After greeting a few of the wealthy wives, Lin's mother walked arrogantly towards Qin Xuan. If you leave now, you might still be able to save some face. Qin Xuan asked without changing his expression, why should I leave? You don't really think you can win and get the final payment, do you? Lin's mother's voice was slow and gentle, and she didn't take Qin Xuan seriously at all. You have to try, don't you? Lin's mother burst out laughing and kept shaking her head. You are really naive, if I say you are naive. Qin Xuan, I will teach you a valuable lesson in life today. In this world, money gives you power and connections. Talent is just a comfort for the poor. Today, I will show you with practical actions, even if the paintings you draw are very good, so what? Our family wants to crush you, but it's as easy as stepping on an ant. Qin Yu listened to this and looked at Qin Xuan with concern. Qin Xuan's emotions were extremely stable, and his eyes darkened a little. If it's that simple, why do you need to waste your breath on me? I'm just giving you a chance. I don't want to make things too ugly. If you leave now, apologize to Yen Yen, come back and work, I can pretend that the past few days never happened. Sorry, I can't do that. You. Lin's mother was a little agitated. You don't still dream that you can win, do you? Qin Xuan, dare you make a bet with me? What kind of bet? If you lose, you will immediately go back to the villa with me tonight to work. You must do all the things you used to do, not a single one less, and you must also sign a divorce agreement with Yin Yan, and promise not to interfere with Yin Yan and Shi Silly's private meetings. Xinchuan laughed angrily. You mean I have to do the housework again and I can't say anything if you get cheated on? There's no one as shameless as you in the world, is there? Just as Lin's mother's face turned pale, Xinchuan said quickly, but I'll bet with you. What if I win the bet? Lin's mother gritted her teeth and glared at Xinchuan. What do you want? I want you to apologize to me and admit in front of Lin Shuayan that you have wronged me in the past and have not treated me well. Okay, it's a deal. Lin's mother gritted her teeth, her anger almost spilling out of her eyes. She turned arrogantly and walked towards the other mothers. At that moment, the head of the kindergarten, Director Zhang, and a teacher in charge of scoring arrived. The staff pushed open a mobile whiteboard. Director Zhang explained the scoring rules to everyone. Parents and children, you have a white magnetic card in your hands. Everyone can pick up the pen in front of you and write the numbers 1-5 to score these two pictures. The maximum score is 5 points, and the minimum is 0 points. Now, parents, please score the paintings in order, and then stick the scores on the whiteboard. Our scorekeeper will count the scores on the spot. As Director Zhang finished speaking, Xinchuan's mother-in-law was the first to give a score of 1, and then stick it on the whiteboard. Director Zhang's face twitched, but then he also recognized that the old woman in front of him should be Qin Xiqing's grandmother. Giving a low score, I guess it's due to family conflicts. At this time, netizens who were watching the live broadcast also took up Xinchuan's cause. This old woman is doing this on purpose, isn't she? Exactly, no matter how you look at it, the host's drawing can't possibly be worth only 1 point. I wish I could give it 50 points. Yes, the host's drawing is much more sincere than the other kindergarten wall paintings, and it also has a sense of art. After Xinchuan's mother-in-law had given her score, several of her close friends also gave her a low score of 1. As soon as the scoring started, there were already 5 ones on the whiteboard. It was really shocking. Xinchuan's mother-in-law gave him a defiant look. Her eyes seemed to say, "What do you think? It's not too late to admit defeat." Xinchuan's emotions were calm, and there was no sign of anxiety on his face. Xinyu looked up at Xinchuan, her eyes full of concern. Xinchuan noticed her gaze and responded gently. It's okay, yeah. Remember, you will encounter many situations like this in the future, but don't ever give up until the very end. Xinyu nodded her head, not really understanding. Okay, now stand up straight and hold your chest out. Don't let the people who want to harm you look down on you. Xinyu immediately obeyed and took a deep breath, puffing out her chest. Xinchuan saw her little appearance and liked her more and more from the bottom of his heart. Soon, a few more mothers and wives gave her a 2. Director Zhang was nervous and helped out. Do the parents feel that something is not well drawn? Or do they feel that this picture is not suitable for children? The head of the kindergarten glanced at her. Director Zhang had no choice but to lower her head and sulkingly shut up. At this moment, some people continued to give low scores. The principal wrote a 5 on her magnetic card, stuck it on the whiteboard, and then smiled at the parents. Everyone doesn't have to worry, just follow your heart and choose. This is just my personal opinion. At this point, the first 5 on the whiteboard appeared. It was even given by such a heavyweight figure as the principal. The parents also showed a hint of hesitation. What should they do? The principal's meaning was clear. Yes, should we listen to the principal or to Grandma Qin Xiqing? Nonsense, our children go to school here, we definitely can't offend the headmaster. At this moment, the parents whispered to each other, no one wanted to be the next one to score. Director Zhang was thrilled. She didn't expect the headmaster to take the lead in scoring. Is this still the same difficult and strict headmaster she knew? The headmaster, who was normally so strict, actually gave Xinchuan a 5. Encouraged, Director Zhang also wrote a 5 and slammed it onto the whiteboard. Xinchuan nodded gratefully at the director and Director Zhang. The director nodded coolly, while Director Zhang's heart was pounding with excitement. At this moment, a rich wife who usually did business with the Lin family wrote a 2 and posted it on the whiteboard. Another wife also wrote a 2 and posted it on the whiteboard. Live streaming netizens were sweating cold sweat for Xinchuan. Damn, can't the head of the garden and the director save the host? I feel for the host. Although different people have different aesthetics, these 2 wall paintings by the host are at least worth a 4, if not a full mark. Exactly, those who gave a 1 or 2 are clearly maliciously scoring. But what should we do? If this continues, the host is going to lose. If we lose, we won't get the final payment. I'm so angry, I really want to go to the scene and rate. At this time, Lan Wei-in was also spinning around in a panic in front of the live broadcast camera. How can I help my senior brother? Netizens were also praying online nervously. A soft-hearted god passing by, please help the anchor. I really can't bear to see the anchor lose. Chapter 27. Qin Xuan, the most talented painter in the Academy of Fine Arts in the past 50 years. After the parents left after giving him a low score, their child started to complain. Grandma, do you even know how to grade? Yes, Mom, do you even know what you're doing? The grandmother and mother looked a little embarrassed. But the children were very simple-minded, and the more they said, the more excited they became. Uncle Mingming drew so well, why did you give him a 2? Mom, are you deliberately picking on him? Mom, do you really think it's not good looking? You always teach me to be honest, don't you? The mother of the girl stopped in her tracks and suddenly looked at Qin Xiqing's grandmother with anger. I quit. Why should I listen to you? You are only a few decades older than us, so why should we be at your mercy? We didn't object before because we were afraid of offending your old face and out of respect for you. But now we are being asked to be bad people in front of our children, and I think clearly, I can't agree to help you. I want to be a role model for my children. After saying this, the female parent changed the score again, changing 2 to 5. Her daughter applauded and jumped up. Yes. Mom is awesome. Mom didn't give in to the old witch's threats, Mom is amazing. The parent was also sincerely gratified by her daughter's praise. And Lin's mother, who was publicly exposed for asking someone to lower her score, naturally looked extremely bad as her face turned from green to white. At this point, the mother of the little boy who had previously damaged Qin Xuan's drawing also came forward and posted a 5. She gave her child a thumbs up from afar. The little boy was encouraged and his face was particularly happy. Soon, many parents also decided not to listen to Lin's mother. But the Lin family is just a small family, and they think they are some kind of big family. Yes, she is old, and I can't bear to offend her face, but she really takes herself too seriously. When it comes to capital, what kind of capital is she? Exactly. Everyone gave Qin Xuan a 5. Soon, the 5s on the whiteboard increased visibly, making the 1s and 2s seem trivial. At this moment, Lin Shuiyan and a female parent arrived late. Lin Shuiyan saw her mother's stern face at a glance and, not knowing what it was about, looked blankly at the whiteboard on the stage. Before she could say anything, the parent who had entered the school gate with her spoke up. The color scheme is so bold. This parent is a professor at the Academy of Fine Arts. At this moment, she rushed up in amazement. I can't believe I'm seeing such a strong and unique color scheme in a kindergarten. The lines and brushstrokes are fantastic. The beginning of the stroke is extremely stable, and the ending of the stroke is without hesitation. You can see that the painter was very determined when he was painting. This is not an ordinary industrial painter, he must be an art practitioner. The female parent walked excitedly towards the head of the kindergarten. I wonder if the head of the kindergarten can introduce me to this painter. I have only seen such brushwork and coloring from a talented student at our art college 5 years ago. I am really very excited, I really want to meet this painter and invite her to give a lecture to our students. Professor O, you are too kind. I am not qualified to give lessons to my juniors. Oh Lan heard a familiar voice and her body trembled. She couldn't believe it and turned to look at Qin Xuan. It really is you. Qin Xuan from the 2019 class. A talented painter that we have never seen at the Academy of Fine Arts in the past 50 years. You. Lan was so angry that she kept slapping Qin Xuan's arm, her eyes blurring. Where have you been all these years? I have dreamed of reading about your award in the international press. But year after year, I have spent in disappointment. And I never heard anything more about you in the art world. Everyone who knew you said you no longer worked in the field of painting or sculpture. Qin Xuan, you're going to make me die of anger. Lan is a young hot mom, only 3 years older than Qin Xuan, and once Qin Xuan's senior, now the youngest professor at the Academy of Fine Arts. At this moment, she was crying and slapping Qin Xuan's hand, and when she came to her senses, she was a little embarrassed. She glared at Qin Xuan, it's all your fault. You made me lose my temper. It's my fault. Qin Xuan whispered an apology. At this time, the live broadcast room's comments were flying by. 6. The youngest professor at the Academy of Fine Arts personally seals it. Holy cow, a genius painter that the Academy of Fine Arts hasn't seen in 50 years. What level of praise is this? Oh, my little fanboy is really handsome and awesome. For someone so awesome, a score of 1 or 2 is truly insulting. Exactly, didn't you hear what the female parents just said? They were being blackmailed. Yes, there's a conspiracy. At this moment, in the venue, Lin Shuiyan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Was Qin Xuan really that amazing? A talented painter? Or an outstanding painter that hadn't appeared in 50 years? Lin Shuiyan suddenly realized that she didn't know Qin Xuan at all. This feeling was not good. She vaguely felt that Qin Xuan was no longer under her control. Olan was catching up with Qin Xuan when she suddenly saw a few low scores on the whiteboard and her voice suddenly raised. What the hell? Even if you're blind, you shouldn't give a score like that. After saying that, she gave Qin Xuan a fierce glare. You deserve it. After graduating, you didn't work hard and you ended up here being scored by unprofessional people, you really deserve it. Qin Xuan, with a good-natured expression, lowered his head. Teacher O is right, it's the student's fault. Olan was instantly amused and patted him on the arm. You are the best at cajoling me. Lin Shuiyan saw the scene and a crazy voice in her heart screamed. Don't touch my husband. Qin Xuan is mine. Olan, you divorced woman, stay away from my husband. If she weren't afraid of being laughed at, she would rush up to push Olan away right now. At this moment, Olan, who had given Qin Xuan a 6, was completely unaware of Lin Shuiyan's dark thoughts. She just wrote a 6 without any hesitation. Director Zhang paused for a moment and explained, Ms. O, our highest score is 5. Upon hearing this, Olan raised her arrogant chin and said willfully. But I just think these 2 paintings are worth 6 points, 600 points, 6,000 points. The head of the kindergarten nodded, indicating to the teacher who was keeping score that it was fine to just give a 5. Soon after Olan finished scoring, it was the children's turn. Except for Qin Xiqing, who gave a 1, all the other children gave a 5. At this point, a parent who was not sure what was going on asked Qin Xiqing curiously. Child, why are you the only one who gave a 1? Yes, do you not like these 2 paintings? Chapter 28. Qin Xuan's mother-in-law slapped his face with a loud slap. The sound died down, and the other children burst out laughing. The person who drew the picture was Qin Xiqing's father. Qin Xiqing blushed, deliberately giving her father a low score. Qin Xiqing didn't like her father. Qin Xiqing often told us that her mother was going to give her a new father. Her new father is rich. One child started a commotion, and the other children followed suit. Everyone thought they were in class and would be rewarded for speaking up. But they didn't know that once these words were spoken, Lin Shuiyan was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head. The people around her looked at Lin's mother and Lin Shuiyan with strange looks. At that moment, a rich lady spoke in a strange voice. Oh, it turns out that she didn't like her original son-in-law and wanted to marry someone higher up in the social ladder, so she asked us to give her a low score. Immediately afterwards, the others followed suit and echoed with indignation. That's right. You should solve your own family problems. What's the point of dragging it out into the open? If you're going to get divorced, just do it. Why are you trying to humiliate the other person? It's disgusting, putting the other person down like that, and dragging us down with you. It's really bad luck for anyone who's related to her. That's right, Mr. Qin is also a good person. He's got a good appearance, and he's also a talented artist. People are just never satisfied. They see someone better, and that's it. The sound of the crowd's comments came over, like invisible slaps in the air. One slap after another, like invisible slaps in the air, smacking Lin's mother in the face. At this moment, her face was rigid, her exquisite makeup already chapped, and she was a little ashamed of herself. Lin Shuiyan used to be the flower of the dance department, and she was always pampered wherever she went. She had never been treated like this before, and she glared at her own mother in anger. Olan watched Qin Xuan with a frown. Is that really your daughter? Qin Xuan admitted with a composed air. Olan's brows tightened even more, and she contemptuously glanced at Lin Shuiyan. It is said that a daughter is a father's intimate little cotton-padded jacket. How come your daughter is so leaky? Cough cough. The head of the kindergarten coughed twice to break the ice. Dear parents and friends, thank you very much for your support and help with our kindergarten's work. In order to create a more artistic campus for the children and to enhance their aesthetic ability, we have specially organized this campus wall painting assessment for you parents and friends to participate in. The total score for this assessment is 3,000 points, and Mr. Chin's score is 2,950 points. Congratulations to Mr. Chin for passing the project acceptance inspection, and thank you very much for bringing such a wonderful painting to our kindergarten. The head of the kindergarten took the lead in applauding. Director Zhang also applauded enthusiastically. Olan also applauded very hard. Soon after, the children and parents present also applauded. Only Lin Xueyan, her mother, and Qin Siqing remained, their faces stiff as they stood still. Qin Xuan's mouth couldn't help but turn up in pleasure, and he glanced down at Qin Yu. Isn't it? You have to persevere until the end. Qin Yu nodded vigorously. The father and daughter smiled at each other. Netizens also showered gifts. Anchor 6, It turns out that someone was trying to deliberately lower the score. The person who deliberately gave the host a low score is the host's ex-wife and ex-mother-in-law. Ugh, that's disgusting. Exactly, it's better to go your separate ways and live your own lives, right? I can't stand snobbish mothers-in-law like that. To be honest, that child feels like he's been taught badly. Changing dads, for a rich one, is something a child should say? The mother or grandmother must have taught him that. That woman seems to be Lin Xueyan, the goddess of ballet. That's her. Our family lives in the same villa area as Lin Xueyan's family. I did hear that she was having an affair with her ex-boyfriend. Now Qin Xuan has also moved out, so they are probably separated, but they haven't filed for divorce yet. Seeing the comments from netizens, Lan Weiyin was so angry that she was about to explode, walking back and forth in her office. The Lin family is so bullying. They are not satisfied with getting a son-in-law like Qin. Fine, divorce, my brother Qin deserves better. But the premise is that you can't keep tossing people around like this. Lan Weiyin received a reward for every sentence she spoke. The live broadcast room displayed. Piggy is plump and jade like, sent a heart. Piggy is plump and jade like, sent a rocket. Piggy is plump and jade like, sent an island. Piggy is plump and jade like, sent a villa. Piggy is plump and jade like, sent a castle. When Lan Weiyin tried to send another reward, the balance ran out. Zhu zhu. At this moment, on the scene, Olan, the youngest professor at the Academy of Fine Arts, took the initiative to invite Qin Xuan to dinner. Sorry, Professor O, I still have some personal matters to deal with. Some other time, I'll treat you to dinner. Olan looked at him suspiciously. You're not trying to get out of it, are you? Qin Xuan, I really want to understand your future career plans with you. On the path of art, you should understand that I can help you. I have quite a few resources at hand. No, Mr. O, I really do have something to do. I have an appointment with Xueyan to discuss the divorce agreement. Lan's face froze for a moment, before he recovered. Then you should take care of your family matters first. Qin Xuan, from my experience, if you don't make a decision, you will only suffer. You shouldn't deal with this matter for too long, otherwise it will be a waste for both parties. Thank you, teacher, I know. Olan took out his phone again, opened the WeChat QR code, and ordered, then add me, and leave a contact method first. Okay. Qin Xuan also opened the WeChat app on his phone and immediately added Olan. Olan glared at him, remember to contact me. Okay, Miss O. At this moment, Lin Xueyan, who had been watching the two of them flirting from the side, could no longer hold back and rushed over directly. Qin Xuan, what are you doing? Qin Xuan was scolded, and his brows subconsciously furrowed. I'm adding Miss O's WeChat. I forbid it. Qin Xuan, you actually added another woman's WeChat in front of me. Don't forget, we haven't divorced yet. Qin Xuan looked apologetically at Olan and then turned to Lin Xueyan and said, Olan is my teacher, and there is nothing wrong with adding her contact information. Lin Xueyan, don't be so double-standard. Not only do you have Qi Silly's contact information on your phone, you also chat with him a lot. Do you really think I don't know? Whenever I upset you, whenever there is a little problem at home, you will take out your phone and talk to Qi Silly. When your father was diagnosed with a nodule, when our maid gave birth to a grandson, when you were in a bad mood, you would talk to Qi Silly. Lin Xueyan's face instantly turned cold. Qin Xuan, you're snooping through my chat history. You're overthinking it, I'm not. It's just that every time you chat with Qi Silly, you don't avoid me. The sound of the two arguing was a little loud, and many people looked over here. Lin Shuiyan felt ashamed, so she said to Qin Chuan, I booked a private room. Let's go over there and talk now. Okay. Qin Chuan responded promptly. Chapter 29, Lin Shuiyan's face turned ashen as they discussed the divorce agreement. Qin Chuan called Qin Yang early in the morning. At this moment, Qin Yang's car had already arrived outside the kindergarten. Qin Chuan took Qin Yu by the hand and handed the child over to Qin Yang. Shuiyan and I need to discuss the divorce agreement, so it's not convenient to bring Yaya. Take her out of the mall to get something to eat. Saying this, Qin Chuan stroked Qin Yu's head and said with a full sense of security, I'll take you home after I've finished dealing with things. Qin Yu nodded and turned to hold Qin Yang's hem. Qin Chuan then got into his own little pickup truck and drove to the big shopping mall across the street, entering the private room that Lin's mother had booked in advance. As soon as they sat down, Lin's mother, Lin Shuiyan, and Lin Shuiyan also arrived. Qin Chuan frowned, obviously not wanting to see so many people. The divorce was a matter between him and Lin Shuiyan, and there was no need for his mother-in-law and sister-in-law to get involved. Lin Shuiyan smiled at Qin Chuan's expression. Of course you don't want us here. If we didn't come, you would bully my sister. Qin Chuan, with great restraint, got up, poured tea for the three women across from him one by one, and spoke rather helplessly. In the 5 years of marriage, have you ever seen me bully Shuiyan? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyan was at a loss for words, and after stammering for a while, she said, Then what have you been doing these past few days? This is bullying. You made my sister unhappy, and that is bullying. If your so-called bullying is disobedience, then I have nothing to say. Qin Chuan calmly poured himself a cup of poor tea, and with extreme refinement, he lifted it up to taste the tea. His every move was cultivated in the Meng family, and he was in no way inferior to the noble princes of high society. Originally, when he graduated, Meng's father wanted to groom him as his successor. But who knew that Meng's mother suddenly learned that her child had been switched and secretly tested his DNA to uncover his false identity as a young master, kicking him out of the Meng family. Otherwise, today's Qin Chuan would definitely have become a young master envied by everyone in high society. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in many things. Lin Shuiyan watched Qin Chuan's calm and elegant appearance, and she got so angry that she stood up. In the end, Lin Shuiyan pulled her to sit down before she would do so. Qin Chuan also had no intention of beating around the bush and said bluntly, Shuiyan, let's talk about the divorce agreement. I will agree to whatever is within my power. After we separate, we will still be Qingqing's parents and relatives. I don't want to make the divorce too bad. Lin Shuiyan froze for a moment and asked, Qin Chuan, do you really want to divorce me? Her expression clearly read the word unbelievable. Qin Chuan smiled helplessly, I've been very clear about my demands in the past few days, but you just don't believe me. Why would you want to divorce me? Lin Shuiyan felt as if a cauldron had been dropped on her head, and her head and eardrums were buzzing. I'm the school beauty and the goddess of ballet, and you married me, so what more could you want? Qin Chuan, please, I'm the lead ballet dancer, and which lead dancer would give birth to your children when her career is at its peak? Hearing these familiar words, Qin Chuan felt extremely tired. Shuiyan, I admit that you are very good, but this kind of married life is not what I want. What do you want then? Do you want to marry Olan? Lin Shuiyan's voice rose a little. It has nothing to do with other people. Qin Chuan calmly corrected, Shuiyan, I really want to take all the responsibility on myself, but I find that I can't. Shuiyan, don't you have any responsibility for our marriage coming to this point? What responsibility do I have? Lin Shuiyan felt as if she had been stabbed. I work hard every day to improve the quality of life for this family. What fault can I have? Qin Chuan's eyes betrayed his loss. Shuiyan, I am a man, and I was once your husband. I also have my own dignity and pride, but have you ever given me the respect I deserve as a man and a husband? If I had known that loving you and joining your big family meant sacrificing my dignity and shattering my pride, I would never have agreed to marry you. You will always be above me, and I will never get any respect. I'm sorry, but I really can't go on like this. Shuiyan, let's get a divorce. Lin Shuiyan was about to say something else when Lin's mother spoke directly. Very well, you want a divorce, so now we'll talk directly about the divorce agreement. I've been waiting for you to say you want a divorce. Mom Lin Shuiyan frowned and looked at her biological mother. Lin's mother said forcefully, shut up. Lin Shuiyan wanted to say something else, but Lin Shuiyan pulled her arm and whispered, don't say anything yet. Let's see what Mom has to say. Mom won't do anything to harm you. Lin Shuiyan, shut up. Lin's mother took out the agreement she had drafted and put on her reading glasses to start reading it. Article 1. After signing the divorce agreement, you must immediately go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the divorce procedures. Qinchuan nodded. I completely agree with this. At this point, Lin Shuiyan's face was ashen and ugly. Mom Lin then continued reading the divorce agreement. Article 2. You cannot own any of the Lin family's assets, including real estate and stocks. Article 3. You cannot own any of my daughter's assets, including her car, jewelry, and all dividends and stocks from the dance company. Article 4. After the divorce, since Shuiyan Dance Company is applying for listing, in order to avoid unnecessary impact, you cannot disclose the fact that you have divorced. Therefore, you must return to the Lin family and continue to do housework, pretending to the outside world that we are a family, and cooperate with Shuiyan to attend some public events when necessary. Fifth, you must not interfere with Shuiyan and Kizilai's relationship, and you must cover for them when necessary. For example, if Shuiyan and Kizilai are photographed on a date at a hotel by a reporter, you must go over there and help cover for them. Why? When Qin Chuan heard this request, he laughed in anger. It really wasn't shameless, it was even more shameless. Why? Because you didn't have to go through 9 months of pregnancy. My Shuiyan gave birth to a daughter for you, and she almost lost half her life. Qinchuan's shoulders hung down in weakness. Lin Shuiyan had indeed almost lost half her life when she bled heavily during childbirth. She was immediately transferred to the ICU after leaving the delivery room, and the situation was very urgent. In the end, she stayed in the ICU for a full half-month before she was released. Qinchuan also knew that Lin Shuiyan had suffered a great deal, which is why he treated her even better after that. He tolerated unreasonable demands as long as they weren't too extreme. He also told himself that Shuiyan's family had treated him badly, and that Shuiyan had risked her life to bear him a child. But now, it seemed that he could no longer brainwash himself like that. If repaying this kindness required him to sacrifice his dignity for the rest of his life, then the price was too high. Suddenly, Qin Chuan raised his eyelid and glanced at Lin Shuiyan. You can't have it both ways. Lin Shuiyan's heart suddenly felt a sharp tremor, as if Qin Chuan had seen through her greed, and she felt very guilty. Qin Chuan gave a mocking smile and looked at his mother-in-law. Have you ever asked Qi Sili's opinion or respected him? Is he willing to be this third party who can't be seen in the light? How is this fair to him? Qin Chuan believes that there is no man in the world who would be willing to accept such a ridiculous arrangement. If he has any dignity at all, if he truly loves that woman, he cannot agree to this. Lin's mother suddenly laughed. Do you think everyone is as selfish as you? Qi Sili will definitely say that he is willing to sacrifice everything for Yan Yan. He doesn't care when it can be made public. After she finished speaking, she was afraid that Qin Chuan wouldn't believe her, so she directly dialed Qi Sili's phone in front of Qin Chuan and pressed the speaker button. Chapter 30, Ridiculous. Qi Sili is willing to have a threesome for love. The phone connected. Do. Hello, Yan Yan's mother? The gentle voice of Qi Sili came from the other end of the phone. Lin's mother's mood improved a little when she heard Qi Sili call her that. She gave Qin Chuan a look at other people, and then look at you. Silly, Auntie is talking to Qin Chuan about the divorce agreement. It's like this, there are 2 articles in there that Qin Chuan doesn't think are very good. Auntie will read them to you, and you can tell me if you have any comments. Lin's mother read out the 2 articles that related to Qi Sili. After reading them, she asked, what do you think? When the voice fell, the hearts of everyone present lifted. It was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone came the voice of Qi Sili. Auntie, I have no objections. You are writing this for Yan Yan's own good. I am willing to sacrifice everything for Yan Yan. It doesn't matter when it can be made public. After the voice fell, Lin's mother laughed happily, while Lin Chuan was speechless. He really couldn't believe that a man would be willing to do this. Not to mention someone with the status of Qi Sili. Perhaps he really loves Lin Shuiyan desperately. Lin Shuiyan heard this and, without showing it on her face, she rolled her eyes. She felt very unhappy. She wasn't bad looking, and even if she wasn't as pretty as her younger sister, why did all these men like her so much? For some reason, Lin Shuiyan felt like she had won a battle against Qin Chuan. She wanted to say, see, your wife is still very popular, isn't she? Of course, deep down she also felt that Qi Sili should love her. Even if she can't be with him, she must be in his heart. Even if one day he gets married, she must be the first in his heart. Because she is Lin Shuiyan, the goddess of ballet. These men should all be head over heels for her. She is just that outstanding and that good. Okay, then, Shile, I'll hang up first. Auntie is hanging up the phone. After saying this, Lin's mother hung up the phone. Xinchuan's mouth curled up in derision. After living together for 5 years, her mother-in-law had never spoken to her in such a soft voice. Sometimes when she wanted to buy something, she would just call, not even addressing her by name, and say what she wanted, and then hang up. Thinking about this, Xinchuan became more determined to get a divorce. No matter how great Qi Sili is, I, Xinchuan, am not. I can accept leaving with nothing, but I will not move back to the Lin family, nor will I do the housework, nor will I be your cover-up. I don't like hearing that. Lin's mother sat up straight and tapped the table. You're not coming back to the Lin family. Do you mean you want to keep doing this kind of work outside, embarrassing yourself and my daughter Yin Yin? Lin's mother rubbed her forehead and covered her heart. Ouch, you don't even know, I really felt so embarrassed just now. I don't know where to put my old face. As she finished speaking, the compartment door clicked open. Xin Yang entered with his lawyer. He was wearing a flowery shirt and had a lollipop in his mouth, looking carefree and unconcerned. Lin's mother frowned when she saw him. Why are you here? I've brought a lawyer to help my brother. He can't be bullied. Xin Yang pointed at Xin Chuan with the lollipop, then put it back in his mouth. Xin Chuan's lips moved slightly, and Xin Yang immediately said, Don't worry, Yaya is being watched by my secretary, she'll be fine. Right now, dealing with this old witch is the top priority. Brother, how can I let 3 women bully you, a man? There are some things you can't say because of your status, but I'll be your mouth. Saying this, he pulled the chair next to Xinchuan's side and sat down with a thump. Hey, old hag, what did you just say? Are you so ashamed that you want to die? Then go die. You're weak-minded, so go die. Why should my brother quit his job? How long are you going to keep him from his work? They say women have a few 5-year and 8-year periods, but men don't have time? Are men supposed to live forever and never die? Men's youth is no different from women's youth. With that, Xin Yang snapped his fingers. The lawyer immediately placed the divorce agreement in duplicate on the table. It was drafted according to my brother's wishes. He is leaving the house with nothing and doesn't care about your Lin family's property. It is clearly written in there that you don't want any of your worthless real estate or shares. As for alimony, the average court-ordered amount is around 801,500 yuan, and my brother has decided to pay Qin Sikhen 2,500 yuan per month. If you don't have any problems with it, just sign it. Lin Shuijian's voice was sarcastic when she heard the number 2,500. 2,500 is not even enough to cover Qingqing's monthly kindergarten fees. If he goes to an international school in the future, it will be even more expensive. 2,500 is barely enough to cover the costs? Xin Yan laughed, took out the lollipop, and looked Lin Shuijian steadily in the eye. No wonder you can't get married. You're so mean and bitter, which man would dare to want you? Alimony is set according to the per capita living standard of our city. Since the court ruled that the divorcing party should compensate the other party with about 1,000 yuan, it means that this standard is not enough to keep a person from starving to death. There is naturally no upper limit. My brother doesn't necessarily want his daughter to go to an international kindergarten. He is currently working unstable hours, and he is already being conscientious by being able to give 2,500 yuan. Go ask our local people, is 2,500 yuan enough for a child's monthly living expenses? As for what international kindergarten you want to get her into or going abroad, I'm sorry, that's your own choice and has nothing to do with me, Chuan. After all, mothers also have the obligation to support minors. Besides, our sister-in-law Shuiyan is so outstanding, she can support not just one Qin Sikhen, but 10. Xin Yang's words left everyone present speechless. Lin's mother flipped through the agreement and discovered that Qin Chuan really didn't ask the Lin family for a single penny. But no, Qin Chuan still has to pretend to be married to Yin Yan, do housework at our house, and cover for Qi Sili. Right now is a critical stage for our Yin Yan dance troupe to go public. Xin Yan laughed so hard he coughed. I knew your family was shameless, but I didn't know your mother was so shameless. You're divorced, who's going to indulge you anymore? You're divorced, but you still let people come to your house to do the housework. Are you crazy? You even charge money for hiring an au pair, so why do you boss my brother around like that? And you even have to cover up your sister-in-law's affair. You really treat him like a gigolo. Don't talk like that. She's silly has already agreed. He endured humiliation for the sake of our yin-yin, so why can't Qin Chuan do the same? If you don't agree, you're being selfish. Then consider me selfish. Shui Yin, I refuse this unreasonable request. After saying this, he quickly signed his name on the divorce agreement. Without the slightest hesitation. Swish, he signed both copies immediately, and then pushed the divorce agreement at Lin Shuiyin. Lin Shuiyin's lips moved slightly, and she was about to say something when she was pointed at by Qin Yang. Sister-in-law, you're not still in love with my brother and don't want to sign, are you? Ha! Our goddess up in the sky wouldn't have discovered that she's in love with my brother Chuan, would she? Chapter 31, signed. The divorce agreement is signed. As Qin Yang's voice fell, Lin Shuizhen was the first to bang on the table. How is this possible? That expression clearly said, how could a fairy like my sister fall for this mortal? Lin Shuizhen pointed at the divorce agreement, sign it. Sign it to show him. That's right. My Shuiyan didn't sue you for forcing her in the beginning, that was her kindness and mercy. If it weren't for the child, why would she marry you? After Lin's mother finished speaking, she also nudged her daughter's shoulder, sign it. Don't let people look down on you. Lin's mother and Lin Shuizhen were both on the verge of anger after being provoked by Qin Yang like this. The most important thing right now was not to lose face. They completely forgot about the idea that the two of them still wanted to force Qin Chuan back to doing housework. At this moment, Lin Shuiyin instinctively didn't want to sign. But the atmosphere was so charged, especially after seeing Qin Chuan sign so decisively and without hesitation just now, that she was even more infuriated. She also picked up a pen and quickly signed her name. Okay, it's done. Bye. Qin Yang put away one of the divorce agreements and leisurely got up. This way, while the iron is hot, he will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to complete the formalities. Whoever doesn't go is a coward, okay? If you don't go, you're a coward. Whoever doesn't go is a coward. Lin Shuizhen pounded on the table and yelled at Qin Yang. Qin Chuan glanced at Lin Shuiyin, then I'll see you at the entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Also, I'll visit Chengcheng once a week. If she doesn't want to see me, that's fine. If you have any problems taking care of Chengcheng during the week, you can also contact me. These are the things I should do. After saying this, Qin Chuan stood up and turned to look at his mother-in-law with a disinterested expression. I won the afternoon wall scoring. You should apologize to me now, right? You said that if I won, you would apologize to me in front of Shuiyan and admit that you disrespected and mistreated me in the past. When did I say that? Lin's mother's face turned even redder, and her hand holding the teacup trembled even more violently. You're talking nonsense. When did I bet with you? Qin Chuan gave a contemptuous smile, extremely despising this former mother-in-law. Qin Yang grinned from ear to ear. Oh, you say you didn't bet with my brother? Lin's mother pushed her chest forward. I never said that. That's fine. Qin Yang's cunning eyes lit up. So swear that you didn't bet with my brother. If you did, you will be hit by a car and die when you go out. Lin's mother's face turned green in an instant, and she stuttered when she spoke. Why should I swear? I'm not as childish as you. Fine, I'll do it for you. Qin Yang took the lollipop out of his mouth and raised 3 fingers to swear. Oh heaven and earth, I, Qin Yang, swear here for Wang Meifan that if she has bet with Qin Chuan that she will be hit by a car if she goes out. She will be struck by lightning and killed if she goes out without wearing a helmet, and she will be struck by a truck if she goes out without wearing a seatbelt. Qin Yang also gave a contemptuous smile and left, putting a hand on Qin Chuan's shoulder. After they left the private room, Qin Yang asked, Brother, what do you think? Was it useful? Qin Chuan nodded with a smile. How could he not understand Qin Yang's provocation just now? If it weren't for Qin Yang, this divorce agreement would not have been signed so quickly. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I just can't stand that old witch and that big witch bullying you. You just respect them too much, that's why you're embarrassed to argue with them. I don't care, I have nothing to do with them, I'll argue with them if I want to. Okay. Qin Chuan agreed. Sometimes, dealing with shrewish rascals really requires someone like Qin Yang. He wouldn't say such things, and this also had something to do with the upbringing of his father, Meng Fu, from childhood to adulthood. His father had always taught him that there are no eternal enemies in business, that it is the way to survive in the long term to spare people's face when speaking to them, and not to drive them to the wall. Moreover, his father was a refined man who rarely lost his temper with others, and he was also his idol, so he subconsciously imitated his behavior, to the extent that he really could not say anything to make the Lin family lose their temper. However, this is something that he still needs to work on. Qin Chuan and Qin Yang went to the children's playground in the shopping mall. Qin Yang's secretary took Qin Yu out. Qin Chuan immediately took her and asked Qin Yu, "Are you happy? Do you like it?" Qin Yu nodded. "Do you want to eat ice cream? Daddy will buy you an ice cream from McDonald's." Qin Yu's small eyes lit up. "Can I?" "Yes." Qin Chuan nodded. At this moment, Qin Xiqing, who was also in the amusement park, glared at this scene with a fierce expression, and she felt an unprecedented anger in her heart. She rushed out and pointed at Qin Chuan, saying, "You are not allowed to buy her ice cream." Qin Chuan's lips twitched slightly. He just wanted to ask Qin Xiqing if she wanted to go with them to buy ice cream, when he heard Qin Xiqing's agitated voice. "I order you, don't buy her ice cream. If you want to buy some, you can only buy it for me. Go and buy it for me now, immediately, right now." The voice was not small, and it was very rude. The adults present pointed at her. Qin Chuan's face was somewhat embarrassed. After all, she was his own daughter. Even if he were to divorce her, it would be difficult to treat her like a stranger. He was also embarrassed and uncomfortable when he saw other people dislike his daughter so much. Qin Chuan crouched down, trying to look at Qin Sheng eye to eye, and then patiently and gently explained. "Shengcheng, when you want someone to do something for you, you can try to communicate with that person properly, instead of using a commanding tone. Not everyone in the world is going to pamper you like this. If you try to communicate with your father, will he buy it for you?" Before he could finish, he heard Lin's mother's mocking laughter behind him. Lin's mother walked up to him and gave him a sharp shove in the shoulder. "Not everyone is as heartless as your biological father. Buying ice cream for a daughter you found on the street, but not for your own daughter. My granddaughter was born into a family like ours, so what's wrong with spoiling her a little?" Believe it or not, as soon as she made a sound, Qi Sili immediately handed over the ice cream with both hands. Qin Xiqing agreed with a clenched fist, "Exactly." Qin Chuan shook his head disappointedly, stood up and looked at Lin Shuayan. "Do you really think it's okay for your daughter to be like this?" Lin Shuayan exploded when she heard this. "Qin Chuan, you are the one who wants to divorce me now, and you are also the one who doesn't care about your daughter. You buy ice cream for this bastard, but not for your own daughter? You still have the nerve to say that?" As soon as these words came out, Qin Yang hurriedly covered Qin Yu's ears. "Don't listen to her, you're not a bastard." Qin Chuan shook his head in disappointment. Lin Shuayan thought that he was keeping quiet because he knew he was in the wrong, so she pushed his shoulder again. "Say something. Are you mute?" Before Lin Shuayan could push Qin Chuan's shoulder again, her slender wrist was grabbed by his hand. He fixed his gaze on Lin Shuayan with a dark expression. "Did I just say I wouldn't buy it for Cheng Chen? I was teaching her how to respect people and communicate with others. You clearly saw what your mother said, but instead of stopping her, you accused me of being wrong. Isn't it true that I used to be too tolerant of you?" Her voice dropped, and Qin Chuan's aura fully opened as she shook off Lin Shuayan's hand. Lin Shuayan was startled and couldn't recover for a long time. She had never seen Qin Chuan so fierce before. "Do you still think that there is nothing wrong with Qingqing's character and her politeness towards others?" Qin Chuan asked forcefully. Lin Shuayan answered loudly, "Yes." "Okay, then I have nothing to say. Shuayan, you'd better not get a taste of your own medicine one day." Leaving those words behind, Qin Chuan took Qin Yu and left. Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth in mockery. "Wait until your little princess says something like that to you one day, then you'll know." Qin Xiqing snorted lightly. "I would never do that to my mom." Qin Yang didn't say anything else and caught up to Qin Chuan's pace. The two bought ice cream for Qin Yu and also bought themselves one each. The three of them walked towards the car park, each holding an ice cream. The moonlight spilled onto the ground, creating long silhouettes. Qin Yu felt that this was the most beautiful scene she had ever seen since she could remember. After eating the ice cream, Qin Yang was summoned home, supposedly to be set up on a blind date. Qin Chuan then took Qin Yu back to the rental house. As soon as they stepped into the small courtyard, a woman who was completely soaked rushed in. Chapter 32. Who is this nice person dressed like this, tempting with her wet body? Facing the woman who suddenly ran into the courtyard, both Qin Chuan and Qin Yu were startled. They could only see that the other person was wearing a casual sweater and trousers, and was drenched, with her hair also wet and in disheveled strands. She was bowing her head, so they couldn't see her face clearly. It was probably because the girl felt ashamed and was afraid of being seen. "Hello, I'm the new neighbor who just moved in. Could you please help me? I have a burst pipe over there." Lan Weiyin covered her face with her hands and didn't dare to look at Qin Chuan. What she was thinking was, oh no, I've embarrassed myself to the extreme. Getting wet is not the kind of temptation she was thinking of. Who would be so kind as to wear flowery pants and a loose-fitting sweater to seduce her? Lan Weiyin was really about to die of anger. "Okay, I'll get the toolbox." Qin Chuan thought that the little girl was having a hard time on her own and agreed to help. He told Qin Yu to go inside and rest first, and he carried the toolbox with him as he walked with Lan Weiyin towards the next door. The single-family house next door was 1 story lower than his, but the layout was more or less the same. This was the general layout of the houses built by the people in this village. As soon as they walked into the living room, they saw water stains all over the floor and the sound of water gushing from the faucet. Lan Weiyin held a few strands of hair in front of her face, revealing a pair of beautiful narrow eyes, and pointed in the direction of the kitchen and said, "It's over there." "Okay. I'll see what I can do about it. You go and change your clothes first, and be careful not to catch a cold." Qin Chuan responded in a gentle tone, and gentlemanly ignored the other person's disheveled appearance. "Thank you. Thank you very much." After saying that, Lan Weiyin ran upstairs as fast as she could to change her clothes. When she came back downstairs, Qin Chuan saw a girl with an overly cute, plain baby face walking towards him. Her long, soft hair was worn straight down her back, and she was wearing an apricot-colored, form-fitting, long-sleeved sweater over a plaid miniskirt. She looked full of energy. Qin Chuan guessed that she must be a freshman at a university. "There shouldn't be any problems. The faucet is old, and I'm just about to renovate my house, so I have a few spares to replace it with a new one," explained Qin Chuan. "Thank you," said Lan Weiyin, blushing a little as she met Qin Chuan's gaze. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and quickly pulled out her phone. "How much is the faucet? I'll transfer it to you." Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment, but he didn't act pretentious and directly pulled up the shopping receipt on his phone. "I bought this faucet at the wholesale market for 120 yuan. "Okay, then I'll add you on WeChat." Lan Weiyin quickly added Qin Chuan on WeChat and transferred the money to him, and then asked, "What should I call you?" "My WeChat name is my real name." Qin Chuan put away his phone and walked out. Lin Weiyin followed behind him and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Qin, thank you so much. I just moved here and didn't prepare anything, but luckily I have you." Qin Chuan glanced at her sideways. "You don't have to be so polite, we're neighbors, and don't call me Mr. Qin. You look young, you can call me Brother Chuan like my friends do." "Okay, Brother Chuan, I'm Lin Weiyin, my friends call me Weiyin." With that, Lin Weiyin enthusiastically extended her hand towards Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan politely shook her hand. "Hello, Weiyin." He didn't call her Yin, after all, that was too intimate a name for their current relationship. Lin Weiyin's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she couldn't hide her disappointment. As clever as she was, how could she not understand what was going on in Qin Chuan's mind? But in the end, she had overstepped her bounds. She had thought that he would call her Yin like a big brother. Qin Chuan knew that young girls were shy, so in order to ease her embarrassment, he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, why would a girl like you rent a house so far away? Aren't you worried about safety?" "Girl?" Lan Weiyin saw Qin Chuan walk towards his courtyard, and her expression froze for a moment. "I graduated from the University of Science and Technology and have been working for 4 years." "You've been working for 4 years?" This time it was Qin Chuan's turn to be stunned, and he looked at that face full of collagen in disbelief. Lan Weiyin felt a little embarrassed and touched her cheek. "What do you think? Can I still fool people with this face?" Qin Chuan nodded, and the conversation started. "Did you say you went to Cust?" "Yes." Lan Weiyin had deliberately released this information. "I also went to Cust. But I went to the School of Art." "You should be from the main campus, right?" "Yes, I'm from the main campus." "So, you're my senior?" Qin Chuan smiled faintly, sort of. "Okay, then I'll call you Brother Qin from now on." Qin Chuan nodded. "That's fine." Unbeknownst to them, the two had walked to the entrance of Qin Chuan's courtyard. Qin Chuan smiled. "There's no reason for a lady to escort me home." Lan Weiyin waved her hand without any pretensions. It's no big deal, just a short walk. Anyway, Brother Chin, thank you for tonight. I'll be going back then. After saying that, Lan Weiyan ran all the way back to her rented room. It wasn't far, just about 20 meters. Once she got back to her room, she immediately grabbed a quilt and covered her face, then excitedly rolled around on the bed. She finally added Senior Chin to her WeChat. Recalling her encounter with Senior Chin just now, she couldn't help but smile. Senior Chin was really as gentle as always. Just hearing his gentle voice, her heart couldn't help but pound. Juju often says that she is aloof, but when she sees Brother Chin, she really can't be aloof even if she wants to. She completely transforms into a little woman. Oh, as long as I can talk to Brother Chin, I feel so happy and sweet. Lan Weiyan raised the hand that she had just shaken with Brother Chin, and placed it by her mouth, kissing the palm of her hand. Her heart was as sweet as a sweet potato. She rolled around for a few more laps before her phone rang and she stopped. When the phone connected, the voice of the bar owner, Ivy, came through. Weiyin, I'm not happy. Oh, what's wrong? Lan Weiyin rolled over to show that she was very happy. The house I liked was rented. I don't know which son of a bitch snatched the house from me. Do you know? I offered 10 times the price, and the renter didn't even agree. Do you think the person renting the house is crazy? Money isn't earned. Lan Weiyin swallowed, feeling a little guilty. Maybe the person really needed the apartment for work? Oh, this is killing me. I haven't seen a man I like this much in a long time. Now there's no way to get close to him. I'm going to die of anger. Hurry up and come to my bar and drink with me. As soon as she hung up, thunder rumbled outside the window. Ai Wei suddenly perked up. Hey, Weiyin, wait a minute, don't come. I've got an idea. I'm going to go find Qin Chuan right now and seduce him by getting wet. Ha 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 ha. After saying this, Ivy hung up the phone in a hurry. Sister, I can't talk to you anymore, I'm driving. Sister, I want some good meat tonight. Upon hearing this, Lan Weiyan suddenly jumped out of bed. No, how are you going to seduce him by getting wet? Tell me more about it. Lan Weiyan called Ivy back, but Ivy didn't pick up. This is killing her. She quickly called Juju. I'll give you 5 minutes. Find out immediately where Ivy is. Juju. Cousin seems to be unaware that I've already finished work. And what can you do in 5 minutes? After you find out, do everything you can to stop her from coming here. I don't care if you blow up her bar or stop her car, just stop her within the limits of the law. Juju. Cousin, do you want to hear what you're saying? Are you saying all this within the limits of the law? After a pause, Lan Weiyin added, no. She wants to seduce Qin Shang with her wet body, so she'll definitely come here. Juju, you hurry up and prepare the thumbtacks and scatter them on the road at the village entrance. Anyway, I don't want Ivy to come over. Juju. Do you really have to do this? Do you really have to do this evil thing of putting the thumbtacks down? Ugh, I have 1,000 words, but they all boil down to one. Okay, cousin, I get it. And then Juju, the worker, reluctantly climbed out of bed. Half an hour later. The tacks had been scattered. And Ivy's tire was punctured. But Ivy, who had always been a strong-willed person, managed to drive her car to the entrance of the courtyard in Qinchuan. After getting out of the car, she deliberately got wet and then knocked on the door of the courtyard pitifully. So when Qinchuan opened the door, he saw this scene. Ivy, wearing black leather shorts, leaned against the burgundy sports car. The contrast between black and red was very striking. A thin layer of water droplets covered Gao Long's bare chest, giving off an indescribable sense of sexiness. At this moment, Lan Weiyan, who was hiding on the balcony and spying on the scene, was so angry that she almost wanted to execute Juju by slow torture. Chapter 33, Will You Love Me? Qinchuan froze for a moment. Why was it that he saw nothing but wet women tonight? Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Qinchuan still asked politely, Miss AI, can I help you? My tire is flat. My car happened to pull up in front of your place and I can't move it. Saying this, AI Wei flirtatiously glanced at the tire. Qinchuan is an adult, so of course he doesn't believe in coincidences, but he pretends to be unaware of the situation and crouches down to check the car. When Ivy sees that Qinchuan's gaze doesn't linger on her, she pouts in anger. He really doesn't know how to appreciate her. After inspecting the tires, Qinchuan gets up. There's only one spare tire, but all 4 tires have been punctured with tacks. This is a problem. When she heard that it was not easy, Ivy's mouth curled up even more. Why don't you invite me in for a drink while I wait for my friend to come and tow the car? Qinchuan pretended not to see the hint in Ivy's eyes and said with an unchanged expression, I'm reading a picture book to my daughter. If you don't mind the mess inside, you can come in and rest your feet. When she heard the word daughter, Ivy's mouth twitched. What a blunder! How could she have forgotten that Qinchuan had an adopted daughter? After fantasizing about the interior of the house before it was renovated, Ivy suddenly lost some of her desire to eat Qinchuan tonight. She was extremely picky in that area. Not only did the appearance and figure of the other person have to meet her standards, but the surrounding environment and atmosphere also had to be okay. She needed a place where the environment was beautiful and she could let out her voice without restraint, not a room where she had to watch her every move for fear of disturbing the children. But things had already progressed to this stage, and it seemed a bit awkward for her not to go in, which would be hard to explain. While Ivy was still hesitating, her phone rang. What? Someone wants to check the fire safety of the bar? There is no problem with the fire safety of my bar. This is a deliberate attempt to screw us over. Yes, I got the message and immediately notified you. Where are you? Ivy Lamb pretended to be completely unaware and asked. I'm in the western suburbs. Ivy also felt that she had just made a loud noise and behaved a bit inappropriately, so she quickly replied in a low voice, I got a flat tire on all 4 tires of my car and I can't go back now. You're in the western suburbs? That's good, Zhu Zhu is also in the western suburbs. I'll ask her to pick you up on her way back. You'd better hurry back to the bar and take a look. Okay. I'll send Zhu Zhu the location. After hanging up the phone, Ivy immediately sent Zhu Zhu the location and then turned to look at Qinchuan. I'll leave my car outside for you, and I'll have someone tow it tomorrow. I have something to do at the bar now, so I have to hurry. After saying that, Ivy looked at Qinchuan with regret. Alas, it's a pity. She guessed she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight because she wouldn't be able to eat the flesh of the Buddha. Soon, Zhu Zhu's car arrived at the location. Awei quickly got into her car and left. Qinchuan watched Awei get into the car and leave before returning to the courtyard himself, closing the door and retelling the picture book to Qinue. At this time, Lan Weiyin's mouth on the second-floor balcony curled up slightly. Hey, no one is going to touch my brother Qin. This time, I definitely won't miss brother Qin. The next day, 8 a.m. Qinchuan and Qinyu left the house early. When they were leaving, they ran into Lan Weiyin pushing a small electric moped with difficulty from the courtyard. When she saw him, Lan Weiyin waved enthusiastically towards him, "Seen your brother Qin." Qinchuan politely nodded at her and then got into the pickup truck with Qinyu and drove off. After Qinchuan left, Lan Weiyin also rode her moped to a densely wooded area, parked it there, and got into the limited edition, high-end Cullinan worth 8 million yuan. Zhu Zhu muttered in the driver's seat, Sister, why are you going through all this trouble? If you really marry your Qin Xianshi, won't he find out about all this later? If he finds out later, it's better to know sooner. What if he thinks you're cheating? Lan Weiyin gave Zhu Zhu a look over her shoulder. What do you know? Senior Qin had a failed marriage, and he will now be resistant to wealthy women. If he knows my situation, he will cut me off from his options. Think about it, if he was already messed up by someone at the level of Lin Shuiyan, he will stay away from someone at my level. In short, before I can win him over, before Qinchuan loves me so much that he can't live without me, my identity cannot be revealed. Whoever dares to reveal it will lose their head. With that, Lan Weiyin stamped her foot in anger. It makes me so angry, it's all my father's fault for being so rich. At this moment, at home, Lan's father sneezed several times for no reason. Qinchuan met Qinue at the breakfast restaurant and then they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After breakfast, the three of them went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. This time, Qinchuan arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau 15 minutes early. To avoid embarrassing Lin Shuiyan, Qinchuan asked Qinyong to wait for him in the car with Qinue. It started to rain in the autumn sky, and the yellow leaves fell to the ground. Suddenly, the air became a little cooler and sadder. Autumn melancholy always brings out the deepest worries in people. Qinchuan was no exception. During the 10 minutes he spent waiting for Lin Shuiyan, his thoughts could not help but drift back to the time they first met 5 years ago. Back then, Lin Shuiyan was sunny and bright, and her smile seemed to bring a kind of healing comfort, completely different from the person she is now. He was walking out of the library on a sunny early autumn afternoon when he ran into her stretching under the cherry blossom tree. Although it was just a few simple stretching movements and a smile as she turned around, it was deeply imprinted in his heart. From that moment on, he fell in love with her and would silently pay attention to everything about her. He would go to her performances and create encounters with her in the cafeteria. However, all of this came to a halt when he discovered that Lin Shuiyan had a good boyfriend. She's silly. That day was Christmas, and Qin Xuan had originally planned to confess his love. He had never been a timid person. But when he was walking towards Lin Shuiyan with a gift, Lin Shuiyan saw Qi Silly, who had arrived in a luxury car, behind him. At that moment, Lin Shuiyan ran towards Qin Xuan. Her hair was flying, her skirt fluttering. Many years later, Qin Xuan still can't describe the feeling of his heart pounding. When she ran towards him, he felt as if his heart had been suddenly strangled, and he felt as if he owned the world. But when she brushed past him and flung herself into the arms of the man behind him, his heart felt as if it had been cut open, and he couldn't even hold the gift in his hands without it hurting. After that, he was depressed for a little while, and he didn't deliberately pay attention to Lin Shuiyan's every move. After finally emerging from the whirlpool of emotions, Lin Shuiyan approached him again. That time, in the bar, Lin Shuiyan did not cling to anyone else, but drunkenly clung to his neck and asked him, "Do you like me?" Qin Xuan did not dodge, and admitted with a straight face, "Yes, but I don't have a hobby of being a third party." Lin Shuiyan laughed upon hearing this, blossoming like a flower. "If you like it, then will you love me? I'm so sad. I broke up with Kizilai." Qin Xuan froze for a moment, not expecting the two to have broken up. Seeing that all the men around were leering at her, waiting to pick up the pieces, he took Lin Shuiyan upstairs to the hotel and opened a suite. He had originally planned to drop her off and leave, but Lin Shuiyan played hard to get, holding onto his neck and kissing him non-stop, begging him not to go. Restraining himself from touching Lin Shuiyan, he asked hoarsely, "Do you even know who I am?" Lin Shuiyan smiled and hiccuped, "I know, you're the handsome guy in the art department at our school. I recognize you, your name is Qin Xuan. I know you usually secretly look at me." With a bang, it was as if something had exploded in Qin Xuan's head, and then he couldn't help kissing Lin Shuiyan back. That night, Qin Xuan felt like the happiest man in the world. The day he found out that Lin Shuiyan was pregnant, Qin Xuan also had indescribable joy. In fact, when they first got married, the two of them also had a period of sweet love. At that time, Lin Shuiyan's career had not yet become so big. She was proud, but inexperienced in matters of the heart and easily shy. After Qin Xuan took her to taste the forbidden fruit for the first time, she became a bit addicted and often pestered him for it during her pregnancy. After taking it, she was extremely shy. At that time, they would go for walks together, attend antenatal classes together, and learn about taking care of babies together. After giving birth to her daughter, Lin Shuiyan wasn't feeling well, so Qin Xuan took care of the baby and the household chores. Soon, Lin Shuiyan was invited to be a judge. That talent show made Lin Shuiyan a hit as a judge, and many people came to learn ballet from her. Lin Shuiyan then opened a dance troupe. Since opening the dance troupe, Lin Shuiyan has been busy until midnight every night. Less than half a year after giving birth, she stopped breastfeeding her child and switched to formula feeding, so that she could focus on her career. As her career expanded, Lin Shuiyan's ambitions grew ever greater. With that came increasing pressure, and her temper became more and more volatile. Qin Xuan tolerated her, but his mother-in-law looked down on him, saying that he had no backbone and was a kept man. The better Lin Shuiyan's career developed, the more her mother-in-law and sister-in-law looked down on him, often whispering in Lin Shuiyan's ear about the state of the couple's relationship. Over time, Lin Shuiyan heard so much that she was naturally brainwashed. Thinking back on the past, Qin Xuan finally sighed. It turns out that in a marriage, it is not enough for just one person to work hard. It turns out that when you are young, it is how shallow it is to fall in love just by looking at someone's appearance. Because appearance is precisely the most useless thing in a marriage. Pulling back from his thoughts, Qin Xuan met Lin Shuiyan's scarlet eyes. She looked very bad, as if she had been crying all night. Chapter 34, If this isn't an open affair, what is it? You're here. Qin Xuan greeted her, looking at Lin Shuiyan's red eyes. It didn't feel good in his heart. He wasn't indifferent to Shuiyan, but that kind of marriage wasn't what he wanted. The whole Lin family gave him a suffocating feeling. Lin Shuiyan snorted, turned her face away, and walked in proudly like a peacock. Right behind her, Lin Shuizhen, her sister-in-law, gave him a glare and walked in as well. Qin Xuan suddenly felt a little helpless. Worried about embarrassment, he had specially asked Qin Yang to hide in the car. Lin Shuiyan was fine, even taking her sister with her when she got a divorce. After all, was she divorcing herself, or was her sister divorcing herself? Qin Chuan sometimes felt that Lin Xueyan was like an adult who couldn't stand on her own, with a mother complex and a sister complex. Qin Chuan walked into the office hall, took a number, and then waited on the side. Soon, their number was called. Lin Xueyan and Qin Chuan sat down at the counter. Lin Xueyan followed suit and stood next to Lin Xueyan. The staff member gave Lin Xueyan a strange look. 3 people here to get a divorce? No, I'm her sister. I can't let people bully my sister. Lin Xueyan hurriedly exclaimed. The staff member rolled their eyes inward. Since you are family, go sit in the back. Don't worry, we are state employees, we won't let anyone bully your sister in front of us. That won't work. Lin Xueyan reacted strongly. Comrade, you better get started. I promise I won't affect your work. The female staff member had no choice but to check the 2 of their marriage certificates and ask. Are you 2 here to get a divorce voluntarily? Voluntarily. Lin Xueyan spoke up first. The staff member glanced at her, and Lin Xueyan shut up. Qin Chuan replied, voluntary. Lin Xueyan raised her chin proudly, I'm also voluntary. Then did you sign a divorce agreement? Are there any issues with children or property? Comrade, the daughter is with her mother, we have no property disputes, and we have already signed a divorce agreement, Qin Chuan replied. The staff member took down the information and glanced at the 2 of them again. Are there any irreconcilable conflicts between you? Why did you have to get a divorce? The staff member carried out the pre-divorce mediation as a matter of routine. When these words were spoken, both Qin Chuan and Lin Xueyan bowed their heads and looked embarrassed. Lin Xueyan spoke for them, Comrade, there are big problems. This man, can't make money. He's a deadbeat, living off our family, drinking our family's wine, and treating my sister badly. Before she could finish speaking, the staff member gave Lin Xueyan a warning look. Are you getting a divorce or are they getting a divorce? Did I ask you? Lin Xueyan gave a disgusted huff and muttered, I'm not even married yet. The staff member heard her in her ear and her voice became a little stern. If you're not even married yet, then stay out of other people's business. You don't have any experience, so how can you give advice? Families like yours, who have no sense of boundaries, always meddle in other people's marriages, and that's very problematic. Do you understand? Qin Chuan looked at the staff member gratefully. At this moment, Lin Xueyan felt a vague sense of unease in her heart. It seemed that for a moment she had listened, but she was also a little confused. Why did the staff say the same thing as Qin Chuan? Is it really wrong for her sister and mother to interfere in her marriage? But they are the people in the world who love her the most, how could they harm her? No. Lin Xueyan shook her head. Right now it's not a problem with her sister and mother, it's a problem with Qin Chuan. It was Qin Chuan who insisted on divorcing her. She had already accepted that he had failed in his career, but what did he want from her? Thinking about this, Lin Xueyan's heart suddenly filled with grievances. Then she heard Qin Chuan say, Comrade, we have irreconcilable differences in personality and career development. There are also irreconcilable conflicts at home, so I want to file for divorce. The staff member looked regretful and said, Can't you reconsider and try to work things out? Qin Chuan shook his head. The staff member sighed and immediately printed out the receipt in duplicate. Now the divorce appointment has been successfully made, here is the receipt. The next 40 days is the divorce cooling off period. During the cooling off period, we suggest that you 2 live separately, go on a trip, or revisit places you went to when you were in love to see if you can repair your relationship. If there is really no way for you to live together, you should separate and calm down first to think about whether the marriage must be dissolved. Okay, thank you, comrade. Qin Chuan politely took the receipt from the staff member's hand and gave one of them to Lin Xueyan. Lin Xueyan took the slip of paper, stepped on her high heels, and walked out with a stern expression. As soon as she stepped outside, with a pop, the fireworks exploded and showered down on top of Lin Xueyan's head. Congratulations on your divorce. Pop Qin Yang pulled another firework. Congratulations on my brother Chuan regaining his freedom. Lin Xueyan stamped her feet in anger and yelled at Qin Chuan, look at the kind of friends you hang out with. Qin Chuan, you're fine with your brother humiliating me like this? You're not even going to stick up for me, are you even a man? Lin Xueyan was so angry that she swung her bag at Qin Chuan's chest. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly and held her wrist to stop her from hitting herself. Xueyan, Qin Yan doesn't mean any harm. No harm? Lin Shuiyan's eyes widened, her voice raised a little. Even after all this, he still doesn't mean any harm. Shuiyan, Xin Yang is just a big child who hasn't grown up yet. Don't argue with him. Qin Xuan admonished in a gentle voice. Lin Shuiyan almost exploded when she heard this. How old is he, and he's still a big child who hasn't grown up? Qin Xuan, are you blind? Qin Xuan glanced at her lowly and deliberately said, Shuiyan, don't argue. Xin Yang is just a single guy who hasn't married and has a bit of a twisted mind. He'll be fine when he gets married. Qin Xuan. Lin Shuiyan raised her handbag again, but suddenly it seemed that she had thought of something, her face suddenly changed, and the handbag in her hand hung in midair, not falling. You. These are all the things she used to say to Qin Xuan. Every time her sister bullied Qin Xuan, she used this line to argue with him. Now Qin Xuan has returned it to her intact. At this moment, Qin Xuan, who had been smiling elegantly at the corner of his mouth, suddenly looked cold. Shuiyan, do you understand how I feel now? When countless times my dignity was trampled on by your family, did you ever stand up for me? What you are experiencing now is only 1/10,000th of what I have experienced. Lin Shuiyan's lips opened and closed, and she was speechless for a long time. However, just then, Chi Silly's Maybach stopped in front of the two. Chi Silly, dressed in a black suit and tie, pushed open the car door and walked towards Lin Shuiyan holding a huge bouquet of pink roses. Ali, why have you come? Chi Silly gave a gentle smile, your sister asked me to come. With that, he presented the pink roses, congratulations on my ballerina goddess's imminent rebirth. These words were quite mean. The implication was that Lin Shuiyan's following Qin Xuan was painful, and only a divorce could lead to a new life. Qin Xuan laughed mockingly. The divorce hasn't even been official yet. His sister-in-law couldn't wait to call her wife's white moonlight in front of him. There's no way this marriage can continue. Lin Shuiyan saw Chi Silly come to support her, so without saying a word, she took the roses and held her chin high with pride. Chi Silly made an inviting gesture, my goddess, this way. At 8 o'clock tonight, I have booked a romantic candlelit dinner at Brilliant to celebrate with you. Hearing the word celebration, Lin Shuiyan felt a sense of relief and looked at Qin Yang defiantly. At this moment, Lin Shuiyan walked over and said, without missing a beat, oh, Brilliant, isn't that the most expensive sky restaurant in our city? It is said that without proof of assets of 50 million a year, there is no way to book a table there. My dear sister, I really envy you. No ordinary person can afford to go to a place like that for dinner, especially not with a poor man. That's something you can forget about for the rest of your life. Oh, by the way, celebrating in a place like that is way better than any crappy fireworks. Sure enough, fireworks belong only to the poor. After saying that, Lin Shuiyan covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Yang was so angry that he laughed. Damn it, these days, shamelessness can really be considered a medal, can't it? They haven't even officially divorced yet, and she's already accepting roses from other men in front of her husband and going on candlelit dinners with her lover. What's not an open adulterous affair is this? Chapter 35, What a Sin. Wait until my cousin eats Qin Xuan. How can this be an adulterous affair? Lin Shuiyan was furious. Chi Silly and I are innocent. We just went for a meal. What's wrong with him comforting me? When did I commit adultery? Qin Yang wanted to argue some more, but Qin Xuan just clenched his fist and punched Chi Silly in the side again. He looked gentle, but when he hit someone, he could be ruthless. With a bang, Chi Silly's mouth once again blossomed instantly, spurting out blood, and it swelled up in no time. Mr. Chi, did I not warn you? Don't interfere in my family affairs until Lin Shuiyan and I have officially obtained our divorce certificate. Otherwise, I will beat you up every time I see you. You really don't learn. With a hiss, Chi Silly covered his mouth and retreated. It happened so quickly that Lin Shuiyan was completely unable to react. But when Qin Xuan's fist came down, instead of feeling very sorry for Chi Silly, she thought Qin Xuan was awesome. That punch was clean and crisp, and the movement was awesome. Her vanity was also satisfied like never before. She really liked the scene of men fighting over her. It made her feel like the most wonderful woman in the world, and that she was worthy of love. Unfortunately, Chi Silly was never any good at fighting. In the past, when someone passed by and flirted with her, he always told her to let it go. He also said that she was so beautiful that she would naturally attract crime. However, at this moment, Lin Shuiyan was more and more certain that Qin Xuan had asked her to come and get a divorce just to scare her. Otherwise, why would he have gotten so jealous as to hit Chi Silly? At this moment, Chi Silly rubbed the corner of his mouth in pain, but did not fight back. He had never liked fighting, and if he could solve things with money, he didn't like to get his hands dirty. Seeing that Lin Shuiyan hadn't spoken up for herself for a long time, Chi Silly spoke up with grievance. Xinchuan, if hitting me will make you feel better, I'm willing to let you hit me unconditionally. As long as it's all for Yen Yen's good, I don't care. Xinchuan gave him a contemptuous glance and didn't say anything more. Chi Silly was intimidated by the stare and quickly said, Yen Yen, sister, let's go first. Lin Shuiyan wanted to provoke Xinchuan some more, so she deliberately got into Chi Silly's car. At this time, Lin Shuiyan also pulled open the back seat of Chi Silly's Maybach and got in. After sitting down, she also looked at Xinchuan provocatively, you can just spend the rest of your life with your broken pickup truck. You want to take my sister in that broken car of yours? That's quite a pretty thought. Qin Yang almost took off his shoes and smashed them on Lin Shuiyan's head. He had never seen such an annoying woman before. Xinchuan grabbed him by the back of the neck and glanced at the pieces of firework on the ground, pick them up. Don't leave any behind. Ha! Qin Yang's face fell. Brother, I know you want to punish me, but can you please choose something else? Xinchuan gave him a glare, turned around and went into the Civil Affairs Bureau to borrow a broom and dustpan and gave them to Qin Yang. Clean it up, don't make the sanitation workers' job difficult just because you were happy for a moment. Oh, okay. Qin Yang immediately responded, and began to pick up the pieces of firework on the ground. He was especially happy to listen to Qin Chuan. He could always feel a kind of charm in Qin Chuan. And because of this, he felt that Lin Shuiyan was not worthy of his brother. After picking up the pieces of firework on the ground, Qin Yang returned the broom to the security guard, and the three of them left together. At this moment, Lan Weiyin and Zhu Zhu walked out from the side. Lan Weiyin's face was cold and terrifying. Wearing a black suit jacket and skirt, she looked like she had an air of authority about her, as if she had returned to the company and was once again the female CEO in control of the lives of a large group of people below her. Shu Shu poked her arm, cousin, they successfully made an appointment to get a divorce. Why do you look like you're not very happy? They actually insulted senior brother like that. Lin Shuiyan has gone too far. And that Lin Shuiyan, she actually laughed at senior brother Qin for being poor. If it weren't for taking care of Lin Shuiyan, brother Qin, who is known as a talented painter, would not have delayed his career. Shu Shu hurriedly gave Lan Wei a back rub, cousin, don't be angry. After you marry your brother Qin, just take good care of him. You don't need to tell me that. Lan Wei gave her a stern look. Zhu Zhu, you immediately contact the owner of the restaurant and ask him to check which table Chi Silly has reserved, and then vacate the table next to it. The specification should be larger than Chi Silly's table, and then call Qin Chuan and say that you like his live broadcast and invite him to come and taste their cuisine for free to help them with publicity. Remember, the manager is not allowed to disclose any of my information, otherwise I will have him closed down. Okay. Zhu Zhu took note. Also, our company will refuse all future business dealings with Lin Shuiyan, and Lin Shuiyan. They are not allowed to appear in any activities or projects related to the Lin family or these two people. I want to ban them. Zhu Zhu swallowed. This is the legendary Big Devil. If one day Qin Chuan knew the true face of her cousin, she couldn't bear to think about it. She even fantasized about being on a big round bed, with Qin Chuan covering his full pectoral muscles with a quilt, crying and complaining that she had been fooled. While her cousin teased Qin Chuan's chin and laughed, looking triumphant. What a sin! She is now aiding and abetting evil. Qin Chuan, I'm sorry. A laborer has no choice, you should know that. At most, when your cousin eats you later, I'll burn some incense for you and pray to the gods to bless you and get you out of her clutches soon. At this moment, Qin Chuan was on his way to the home improvement store when he received a call from a merchant. Qin Chuan had to pull over to the side of the road to communicate with the other party. Mr. Qin, this is the situation. Our boss watched your live broadcast and really appreciates the way you took in Qinyu. Our boss would like to sponsor all the supplies for Qinyu's room. Of course, in return, our boss asks that you broadcast our brand throughout the process. If you think it's okay, you can come to our Epine right now. Our Epine is the most comprehensive one-stop shopping mall for baby and infant home furnishings in the city. Epine? Qin Yang, who had overheard the phone conversation, widened his eyes and quickly said in sign language, this is the most famous brand in our city. Say yes to him. But Qin Chuan remained calm, thank you very much for your boss's recognition of me. But I have my own requirements for the supplies for Qinyu and the brand that I want to promote to netizens. The first thing is that the formaldehyde content must not exceed the standard. I can go over there now and do a live broadcast to get things started, but I need to test the formaldehyde content of the supplies. If they pass, we can cooperate. That's settled then. Just test it. The quality of our Epine products is strictly controlled. After all, they are used on mothers and babies, so there is no room for sloppiness. Xin Yang gave Qin Chuan a thumbs up. That's great, brother, you've been hit by such a big pie and you're still so calm. Qin Chuan smiled. To be honest, I'm very happy too. If we can cooperate successfully, not only will Ye be able to use good things, but we'll also save a considerable amount of money. He then looked at Qin Yu and said, shall we go and choose the things for your room now? Qin Yu gave a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth and said, thank you, Dad. Qin Chuan curved the corner of his mouth and drove the car to Epine Shopping Mall. Qin Yang was free today, so he picked up the live streaming equipment and helped Qin Chuan shoot the live stream. Qin Chuan carried the toolbox and walked into Epine Shopping Mall with Qin Yu by the hand. As the three of them just walked in, they saw a familiar figure. Chapter 36, I guess the anchor will be silenced. It's Lin Shuezhen. She came with a client to choose materials for the baby's room. When she saw Qin Chuan, she looked startled, then laughed lightly and walked over. What, following me? Want me to say good things about you in Yin Yan's ear? Qin Chuan ignored Lin Shuezhen and turned to Qin Yang, who was debugging the live broadcast equipment, and ordered. Be careful not to let her get in the shot. At this moment, a netizen in the live broadcast room asked. Did the host meet someone she knows? Who is she? Is she a beauty? Why doesn't the host let us see? It feels like it's someone the host knows? Am I the only one who thinks this is a script? Is it someone they've arranged in advance? Qin Yang was actually very unhappy. He had not liked Lin Shuezhen for a long time. He really wanted to expose this annoying woman. Let the netizens know what kind of woman she is. However, although he looked unhappy, in his actions, he still listened very carefully to Qin Chuan. The two men led Qin Yu to the side reception desk and ignored Lin Shuezhen. They explained their intentions to the receptionist. The receptionist immediately called the manager. Lin Shuezhen saw that Qin Chuan was ignoring her and was furious. She walked directly towards them and tugged on Qin Chuan's sleeve. What? You dare not reply to me? Have I hit the nail on the head? Miss Lin, please behave yourself. Qin Chuan avoided contact and reminded her with a cold expression, Miss Lin, we are currently broadcasting live. If you don't want people to know your identity and don't want netizens to know that you are causing trouble for us, you'd better leave. Lin Shuezhen caught Qin Yang's cowering expression, and the camera didn't even turn towards her, which made her feel even more confident. What am I afraid of? You should be the one afraid, shouldn't you? Are you afraid that I will expose your true self in front of the netizens so that you won't be able to do live streaming in the future? Lin Shuezhen sneered, crossing her arms. Do you know how expensive things are here? Do you think you can afford the things here? Did you just walk in without looking at the prices? This is the famous affordable luxury maternal and child brand in the city. Can a poor person like you afford it? It's none of your business if I can afford it or not. Qin Yang's anger flared up at these words. People open their doors to do business, and we have the right to come in. Oh, really? Just window shopping without buying anything? That's embarrassing. Lin Shuezhen's voice sounded strange as she laughed. At that moment, a man wearing a black suit walked towards them, smiling as he looked at Lin Shuezhen. Thank you for your kind words about our friend, saying that we are the city's famous affordable luxury maternity and baby brand. In fact, not all the products here are considered affordable luxury, and there are also some mid to high-end products that are suitable for the general public. Lin Shuezhen rolled her eyes. You're just saying that to yourself, aren't you? Who doesn't know how expensive your stuff is? The man froze for a moment, then continued with a smile. Our store, as this gentleman said, is open to all and welcomes guests from all over. Regardless of whether or not they end up buying, we welcome customers to come in and browse, compare the price and quality of our products. So, I also ask this young lady to stop turning away customers for us. In addition, these two gentlemen and this young lady were specially invited by our proprietress. They can take all the products here. Because our proprietress said that she admires the courage of Mr. Lin for adopting Miss Lin Yu, and today, whatever he likes, we will give it to him for free. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuexian's face froze for a moment, and she couldn't quite manage a smile at the corners of her mouth. Is this really the kind of person your boss wants to do a live broadcast? Do you know how many followers he has? But it's just a new account. Lin Shuexian smiled stiffly twice, and finally rolled her eyes and said, "My colleague is calling me, so I won't waste any more of your time." After that, she hurriedly left. Netizens were furious. Holy cow, what a fucking disgusting woman. This dog looks down on people, but not like this. Did this woman forget to brush her teeth when she left the house this morning? She stinks. Exposure, please, she's so disgusting. Exactly, this kind of person should never be allowed to enter the dating market. Exposure, please, blogger. At this moment, Xin Yang looked at the fleeing back of Lin Shuexian and couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a disgrace. Brother, only you could put up with her for so long. Xinchuan smiled and said nothing, instead politely looking at the man who had spoken up for them. Hello, I'm Xinchuan. You must be Manager Wang, the store manager of Epine, right? Yes, I am. Manager Wang took the initiative to shake Xinchuan's hand and invited him to follow him. Okay. We're already live streaming now, Xinchuan kindly reminded. Okay, no problem. You're welcome to broadcast live. As they walked, Manager Wang introduced the three-story Epine exhibition hall to the live streaming camera. The first-floor lobby mainly features soft furnishings, including decorations for children's rooms, small sofas and bedding, while the back room mainly features decorative materials, including tiles, flooring and wallpaper. Further back is a warehouse that we have on a 10-mu plot. What we are displaying here in the front are all in stock and can be delivered to your door on the same day. I wonder if Mr. Qin has any plans for our Yeye's children's room. What products are you mainly looking for this time? Xinchuan opens his tablet and shows the manager a design plan. Manager Wang took the tablet and looked surprised. This is really beautiful. I didn't realize that Mr. Qin was such a meticulous person, not only designing the entire room style, but also making an entire shopping list. Xin Yang heard this and hurriedly said, "Brother, you told me to take a picture of the design." Xinchuan nodded and picked up the tablet to show the netizen his design and shopping list. If there are any friends who are recently renovating their children's rooms, you can also screenshot and save this picture as a reference. After saying this, Xinchuan apologetically looked at Manager Wang and said, "I have quite a lot of things to purchase today." Manager Wang responded with a smile, "Mr. Qin, you don't need to feel any pressure. Our boss lady said she would help decorate Yu's room and she will do just that. You can just purchase the items on the list according to your needs." Xinchuan gratefully nodded at the other party and also felt the sincerity of the brand. Soon, the group of four went towards the raw materials exhibition hall. As they walked in, Xinchuan turned on the air formaldehyde detector and explained to the camera. When they entered the showroom, they could feel the air was very fresh and there were no irritating odors. This is a place where you can safely bring your children. The formaldehyde detection in the air is also qualified. Next, Xinchuan and Xin Yang chose a solid wood floor in a log color with a tree pattern for Xinyu. It looks fresh and suitable for children of this age. Manager Wang laughed and said, "Mr. Qin has a sharp eye. This is our latest product for the season, which is more fashionable and different from the previous brown and lifeless wooden boards." Xinchuan Wenshao looked at Manager Wang with a smile and said, "I have a humble request." Manager Wang was taken aback. "I heard that your warehouse is at the back, and I would like to go in and test the formaldehyde levels. Since this is an exhibition hall, and there are so many air purifiers operating at the same time, it is normal for the formaldehyde levels to be acceptable. But for consumers, it is meaningless to say that the samples are acceptable. Since we want to recommend this brand to my followers, we must ensure that the stock in your warehouse is of the same grade and is also acceptable." As soon as the voice fell, the live chat immediately lit up. 6. This guy can handle it. He really dares to raise questions when there are problems. "Oh, I'll follow you because of what the anchor said. I'm the mom who wants to decorate her child's room, and I'm really worried about product safety." Ha ha ha, do you think Manager Wang will agree? I can see his face turning green. Oh my god, this is so exciting. If it turns out that the warehouse of the city's largest affordable luxury children's home furnishing mall has exceeded the standards, it's over. If it's really found to be a problem, I guess the anchor will be silenced. Playing such a big game, will any business really dare to approach the anchor in the future? At this time, Manager Wang on the scene looked hesitant. He didn't know what to think. Who knew if there was a problem in the warehouse? The warehouse was airtight, with only a simple ventilation system. And the things pulled from the factory all have very strong smells. Just then, Manager Wan's phone rang. It was the boss's wife calling. Chapter 37. But in his heart, he was more than happy to take him. After hanging up, Manager Wang gave Qin Chuan a gesture of invitation. Qin Chuan handed Qin Yu over to the staff and entered warehouse number 1 with Qin Yang. The air here was relatively worse than in the showroom. The smell of wood was strong. Qin Chuan said, showing the online viewers the formaldehyde index in the air. It was rare that the formaldehyde here did not exceed the standard, and was shown to be within a reasonable range. Qin Chuan then took down a small amount of scrap material with consent and soaked it in reagent. We let it sit for 30 minutes, and after 30 minutes, we will see if the material itself has any formaldehyde problems. Next, Qin Chuan went to warehouses 2, 3, 4, and 5. He also tested the formaldehyde index in the air and randomly took out the corner materials of more than a dozen kinds of materials for formaldehyde testing. The results showed that the formaldehyde index in the air was all fine. Immediately afterwards, the live broadcast camera filmed the testing of the materials in more than a dozen disposable cups. During these 30 minutes, Qin Chuan sat on the sofa in the reception area, chatting with Qin Yang, Qin Yu, and Manager Wang. Manager Wang laughed. This is the first time we've encountered such a stubborn host. You really don't give us any room to maneuver. Qin Chuan smiled. I'm responsible for the fans who come to my live broadcast room, and this is what I should do. During this time, Manager Wang asked Qin Chuan if there were any other products he liked, but Qin Chuan didn't say a word. In the end, Manager Wang shook his head helplessly. Mr. Qin Chuan really does everything perfectly. Qin Chuan didn't let out a sigh of relief until he saw the test results showing that none of the materials had exceeded the formaldehyde limit. I think I can now recommend the products I like to netizens without worry. Manager Wang also got up and accompanied Qin Chuan to select products. When selecting bedding, Qin Chuan asked Qin Yu for her opinion. Yeah, do you like this? Yes. And this? Yes. Qin Yu nodded and said in a small voice, I'll listen to both of you. Qin Chuan and Qin Yang looked at each other, both feeling a little uncomfortable. Netizens also sent barrage after barrage of comments. Sobs, baby, you don't have to be so understanding. Such an understanding girl, compared to my brat, it's really a blow. Unmarried and single, I don't know why it's hard to watch. I finally understand why Chuan adopted Yaya. Yaya is really so pitiful. Qin Chuan rubbed Qin Yu's head and crouched down to explain patiently. Yeah, we are working right now. When we work, we can make money. The reward for this time is that your uncle will give us the products we like for free. So, yeah, you can choose completely according to your heart's desire. After you choose, just tell your fans and friends why you chose that way. Because this is your job. Qin Yu stared at Qin Chuan with her big, dark eyes. Can I really choose for myself? Yes. Qin Chuan nodded. Qin Yu then chose a pink children's bed. So, you tell everyone why you chose this one? Qin Chuan asked. Because it's shaped like a little rabbit, which is very cute. Qin Yu compared it and looked seriously at the camera. So, you now help everyone try out if this bed is comfortable, okay? Qin Yu nodded, sat down seriously, and bounced. The bed frame is hard, but also a little soft, very comfortable. After all, she is a 5-year-old girl, and her expressions are not yet perfect. Qin Chuan helped to explain. The bedboard that Yaya was talking about is actually the mattress. This is a natural coconut core mattress. It is hard to protect the child's undeveloped spine, and it is hard and soft to enhance comfort. Next, Qin Chuan and Qin Yu carefully introduced the bedside table, writing desk, and furnishings to the netizens one by one. Soon, all the items on Qin Chuan's shopping list were in hand. There were 19 items in total, which cost 290,000 yuan. When the invoice was issued, Qin Yang looked surprised and dumbfounded, but in his heart he felt more than satisfied. He secretly glanced at Qin Chuan and noticed his quiet, artistic temperament. He looked calm and composed, and there was no expression of smugness or complacency, as if he felt that he had taken advantage of the other party or something. It was as if all this was perfectly reasonable. Qin Yang really admired Qin Chuan more and more. He was worthy of being his brother. With this aura, this temperament, and this style, he is just different. Manager Wang, on the other hand, seemed a little unnatural. However, he still kept his promise and called the movers to load the items onto the truck one by one and deliver them to the location specified by Qin Chuan. When they were moving the children's bed, Lin Shueishan quickly walked over and stopped the movers from continuing. This one can't be delivered, it has to be reserved for Chang Chang. Chang Chang had his eye on this bunny cot before. I asked the salesperson, and this is the only one left. Lin Shueishan gave the porter an address, and this one was to be delivered to the villa I just mentioned. No way. Qin Chuan refused, saying that this one was what Qin Yu had his eye on. We just agreed that this one was to be given to Qin Yu. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yu tugged at Qin Chuan's hem. Daddy, I can do without this bed. I'll give this bed to my little sister. Before she could finish, Lin Shueishan gave Qin Yu a shove. What sister? You're just a lowly child who was adopted, so what makes you qualified to be sisters with our Chang Chang? Qin Yu received the force of the shove on her shoulder and sat down on the ground. Xin Yang immediately flew into a rage when he saw this. Lin Shueishan, are you crazy? You struck a child. Is she a child? She's a little green tea. Lin Shueishan stamped her feet in anger. Qin Chuan helped Qin Yu up with a cold face and firmly told her, you are not a lowly person. Everyone is born equal. Yeah, is too. What's yours is yours. No one can force you to share if you don't want to. As he said, his eyes looked coldly at Lin Shueishan. If Cheng Cheng needs something, I will buy it for her if I think it's reasonable. But you can't just take it. Today's harvest is the result of our hard work with Yeye, so I refuse to give the children's bed to Cheng Cheng. Are you crazy? Qin Chuan, do you know what you're saying? It's not easy to get such a decent children's bed, and you're not giving it to your own daughter, but to the adopted child? Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Qin Chuan hurriedly explained to the live camera, Dear netizens and friends, I'm sorry, but due to a family matter that has come up, we need to end our shopping live broadcast at Epin Mall today. After saying this, Qin Chuan signaled Qin Yang to close the broadcast. After all, it was a family matter, and he didn't want it to become public knowledge. Moreover, it wasn't a particularly glorious thing to do. Seeing Qin Yang close the live broadcast, Qin Chuan then called him by his first name. Lin Shueishan, you must apologize to Yu today. You insulted her first and then pushed her, so you must apologize to her. Lin Shueishan laughed lightly, no way. Not only will I not apologize to this little bitch, I'm going to destroy this bed. Lin Shueishan said, pulling out a sharp key and sneering at Qin Chuan. I'll scratch this bed right in front of your face, and what can you do about it? I don't believe you dare call the police on me. I'm putting my words here today, if my daughter can't get it, no one else will. Especially not this little brat. Lin Shueishan laughed more and more complacently as she walked towards the expensive and lovely children's bed. Chapter 38, Suspicion. Lin Shueishan likes Qin Chuan. Then you just try it and see if I dare to call the police? Qin Chuan's face was solemn and his voice resounded. Lin Shueishan was startled. She had never seen such a fierce Qin Chuan before, but at this moment, her hand holding the key was already raised high, and she couldn't let the child's bed go without scratching it. Lin Shueishan bit her lip and was extremely hesitant. But then she thought, Qin Chuan definitely wouldn't dare to call the police. If he did, he would be completely breaking with the Lin family and would be finished with Yin Yin. No, Lin Shueishan was certain that Qin Chuan would never divorce her younger sister. He was just using the divorce cooling-off period to scare her sister. Qin Chuan was just trying to get his family to respect him and save face. Thinking about this, Lin Shueishan became even more reckless, and raised her hand to land on the pink bedside table. However, just as the key was about to make intimate contact with the children's bed, a pair of large hands stopped her in time. Young lady, if you continue to behave so irrationally, I really will have to call the police. Manager Wang's large hands were the first to grasp Lin Shueishan's wrists. He really couldn't bear to see the beautiful children's bed destroyed. Who do you think you are? Lin Shueishan violently shook off Manager Wang's hand, but she was unable to do so. She glared angrily at the man in front of her. If you don't let go, I'll sue you for indecent assault. I'm a VIP guest invited by your manager. When your manager Wang comes out, I'll tell you that you'll definitely suffer the consequences. As soon as these words came out, Qin Yang was instantly dumbfounded. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to laugh too obviously, for fear that Lin Shueishan would detect the difference. Oh, I'm really scared. I didn't realize that you also knew the store manager of Epin Mall. Humph, now you know how to be scared? It's useless. Lin Shueishan took advantage of Manager Wang's negligence and quickly broke free of his grip. She directly used the key to stab into the bedside screen, and then pulled it down sharply, drawing an appallingly deep mark. As if that wasn't enough, she made another slash, crossing out the beautiful headboard. While doing all this, there was a crazy voice in Lin Shueishan's heart. Destroy it. It must be destroyed. For some reason, she just couldn't stand Qin Chuan. She hated him especially. She wanted to destroy anything related to him, and she couldn't help but want to stab him. Xin Yang looked at the beautiful children's bed that had been made into this state and was speechless. Lin Shueishan, sometimes I really doubt that you secretly loved my brother Chuan in the past, and because of love turned to hate, and because you couldn't get my brother Chuan, you've been causing trouble for him every day. As the words fell, Lin Shueishan felt as if she had been stabbed by something, and her body trembled violently, almost making her jump up and beat Qin Yang. You're crazy. What are you talking about? Lin Shueishan kept pounding Qin Yang, completely unaware that Qin Chuan and manager Wang had already simultaneously pulled out their phones and called the police. When Lin Shueishan heard the two men report the address and hang up, she was completely dumbfounded and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Qin Chuan, what did you just say? You really called the police? Lin Shueishan's face instantly turned pale, and her bulging chest was beating violently. Yes, I already warned you earlier. Everyone must pay for their actions. As Qin Chuan spoke, he glanced at Qin Yu in passing. Qin Yu seemed to understand what he was saying, and nodded obediently. You're crazy. Lin Shueishan's voice was agitated, her vocal cords trembling. I'm your sister-in-law, and you actually called the police to arrest me? Do you know that this will leave a criminal record? You know that this will leave a record too? Qin Yang was speechless and rolled his eyes. So you also know that you've gone too far. Usually you bully my brother Chuan because he's easy to talk to. Lin Shueishan ignored Qin Yang and rushed to Qin Chuan, grabbed him by the collar, and was extremely emotional. Qin Chuan, let me ask you, what do you really think of me? Can you live with yourself for reporting me to the police? Besides, we're family, and you actually called the police to arrest me. Lin Shueishan couldn't accept it, and she was as agitated as if she had been betrayed by a scumbag. Qin Chuan's eyebrows were cold, and he pulled away Lin Shueishan's hand, which was holding his collar, indifferently. First, Shueyan and I have already applied for divorce, and we will soon no longer be a family. Second, if you had treated me as a family member, you would not have done such a thing today. It's your lack of respect for me in the first place, so it's no wonder I'm doing this last resort. Lin Shueishan took a step back, as if she still couldn't believe that Qin Chuan would treat her like this. She kept shaking her head, her face pale. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she shouted, "Manager!" She rushed to the reception desk and slapped the table in an unseemly manner. Hurry! Quickly get your manager over here. Tell him to come out and deal with this. Before the receptionist could say anything, the department manager, who had come with Lin Shueishan, walked over. What's going on? Why are you shouting? Do you know that's very rude? Lin Shueishan's department manager was a middle-aged woman with a capable and decisive appearance. She came over in black high heels and asked sternly, "What's going on?" Facing her superior, Lin Shueishan immediately became like a quail, head down, lips pursed. Managerly, there's been a little misunderstanding. Someone's causing trouble here, and I want to call their manager out. The woman called Managerly frowned, lowered her voice and scolded, "We're here to talk to Manager Wang about advertising cooperation. You yelling like this will give a bad impression. Didn't the person at the front desk just say that Manager Wang is receiving important guests? What you're doing is badgering the client you want to cooperate with, which is very rude, understand?" Lin Shueishan bowed her head and didn't say anything. "Coco," they reported. Lin Shueishan's voice was too low, and Managerly didn't hear it at all, so he turned to Manager Wang Qinchuan. "Hello, I'm her supervisor. What happened just now?" Managerly spoke with an extremely good attitude, adhering to the principle of keeping things small. After all, they came here to discuss cooperation, and things getting too big would do them no good. Xin Yang pointed behind him at the bed screen. "You can see for yourself, this is what your good subordinate did, and we've already called the police." When Managerly saw the damaged bed screen, her pupils suddenly narrowed, but when she heard the word police, Managerly's face changed drastically. Managerly didn't know how to respond. She looked at Lin Shueishan in disbelief. "Are you sick or what? I asked you to come with me to discuss cooperation, not to make trouble. Why did you have to mess up a perfectly good children's bed like this?" Lin Shueishan also realized her mistake at this moment. She didn't know why, but every time she met Qin Chuan, she easily lost control. Clearly, she had not been such a malicious person before. "Manager, let me explain. Lin Shuizhen pointed at Qin Xuan and said, "This person, he bullied my sister and wants to divorce her. I was so angry that I vandalized the place. Manager, please help me. Talk to Manager Wang and ask him to mediate. I don't want a criminal record." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Xuan burst out laughing. "Come, let me formally introduce you. The person next to me is the Manager Wang you are looking for." "What?" Lin Shuizhen's face suddenly turned pale and she gasped. "Yes, I am the Manager Wang you are looking for. And these are the distinguished guests I am hosting." Manager Wang nodded lightly at Lin Shuizhen's boss. Lin Shuizhen's boss's face immediately turned green, and he was so angry that he wanted to slap this woman who had no sense of propriety. This is great, offending both Manager Wang and Manager Wang's VIPs. Lin Shuizhen regretted her arrogant attitude towards the man. She was almost scared to tears, her eyes brimming with moisture, and there was no trace of her earlier hostility. "Manager Wang, I apologize for this matter. I bought this bed. Can you withdraw the report?" Lin Shuizhen pleaded in a low voice. Manager Wang hesitated and glanced at Qin Xuan. "Mr. Qin, what do you think?" Chapter 39, her whole heart was pressed against Qin Xuan's arm. Qin Xuan had just received 290,000 yuan worth of goods, so naturally he didn't want to offend Manager Wang, so he said gently, "It's your freedom to forgive her and accept her compensation. But that doesn't mean it's his opinion." Qin Xuan didn't say this, but he had a plan B. Manager Wang secretly let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that Qin Xuan wasn't making things difficult for him, his opinion of him improved a little more. Frankly speaking, he is also a worker. The main reason for reporting to the police is to resolve the matter. If the other party is willing to compensate, he is not bothered to continue to make things difficult for a woman. What's more, he knows very well that this matter is not serious enough to warrant arrest. When the police arrive, they will at most take the person away for mediation and give a few words of advice. Manager Wang called out to the receptionist, "Issue her a bill and take her credit card immediately. Deliver the children's bed to the place she specifies, and then go to the warehouse to reallocate an identical one to send to Mr. Qin and the others." "Yes, Manager Wang." The receptionist replied, and quickly brought the POS machine to swipe Lin Shuizhen's 25,000 renminbi. Lin Shuizhen felt a pang of pain. 3 months' salary and performance bonus were gone. Now Lin Shuizhen wished she could go back half an hour and slap herself hard. Qin Yang couldn't help but stab her. "Listen, what did Manager Wang say? There's another identical crib in the warehouse. What's the point of fighting over it? And what's this nonsense about there being only one left, that it must be kept for Cheng Chen?" Qin Yang made a face like he wanted to throw up. You're just a troublemaker. Do you really think that's how you love Cheng Chen? Cheng Chen was so cute and sensible when she was little, but it was people like you who spoiled her. Lin Shuizhen naturally couldn't stand to hear this and was about to explode again. "Why do I do this? Isn't it because I love Cheng Chen? I'd rather spend 25,000 yuan to help her get back at people." Lin Shuizhen pointed at Qin Xuan. "Do I have to buy a bed for someone else's child, like he did, to show my love?" Lin Shuizhen became more and more angry as she spoke, glaring at Qin Xuan with angry eyes. "You can't do anything about me now, can you? I bought this bed, and I can draw on it however I like." "I can." It was Manager Wang who cancelled the alarm, not me. Qin Xuan's voice was very soft, but it sounded like a big bell that had suddenly crashed on Lin Shuizhen's chest. "What?" Lin Shuizhen was a little dazed. "When the police officers come over later, I will tell them exactly what happened." Qin Xuan raised the phone in his hand and said, "I have recorded everything that happened just now. I believe the police officers will investigate the facts clearly. Did you buy the bed first, or did you provoke us first?" Before the words were finished, Lin Shuizhen rushed up and grabbed Qin Xuan's phone. Due to the excessive movement, her whole chest pressed against Qin Xuan's arm. "Give me the phone." Qin Xuan held the phone up to avoid Lin Shuizhen's touch. Lin Shuizhen's body rubbed against Qin Xuan's arm. Qin Xuan tried hard to avoid physical contact between the two. At this time, Qin Yang also raised his phone. "Lin Shuizhen, are you going to delete my backup as well?" As the voice fell, Lin Shuizhen's boss covered his forehead with a headache. At this moment, she really regretted bringing Lin Shuizhen to discuss cooperation. What a disgraceful thing. Lin Shuizhen heard that Qin Yang also had a backup, and her entire shoulder drooped. She glared at Qin Xuan, her teeth clenched. "What will it take for you to withdraw the report?" Apologize to Qinyu. In your dreams. Lin Shuejian said subconsciously. Okay, then let's just dream here. Qin Yang looked like we weren't in a hurry. Lin Shuejian calmed down, gritted her teeth, and said with an extremely uncomfortable expression. I'm sorry. I can't hear you. Qin Yang's smile spread wide, and to apologize to someone, isn't it necessary to be a little polite? You have to look at the other person and call Ruu's name. Qin Yang, don't go too far. Lin Shuejian glared at him fiercely, and seeing that Qin Xuan didn't have the slightest intention of backing down, and worried about leaving an even worse impression in front of his superior, she could only swallow her pride, stand in front of Qinyu, and unwillingly apologize. Qinyu, I'm sorry about what just happened. I didn't mean to target you. I just don't like Qin Xuan. After getting a satisfactory apology, Qin Xuan called back to cancel the report and then said to Lin Shuejian, I hope you will behave yourself and learn from today's lesson, because you may not be so lucky next time. After that, he took Qinyu and left. As soon as Qin Xuan, Qin Yang, and Qinyu left, Lin Shuejian's boss smiled and said to manager Wang, It's all a misunderstanding. It's also my fault as a subordinate for bringing my family matters here. Look, why don't we talk about advertising cooperation? You can submit your proposal first. I'll contact you when I've read it and if it's suitable. Before manager Wang finished speaking, he walked towards the office area. The meaning was clear, he was not interested in cooperating with their company. Manager Li, who naturally understood the situation well, turned to Lin Shuejian and said loudly, You're fired. Me? Lin Shuejian pointed at her own nose in disbelief. Yes, because of your gross negligence and mistakes at work, you are immediately dismissed, and there is no N+1 compensation. Go back and pack your things yourself, get out. Our company really has had a bad run of luck to hire someone like you. After saying this, Manager Li caught up with Manager Wang and said with a smile, In fact, the plan has long been engraved in my mind. Why don't I just tell you now? Manager Wang responded with a neutral The two men walked further and further away, leaving Lin Shuejian, who had not yet come to her senses, standing in the same place, dumbfounded. When she reacted, she immediately flew into a rage, cursing and swearing, all at Qin Xuan. What she didn't know was that what awaited her was more than just dismissal. Before long, a tech-savvy person outed Lin Shuejian. A post with a photo of the woman insulting Brother Chuan in the live broadcast room went viral. Holy cow, she looks mean. To be honest, I like this type of look, tall, deep features, and big boobs. But the way she talks is really unbearable. Exactly, no man could stand it, right? Actually, this person is my university senior. She used to be aloof, but she really isn't like that. Let me tell you a cold joke, she was our former class flower. Big breasts, no brain, appraisal complete. What a snob. It's annoying just looking at it. Forward and kill her. Let her society die. Yes. Forward it, so that the vast number of single men can avoid thunder. Thunder already avoided. Before long, Lin Shuejian's life photo of rolling her eyes was made into various emoticons. It was accompanied by many vulgar phrases. For example, the emoji of her rolling her eyes was paired with the words, How can such a tiny thing come out? Destroy it, in 5 seconds. These little emojis were very funny and were reposted like crazy. At this time, Lin Shuejian was still blissfully unaware. On the other side, from a self-built house on the outskirts of the city, came the sound of a woman's rant. This one won't do. This one won't do either. Substitute. Pay a high price to substitute. Shu Shu gave a polite but awkward smile. Cousin, God is actually fair. God gave you a business mind, but at the same time closed the door on your culinary skills. Why don't we just ask these chefs to bake a cake and say that you made it? Why do you have to do it yourself? You don't understand. Lan Weiyin glared at Zhu Zhu and said that if you want to win over a man, you must win over his stomach. Zhu Zhu looked at the cakes that were either burnt or a pool of egg mush that wasn't cooked. This is called winning a man's heart, not his stomach. She was really worried that Qin Xuan would die a few years early if he ate this. Of course, she didn't say that out loud. The Nth baking teacher looked at Lan Weiyin awkwardly and said, Ms. Lan, actually, I have a suggestion. Say it. Actually, eating cake for dinner is a bit too much. Why don't you try baking a tart? Okay. So, under the guidance of the baking teacher, Lan Weiyin carefully poured the supermarket-bought egg tart liquid into the egg tart shell and then baked it in the oven. Soon, with a ding, Lan Weiyin put on her oven gloves, opened the oven with a solemn expression, and carefully took out the egg tart, as if she were holding out a 10 million level antique jewel. She placed it on the table and then took one out to taste. After taking a bite, Lan Weiyin jumped up excitedly. It worked! For the first time in my life, I didn't blow up the kitchen. Zhu zhu. You bought the crust and the filling, and you did the baking. If it doesn't work, there really is something wrong. Baker. For the first time, I feel like my career is so close to danger. Lan Weiyin excitedly arranged the egg tarts on a beautiful plate. At that moment, the sound of a car came from next door. Xin Shenghui is back. Lan Weiyin quickly straightened her appearance in front of the shiny cabinet door and then instructed Zhu Zhu. Remember to arrange the things for the shining restaurant. After saying this, she carried the egg tarts towards the next room. When she saw Qin Xuan getting out of the car, her heart started racing and her voice trembled with slight nervousness. Brother Qin, I baked these tarts just now. When she saw Qin Yang, Lan Weiyin quickly added, and your friends can have some too. This is my way of thanking you for helping me fix the faucet last night. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what I would have done. Little sister, you don't need to be so polite. Qin Xuan politely invited Lan Weiyin to sit in the courtyard. There happened to be a simple tea table and chairs left behind by the owner of the house. Lan Weiyin didn't mind and sat down immediately. A slight look of surprise flashed across Qin Xuan's and Qin Yang's faces. Usually girls would find the table and chairs a bit old and dirty, but Lan Weiyin didn't seem to mind at all. The two of them felt a little better about her. Qin Xuan smiled warmly and nudged Qin Yu's back. Go wash your hands and come back for the egg tarts. As soon as the words fell, his phone rang. After connecting and listening to the other party's request, Qin Xuan's brows furrowed slightly. Brilliant restaurant? And you're bringing a date? Qin Yang's pupils widened a little when he heard this. Isn't that the restaurant where Lin Shuiyan and Qi Sili are going to celebrate? Chapter 40, Exciting. Qin Xuan's family of three and Qi Sili Lin Shuiyan ran into each other head-on. Qin Yang is now particularly sensitive when he hears the word brilliant. Because he has been asking all day today, asking several good brothers in the industry if they have a VLP card for brilliant, and he wants to take Qin Xuan to eat there. The reason is none other than he cannot swallow this humiliation. He himself can be looked down upon, but he cannot let brother Chuan be looked down upon. But after asking everyone in the circle, they all said they didn't have a VLP card for this restaurant. The main reason was that the threshold for brilliant was too high. Based on the assets of Qin Yang's adoptive parents' family, they could apply for a brilliant VLP. But since Qin Yang learned that he was an adopted son, he was reluctant to use the family's name to seek convenience in the outside world, so he had to suppress the idea of taking Qin Xuan to brilliant to slap Qi Sili and Lin Shuiyan. At this moment, Qin Xuan was still communicating with the manager of the brilliant restaurant. Qin Yang quickly pressed his ear to the phone. He heard the restaurant manager say that they would be invited to dine for free, but they would have to broadcast the event live. Qin Yang nodded vigorously. Brother Chuan, say yes. Qin Yang wanted to take the phone and say yes for Qin Xuan. But Qin Xuan looked calm and unperturbed. He was not the type of person to be dazzled by petty favors. This was something that Lan Weiyin quite appreciated. If Senior Qin were a petty person, she really wouldn't look down on him. Over here, Qin Xuan was still carefully asking about the requirements for the meal. The other party's response was, there are no hard and fast requirements for ordering. You can order everything on the menu. There is also no limit on the price. After a pause, the other party added, the only requirement is that the filming can only focus on your table and not other customers in the restaurant. We at Weikai are very protective of our guests' privacy. That's fine. Qin Xuan stood in the corner of the small courtyard, holding the phone in one hand and communicating with the other person with one hand lightly resting on his belt. The profile view, the slender and beautiful fingers like jade, and the tall and slender figure made Lan Weiyin simply infatuated. Her heart was pounding like a fawn, pounding so loudly that she was worried Qin Xuan would hear it. At that moment, Qin Xuan asked another question. I'm curious, why would a restaurant of your caliber want to broadcast with someone like me? As the words fell, Lan Weiyin's heart instantly tightened. Did her senior find out something? At that moment, the manager's explanation came over the phone. It's like this, Mr. Chin, when we look for promotional broadcasters, we consider several factors, such as the real activity in the broadcast room and the quality of the users. Your live broadcast room has received large rewards, which shows that there are customers who exist in your live broadcast room. Another point is that although your live broadcast room is not comparable to the big celebrities' live broadcast rooms, all the online viewers are real, there is no cheating, and there are no fake comments. Finally, we must admit that at present, we can pay less to promote using your account. Compared to the big celebrities' promotion fees, which are quoted at hundreds of thousands of dollars, you are more affordable. What do you think? Mr. Chin, are you willing to come over and do a live broadcast of a meal at 8 o'clock tonight? Sure. Qin Chuan agreed. Qin Yang and Lan Weiyin both let out a sigh of relief. What do you mean by you need to bring a female companion? Qin Chuan asked. Lan Weiyin's mind went blank again? She didn't ask Zhu Zhu to do that. She only told Zhu Zhu to ask the manager of Songsai to call Qin Chuan and tell him to bring as many people as he wants, eat and order as much as they want, and she would pay the bill in the end. It is like this. We would prefer it if you came with a female companion or family members. Because our restaurant is mainly for couples. Of course, we also know that you have an adopted daughter. You can also bring your adopted daughter and female companion, just like a family of 3, which is also in line with the positioning of our restaurant. There is no limit on the number of people, is there? Yes. Okay, I understand. Then, Mr. Chin, we look forward to your visit. As soon as the phone call ended, Qin Yang touched his chest. Brother, I was scared to death. I almost thought you were going to turn down the opportunity because you were afraid of bumping into Lin Shuiyan and she's silly. That's not my style. Qin Chuan smiled lightly, separating work from personal matters. As long as it's good for my career, I'll do it. I came out of the Lin family to seek development, to let more people know me and get more opportunities. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Lan Weiyan couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. She is right to like her senior Qin, his thoughts are always so positive and energetic. However, at this moment, Qin Chuan showed a hint of hesitation. It seems that the other party still hopes that I can bring a female companion. Female companion? Qin Yang scratched his chin, and suddenly his gaze fell on Lan Weiyan. Isn't there one? Lan Weiyan's heart skipped a beat when she was named, and her scalp went numb. Miss Lan, didn't you want to repay my brother for fixing your faucet last night? Now's your chance. You can be my brother's date. Lan Weiyan almost laughed out loud when she heard this. Her hand was clenching the flesh of her thigh. You can't laugh. Lan Weiyan, behave yourself. This is not the time to show your true colors. Before Lan Weiyan could say anything, Qin Chuan scolded Qin Yang. Don't make things difficult for my little sister-in-law. Lan Weiyan, fearing that the duck in her mouth would fly away, quickly bit her lip and explained, Brother Qin, actually, I've never been to Zhangzhou, but I'd really like to go. Qin Yang's face lit up with joy when he heard this. Then it's settled. With that, he put his arm around Qin Chuan's shoulder and said, Brother, just think of it as taking your little sister-in-law out to see the world. Qin Chuan looked into Lan Weiyan's expectant eyes and ultimately couldn't bring himself to refuse. Then I'll trouble you, little sister. No trouble at all, I should be thanking you. Lan Weiyin was so excited she wanted to jump up, but she still managed to restrain herself. She felt that Zhu Zhu could ask for a pay rise. Qin Yang looked up and down at Lan Weiyin. Little sister, do you have a little black dress? Why don't I ask a friend to bring one that fits your size? No, I have one. Then please attend in your best attire. Because tonight, my brother Chuan is likely to meet his ex-wife and her lover. The better you look, the harder it will be for them to face. The beads of Qin Yang's abacus almost bounced into Lan Weiying's face. You don't have to go to all this trouble. Qin Chuan glared at Qin Yang, but before he could finish speaking, Lan Weiying had already stood up and walked towards the door. Don't worry, brother Qin, I won't let you down tonight. After saying that, Lan Weiying ran off. Qin Chuan scolded Qin Yang, you shouldn't have dragged her into this. Qin Yang made a face. Qin Chuan couldn't do anything about him. Go pick a little dress for you. I'll go upstairs and change into a suit first. Okay. Qin Yang answered. Half an hour later, Qin Chuan had changed into a black suit and a white shirt. He didn't wear a tie, and the collar of the white shirt was unbuttoned, giving him a casual yet somewhat ascetic air of a husband. Qin Yu had already changed into a pink puffy dress, and with her cute pixie cut, she looked especially cute. Before long, Lan Weiying walked over in a gradient sky blue mermaid strapless dress. The dress hugged her slender figure, showing off her deeply set collarbone. The sequin fish scale pattern made her look like a mermaid that had just come ashore, so beautiful that she could glow. Qin Yang was mesmerized, and even Qin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. My goodness! Qin Yang exclaimed in admiration. They say that clothes make the man, and this little junior sister is a winner. To beat Lin Xueyan, the ballerina goddess, you really need to look this good. Lan Weiyan's cheeks flushed slightly at the praise, and she looked at Qin Xuan with a lack of confidence. Is this really okay? Won't I embarrass you? No. Qin Xuan's voice was warm and gentle, as beautiful as the low notes of a cello. Lan Weiyan's face turned even redder. To hide her embarrassment, Lan Weiyan took Qin Yu's hand. Let's go, sister will hold your hand. Qin Xuan took long strides. Lan Weiyin followed closely, holding Qin Yu's hand. In the moonlight, the scene was beautiful like a family. Qin Yang quickly took out his phone, snapped a photo, and showed it to the two. You are literally a family of three with high-value faces. Hearing this, Lan Weiyin's heart suddenly started pounding. Qin Xuan, on the other hand, scolded Qin Yang, don't make fun of your little sister. Qin Yang quickly apologized, saying that it was all your fault for being so good-looking that I couldn't help but take a picture. With that, Qin Yang volunteered to get the car. Qin Xuan got into the passenger seat, while Lan Weiyan took Qin Yu and sat in the back seat. Soon, the car arrived at the brilliant restaurant. Qin Xuan told Qin Yang to park the car and come up. What? I'm going too? Qin Yang was a little confused. Qin Xuan patted him on the shoulder. Do I look like the kind of person who would forget his brother when he takes someone else to meet the world? Qin Yang felt warmth in his heart. The reason why he was so nice to Qin Xuan was because Qin Xuan was also very nice to him. Okay, I'll do as you say. Qin Yang also understood that his brother must have his own considerations. After getting out of the car, Qin Xuan bent down and picked up Qin Yu in one arm, and took Lan Weiyin with him in the elevator. Ding! The doors of the two elevators opened at the same time. Qin Xuan's family of three, Qi Sili, and Lin Xueyan all got out of the elevator at the same time. Chapter 41. Qin Yu is the daughter of Yu and Lan Weiyin? Both parties were taken aback when they saw each other. Lin Xueyan looked up at Qin Xuan's refined and elegant yet ascetic face, and for a moment she was momentarily lost in thought. The black suit, paired with a white shirt, brought out his aristocratic temperament to the extreme, surpassing Qi Sili but not inferior to him. Over the years, Lin Xueyan has come to know that Qin Xuan is very charming when he tidies up, but she never imagined that he could be this charming. Is this still the Qin Xuan she remembers cooking in an apron? But when she remembered his previous identity as the adopted son of the Meng family, Lin Xueyan was not surprised. The Meng family is also one of the top families in the industry, and it is no surprise that they could raise a man of Qin Xuan's temperament. What's more, before the mystery of his background was revealed, the old couple had treated Qin Xuan like a real son, so how could they have treated him badly? Ah, no. How could she be indulging in the beauty of Qin Xuan? Lin Xueyan quickly came to her senses and her face fell. That tone of an authority figure interrogating a subordinate came out again. Qin Xuan, why are you here? Xingqing's mother, don't bother with this. Qin Xuan's posture and voice were cold to the extreme. At this moment, he was trying his best to suppress the anger in his chest and maintain his composure. The moment he saw Lin Xueyan and Qi Sili walk out of the elevator side by side, he felt a surge of anger in his chest that shot up to his head, and then it spread all over his body, making him feel like he was about to explode. This was the first time he had seen his wife on a date with another man. In the past, it had all been speculation, and there had been no actual evidence. Several times he had guessed from the words of the children, but Xueyan had also argued her way through. When there was no way to argue, Xueyan would use the excuse that she had met someone on the way. Occasionally, she would bow her head and take the initiative to kiss him and beg for sex. Okay, baby, I know I was wrong. I didn't mean it. At those times, Xueyan's voice was extremely seductive, her body, which had been dancing all year round, was incredibly supple, and she knew his sensitive spots well. She pinched his sensitive spots while blocking his lips so that he couldn't say anything. Afterwards, she complained coquettishly, Qin Xuan, you're hurting me. At that time, as the man of the house, he couldn't afford to get angry again. Moreover, in similar situations like this, he would only realize it a few days later, and it felt like he had missed his chance. But this time was different. To be precise, the two had not yet divorced. He had so intuitively witnessed his wife cheating on him, and no man could remain calm. In addition to being angry, he also felt heartbroken that she had betrayed him. The 5 years of hard work for her and the family were still fresh in his mind, and the memory of each frame of the past was like a vine strangling his heart, causing it to ache. So this was how the woman he had held in the palm of his hand had treated him, trampling on his feelings and crushing his dignity. Good. Very good. Qin Chuan really wanted to divorce Lin Shuiyan immediately and end it cleanly. Lin Shuiyan had no idea what he was thinking. She just frowned when she heard that name, her heart pounding, and she felt inexplicably panicked. Qin Chuan, what did you just call me? Xingqing's mom. Qin Chuan repeated it with a cold expression. Is there a problem with me calling you that? Lin Shuiyan could not stand such provocation. She grabbed Qin Chuan's arm angrily and spoke in a low voice. We are not yet divorced. Is this how you address me? You know we are not yet divorced. Qin Chuan's sharp gaze was like a blade, piercing Qi Sili directly. Qin Chuan, I think you have misunderstood. I saw that you were determined to divorce Yan Yan, and Yan Yan was not feeling well about it. As a good friend, I specially invited her to dinner to comfort her. We do not have an improper relationship. Before he could finish, Qin Chuan interrupted him sternly. Shut up. I can judge for myself. Qi Sili, is it more delicious to eat with someone else's wife? Before we got divorced, you repeatedly interfered in my family and my affairs, dated Shuiyan, called her Yan Yan, gave gifts to the children and my mother-in-law, and still claimed that you were just friends? Qi Sili, this is not how you behave like a fool. As her voice trailed off, Lin Shuiyan immediately stepped in front of Qi Sili. Qin Chuan, what are you angry about? Why are you taking it out on Qi Sili? Seeing Lin Shuiyan defending Qi Sili like this, Qin Chuan felt an uncontrollable pain in his chest. Lan Weiyin, who was standing nearby, felt her heart ache. At this time, Lin Shuiyan even vented her anger by slapping Qin Chuan in the chest. What did Qi Sili do wrong? Tell me. He just wants me to have a comfortable life. Is he wrong? Everything he did was because of the promise he made to me in the past. He wants to treat me as his only princess for the rest of his life. And we agreed that he would not interfere with my marriage. Lin Shuiyan's eyes were red. Do you know that Qi Sili usually tells me good things about you, telling me to treat you well and to live a good life with you? Lan Weiyin was so shocked that she went to her grandmother's house. If it weren't for the fact that she wasn't Qin Chuan's girlfriend yet, she would have jumped up and yelled at her. Wake up! Listen to what you're saying. Qi Sili's tea has turned to dust, and you haven't noticed yet? And in a marriage, isn't keeping your distance from the opposite sex the most basic bottom line? At this time, Qin Chuan was also speechless, and after a sneer, he said. Then I really thank him. But Lin Shuiyan, whether other people can live this kind of threesome life, I don't know, but I, Qin Chuan, can't stand it for even one day. If there wasn't a 40-day cooling off period, I would hate to divorce you immediately. Lin Shuiyan was taken aback. This was the first time she had seen Qin Chuan lose his temper and the first time she had heard him swear. As she recalled it, he had always been a gentleman who would never raise his voice at her. Lin Shuiyan was a little overwhelmed and kept shaking her head. Meanwhile, Lan Weiyin was secretly feeling good. Brother Qin, you're so cool. That's how you should argue. I'm giving you a thumbs up in my heart. Lan Weiyin became more and more infatuated with the profile view of Qin Chuan. To be honest, if Qin Chuan was a dog without principles, she might be disappointed and leave. Because she didn't want to be a dog. The love she wanted was equal, mutually respectful, and mutual. If Lin Shuiyan cried and Qin Chuan unconditionally bowed his head, then she might reconsider her feelings for Qin Chuan. Fortunately, after spending these past few days together, Qin Chuan had not disappointed her. No, she liked Qin Chuan even more. And she felt that Qin Chuan deserved the best treatment in the world. At this time, Lin Shuiyan keenly perceived the obsession in Lan Weiyin's gaze. It was only then that she examined the woman in front of her. A pretty, delicate baby face, she could not tell her age, very much like a college student, but her figure was well developed, with a concave convex shape, wearing Dior's latest couture mermaid dress, so beautiful that the whole person seemed to be glowing. A strong sense of crisis struck. Lin Shuiyan was extremely confident in her appearance, and the average woman could not shake her heart, but the woman in front of her was different. That innate temperament, that baby face that men like the most, made Lin Shuiyan's heart alarm go off and she became jealous. She pointed at Lan Weiyin and said, You Qin Chuan, what makes you think you can accuse me? You've not even officially divorced, and yet you've brought a woman to dinner. She then pointed at Qinyu, who was being led by Qin Xuan, and said, and you've brought along a bastard child. Suddenly, it seemed as if she had thought of something, and she looked at Lan Weiyan and Qinyu suspiciously. This child of yours couldn't have been born to you and this woman, could it? Chapter 42 Boss Lan? Lan Weiyan fell off the horse? At the thought that Qin Xuan had most likely fathered a daughter with this woman, Lin Shuiyan felt like going crazy. She clenched her fists and pounded on Qin Xuan's chest. Qin Xuan, do you feel guilty towards me? You bastard. Have you ever seen a prima ballerina give birth? You forgot that I gave birth to Qingqing for you, and I almost lost my life. Before she could finish speaking, Xinyu forcefully pushed Lin Shuiyan's leg. Lin Shuiyan was stunned. Xinyu stood in front of her father, her arms crossed, looking fierce. Don't hit my father. My father is a good person, you can't hit him. I won't let anyone hit my father. Saying this, Xinyu opened her arms wide, as if she was protecting Qin Xuan like an eagle protecting its chicks. Qin Xuan felt a warm feeling in his heart, and his heart softened. This is the kind of heart that someone should have. A heart for a heart. But in the past, his kindness to Qingqing far surpassed that of Qinyu, yet Qingqing had never protected him like that. Thinking of his own biological daughter, Qin Xuan's eyes could not hide his loneliness. It was false to say that he didn't care, that it didn't hurt. In fact, he also had his own selfish motives for raising Qinyu. He wanted a fragrant, soft daughter who was good to him. This is probably the dream of all men. He wanted to prove to Qinyu that he could teach a daughter well. Of course, there was also the reason that at the time, Qinyu really did arouse pity and sympathy. He wanted to help her. Qin Xuan took Qinyu's little hand and handed her over to Lan Weiying's hands, saying gently, Yeah, at any time, Daddy doesn't need you to do anything for me. Daddy's role is to help Yaya shelter from the wind and rain. No. After spending time together over the past few days, Xinyu could already feel Qin Xuan's sincerity. She lifted her little head and looked at Qin Xuan firmly. I don't want only my father to give to me. I want to give to you too. Dad Yang said that's what's called a two-way relationship. Otherwise, it's just like licking a dog's ass. Qin Xuan was amused and signaled with his eyes for Lan Weiyin to take care of Qinyu. When adults are arguing, they shouldn't get the children involved. Lan Weiyin was very smart and nodded at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan got his reply and only then looked directly at Lin Shuiyan. Qingqing's mom, let me introduce you, this Miss Lan is my neighbor. She came with me because of work. We're not here on a date. What's more, unlike you and Kizalai dining alone, I asked Qin Yang and Qinyu to accompany us. As he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened. Qin Yang walked over, playing with the car keys in his hands, and glanced at Lin Shuiyan and Qi Silly, who looked like they had the stink of iron on their faces. You two are really disgusting. Please watch your language. Qi Silly spoke up in gentlemanly defense of Lin Shuiyan. Qin Xuan also stood in front of them, just as he had done to protect Lan Weiyin and Qinyu, and said, Mom Changchang, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I hope you will apologize for your malicious speculation about Miss Lan and Qinyu just now. I won't apologize. Lin Shuiyan shot a defiant glance at Lan Weiyin. Work? Qin Xuan, what kind of work could you possibly have? What could you possibly be doing here? Yes, Qin Xuan, I know you care about Yan Yan, and you're here because you found out this morning that I was taking Yan Yan to dinner, but you really shouldn't act on impulse. This restaurant has very high standards. Not only do you need a reservation, you need proof of assets, and you can only pay with a black card. Qi Silly grasped Qin Xuan's hand. In that case, why don't you just go first, so as not to lose face later? Some other day, you and Yan Yan can sit down and talk properly. Let go. Qin Xuan's face fell, and he violently shook off Qi Silly's hand. Before he could say anything, Lan Weiyin couldn't help but take out a black card from her bag and wave it in Qi Silly's face. Stare with your dog eyes and take a good look. Is this not a black card? Nowadays, who doesn't have a dozen black cards? Qi Silly. Qin Yang. I don't have any. A dozen? In a fit of anger, Lan Weiyin didn't see the expressions on the faces of Qi Silly and Qin Yang at all. She took out several cards from her wallet in one go and introduced them one by one as if they were family treasures. This one is a limited edition black Wukong co-branded black gold card. This one is a black card issued by the Bank of Communications to the president who has assets of over 100 billion yuan chasing after me. This one is a black card that can freely enter and exit all Michelin restaurants in the world. This one is a black card that can travel first class on all airlines in the world tax-free. Is this enough? No, I still have more. As the voice fell, Qi Sili and Qin Yang were completely shocked, and a flash of surprise also appeared in Qin Xuan's eyes. Lin Shuiyan's eyes seemed to be burning with fire, and she hated the woman in front of her so much that she could swallow her whole. A beautiful, young, and rich woman like this made her feel a strong sense of crisis. In the past, she had always firmly believed that Qin Xuan had left her and could not find someone better than her. After all, she was the goddess of ballet. And she was also a rich woman. But that was not the case now. Lin Shuiyan suddenly felt a little panicked, and even her breathing became a little rapid. At this moment, Lan Weiyin also felt a little panicked. She suddenly reacted, and her mouth twitched a little as she smiled. Why are you all suddenly staring at me? Ha ha. As soon as she finished speaking, the brilliant general manager, a man in his mid-30s wearing a navy blue suit, walked over. He raised his hand with a smile. Qi Sili also raised his hand to greet him, and then turned his head to introduce Lin Shuiyan. This is the brilliant general manager, who owns 5% of the shares of Brilliant. Before he could finish speaking, the brilliant general manager came over enthusiastically and called out, General Manager Lan. In just a moment, Qi Sili's face seemed to be frozen in time, and his raised hand was still in mid-air. Qin Yang and Qin Xuan looked at Lan Weiyin in disbelief. General Manager Lan? Chapter 43. Lan Weiyin, she pulled out all the stops. There was a loud noise. Lan Weiyin's mind went blank for a moment, and she was unable to think. She desperately squeezed her eyes at the manager, until they were about to pop. Fortunately, at the moment the manager's hand was about to touch Lan Weiyin's, she suddenly reacted, walked past Lan Weiyin's side, and grasped the hand of the man who had just stepped out of the elevator. Oh, Lan Zong, long time no see. No, I. The man just wanted to say that he had mistaken the person, but was immediately taken by the manager, who put his arm around his shoulders and led him away. Let's go, la fight is ready in the office. We haven't seen each other in a long time, let's have a drink. Seeing the two figures getting further and further away, Lan Wei's heart finally dropped, and she laughed bitterly. You scared me, I thought you were calling me Boss Lan? It turned out to be someone with the same surname, heh. I told you, I'm not some Boss Lan. Qin Yang didn't suspect anything, glanced sideways at Qi Sili's hand, which was still hanging in the air, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. I thought I knew the general manager pretty well, but it turned out to be nothing. Qi Sili awkwardly lowered his hand, and his face instantly looked as ugly as if it had been covered in a layer of black fog. In the meantime, the manager had hurriedly arranged for someone else to receive Qin Xuan and the others. Hello, Mr. Qin, I am the person in charge of receiving you. My surname is Wu. Hello, Mr. Wu. Qin Xuan responded politely. The other person gestured to invite them in. Our general manager has prepared a table near the window with a great view for you and your friends. Please follow me. I will tell you some filming precautions. Okay. Qin Xuan followed the other person into the restaurant and listened carefully to the work requirements. Lan Weiyin let out a sigh of relief and followed behind Qin Yu, holding her hand. Qin Yang, on the other hand, gave Qi Sili a smug look and said, Don't worry about us getting in now. After saying that, he walked in with his hands in his pockets, looking carefree. Qi Sili put a hand on Lin Shuiyan's back and said softly, Let's go in too. As soon as Qi Sili touched Lin Shuiyan's back, she stamped her high heels and walked forward angrily. Qi Sili looked at the palm of his hand and his eyes were obscure. The two arrived at the front desk, reported the reserved table number, and followed the waiter to their table. As soon as they sat down, they discovered that Qin Xuan and the others were at the table next to them. Except that their seats were better, and they could enjoy the beautiful view by the window. As they watched the people at that table chatting and laughing, Qi Sili and Lin Shuiyan both looked completely black in the face. At this moment, Qin Yang, who had just sat down, curiously asked, Miss Lan, how come you have so many black cards? Lan Weiyin, who was originally setting the table, suddenly paused and, noticing that Qin Xuan was also looking at her, immediately whispered, They're fake, they're all props. Fake? That's impossible, show me. Qin Yang obviously didn't believe her. Lan Weiyin signaled him to lower his voice so that they wouldn't hear. What if they find out it's fake? These are all customized by my clients, and I just happened to bring them with me and use them to slap their faces. Clients? What kind of clients do you have that need these? Qin Yang looked suspiciously at Lan Weiyin and continued to pursue the matter. The film crew. These kinds of luxury goods are often used in the film crew. Lan Weiyin swallowed nervously and glanced at Qin Xuan, who was adjusting the live streaming equipment. She saw that he didn't seem suspicious, and she let out a sigh of relief. Xin Yang suddenly realized, oh, so that's what you do for a living. Needless to say, the dress you're wearing must also be from the film crew. Yes. Lan Weiyin smiled bitterly, because for work reasons, I often come into contact with these knockoffs. After saying that, she almost bit her tongue, thinking that she couldn't be so impulsive next time. Luckily, she had fobbed him off. If Qin Xuan knew that her father's assets exceeded 100 billion, he would avoid her even more. By now, Qin Xuan had set up the live streaming equipment and briefly introduced the online viewers in the broadcast room to the current environment, expressing his gratitude to the restaurant owner for inviting them to come and taste the food for free. Qin Xuan opened the tablet on the table and showed it to the online viewers in the broadcast room. This is the menu. This is the raw food category. This is the cooked food category. This is the wine category. He flipped through the pages very slowly, so that the netizens in the live broadcast room could see the detailed menu items and prices. Thank you, host, I probably won't have the chance to eat at a restaurant like this in my life. My eyes have also been feasting along with the host. My favorite host is really something, one high-end restaurant this morning, and another high-end restaurant this evening. Yes, they are both heavyweight businesses. Ha ha, this is the first time I've seen a home improvement blogger being invited to a restaurant. Really impressive, I'm really jealous. Oh, the view from this window is really beautiful. Anchor, let the young lady next to you show your face. Why can I only see a little bit of the dress and hands? Exactly, the young lady's hands are very pretty, and her face shouldn't be bad either. Anchor plus young lady plus Yaya equals a high value looking family of 3. Xin Yang equals electric bulb, ha 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 ha. 10,000 people have signed a blood oath to beg Qin Yang to get lost, ha. Xin Yang snorted arrogantly when he saw the netizens comment, I'm not getting lost, my brother Chuan and I are true love. Our love is stronger than gold. Lan Weiyan was amused. Netizen, it's official. Qin Yang has a secret crush on Qin Chuan. Xin Yu looked at Qin Yang and then Qin Chuan, slowly letting down the guarded expression on her face and revealing a smile from the bottom of her heart. The atmosphere here was lively, while at the table of Qi Sili and Lin Shuayan, no one was talking at all. Both of them were staring straight at Qin Chuan's side. Qi Sili was even unabashedly ogling Lan Weiyan. She had a pretty face, the baby face that men like the most, and a body that was thin in the right places and plump in the wrong places. What made him even more excited was that she actually had so many black cards. This was the first time that a woman other than a married woman had aroused his interest. Qi Sili narrowed his eyes slightly and snapped his fingers, summoning the waiter, please open a bottle of Lafite Rothschild 1982 for me. And bring me some more glasses. Okay. Soon, the waiter arrived with a tray, carrying the Lafite Rothschild and wine glasses. Qi Sili poured a glass for Lin Shuayan, then took a few empty wine glasses and the red wine and walked towards Qin Chuan's table. He placed the wine glasses on the table and said to Qin Chuan and the beautiful lady, I'd like to propose a toast to you. He said, pouring himself a glass of wine, and handed it to Qin Chuan, Lafite 1982, it has a good taste. You don't usually have the chance to drink such a mellow and good wine. What do you say? Cheers. Qi Sili's face was gentle and modest, his head tilted slightly, with a shallow smile at the corner of his mouth, carrying an almost imperceptible hint of provocation and ridicule. At this moment, the netizens in the live broadcast room also smelled the tea. Who is this guy? Why is he such a nuisance? Yeah, he's on a par with that snobby watch guy from this morning. Oh no, why do I always run into the worst people wherever I go? I seriously doubt that the host writes the script himself. He often hires people to play these annoying roles. But I admit, I'm a country bumpkin, and I love it. Host, don't give him face, just beat him up. To be honest, although I didn't see his face, the 1982 Lafite is real, as is the watch on his hand. For your general knowledge, the antique watch on this man's hand is probably worth more than 900,000 yuan. Ugh, I feel like it's going to be a bit difficult for the anchor to slap him in the face. At this moment, Qin Chuan glanced at the wine glass Qi Sili handed him, his face expressionless. Sorry, I don't think we can sit together and drink. Even as a matter of social etiquette, you don't deserve it. Qi Sili's face twitched slightly, and then he smiled and looked at Lan Weiyin, Qin Chuan, if you don't drink, do you want to make this beautiful lady not drink as well? I won't drink. If my senior brother doesn't drink, I won't drink either. Lan Weiyin's voice was agitated, and her eyes were resolute. Qi Sili's face stiffened a little, but his gaze fell on the limited edition mermaid dress that Lan Weiyin was wearing, and he was taken aback again. If he remembered correctly, when he was in Paris, he had fallen in love with this dress at first sight and had wanted to buy it for Lin Shuiyin, but when he asked the price, he was told it was 8 million, which he thought was too expensive and gave up. Unexpectedly, this woman turned out to be so well connected that she could wear such an expensive dress. She silly naturally refused to give up such a good opportunity to get to know the woman in front of him. His lips parted slightly as he tried to say something, but Qin Yang impatiently spoke up. Is a 1982 Lafite Rothschild that impressive? With that, Qin Yang picked up the tablet in his hands. I'm afraid you don't know. The manager of the Brilliant said that there is no limit on the amount of drinks you can order. It's just a measly bottle of 1982 Lafite Rothschild. Who can't afford it? Qin Yang scanned a few pages of the menu and was about to click to place an order when he was stopped by Qin Chuan. There's no need. A bottle of 1982 Lafite Rothschild costs around 17,000 yuan on the market. The price will only go up in such an upscale restaurant. The others had invited them to do a live broadcast, which meant that they could order as much alcohol as they wanted, but he couldn't be the one to waste it. The items he had picked up at Epine in the morning, although their price far exceeded that of the meal, were all necessities that would be used in Yeye's room, so there was no waste at all. But there was no need to waste money at the moment just to spite Chi Silly. Brother! Qin Yang glared at him. My adoptive father once bought me a bottle of Lafite Rothschild 1982, and it was just so-so. Qin Chuan took the tablet from Qin Yang's hands with a very good temper. Qin Yang was sulking when the waiter came over with a small cart and bowed slightly. Mr. Qin, our boss would like to invite you and your little friend to have a drink. Chi Silly glanced at the wine on the cart. It was an old bottle, and the outer label of the wine was tattered and worn, looking like it had been around for a while. And the bottle was already half empty. He didn't pay it any mind and turned to the waiter and said, "No need to trouble your boss. I'm treating Mr. Qin to a bottle of Lafite 1982. As soon as the words fell, a netizen in the live broadcast room recognized the bottle of wine. He posted 3 in a row. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. Then he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Qin Yang, with his sharp eyes, saw the comments and his intuition told him that this bottle of wine was no ordinary wine. He looked up at the waiter and asked, "What kind of wine is this?" Before the waiter could answer, Qin Chuan blurted out the answer. The legendary 1945 candy. The king of wines, the price of which had once been hyped to over 3.7 million yuan per bottle. What? The legendary candy that could eat a wheel in one bite? Or is it 45 years old? Qin Yang stood up excitedly and carefully touched the old wine bottle. My God, even the 1982 Lafite would be depressed and commit suicide if it saw this. She's silly. Qin Yang looked at Chi Silly. You've never drunk a 45-year-old Kanda, have you? Chi Silly's lips moved slightly, and Qin Yang was certain. You don't need to argue, I know you haven't. She's silly. There's only one bottle in our city. Back then, it was rumored that a real estate tycoon in our city secretly bought it without telling his wife. I never thought it would be the owner of Splendid. Lan Weiyin. Nonsense, that was my father's precious. In order to slap Chi Silly's face, I even let my father's mistress out. At this moment, Chi Silly was also speechless, and he instantly felt that the Lafite in his hand did not smell good anymore. Well, sorry, we won't let you drink the 45-year-old Kanthi. After all, the boss said that he only invited a few of us. Saying this, Qin Yang waved his hand again. Make way quickly, Chi Silly, you are blocking us from smelling the 1945 Kanthi. Chi Silly returned to his seat with a dark face. During this meal, Chi Silly and Lin Shuiyin felt like they were chewing on wax. On the other side, Lin Shuiyin saw online posts and emoticons, and her anger made her forehead flush. Qin Chuan, I want to kill you. Qin Chuan, you son of a bitch, it's all your fault. You're the one who got me into this. Lin Shuiyin angrily took a taxi to Qin Chuan's small courtyard and knocked on the door. Qin Chuan, get the hell out here. You son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you. Qin. Lin Shuiyin was about to say something else when a large hand suddenly reached out in the darkness. A wet wipe soaked in ether was pressed firmly over her mouth. Ugh. Lin Shuiyin struggled a little but then passed out completely. Chapter 44 Lan Weiyin spoils her husband, so sweet. Brilliant restaurant. Qin Yang raised his glass. Come, a toast to my brother. Lan Weiyin also raised her glass in a graceful manner and clinked it with Qin Chuan and Qin Yang. The glasses made a clear and pleasant sound, and the corners of the 3 men's mouths curled up in pleasure. Xin Yang swallowed. Brother, I suddenly feel a bit nervous. I've never drunk such an expensive wine before. This time it's really like you said, I've come to see the world. Xinchuan gave a wan smile, didn't say anything, and took a gentle sip from the wine glass. It was a casual gesture, but every movement exuded the poise and refinement of a nobleman from high society. Lan Weiyin was transfixed. At this moment, Xin Yang took the first sip of wine and said several consecutive fuck s. This wine is really fucking good. Saying this, he glanced at Lan Weiyin. Miss Lan, what do you think of this wine? Lan Weiyin suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, her body froze for a moment, and she quickly lifted the glass in her hand and took a sip, before carefully tasting it and saying, "The taste is really good. The tannins and alcohol are in perfect balance, so it doesn't taste astringent when you put it in your mouth, and there's no burning sensation from the alcohol in the back of your throat. The 3 layers of taste from the entrance of your mouth to the middle of your tongue to the back of your throat are all very good." As soon as she finished speaking, Xinchuan gave her a deep look. It seems that little sister usually studies red wine as well. Lan Weiyan felt like she had been struck by lightning. She hated herself for slapping her own face. Xin Yang was also taking a look at Lan Weiyan. Yes, you usually drink a lot of good wine. You even used a technical term like tannin. A few hundred yuan wine doesn't even come close to matching the technical term tannin. Lan Weiyan could only laugh, mainly because she usually hung out on film sets. Sometimes she heard it a lot, and when she was pretending to be cool, it just came out naturally. Lan Weiyan almost bit her tongue again when she laughed dryly. Netizens in the live broadcast room saw this and also commented, "This little sister is so cute, and she's straightforward." When she said the word pretentious, I was especially curious about her appearance. Film crew, is this little sister some kind of 18th tier little celebrity? Didn't I say it before? The little sister is making props for the film crew. I don't care, host, hurry up and show me the real face of the young lady. It's 10,000 times better than that snobby watch from this morning. Xinchuan saw the comments, but naturally he could not agree with the netizens' request. He more or less knew about Lin Shuizhen's online exposure. He was well aware of the power of the internet, which could make or break a person. That was why during the live broadcast, he had been very careful not to drag passers-by into it. If it weren't for the need to prove that he hadn't trafficked children, he wouldn't have let you enter the frame. Xinchuan lifted his glass and took another careful sip, changing the subject. Thank you very much to the owner of the brilliant restaurant for inviting us to taste the 1945 candy. The texture is indeed silky, richer than the texture that an average red wine can bring, with moderate acidity, a natural grape aroma, and a rich sense of layers on the tongue. Thank you again. Soon, the topic in the live broadcast room was diverted by Xinchuan. Wow, I'm in awe. A kanda that tastes like a wheel. I'm jealous of the host again. I have to say, the host's slap in the face was really good looking and awesome. He obviously didn't do anything, but the face of that cheap guy just kept slapping. Exactly, so what if it's La Fight? I can't afford it, huh? I'm a fan because there's always a melodrama in this live broadcast room. At this time, the waiter pushed the food trolley over and served them the restaurant's signature dishes, such as foie gras, black caviar, black abalone, Australian lobster sashimi, etc. Xin Yang froze. We didn't order any of these. This is a bonus meal from our boss, please enjoy. The waiter said with a smile. Xinchuan, who was extremely polite, nodded to the waiter and said, "Please express my gratitude to your boss." "Okay, sir, enjoy your meal." As soon as the food was served, Xin was so carefree that he just started eating. On the other hand, Xinchuan would take better care of Qinyu and Lan Weiying. Some foods that were not suitable for children's stomachs, such as lobster sashimi, Xinchuan would not allow Qinyu to eat either, and explain the reasons. Every time, Qinyu would cooperate, not making a fuss, and behaving very well. He would also ask if Lan Weiying could get the food that was further away, and if she needed any help. Lan Weiying quickly waved her hand to say no, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She couldn't help but sneak glances at Xinchuan. When she saw him raise his glass for the 4th time, Lan Weiying couldn't help but ask, "Senior Qin, do you really like this wine?" Xin Yang rolled his eyes. "Isn't that nonsense? My brother would definitely like such an expensive bottle of wine." Xinchuan chuckled. "It's not because it's expensive, but the texture of the wine is really fascinating." Xinchuan spoke the truth. Lan Weiying's eyes suddenly lit up, and she suddenly had an idea. She got up and said, "Xin, you guys eat first, I'm going to the bathroom." After saying that, she left, holding the hem of her skirt, and walked over to the counter to find a familiar waiter. Do you have any clean, empty wine bottles? Yes. The waiter handed them to her. Where is my father's kanda? Show me. The waiter didn't want to refuse, so he took her to the temperature-controlled wine cellar. Lan Wei-yin walked in and immediately saw the candy her father had stored here placed in the most prominent place. She walked over, picked up the candy and was about to pour it into the empty bottle. The waiter's eyes suddenly narrowed and he stopped her in time. Young lady, what are you doing? Pouring wine. If you pour it away, what are we going to tell Lan Dong when he comes? That's easy. After I leave, just pour in a cheap bottle of wine and it will look like the same level as before. Don't worry, my father doesn't drink red wine. If I say yes, it's a yes. Lan Weiyan spoke without any psychological burden, as if her father was worthless and could be replaced. The waiter was dumbfounded, but still stopped her. This is really not possible. Miss, we are a high-end restaurant and cannot do this to our customers. What do you mean you can't? I'm your valued customer now, and I want to take what's mine, and you're telling me you can't? No, this belongs to Chairman Lan. Lan Weiyan was a little angry now. If it's my father's stuff, doesn't that mean it's mine? I'm my father's only child, and when he dies, won't all this be mine? The waiter was speechless. He silently lit a joss stick for Chairman Lan in his heart. This carrying little cotton-padded jacket, she's letting the wind in. How about this, Missy, why don't you call Lan Dong in front of me? If he agrees, I'll let you take it right away. That's the rule. I really can't set a precedent for you. So annoying. Lan Weiyan frowned in displeasure, but she didn't want to continue to make things difficult for the waiter, so she took out her phone and called her father, sweetly. Hello, Dad, did you take your blood pressure medicine today? Yes. When did you start caring about your father so much, my dear? Lan's father's voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding very happy. I've always been concerned about you. Do you have any heart-saving pills nearby? On hearing this, Lan's father immediately sat up alertly. No, my dear, just how big a mess have you got yourself into? First you ask about your father's blood pressure medicine, and now heart-saving pills. Never mind that. Just get the heart-saving pills ready. A moment later, Lan's father's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's okay, I asked the maid to get it for me. Go ahead. Here's the situation. I was eating out. I ran into an inconsiderate waiter. I told him I wanted to get your wine. He insisted that I call you. Isn't that infuriating? I said, I'm your beloved sweetheart, and you leave all your things to me, don't you? Right. There was a pause, and then Lan Fu's voice came back over the phone. No, this can't be that simple. You're definitely trying to trick me. Tell me, which bottle of wine do you want from your father? Isn't it that 1945 Chateau O'Brien? There was an excited voice on the other end of the phone, along with a slight gasp for breath. Lan Weiyin could almost imagine her father standing up with his hands on his chest. Dad, just tell me, is the wine more important or is your own daughter more important? I choose the candy. Lan Dong didn't hesitate. Lan Weiyin. Okay. Then I'll tell Mom that you secretly bought candy and didn't let me drink it. That's it, I don't have anything else to say, block me, and let's not contact each other in the future, hang up. No, wait, my dear. Well, I don't think there's no room for this. Lan Fu's voice became more and more flattering. Ha? Lan Weiyin responded with a high-pitched nasal tone. In that case, if you go on a blind date with Chi Silly, the Chi family's son, tomorrow night, I'll give you this kanda. What do you think? Chapter 45, A Powerful Husband-Lover. I'm not going. Lan Weiyin rejected out of hand. What do you take me for? A girl. Or maybe your grandmother consulted a fortune teller, who said you'd marry a second-hand husband. Do I need to be in such a hurry to find you a marriage partner? You think a girl like me could marry a second-hand husband? Lan Weiyin's eyes lit up. Dad, did Grandma really say that? More true than a pearl. Lan Weiyin was instantly delighted. My dear daughter, just take your father's advice and go meet him. You should at least meet him. I heard that Chi Jili's son Chi Silly has been abroad and has done well in business overseas. He is refined, courteous, and cultivated, and many famous ladies are fighting to be his wife. You think your father would lie to you? Meeting him could be worth millions of kanda. You really won't lose. Lan Weiyin sneered, oh, our boss Lan is not the kind of person who would do a losing business. Just say it, why do you really want me to meet Chi Silly? Our family had a verbal marriage agreement with the Chi family before. The Chi family has mentioned meeting several times, and I have been putting it off several times. After putting it off so many times, I feel bad. Is that all? And my father also thinks that Chi Silly is in pretty good condition. Looking around, the only other powerful family that can rival the Chi family right now is the Qin family in the north of the city. But my father has already done his research, and he knows that Qin Yang is adopted. He's afraid that if you two fall in love, the Qin family's biological son will come looking for you one day, and you'll be left empty-handed. Father. Lan Weiyan's tone became a little more serious, and you listen carefully. I will not enter into an alliance marriage. I, Lan Weiyan, do not need an alliance marriage to maintain the quality of my life for the rest of my life. I can rely on my own hard work to live the life I want. I will decide who I marry. If you don't agree, I don't want the Lan family's wealth, I'll donate it to society. No way. I still have to give you the Lan family's wealth, but not Kanda. You. Lan Weiyin was really about to be driven mad by her own father. Tell me the truth, why do you have to force me to go on a blind date with Chi Silly? Tell me the truth. It's just because of a high-speed rail project. A multi-billion-dollar project that neither our family nor the Chi family alone can handle. So, we need to cooperate. So, the Chi family proposed the marriage again. After all, with such a big project, everyone is worried that the other party will run away. I have pushed several times for you to meet, but the Chi family refused to continue discussing the project. Dad just wants you to meet first and fool around. And, who knows, you might even fall for each other. Fine, I'll go tomorrow night, but you can't send anyone to spy on me. You know how I am. I've never liked people interfering in my affairs. If I find out you've sent someone to follow me or spy on me, I won't agree to anything you say in the future. Fine, it's a deal. And, my daughter, save me a bite of that Kanda, just one bite, a little bite. And don't tell your mother. I slept in the study last night. Before her father could finish speaking, Lan Weiyin hung up the phone, glanced at the waiter, and said, "Hurry up, pour me a drink." After that, she called Zhu Zhu again, "Free up your schedule tomorrow night. You'll go on a blind date with Chi Silly for me." Zhu Zhu, no, sister, what do you take me for? Do you really think of me as a brick? I'll move wherever I'm needed. Cut the crap. Double your performance this month. Okay, fine, cousin, leave it to me. It is my honor to be a good employee and solve the problems of my superior. After getting a satisfactory reply, Lan Weiyin hung up the phone, took the bottle from the waiter, and returned to the table. Qin Yang glanced at Lan Weiyin. Why do you seem so familiar with this place? Huh? No. Lan Weiyin's face tensed for a moment. I just got lost, that's why it took so long. Qin Yang looked at the wine in Lan Weiying's hand again. Do you still want to drink? Oh, this one is not. This one was just brought to me by the waiter, saying that it was given to Qin Xuan by the owner of this restaurant. It is the substitute for Kanda, and the taste is almost exactly the same as Kanda. Substitute? Can Kanda have a substitute? Qin Yang took the bottle of wine and scanned it with his phone. Can a bottle of wine that costs more than 1,000 yuan be a substitute for Kanda? Lan Weiyan swallowed hard and said with a serious air, "This was brewed by the boss himself at his own winery, and it's just packed in an ordinary bottle." Qin Xuan took the bottle from Qin Yang's hands and placed it by his side. No matter what, the thoughtfulness of others is worth cherishing. Lan Weiyan let out a quiet sigh of relief when she heard this. She had considered giving Qin Xuan the entire bottle of Kanthi, but he would definitely have suspected something. After all, the boss would not have given such an expensive bottle of wine if he had not wanted to invite the anchor to promote the restaurant. Qin Xuan is not stupid. But if it's ping tea, Qin Xuan will definitely accept without any worries. Ha ha ha, Lan Weiyin, you really are a little sly devil. Lan Weiyin secretly glanced at Qin Xuan again, imagining him going back to drink, and couldn't help but let the corner of her mouth rise. Just as she took her eyes off him, Lan Weiyin unexpectedly met Chi Silly's, and instantly felt a lump in her throat. Bah, what a dirty thing. Only Lin Shuayan would treasure it. Hey, Lin Shuayan, if you want this fiancé of yours, you can have him. Take him, you're welcome. As for me, I choose Senior Qin. Soon, Qin Xuan ended the 2-hour live broadcast and was about to leave with Qin Yu. As soon as he walked out the door of the restaurant, Lin Shuayan angrily chased after him, grabbed his arm and said in a commanding tone, "Come back with me, I want to talk to you." I have nothing to say to you except for a divorce. Qin Xuan coldly rejected Lin Shuiyan's request. Lin Shuiyan shivered and looked at him with a hurt expression. You're rejecting me? You've never rejected me before. Lin Shuiyan, you know that was in the past. From the moment I witnessed you on a date with Chi Silly tonight, there's only one thought in my head. What thought? Lin Shuiyan's face turned white. Divorce. I can't wait to divorce you, right now. You may not know, but in a marriage, I can choose to tolerate other things, including your selfishness, your bad temper, and the difficulties caused by your family, but I can't compromise on this principle. This is my bottom line. After saying that, Qin Xuan got into the car with the designated driver and left, taking Qinyu with him. After returning to the rental house, Lan Weiyan kept repeating the words Qin Xuan had said in her head. Immediately, right away? There's still a 40-day cooling-off period, so how can it be immediately? Lan Weiying paced back and forth on the balcony. Suddenly, she gave her thigh a slap. Eureka! Then she immediately called her uncle. Uncle, let's get rid of this regulation on the cooling-off period for divorce. Uncle, on the other end of the phone, was taken aback. Weiying, you're not joking with me, are you? This is a huge deal. And even if we propose it now, it will take at least 6 months from proposal to implementation. I don't care. This is not something you can decide on your own. You don't know, if the partner has a tendency towards violence, these 40 days are enough to create a murder. It's not that extreme. Anyway, I don't care, my friend wants a divorce immediately. You are responsible for finding a way for me. Either you change this regulation, or we lands will stop donating to you in the future. On hearing the word donations, Lan Weiying's second uncle quickly changed his tone. Actually, many people have recently raised this issue. But this regulation cannot be changed overnight. If your friend is really in a hurry, I can have the system send him an invitation to participate in a trial run of a shortened divorce cooling-off period. We can tell everyone that there are only a limited number of places available, and that the trial run is completely random. What do you think? Fine, just do as you say. I'll give you his phone number. You have someone on your side, send him a text message saying that he can get a divorce early. Got it? I understand, my dear aunt. I just want to know that my second uncle is the best to me. Lan Weiying let out a loud fart into her phone. After hanging up, she subconsciously looked towards Qin Xuan's rented house, only to see Qin Xuan's mother-in-law furiously slapping on the door of his small courtyard. Qin Xuan, come out here, you come out here. Qin Xuan, I'm warning you, hurry up and let my daughter go. Otherwise, I won't be nice to you. Chapter 46, Qin Xuan, how dare you hit your mother-in-law? Qin Xuan was originally reading a bedtime picture book to Qinyu. Hearing the shouting outside the door, he frowned slightly, closed the book and went downstairs. As soon as the door to the small courtyard opened, Lin's mother almost rushed up to Qin Xuan and tried to scratch his face, but fortunately Lin's father caught her in time. Don't be like this, Qin Xuan is not like that, Lin's father said, trying to calm his agitated mother. Lin's mother pounded him with anger. Qin Xuan glanced at Lin's father, Lin's mother, Lin Shuiyan and Qin Sicheng. When the light fell on his daughter, his face sank a few more points. What's the matter? His voice carried a chill. Lin's mother was extremely agitated. How dare you ask us what's the matter? Jinjin sent us a WeChat message saying that she was coming to see you. Now she's gone missing and her phone is not connecting. Qin Xuan, how dare you say that this has nothing to do with you? It's true that I have nothing to do with this. Qin Xuan stood in the moonlight, his back straight and as cold as a pine tree. After he finished speaking, he scolded Lin Shuiyan, what are you doing bringing the child here when adults are having a conflict? There's no one at home. I had no choice but to bring Chang Chang with me. Lin Shuiyan's eyes were full of helplessness. No one at home? With the Lin family's means, it's not a big deal to hire a nanny or a babysitter, right? Qin Xuan obviously didn't believe this excuse. Every time the family argues like this in front of the child, in the long run, his authority in the child's eyes will be greatly undermined. Therefore, Chang Chang is also looking down on him more and more, and is becoming less and less intimate with him. This is Qin Xuan's eternal pain. I, Lin Shuiyan, felt a lump in my throat and was completely speechless. Qin Xuan doesn't know how many ants her mother has driven away. It's not that she doesn't want to find one, it's just that their family has been blacklisted by many domestic help agencies. Now the house is a mess, and she can't even have a hot meal when she goes home every day, which is why she wanted to go to a restaurant with Chi Silly today. Lin's mother grabbed Qin Chuan's arm and made him face her. Qin Chuan, if you have a problem with me, just come at me. What have you done to make things difficult for Jinjun? And now you're making things difficult for Yin Yin. Our family really has had a string of bad luck to get a son-in-law like you. This is extremely offensive, and Qin Chuan's heart felt a little chill. He tried to smile mockingly, but when he did, it felt as if an invisible thread connected his mouth to his heart, and when he smiled, his heart ached in response. He had thought his heart had long since become numb, but he never expected at this moment to feel such disappointment and heartache. After all the hard work of the past 5 years, what kind of family had he given it to? Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan calmly thanked his guests for coming. Believe it or not, I have never met Lin Shuezhen. If you don't believe me, then call the police. With that, Qin Chuan turned to close the door. But Lin's mother rushed up and tried to hit Qin Chuan. I don't believe this has nothing to do with you. Just as her fist was about to land on the back of Qin Chuan's head, Qin Yu picked up a broom and poked her in the chest, stopping her in her tracks. My father is a good person. Qin Yu looked fierce, with small, tough eyes. At this moment, Qin Siqing also rushed out and pushed Qin Yu. You're not allowed to bully my grandmother. Qin Yu took a few steps back, but she held the broom firmly in front of Qin Chuan. Anyway, you can hit me, but you can't hit my dad. I won't let anyone hit my dad. Qin Chuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Before he could say anything, he heard a woman's voice coming from far away. It was low and carried a hidden anger. Lin Shueyin, are you just going to stand there and let your mother bully Brother Qin? The voice was extremely cold, and it seemed to contain a hint of restraint, which made people's hearts tremble involuntarily. Lin Shueyin subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lan Weiyin under the cold street lamp, like a jade-faced Rakshasa who had come to take her life. That kawaii face was now covered in a thick layer of coldness. She walked step by step, carrying the cold and stern aura of a person in power, towards them, and finally came to Lin's mother. I ask you, when did your eldest daughter say she was coming to see Brother Qin? Lin's mother was also intimidated by Lan Weiying's aura and was unable to speak for a while. It was 8 o'clock. Lin's father volunteered the answer to her question. My eldest daughter sent a WeChat message to our family group, telling us that she was coming to settle scores with Qin Chuan. Upon hearing this, Lan Weiying let out a sneer and looked at Lin Shueyin with disappointment in her eyes. We were at the brilliant restaurant at 8 o'clock, and Brother Qin didn't leave the whole time, did he? Lin Shueyin, you knew this, but you still brought your mother here to make trouble. You knew this, but you let your mother insult him? In your heart, what kind of person is Brother Qin to you? What do you think of him? Shouldn't a wife be the first to jump in to defend her? Hearing the word wife, Lin Shueyin snapped back to reality. You know I'm Qin Chuan's wife. So I'm asking you now, what is your status? Are you questioning me as a junior sister? If not, then you are committing marital infidelity. I just couldn't stand by and watch you bully him. Lan Weiyin bit her lip. She also knew that her status made it inappropriate for her to step in. But she had just been so angry. Qin Chuan looked at Lan Weiyin gratefully. Junior sister, thank you for speaking up for me. But this matter has nothing to do with you, and you don't need to get involved. You'd better go back first. With that, Qin Chuan rubbed Qin Yu's head again. Thank you, my little treasure, too. But daddy doesn't need you two girls to protect me yet, huh? Qin Yu put down the broom and obediently stood behind Qin Chuan. Seeing that Qin Yu had moved away from the center of the storm, Qin Chuan spoke. I've said what I needed to say. If you continue to be troublesome, I'll call the police. Call the police. Go ahead and call. Qin Chuan, you're really something. The whole family is here, and Jinjin was just taking out her anger on Cheng Chang, and you're calling the police to sue her. Lin's mother sneered, almost pushing her chest forward. Go ahead and call. Arrest your sister-in-law, and then take away your mother-in-law too. Lan Weiyin saw this scene and her teeth chattered with anger. Damn it, I really want to slap this woman to death. Qin Chuan grabbed his mother-in-law's arm and pulled her directly out of the house. Lin Shueyin and Lin's father came up to help and asked Qin Chuan to let go. But Qin Chuan's grip was so strong, it was like a pair of pliers, firmly grasping Lin's mother's arm. In the end, he almost threw her out of his courtyard, and then turned around and closed the courtyard door. Lin's mother was thrown to the ground, her hands pressed against the rough ground, immediately chafing her skin, and she grimaced in pain. Qin Chuan, you ungrateful bastard. You son of a bitch. Our family has fed you, clothed you, and given you a big house to live in, and this is how you repay us. How dare you lay a hand on me? Yes, Xinchuan, no matter what, you can't lay a hand on my mother. She's your mother-in-law. Lin Shuiyan lovingly helped her mother to her feet. Xinchuan didn't say anything in response, but looked apologetically at Lan Weiyin. Little sister, I'm sorry for getting you into this. Wait here for a moment. It's not convenient for you to go out right now. It's fine. I'm not in a hurry to go back, Brother Qin. Lan Weiyin didn't want to leave just yet either. She couldn't wait to spend more time with Brother Qin. She was also worried that the old witch outside would bully her Brother Qin. It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Brother Qin. It was just that sometimes gender differences were not easy to overcome. For example, just now, Lin's mother used her chest to push Qin Xuan, and as a son-in-law, he could only be forced to back off and didn't dare to do anything. At this moment, Lin's mother just got up from the ground and kicked the door fiercely. 1, 2, 3. Good, Qin Xuan, you wanna call the police, right? I'll call the police first. I'll see how you explain to the police that you hit your mother-in-law when they come. As soon as the voice fell, Lin's mother quickly dialed the police emergency number. Chapter 47, A Big and a Little One Protect Qin Xuan. When Lan Weiyin heard the sound of Qin Xuan's mother-in-law reporting the case to the police, her pretty face suddenly turned cold. Qin Yu was the same. She already had a bad impression of the people at the police station, and when she heard the alarm, her cute little face couldn't even smile. Her small hands were clenched around the broom, as if she was about to fight a tough battle. A little surprise flashed in the corner of Qin Xuan's eyes. He didn't expect these two people, who had just met not long ago, to be so supportive of him. He also didn't expect to find the love he had been begging for but could never find in this remote and poor countryside. In fact, when he was a sophomore, Meng's mother already knew that he was not her biological son. But she kept it to herself, just to torment him. She picked on him and suppressed him in every way she could, until his senior year when he was about to graduate and faced the task of finding a job, she finally kicked him out. During those 3 years, he never understood why his mother had made a 180-degree turn in her attitude towards him. He kept looking for the reason in himself, and kept getting caught up in internal conflicts. The psychological state of lacking love was also slowly formed during that darkest period of time. Until Meng's mother viciously told the truth and kicked him out of the house, he felt a sense of relief. He met Lin Shuiyan on the day he got drunk, and 3 months later, she said she wanted to give him a home. He agreed without thinking about it. For the past 5 years, he has been quietly giving, trying to warm the hearts of this family, trying to have his own family. In fact, is it not because of a lack of love? When he left in pain and thought about it, when he was going to love himself and no longer love others, he never expected God to give him such a surprise. He cherishes this surprise and is grateful for this encounter. He glanced at his junior sister, who was still flirting on WeChat, and said, "It's okay, the innocent will clear themselves." No way. Lan Weiyin was resolute. This society will not believe that the innocent are clear. You have finally made a name for yourself on the live broadcast platform. If this incident of being invited to the police station is filmed and blown up by someone with an axe to grind, all your previous hard work will be for nothing. Qin Chuan's heart pounded slightly. He never thought that Lan Weiyin could think of such a detailed aspect for him. But the woman outside the door is his wife, who he has not yet divorced. Yet she has never thought of herself like this. It seems that he was right to make up his mind to divorce her. Lan Weiyin continued to flirt with people on WeChat. "Shu Zhu, call my third uncle and tell him that Qin Xuan sent someone here to take a statement and not to take him to the police station." After sending Zhu Zhu a WeChat message, she then successively flirted with a few lawyers to ask what to do in this situation. The lawyer said that in this situation, the crime of defamation of character could be pursued. Lan Weiyin was still replying to WeChat when Qin Xuan spoke. "When the police arrive, just leave. You're just an office worker, I don't want to get you involved. I can let Qin Yan come testify." It's late at night, and a girl being taken to the police station. Qin Xuan is also worried about how it will affect her. "I'll be fine." Lan Weiyan spoke lightly and frankly, not taking this incident seriously. As soon as the last word fell, a police car arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Several investigators got out of the car. Qin Xuan's mother-in-law hurriedly walked up to them and pointed at the courtyard, saying, "Comrade policeman, the suspect is inside." It was only then that Lin Shuiyan frowned and said, "Mom, before the matter is investigated clearly, don't say anything rash." Qin Chuan is not that kind of person. Hearing her obedient daughter say this, Lin's mother was furious. Not that kind of person? What kind of person is he? He called the police to arrest your sister and tried to arrest me. He just hit me. Tell me, what kind of person is he? Lin Shuiyan bit her lip and was suddenly speechless. Lin's mother continued to say to the police officer, "Comrade, arrest him. He's inside. Hurry up and break down the door." The police officer gave her a stern look and said, "Are you telling us what to do now? What kind of suspect are you? Are you handling the case or are we?" Lin's mother was rebuked and immediately obediently lowered her head. Lin's father quickly pulled her aside. "Since you've called the police, let the police comrades find out what happened. You don't need to worry anymore." Lin's mother glared at him angrily and quickly shook off Lin's father's hand. At this moment, Qin Chuan also opened the gate in the courtyard and walked out calmly. The officer in charge looked around at the people at the scene and asked, "What's going on?" Lin's father volunteered to come forward and explain, "Comrade, it's like this. My daughter Lin Shuezhen said she was going to come and see her sister-in-law, but then we lost contact. My wife got nervous and had a conflict with her son-in-law." As he spoke, Lin's father took out the voice message from the family group and clicked to play it. The voice message was Lin Shuezhen's excited voice saying that she was going to kill Qin Chuan. After that, we couldn't get in touch with her and her phone was turned off. The investigator looked at the time carefully. It had been less than 3 hours since 8 o'clock. A report could not be filed for less than 24 hours. Could your daughter's phone have run out of battery? Or could she be with a friend? Have you contacted any of her usual friends? My daughter doesn't have any friends. After saying this, Lin's mother looked a little uncomfortable, and her mouth twitched as she said, "My eldest daughter is busy at work all day, and her friends from university have gradually drifted apart. Besides, she gets along very well with my younger daughter, and she doesn't need friends at all." The investigator was slightly speechless and looked at Lin Shuiyan's father and Lin Shuiyan. Did the missing person usually have more contact with anyone? Lin Shuiyan's father and Lin Shuiyan also looked at each other and shook their heads. Instead, Qin Chuan reported a few names and identities. "Comrade policeman, these people are the ones Lin Shuiyan usually has more contact with. I often hear her chewing an apple while calling these people." The investigator nodded and recorded it one by one. Lin Shuiyan couldn't help but ask, "How did you know?" But as soon as the words left her mouth, she and Lin's father hung their heads in shame. They had lived under the same roof all day, but at a critical moment, they didn't know Lin Shuezhen as well as Qin Chuan did. How could they not feel ashamed? While the investigators were still registering the information, Lin's mother, who was feeling anxious, hurriedly said to the lead investigator, "Comrade policeman, don't bother registering this useless information. My eldest daughter must be in his room. She must have been kidnapped by him and is being held in some cupboard. You must hurry and go in there and rescue her." "You're talking nonsense." Lan Weiyin pointed at Lin Shuiyan and said, "At 8 o'clock, my colleague Qin and I were at the brilliant restaurant, and Lin Shuiyan can testify to this. We never left Lin Shuiyan's sight the whole time, so how could we have kidnapped your daughter?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyan seemed to remember something and pointed at Lin Weiyin and said, "Comrade policeman, Qin Chuan never left my sight the whole time, but this woman left for a while and was not in my line of sight. Moreover, she was gone for quite a while." As she finished speaking, Lan Weiyin stared at Lin Shuiyan in disbelief. Qin Chuan was the first to speak up. "Comrade, my junior left to use the bathroom and had a chat with a waiter on the way. I was broadcasting live, so I can prove it. It was only about 15 minutes in total. But it takes at least 20 minutes to get from the restaurant to here by car, so it would take 40 minutes one way. So, there is no way that my junior sister could have done this." The investigators thought for a moment, and said to their colleagues, "Go check the surveillance cameras at the village entrance and see if Lin Shuezhen appeared in the vicinity." Soon, the investigators returned, panting. "Boss, the surveillance footage shows that Lin Shuezhen did come here." As soon as the words fell, the Lin family members all changed color. Lin's mother heard this and went up to Qin Chuan and grabbed him by the head. "I told you it was you. It must be you. You're going to get my daughter killed. You've harmed my younger daughter, and now you want to get my older daughter killed too." "I didn't." Qin Chuan pulled Lin's mother's hand away and flung it. There was a crunching sound, as if a bone had dislocated. It was followed by a howl from Lin's mother. "Ah, it hurts. Comrade policeman, my hand must be broken. I want to call the police and have him arrested." The investigator had seen many such rogue shrews before, so he ignored her and turned to his colleague, who was panting heavily. What did the surveillance camera capture? The camera footage ends 10 meters before this door, and it is impossible to tell whether Lin Shueishan entered the house. However, it is certain that Lin Shueishan was walking in the direction of Qin Chuan. The man being shouted at lowered his eyes slightly, glanced at Qin Chuan, and asked, "We don't have a search warrant, but if you agree to let us search the house, will that prove your innocence?" Chapter 48 Qin Chuan, save me. Okay. Qin Chuan gave a polite invitation. The investigators then walked into the courtyard and began to investigate the area. Lin's mother followed the investigators into the courtyard and said with conviction, "It must be in his room. It must be. When I find it, let's see what he has to say." Hearing her mother's certainty, Lin Shueyan's heart wavered a little. She quickly pulled Qin Chuan aside and asked in a low voice, "You didn't really do this, did you? I know my sister usually says things to you that are a bit excessive, but Qin Chuan, you can't really take it personally with her." These words were like a bucket of ice water, poured over Qin Chuan's head. But it didn't seem like a big surprise. Qin Chuan realized that he could now calmly accept all the disappointments Lin Shueyan had brought him. As someone said, anger is because you still want to be rescued by you, and you still want to be coaxed by you, but the real departure is quiet, just like the calmness when he proposed divorce that day, but the attitude was resolute. At this moment, Qin Chuan looked at Lin Shueyan steadily without saying a word in defense. He suddenly realized that this face that once made him dream no longer seemed attractive to him, and could no longer stir up the slightest ripple in his heart. "Say something. Explain yourself. What's the point of just staring at me?" Lin Shueyan anxiously tugged at Qin Chuan's shirt, saying, "I'm doing this for your own good. If you really have my sister, I'll tell them to stop searching right now." Before she could finish, the officers had already taken Lin's mother downstairs and told Lin's father, "We've searched the entire house, top to bottom, inside and out, every place where someone could hide, and we haven't found anyone." Lin Shueyan's face instantly paled, and she was extremely embarrassed. At this time, the investigators lectured Lin's parents again. "If you had paid more attention to your child, you would have known that she had no friends when she couldn't be contacted. Also, try to resolve your family conflicts internally, and don't waste police resources." Lin's parents hung their heads in guilt. Lin's mother pursed her lips and tried to hold onto the officer's clothes. "Comrade policeman, please think of something else. Something must have happened to my daughter. Mother and daughter are united as one. I know something must have happened to her. It's not here, maybe Qin Chuan has hidden her somewhere else. He really wants to get my daughter killed. Please help us look again. If that doesn't work, arrest him and torture a confession out of him." "Nonsense. Madam, we have procedures for handling cases. We need evidence, not just arresting people and torturing them for confessions." The lead investigator looked serious, and his cold rebuke scared Lin's mother, who didn't dare say anything else. "Go check the places she usually goes to, and the homes of her colleagues and friends. If you can't get in touch with her for more than 24 hours, come back to the police station and report it." After that, the investigator gave a statement for Lin's mother to sign. After they signed, they called it a day and left. As soon as the officers left, Lin's mother rushed up to Qin Chuan. "It's you're the one who caused all this. Even if you didn't hide Jinjin from me, you're still responsible for helping me find her." "Why?" Qin Chuan's expression was cold and indifferent. "It's because you're the one who caused Jinjin harm, who exposed her online." Lin's mother spoke without any psychological burden. Qin Chuan sneered, "She got what she deserved." After saying that, Qin Chuan lightly touched Lan Weiyan's shoulder. "Little junior sister, I'll take you home first." Lin Shueyan saw Qin Chuan's hand on Lan Weiyan's shoulder, and a fire instantly burned in her heart. "Qin Chuan, what are you doing? I'm not dead yet. You actually touched another woman in front of me and want to take her home?" Qin Chuan gave Lin Shueyan a cold glance. "I'm not dead yet either. Aren't you dating Chi silly?" Lin Shueyan felt as if something had pricked her heart, and she instantly flew into a rage. "I won't allow it anyway. I won't allow you to send her off. I won't allow you to be so nice to her, do you hear me?" Lin Shueyan was jumping up and down, while an inner voice was screaming. "Qin Chuan is hers. Qin Chuan must obey her every word. How can he be nice to other women? No way. She won't allow it. She will never allow this to happen." Qin Chuan ignored Lin Shueyan and continued to push Lan Weiyan out of the door. "I'm sorry, this is my family business, but I've dragged you into it. Lan Weiyan kept looking back with a worried expression as she walked. Senior, are you sure you can manage on your own? Why don't I stay here and take care of Qinyu? No need. Qin Chuan refused, and Lan Weiyan pursed her lips. She also knew that she was in no position to interfere, so she lowered her head and walked back. Qin Chuan returned to the courtyard and coldly expelled the Lin family. Now please leave my home. I am not obliged to help you find Lin Shuizhen. Even if I were, I would not do so. I will not show mercy to someone who has repeatedly hurt and humiliated me. I am not that great. Lin Shuizhen frowned tightly, as if she had never met Qin Chuan before. Why are you being so petty? Now my sister may be in danger, and the police said it hasn't been 24 hours yet. Qin Chuan, you're actually holding a grudge? Yes, I'm holding a grudge. So, please leave now. Qin Chuan gave the order to leave again with an expressionless face. Upon hearing this, Qin Sichen crossed her arms and snorted, Grandma, don't you dare beg Dad anymore. We can go find Uncle Qi. He's so awesome, he'll definitely help us find Auntie. Lin's mother reacted quickly and patted her thigh. Yes, let's go find Qi Silly. Yen, let's go find Qi Silly quickly. He'll definitely have a solution. Lin Shuiyan also thought it made sense, so she didn't argue anymore and walked out without saying a word. Although she vaguely knew in her heart that if she left like this, Qin Chuan would definitely be even more difficult to appease. After all, the person he cared about the most was Qi Silly. But what could she do? Right now, her sister's safety was the most important thing. They all knew very well that her sister had the habit of carrying a power bank, and now that her phone was turned off, something must have happened, not that the phone ran out of battery. Lin's father looked apologetically at Qin Chuan. Sorry. He wanted to say something else, but when he thought about his eldest daughter, he turned around and walked away. Once the group of people had left, the courtyard returned to silence. Qin Chuan locked the gate to the courtyard and took Qinyu upstairs to bed. At this time, in the abandoned hut at the top of the mountain, Lin Shuizhen slowly regained consciousness. When she fully woke up, she found that her hands and feet were tied, her eyes were blindfolded, and it was completely dark in front of her, so she had no idea where she was. Help! Is there anyone here? Lin Shuizhen desperately struggled against the ropes around her body, but the hemp ropes were tied so tightly that she could not break free at all. The more she struggled, the tighter the hemp rope seemed to become, choking her so that her handskin was rubbed raw and tingled with a burning pain. She looked left and right, but could not see anything, and her unease grew like ripples. She had no idea what was waiting for her. Help, Qin Chuan, help me. Qin Chuan, come and save me. Lin Shuizhen struggled several times to stand up, but failed each time. Falling over again and again, and failing again and again, she leaned against the pillar with a heart of despair, unable to stop the tears from falling. Qin Chuan, you son of a bitch, nothing good ever happens when I run into you. Lin Shuizhen sobbed as she spoke. Suddenly, she froze. She clearly hated Qin Chuan, but why did she subconsciously call out his name when in danger? Why did she still hope that he would come to save her? Lin Shuizhen was also confused. Just then, a piece of ancient memory flashed into her mind like snowflakes. Chapter 49 Qin Chuan, I'm sorry, I finally know why I'm against you. Autumn afternoon. Lin Shuizhen was dragged to the campus by her friends. As she walked, she complained, what's so great about the school band's performance? No matter how good they are, they can't be as good as singers. No matter how handsome they are, they can't be as handsome as movie stars. Her friend, who was holding her hand, laughed and explained, you're right, they're better than singers and more handsome than movie stars. Look, over there. Lin Shuizhen looked in the direction her friend was pointing and saw Qin Chuan on the tall stage, wearing a white shirt with a corner of the shirt untucked. He was the epitome of refined wildness. The sun shone on his jet-black hair, from top to bottom, as if it had plated him in a soft light, making him look handsome beyond the sky. The younger students and girls below were screaming like crazy. The crowd was pulsating to their rhythm. For a moment, Lin Shuizhen's heart was beating in rhythm as well. What shocked Lin Shuizhen even more was that Qin Chuan not only could sing fast songs, but also sang slow songs very attractively, as if he could sing into people's hearts. A friend of hers said, the lead singer, Huan Yu, wanted to sign him as a singer. He refused. Why? Lin Shuizhen was full of surprise. Isn't being a singer everyone's dream? And being a singer can earn a lot of money. It is said that he has his own dreams and wants to go the artistic stained glass and interior decoration route. Music is just his hobby. Lin Shuizhen raised her eyebrows. He is quite a special person. What? You've got your eye on him? Her friends teased her. Our spinster queen has finally come to her senses? Yes. Lin Shuizhen answered without any hint of embarrassment. I've got my eye on him. I used to think I wasn't interested in men. The truth is, they're just not my type. He's the one. I'm going to go after him. Lin Shuizhen's friends were stunned. Are you serious? You're older than him. So what if I'm older? An older sister knows how to take care of people. Lin Shuizhen raised the corners of her mouth, played with her long hair, and a determined light shone in her eyes. From that day on, she found out that Qin Chuan's band would sing at a bar every night, so she went there every day to support them. She went for several weeks in a row. Lin Shuizhen felt that the time had come, and planned to confess that night. Suddenly, she received the news that her younger sister had been broken up with and had gone missing. The family couldn't find her no matter how hard they looked, and they were all very worried. Lin Shuizhen had to give up on confessing and followed the family to look for Lin Shuiyan. After all, they knew how important Qi Sili was to Lin Shuiyan, so they were all worried that Shuiyan would think about it too much. But Lin Shuizhen also didn't show up. That night, just then, Qin Chuan had just learned that he was not the Meng family's biological son, and the parents he had called mom and dad for more than 20 years were not his biological parents. It was also that night that he was thrown out and got drunk in a bar. It was also that night. The night she planned to confess, the night she ran around looking for her sister, Qin Chuan and Lin Shuiyan got together. When she learned the truth, Lin Shuizhen felt as if there was a sword in the air, piercing her heart straight through, making her feel both pain and remorse. She was in pain because the relationship that had not yet begun had ended without warning, and she was in pain because it was her beloved younger sister who had ended it. She regretted not being there for Qin Chuan that night to give her comfort. When Lin Shuizhen thinks back to that day, she still feels as if her heart has been ripped open, and the pain is excruciating. From that day on, she could not stand the sight of Qin Chuan. She felt that Qin Chuan had no self-control whatsoever. During that month, she cursed Qin Chuan 100 times a day and complained about him to her best friend 10,000 times, until her friend's ears grew calluses. When she finally let go of her resentment, was ready to forgive Qin Chuan, and went to listen to his performance again, Lin Shuiyan told her. Sister, I'm pregnant. It's Qin Chuan's. At that moment, Lin Shuizhen felt like the sky was falling in on her. Pregnant? How could you be pregnant? Are you sure the baby is Qin Chuan's? At that moment, Lin Shuizhen was very excited and her voice rose a few notes. Lin Shuiyan's face immediately darkened. Sister, what are you talking about? She's silly and I haven't even had my innocent first time. It was with Qin Chuan, my only man, and if this child isn't Qin Chuan's, whose else's could it be? I'm your sister, and this is how you treat me. This was the first time the two sisters had ever argued. That day, everyone's faces were long, and no one paid any attention to anyone else. 3 days later, Lin Shuizhen took the initiative to lower her head and went to find Lin Shuiyan. What are you going to do now? I don't know, I'm very confused. Lin Shuiyan saw her sister lower her head, and her own posture softened. Sister, what do you think, should I marry Qin Chuan for the sake of this child? After all, it is a life. Lin Shuizhen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Do you know that Qin Chuan? He likes me. Lin Shuiyan said with certainty. He likes you? Yes, I'm sure. He often spies on me, secretly follows me, and asks other people about me. I'm very sure that he loves me beyond my wildest dreams. Lin Shuiyan spoke very confidently. But what about Qi Sili? What if Qi Sili returns to China in a few years? Shuiyan, are you really going to give up on Qi Sili? Hearing this, Lin Shuiyan hesitated again. Forget it. Getting married is just a fleeting thought for me. After all, it is a bit cruel to take away a life. However, I have no plans to get married and have children before the age of 35. Even if it is for Qi Sili. Because once I get pregnant, it will squeeze my pelvis and deform it, and I won't be able to do many ballet moves in the future. I won't be able to be the lead anymore. Lin Shuizhen nodded quickly. Then I'll go to the hospital with you, and don't let my parents know. Lin Shuiyan nodded. That day, she went to see her gynecology classmate at Lin Shuizhen's arrangement, ready to get rid of the baby immediately. As a result, after the examination, Lin Shuizhen's friend frowned deeply. To be honest, I don't really recommend you getting rid of this baby. This baby is in a special position, and normally doctors would be afraid to perform an abortion on you. There is a risk of heavy bleeding, which could very likely endanger your life. And if you get rid of this baby, you may not be able to conceive in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyan and Lin Shuezhen were both dumbfounded. After much consideration, Lin Shuiyan finally gave up on the abortion and went to marry Qin Xuan. On the day Lin Shuiyan went to talk to Qin Xuan, Lin Shuezhen waited for her far away under the tree. She vaguely heard her younger sister cooing to Qin Xuan, but no chief is willing to give up their future to bear a child for a man. Qin Xuan, after you get married, you have to be truly good to me. If you treat me badly, I won't let you off the hook. Lin Shuezhen laughed mockingly. Ha! Liar. After that, the two registered their marriage. Qin Xuan was an abandoned child of the Meng family, with no savings, so he could only buy Lin Shuiyan a gold-plated ring. There was no wedding, and no bride price. This made Lin Shuezhen feel a lot more balanced. What's the use of being handsome? You can't eat handsome. What's the use of being talented? The world is full of talent. The talent of the poor is the most worthless. Because her sister, who had been proud since childhood, did not have a lavish wedding, this made her feel a lot better. After the two got married, Lin Shuezhen always wanted to get in front of them for some reason. Sometimes she didn't know what to say, so she couldn't help but stab Qin Xuan. Every time she saw Qin Xuan's stoic appearance, she felt great. The images of her mocking Qin Xuan flashed through her mind like snowflakes. The memories were like thorny vines, wrapping her up tightly, so tightly that she was about to suffocate, so tightly that her tears fell patter-patter. Qin Xuan, I'm sorry. I finally know why I can't help but be sarcastic with you. Because I love you, because I can't accept it. It was me who fancied you first, how could you marry my sister? It's not that I want to interfere in your marriage, it's that I really want to be close to you, even if it's just to talk to you. It's all my fault, it's all because I don't know how to communicate with you. It's all my fault, I'm jealous of Yan Yan and Qin Xuan. If I die here today, will you ever think of me occasionally? The voice fell, and the wooden door creaked open. Lin Shuezhen trembled. Chapter 50 Qi Silly, check the woman next to Qin Xuan. With a creak, the wooden door was pushed open, and a ray of moonlight spilled into the dark little wooden room. A hunched old man with a wine bottle in his hand staggered in, belching. Who? Lin Shuezhen instantly felt a chill run down her spine. Before the end of the sentence, she was answered by a sharp crack of a whip. A crisp sound, it hit her arm, instantly splitting her fair skin. Bitch, you're awake? Good, you'll know pain when you wake up. Another crisp sound. I'll kill you, you bitch. Ah. Who are you? Lin Shuezhen dodged left and right, but the whip kept landing on her. Her arms, her long bare legs, all of them were tingling with pain. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Did you arrest the wrong person? Pat. I didn't arrest the wrong person. I arrested a snobbish, materialistic, and mean-spirited woman like you. You're the woman who looked down on the anchor woman today. You're just like my wife, who ran off with someone else. I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to kill all women like you in the world. The man's hoarse voice carried a strong smell of alcohol as he vented his anger by lashing out at Lin Shuezhen. Ugh, the man burped again, looking around. Where's my chainsaw? I'm going to use my chainsaw to saw off your head, your arms, and your legs, piece by piece, and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Lin Shuezhen instantly turned pale with fear. No, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I'll get down on my knees, I'll kowtow to you. I'll be good in the future. Lin Shuezhen only wanted to survive at the moment, and didn't care about her own disheveled appearance. Humph, too late. I'm going to go find my chainsaw. A woman like you shouldn't be alive in this world. On the other side, in Qi Silly's large apartment. Qi Silly was shaking the bottle of wine in his hand, his eyes slightly narrowed as he recalled Lan Weiyin. Black card. How did she have so many black cards? Even Lin Shuiyan couldn't get a black card. He himself only had 2, so how could she have so many? That woman seemed very interested in Qin Xuan and protected him at every turn. This made Qi Silly very unhappy. Qin Xuan first got the ballerina goddess Lin Shuiyan, whom he had abandoned, and also made Lin Shuiyan give him a daughter. Now that they are divorced, there is still such a high-quality woman waiting to take his place. What's his claim to her? He's just a little better looking. But a man's appearance is the least valuable of all his qualities. To put it bluntly, even if you are ugly, short and fat, as long as you are rich and powerful, plenty of women will flock to you. That night, Chi Silly was actually a little jealous of Qin Chuan. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Chi Silly's personal assistant delivered a late-night meal of warm casserole porridge. Amy, help me find out the identity of the woman by Qin Chuan's side, the sooner the better. For a moment, Chi Silly suspected that the woman called Xiao Shimi was Lan Wei-yin, the only daughter of the chairman of the city's largest real estate company, the Lan Group. She was also the object of his upcoming marriage alliance. Only a woman of that caliber would have so many black cards. Amy wrote it down and looked at the schedule again, saying, President Xi, you have a blind date tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. President Xi just informed me that the Lan family's eldest daughter has agreed to meet with you tomorrow night. What? Chi Silly's body twitched slightly. Amy repeated. Okay, I got it. Amy was about to leave, but Chi Silly stopped her. There's no need to investigate the woman next to Qin Chuan. Whether she's the eldest daughter of the Lan family, I'll know as soon as I go there tomorrow night. Amy froze for a moment, then promptly said, okay. The doorbell rang again. Amy went to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she met Lin Mu's unfriendly gaze. Who are you? Why are you at Kizilai's house so late? Mom, this is Amy, Kizilai's assistant. Lin Shuayan held back her mother, who was about to pounce like a fighting chicken, and apologetically smiled at Amy. But Lin's mother still refused to give up. Even if she is an assistant, she shouldn't be at Kizilai's house so late. Lin's father frowned tightly. That's enough, just go inside. Right now, finding Jinjin is the most important thing. Don't forget why we came here. Humph. Lin's mother still looked unyielding. If you want to find Jinjin, I will also defend my daughter's happiness. Lin Shuayan was furious when she heard this. Mom, what nonsense are you always talking about? It's because of you that Qin Chuan is misunderstanding me and wants a divorce. Lin's mother wanted to say something else, but Chi Silly's heart flashed with disgust, but he came over with a gentle smile on his face. Auntie is right. It is really inappropriate to let Amy come over at this late hour. I will be more careful to avoid any misunderstandings in the future. Lin's mother nodded with a comfortable feeling in her heart after hearing this. She gave Lin Shuayan a dirty look. Look, this is the best candidate for son-in-law. Lin's father urged, hurry up and go in and talk about it. Chi Silly then invited the Lin family into the living room. Lin's father gave a brief account of the situation. As Chi Silly listened to Lin's father, he was very impatient and spaced out from time to time. To be honest, he was not at all interested in this Lin family nonsense. His only obsession was to sleep with Lin Shuayan. Make up for the regret of not sleeping with his first love back then. Of course, the wife of Lin Shuayan was also very attractive to him. He wanted to hear her say in a hoarse voice, Ceremonier, you're better than Qin Chuan. Thinking about this, Chi Silly raised the corners of his mouth. Lin's father saw this micro-expression and his face flinched. Uncle, don't worry. I know about this matter. I'll immediately call some friends at the police station and ask them to step up their efforts to find her. Don't worry, Yan Yan's sister, we'll definitely find her. With that, Chi Silly walked to the balcony and pretended to make some phone calls. For some reason, Lin's father felt uneasy when he saw Chi Silly smile at the corner of his mouth. Chi Silly walked back into the living room. Lin's mother hurriedly asked, Silly, who have you spoken to? I've spoken to a few directors and the chief of police. Auntie, don't worry. Lin's mother hurriedly asked, who have you spoken to? Chi Silly's expression froze, and his smile became a little stiff. Auntie, it's not convenient for me to disclose that. You know, these people are in high positions. Oh, I understand. Lin's mother nodded frequently. Chi Silly looked at Amy and said, you escort your aunt and uncle back. Then he patted Lin Shuayan's back twice and said, don't worry. Your sister will be fine and will be back soon. Lin Shuayan suddenly felt a hand on her back. It felt like an electric current running through her body, and she felt a wave of disgust in her heart. She didn't know what was wrong. It seemed that she was very resistant to Chi Silly touching her. She even felt disgust. In order to hide her overreaction, Lin Shuayan curled the corners of her mouth, forced a smile and nodded at Chi Silly before following Amy downstairs. Once they got in the car and closed the door, Lin's mother started rambling again. Chi Silly didn't know what was going on either. Why didn't he see us downstairs himself, but instead sent that Amy? Shuayan, you really need to pay more attention. I don't think that Amy is a good person. That's enough. Mom, Qin Chuan and I are not yet divorced. Lin Shuiyan slammed on the brakes and shouted. Lin's mother was startled. It's all your fault. You always say these things in front of Chengcheng, and Chengcheng has followed suit and misunderstood. Lin's father agreed, exactly. Lin's mother pursed her lips, I'm just looking out for your best interests. Qin Chuan and Qi Silly are both capable people. Anyone can see how to choose the right one, right? And Qi Silly is deeply in love with you, you know that. Mom, can you please stop annoying me? Lin Shuiyan continued driving. Lin's mother frowned, pursed her lips, rubbed her chest, and looked at Lin's father. For some reason, I always feel that Qi Silly is a bit strange tonight. As she finished speaking, Qin Sicheng curiously raised her little head and looked at her grandmother. Chapter 51, Bravo, you have been disqualified from the divorce cooling-off period trial. Lin's mother swallowed hard, do you think Qi Silly never helped us find someone? Lin's father actually had the same suspicion. It was mainly because some of the details of Qi Silly were too strange. He was talking on the phone on the balcony, but the phone screen didn't seem to be lit up. Qin Sicheng looked at her grandmother and then at her grandfather, her eyes blank. At this moment, Lin Shuiyan, who was driving, was extremely annoyed. Mom, just stop worrying. Qi Silly won't let anything happen to me. Lin Shuiyan still had some confidence in that. That night, everyone in the Lin family except Qin Sicheng, who was too sleepy to stay awake, had trouble sleeping. The next day, Qin Chuan continued to broadcast the renovation of the old house. This time, the broadcast was about the renovation of Qin Yu's room. Qin Yang also came over to help. This guy doesn't have a proper job, he usually makes money mainly by trading jade and gambling on jade. By noon, the family of three was having a barbecue in the small courtyard, enjoying themselves. After dinner, Qin Chuan began to make tea. As soon as the tea was ready, the Lin family arrived. Qin Yang originally lifted the teacup and held it under his nose to smell it, feeling the tea fragrance permeate his heart and spleen. Just as he was about to enjoy it, the Lin family member suddenly rolled his eyes. What a letdown! In contrast, Qin Chuan was still calmly and composedly savoring the tea. Qin Yu's expression seemed a little nervous. She held the teacup in her small, white hands, looking at the Lin family and then at her father, as if weighing up whether she should drink the tea or just spill it all over the family. Lin Shuiyan glanced at Qin Yu and really didn't like her, but there was nothing she could do about it at the moment. Qin Chuan, my sister still hasn't come back. What do you think we should do? Lin's father also anxiously spoke up at this time. Yes, we just went to the police station again, but they still won't let us report it to the police, saying that the missing person has not yet been missing for 24 hours. Didn't you go find Qi Silly? He will help you figure it out. Why come to someone like me who has no power or influence? Qin Chuan's long, jade-like fingers squeezed the teacup, and his tone was extremely indifferent. With just a few simple words, Lin Shuiyan and Lin's father were both instantly silenced. What do you want from me? Naturally, I want you to take responsibility. Lin's mother snapped, if it weren't for you letting Jinjin be exposed online, she wouldn't be in this situation now. It's all your fault. It's your responsibility, so you should take responsibility. Qin Chuan raised his eyelid, and his originally indifferent gaze suddenly gathered, turning sharp. What if I'm not responsible? What are you going to do? Beat me up? He casually placed the teacup on the table with a loud thud, and his aura followed suit. In the past, I listened to you not because your words made sense, your tactics were effective, or I was afraid of you, but because I respected you as my wife's mother. But now that I take away that respect, your words will have no weight with me, and all your tactics will be useless. Lin's mother thought of the pain of being thrown to the ground last night, subconsciously stroked her arm, and felt as if there was a fire burning in her chest. You. Lin's mother wanted to say something else, but Lin's father quickly pulled her behind him. You, just stop causing trouble. Don't forget the main task. Lin's mother shut up instantly. Qin Chuan, you and Yen Yen haven't divorced yet, so we are still family after all. I know that Jinjin has gone too far with this matter. When she returns, I will let her apologize to you personally. But for now, can you think of a way to find the person first? Lin's father hung his head, took a deep breath, and said, This is me, the father-in-law, begging you. I don't want to use my status or moral principles to coerce you, but I really have no other way. Qin Chuan, you are also a father. Can you imagine the torment of not knowing who is taking your daughter? Qin Chuan's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, but his tone was still extremely resolute. You can go. Don't come and disturb my life anymore. From the day I decided to divorce Xue Yan, the Lin family's affairs have nothing to do with me. Not to mention last night, you already made your choice, didn't you? Lin's father hung his head in guilt. Xin Chuan, I was really confused last night. I just thought she's silly might know more friends. Dad really doesn't not believe in you. Here, we've come to find you. Call the police. For professional matters, get professionals to do it. Qin Xuan's tone was indifferent as he continued to make tea for Qin Yang and Qin Yu. There was not the slightest hint of emotion on his refined and elegant face, like the ancient martial arts master who played the zither with ease and grace. Qin Yang secretly gave him a thumbs up. Yes. This is how you deal with these ungrateful and disgusting people. Lin's father was a little embarrassed and couldn't continue. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid Jinjin will be ruined. Qin Xuan, please help us. If Chi Silly can't do anything, what can I do? You can. You definitely can. In the past, when our family encountered those things, which one of them wasn't solved with your help? Qin Xuan, I know you definitely have a way. Lin Fu's voice was extremely assertive. Lin Xueyan also hurriedly agreed, thinking that Qin Xuan wanted to hear a rainbow fart, and quickly said, yes, you definitely have more ability than Chi Silly in this matter. Qin Xuan pinched up the teacup and sneered, then why did you go to Chi Silly last night? Lin's father and Lin Xueyan were at a loss for words again. Lin's father had no choice but to beg bitterly, Qin Xuan, Jinjin is a difficult person to talk to, but her heart is kind. You know how much she loves Chang Chang. When Chang Chang was 2 years old, she almost fell downstairs, and Jinjin held her and used her body as a cushion. Can you save my daughter today, for the sake of the fact that my daughter once saved your daughter's life, and help me, an old man, think of a way? Qin Xuan's face softened a little upon hearing this. At this time, Qin Sishang walked over. Yes, stinky dad, if you don't save auntie, I will never forgive you in my life. After the sound fell, Qin Xuan's originally softened expression turned a little colder. Knowing how to repay a favor is the principle by which I live my life, but taking advantage of a favor is unexpected. You all go away and don't bother me again. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Xuan's phone beeped with a message. He glanced at it and his face suddenly paled. He had obtained the qualification to divorce after canceling the marriage cooling-off period? Worried that it was a scam text message, Qin Xuan went back inside and called the Civil Affairs Bureau to confirm. After receiving a positive answer, he was ecstatic. That's great. Finally, I can break off with this family immediately. Qin Xuan re-entered the courtyard and saw Lin Xueyan say as if she had mustered up the courage. Qin Xuan, let's just say that I'm begging you about this. As long as you promise to help me find my sister, I can promise you one condition. After a pause, Lin Xueyan said awkwardly. Even if you want to get back married, I will also agree. Chapter 52 Hennessy, Moutai, and Kanda. Are you sure? I can make any condition? Lin Xueyan nodded. Okay. Qin Xuan looked at Qin Yang and asked if there was any way to borrow a dog with a keen sense of smell. He then turned to Lin's father and asked, are there any of Lin Xueyan's belongings in the car? Yes. Lin's father reacted and immediately went to look for them. Qin Yang patted his thigh and said, brother, why didn't I think of this method? You're really smart. I'll go borrow one from my friend now. As he said this, Qin Yang walked out and bumped into Lan Weiyin. Qin Yang, where are you going? To borrow a dog. My brother needs it urgently. Qin Yang spoke as he ran out of the door. We have a dog at home. As soon as Qin Yang heard this, he stopped in his tracks. My brother wants a dog with a particularly keen sense of smell. Do you have one? Yes. Our dog has a particularly keen sense of smell. No matter where my father hides his secret stash of money or good stuff, they can find it. They can find it no matter where my father hides his secret stash of money and good stuff. Qin Yang. Anyone who keeps one of these dogs is doomed. But Qin Yang still called his friend, who turned out to be out of town. He looked at Qin Xuan and said, brother, my friend is out of town, so why don't we try Lan Weiyin's dog? Qin Xuan nodded. Lan Weiyin immediately had someone bring the dog over. Half an hour later, Qin Xuan and Qin Yang looked at the 3 dogs that got off the van and both of them had an ellipsis appear on their foreheads. A snow-white Samoan, a husky with extremely clear eyes, and a huge Tibetan Mastiff. 1, 2, 3, we each have one on a leash, just right. Lan Weiyin stroked the heads of the 3 dogs. Let me introduce you, the Samoan is called Hennessy, the Husky is called Mautai, and the Tibetan Mastiff is called Kanda. Qin Chuan. Xin Yang. Lan Weiyin laughed nervously. My father really likes to drink, but he can't afford good wine, so he named them after alcoholic drinks. Xin Yang pointed at the particularly strong dog, but this Tibetan Mastiff doesn't look cheap either. It looks so majestic, it must be expensive. No way. It's a mixed breed. It was bred with a mutt. Its father and mother each mated with 4 other dogs, so its ancestors were all mixed breeds, and its pedigree is particularly impure. Kanda seemed to understand Lan Weiyin's words and growled unhappily. It was extremely fierce. Xin Yang was so scared that he hid behind Qin Chuan. I'll choose a Samoan. Lan Weiyin took hold of Kanda's leash and said, Kanda and I are familiar with each other, so he can follow me. Brother, you can take Mautai. Qin Chuan nodded. Kanda was too big, and Lan Weiyin was not familiar with him, so he was worried that he might not be able to control him. What do we do next, brother? Qin Chuan pointed to the distant mountains. Let's go up the mountain and look for him. Last night I noticed a particularly deep furrow in front of my house, continuing all the way over there. If I'm not wrong, it's possible that Lin Shuezhen was put in a sack and dragged over there, which is why there's such a deep furrow. Lin's mother was furious when she heard this. You bastard Qin Chuan. You noticed it last night. You deliberately didn't say anything. You just want to get my Jinjin killed, don't you? Qin Chuan didn't bother responding, focusing on cultivating a relationship with Mautai. The reason he didn't say anything last night was that he didn't want to get involved in this matter, and secondly, this was a speculation, which did not mean it was correct. Lin's mother wanted to say something else, but Lan Weiyin blocked her. Hey, old hag, what are you screaming about? My senior is under no obligation to help you. We don't even know what kind of lunatic the other party is. We're risking our lives to help you. If you keep talking, I'll lend you my dog, and you can go up the mountain yourself. With that, Lan Weiyin made as if to hand the rope to Lin's mother. Kanda suddenly became unhappy and yelled a few things. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. Lin's mother was scared and kept backing away, her face pale. Lin Shuyan quickly held her own mother and scolded Qin Chuan, looking at her. Look at your little sister, she doesn't respect my mother at all. My little sister has no obligation to respect your mother. Qin Chuan glanced at her. Lin Shuyan bit her lip in anger. This was the first time Qin Chuan had ever done something so disrespectful to her. It was all that Lan Weiyin's fault. Once she and Qin Chuan got back married, she would definitely make Qin Chuan stay away from this Lan Weiyin and even make him sign an undertaking. She's a vixen, and as soon as she appeared, Qin Chuan's attitude towards her immediately changed. Lan Weiyin went back to the rental house and changed into some outdoor sportswear, a red and white windbreaker, matching outdoor adventure shoes, and a high ponytail, making her look cool and cute. She handed Qin Chuan and Qin Yang each a walkie-talkie. On the mountain, we can use this to communicate, which is faster than using a mobile phone. Channel 1 is for intercom between the 3 of us. Channel 2 is for the enthusiastic citizens I asked my friends to find. They are on their way here now. If you need them later, you can call them on Channel 2. The so-called enthusiastic citizens are actually the security guards of the Lan family. They are changing clothes and rushing here now. Lan Weiyin secretly slipped a few more bags of dog snacks to Qin Chuan. If Mautai doesn't listen to you, you can feed it this. Saying this, Lan Weiyin patted Mautai on the head. Be obedient, understand? You have to listen to him. Mautai stuck out his tongue and revealed his clear, stupid eyes. Lan Weiyin quickly took a bag of snacks from Qin Chuan's hand and tore it open to feed it to him. Be obedient, understand? Mautai responded enthusiastically. Oh. Qin Chuan. Why is he so lacking in confidence in this dog? Go. Brother Qin, your dog has the keenest sense of smell. It's the one that found the most of my father's stash of goodies. It's my mother's favorite treasure. Mautai proudly barked again. Ooh. Qin Chuan, okay. Let's just trust it for now. The 3 of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. Qin Chuan was uneasy. Little sister, this has nothing to do with you and it's dangerous. You'd better go back. Qin Chuan had already said this several times, but Lan Weiyin just wouldn't listen. She was especially enthusiastic. It's fine. I have Kanda. Lan Weiyin was not at ease with Qin Chuan going up alone. She would worry to death at the foot of the mountain. Instead, she might as well go up and take a look. Qin Xuan thought about it for a while and pointed in the direction he thought was the least likely to hide. Okay, you go that way. If you can't find it, come back down. We'll meet at the foot of the mountain. Lan Weiyin nodded and led Kanda in the direction Qin Xuan had indicated. After being given his instructions, Qin Yang also led Samo Hennessy away. Samo walked very slowly, with its fat buttocks wiggling. It was very cute. But after a few steps, it lay down and giggled at Qin Yang. Qin Yang? You're supposed to be walking. Samo giggled again, sticking out its pink tongue. It was so cute. No, Missy, don't you try to be cute with me. Qin Yang had no choice but to use the walkie-talkie to tell Lan Weiyin the situation. What do you think Hennessy wants? She probably can't walk anymore and wants you to carry her. Lan Weiyin replied. Qin Yang. Is this still a dog? The battery life is so short? Qin Yang had no choice but to resign himself to carrying Hennessy, struggling to move forward with the weight. After not walking for long, he simply sat down on the grass. I can't do it anymore, it's too heavy. Hennessy growled at him discontentedly. It's not that I'm a princess, I'm really too tired. Let's rest for a while. Anyway, I'm in no hurry to save Lin Xuechen. Qin Yang rested in place. Lan Weiyin followed Kanda and found nothing. Instead, Mao Tai, who seemed the least reliable, pulled Qin Xuan forward courageously and rushed to the door of the cabin at the top of the mountain. Chapter 53, The Battlefield. Lin Xuechen ran into her sister snuggled in Qin Xuan's arms. And Mao Tai kept wagging its tail. It looked like it was saying, hey, I'm awesome, right? Qin Xuan rubbed its head, gave a shushing sound, and then cautiously walked forward to check the situation. However, Mao Tai blocked in front of him, still looking like a cheap dog wagging its tail. Woof, woof. Qin Xuan's face suddenly turned pale. Stupid dog, what if you scare the prey? Qin Xuan tried to cover Mao Tai's mouth, but Mao Tai was particularly lively, jumping up and down. After a few dozen seconds, Qin Xuan was sure that there should be no one in the hut. If there was someone, they would have come out long ago. But he still wanted to find out what was going on. But as soon as he took a step forward, Mao Tai blocked him. He went left, Mao Tai went left. He went right, and Mao Tai went right, then grinned, sticking out her pink tongue and showing her clear, stupid eyes. Qin Xuan, tentatively, he took out a snack and gave it to Mao Tai. Mao Tai immediately ate it and happily made way. Qin Xuan. So it was a bribe. Qin Xuan ignored Mao Tai and gently pushed open the window to look inside, and saw Lin Xuechen tied to a wooden post, her naked body covered in whip marks and her whole person in a pitiful state. But she was still struggling desperately. Qin Xuan immediately reported the direction via the walkie-talkie, found. At the cabin at the top of the mountain, follow the path I came in on, 2 o'clock direction. Call the police immediately. After saying that, Qin Xuan carefully observed the situation inside, as if he didn't see the kidnappers, and then kicked in the door. With a bang, as soon as the door was kicked open, Lin Xuechen immediately kowtowed and apologized. Please let me go. Please don't kill me, don't saw me. I know I was wrong, I will never speak out of turn again. I will never look down on people again. Lin Xuechen was so scared that her blood rushed to her head, her hands and feet went cold, and she could hardly breathe. From last night when that drunkard said he was going to find a chainsaw, but never came back, she guessed he must have passed out. She had been in a state of fear ever since. At this moment, her nerves were on the verge of breaking. When Qin Xuan was about to touch her, she burst into tears. Qin Xuan, save me. Qin Xuan, come quickly. Qin Xuan used all his strength to untie Lin Xuechen and remove her blindfold. Just as Lin Xuechen was about to hit him, she said, "It's me." The sudden brightness made Lin Xuechen close her eyes subconsciously. When she got used to the light, she opened her eyes again and saw Qin Xuan's face. For a moment, her heart was in turmoil, and she didn't care. She threw herself at him and wrapped her arms around his neck. You came, you really came. I thought you would never come to save me again. Qin Xuan, I'm sorry. Qin Xuan, I'm really sorry. I never wanted to hurt you like that. I just couldn't help it. Lin Xuechen's tears kept pouring out. Qin Xuan didn't have time to listen to her apologies, and pulled her hand away to pull her up. But Lin Xuechen was so scared that she hugged Qin Xuan tightly. Get up quickly and run. Qin Xuan impatiently shouted. Lin Xuechen reacted only then, and just as she raised her head, she met the gaze of the old man behind her who was carrying a chainsaw. He looked to be in his 50s, with a weathered face, short and stocky, but with extremely strong arms and legs, probably from hard labor. In fact, the moment the man entered, the light and shadow on the ground changed, and Qin Chuan immediately realized it and hurriedly got up with Lin Shuizhen. It's him! It's him! Lin Shuizhen hid behind Qin Chuan and was scared pale. Since you're here too, then I'll send you to the Western Paradise together. There's nothing I can do, you had to come and save this bitch. With that, the short, stocky old man pulled the power saw on his hand. The power saw immediately roared. Roar, 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 like a beast in the dark night. Qin Chuan knew at first glance that this man must be mentally ill. This kind of person has a lot of brute strength and must be dealt with carefully. He called out, Mao Tai, come in and help. Mao Tai bit into his snack, walked to the door of the cabin, put it down, and barked a few symbolic growls at the old man. Oh, 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 oh. Then he lowered his head and continued eating his snack. He looked up and barked a few more times. Oh, 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 oh. Then he continued eating the unfinished snack. Qin Chuan. No wonder they say huskies are unreliable. Mao Tai, are you here to make me laugh? At this point, the old man also realized that the dog was unreliable and completely took it lightly, and directly pulled the chainsaw and swung it at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan dodged to the left, and the old man swung the chainsaw into the air. He thrust forward again, and Qin Chuan took aim and kicked him in the foot. The old man's chainsaw flew out of his hands. Qin Chuan immediately started fighting him with his bare hands. Qin Chuan punched the old man twice, and the old man punched him twice. Both sides were extremely ruthless. The man was full of brute strength, and Qin Chuan lifted his foot and kicked, sending him flying, only to hit the chainsaw, which he picked up and charged at him again. Mao Tai had just finished eating his snack, and when he saw something wrong, he immediately pounced and bit the old man's hand. The old man, in pain, shook it off and flung Mao Tai away. He then found a hunting rifle somewhere and aimed it at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan reacted quickly and picked up a chair on the ground to smash at him. While the man was covering his forehead, he grabbed Lin Shuizhen and ran down the hill. The two of them kept looking back while running. Oh! Mao Tai is running faster than they are. I'll give you snacks to keep him occupied, tempted Qin Chuan. Oh, 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 oh. Mao Tai kept charging forward, as if to say, you think I'm stupid? As they ran, Lin Shuizhen tripped over a stone and fell forward. There was a crunch, her bones creaking, and the pain made her unable to stand up. Qin Chuan glanced back, as if he could vaguely hear the roar of an old man lashing out. Without paying attention to anything else, he bent down and picked Lin Shuizhen up. The warm body pressed up against her, and Lin Shuizhen was momentarily dazed, before she wrapped her arms around Qin Chuan's neck. She just looked at the profile of Qin Chuan, watched the sweat appear on his forehead, and watched him run with her in his arms, feeling that everything in the world was not as beautiful as this moment. The breeze blew across their faces, and at this moment, Qin Chuan belonged completely to her. Pounding, pounding. Lin Shuizhen's heart was beating so fast that it made her eardrums ache. She sincerely prayed to the heavens, I hope this moment can last a little longer, just a little longer. This was a private moment for her and Qin Chuan. However, it seemed that the heavens did not hear her prayer. In less than a minute, a large group of people rushed over to help. The first to arrive were Qin Yang, Lan Weiyin, Lin Shuiyan, and Lin's father. All four were panting heavily. When Lin Shuiyan saw her own sister hugging Qin Chuan's neck tightly, a fire of unknown origin seemed to ignite in her chest, crackling and burning. The key was that her sister looked so content. Even though she was in a sorry state, the way she looked at Qin Chuan was exactly like the way a lover would. With this realization, Lin Shuiyan was very jealous, and walked over with a very sour expression. It's okay, Qin Chuan, you can let my sister down. Lin Shuiyan tried to help break Lin Shuizhen's grip, but Lin Shuizhen held on tighter and kept shaking her head. No, I don't want to come down, I'm scared. I've broken my leg, I can't run at all. As she spoke, Lin Shuizhen buried her face in Qin Chuan's neck. This is inappropriate. You let Qin Yang hug you. Lin Shuiyan wanted to pull away from her sister. Lin Shuizhen suddenly looked at her pitifully. Yen, even though I'm hurt like this, do you still want to argue with me? Qin Yang doesn't get along with me, and he might fall on me. Dad is getting old, how can he hug me? Chapter 54, My condition is. Lin Shuiyan choked, her heart suddenly felt like it was going to explode. She had never seen her sister look like this before. But at the moment, she had already said it, and she also said that her leg was broken and she couldn't walk, so what could she do? Soon, a large group of enthusiastic citizens rushed up to lend support. Lan Weiyin snapped, gave a snort, and pointed at Lin Shuizhen, saying, "You guys carry her down the mountain." Then, with a blank expression, she walked up to Lin Shuizhen and said, "This is really inappropriate. If you act like this, when danger comes, your senior Qin Xuan, will run, but I won't get far." Before she could finish speaking, Lan Weiyin clamped a hand around Lin Shuizhen's hand, which was around Qin Xuan's neck, and pulled it away, forcefully ripping the person away from Qin Xuan's embrace. Several of the Lan security guards also had good eyesight and quickly stepped forward to catch the person. Soon, some of them lifted Lin Shuizhen's head, some her hands, some her back, and some her feet. The movements were particularly strange, and Lin Shuizhen screamed in pain, feeling humiliated to the extreme. Soon, the police arrived near the cabin and caught the old man who was trying to escape, seizing his chainsaw and shotgun. Lin's father, Qin Xuan, and the others followed the police comrades back to the police station to record their statements. On the way, Lan Weiyin asked Qin Xuan, as if taking credit, "Is Maotai good to use?" Qin Xuan glanced at it. Maotai immediately gave a silly smile, he. Qin Xuan didn't know how to describe this husky. To say it is smart, it always has a stupid and clear look in its eyes. To say it is stupid, it is sometimes very smart. It is a very complicated dog. After a long silence, Qin Xuan said, "It's okay, it's quite like a dog." Lan Weiyin immediately sensed that something was wrong with this remark, and she punched Maotai directly in the head with her little fist. Ow! Maotai let out a cry, but he didn't dare do anything to his master, so he could only hide next to Qin Xuan and repeatedly stretch out his paws to trip him. Fortunately, Qin Xuan was quick-witted and quick-handed, otherwise he really would have been ambushed by this grudge-bearing thing. Well, a gluttonous dog with a fluctuating IQ that holds a grudge. At this point, Qin Yang complains, "Brother, I don't know about your dog, but Hennessy is definitely a delicate little piggy princess." While he was talking, Qin Yang was resignedly hugging her. "I've never seen a dog with all four legs unable to touch the ground." Hennessy giggled, showing off her cuteness and sticking out her adorable pink tongue. Ah, Qin Yang wailed, his face full of despair. Soon, the group finished taking statements and walked out of the police station. As soon as they stepped out the door, Qin Xuan called out to Lin Shuizhen. "You said that if I could get your sister out, I could ask you for one condition." Lin Shuizhen paused and turned to look at Qin Xuan. At the same time, Lin Shuizhen, who was sitting in a wheelchair, also told her parents not to push her anymore and turned to look at Qin Xuan. Lin Shuizhen pursed her lips, raised her chin haughtily and walked towards Qin Xuan. She took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I promise you. I will do what I say. Qin Xuan, I agree to cancel the divorce." When she said this, Lin Shuizhen could clearly feel a sense of relief in her heart. Suddenly, she looked up, revealing a little girl's coquettishness, and poked Qin Xuan's shoulder twice with her finger. "But we agreed that you can't do this anymore. If you do it again, I won't let you off the hook. And neither will Chang or I forgive you. You know, I'm a proud ballerina goddess. This is the first time in my life that I've coaxed someone. Qin Xuan, you should be grateful. When I was with Qi Silly, I never coaxed him." As her voice trailed off, Lin Shuizhen felt an inexplicable wave of bitterness in her heart. She realized that she couldn't bear to see Qin Xuan and her younger sister being so affectionate and playing little pranks on each other, especially after she had recognized her own mean thoughts. At this moment, Qin Yang was also holding his breath, wanting to say something to dissuade his brother from jumping into the fire again, but he felt that it was someone else's family matter and it was not good to interfere, so he could only stand by and worry. Lan Weiyin was so anxious that she kept plucking the hairs on Maotai's forehead, poking. In the end, her whole shoulder drooped. It was as if she had been emptied. Seeing that the couple was about to reconcile, Lan Weiyin felt that all her hard work over the past few days had been for nothing. She was so sad. There is nothing in the world more sad than giving you hope and then mercilessly snuffing it out. Lan Weiyin let out a frustrated breath when Qin Xuan's warm voice sounded in her ear. "My condition is that you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with me tomorrow to get a divorce." Lin Shuizhen's raised finger was about to poke Qin Xuan in the shoulder, but suddenly it froze in mid-air, as if the whole person had been frozen by frost. "What did you just say?" "I said let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to get the divorce done." Qin Xuan repeated, his expression calm. There was no hysteria, nor the sense of exhaustion after repeated disappointments. Instead, he spoke about it in a very calm tone. Lin Shuizhen froze for a moment, then forced a smile. "Qin Xuan, are you joking?" How could you possibly want to divorce me? No joke. I have done what I promised you, now please fulfill your promise. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we will meet in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. With that, Qin Chuan was about to leave. Lin Shuiyan couldn't believe it and grabbed Qin Chuan's hand, her limbs shaking uncontrollably. You really want to divorce me? Yes. Lin Shuiyan's body lurched backwards, and she looked at him in disbelief. How can you do this to me? You used the conditions I gave you to divorce me. And you forgot, we're still in the divorce cooling off period. How can we get divorced? I've got the internal test qualification to cancel the divorce cooling off period. We can start the divorce procedures tomorrow. Qin Chuan showed Lin Shuiyan the text message. As if anticipating what she would say, Qin Chuan spoke directly and rudely. It's not a scam text message, I've already confirmed with the Civil Affairs Bureau. No, it's not. How could this be? You love me so much, how could you possibly want to divorce me? Lin Shuiyan has always prided herself on being a goddess of the ballet world, always mindful of her posture, but at this moment she really couldn't hold back any longer. Her temples were buzzing, her voice trembled with excitement, and she looked a little disheveled. No, I'm busy tomorrow. The dance troupe has something important to do. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Chuan interrupted her. Lin Shuiyan, don't forget, you are the proud goddess of ballet. That's right. Xin Yang hurriedly agreed, you are the prima ballerina who never bows her head, the queen of ballet and all that jazz. You will never fall in love with someone like me, Chuan Gu, so why would you chicken out at the critical moment of a divorce? Right? Lin Shuiyan's heart was pounding, and when she met Qin Yang's mocking lips, her head suddenly started to hurt. But the words ballet goddess were still engraved in her bones, and as soon as she heard them, she instinctively raised her chin with pride. Yes, that's right. I, Lin Shuiyan, am the proud white swan, the goddess of ballet. Saying this, she looked at Qin Chuan with red eyes and said, word by word. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 9 o'clock. After saying that, she turned proudly and left behind a sentence. Qin Chuan, you'd better not regret it. Chapter 55 Lin Shuiyan, could it be that I really love Qin Chuan? Lin Shuiyan threw her things around as soon as she got home. Lin's mother rolled her eyes and muttered, if someone like Qin Chuan wants a divorce, what's there to get angry about? If it were me, I'd be over the moon. Lin Shuiyan couldn't let it go, and gave her mother a dirty look. What's wrong with someone like Qin Chuan? Without Qin Chuan, there's no warmth in the family. Everything is a mess. She said, pointing at the messy living room, Mom, can you please clean up a little when you're home? You don't know how much courage it takes for me to come home every time. And the handrails on the stairs are covered in dust. Anyway, I'll give you two choices, either you do it yourself, or I'll hire someone else and you can't say a word. It'll be done either way. I also want to give Ching Ching a clean and tidy environment to grow up in. After saying that, Lin Shuiyan ran upstairs, slammed the door, and then swept the expensive skincare products on the table onto the floor, making a loud clattering sound. As if that wasn't enough to vent her anger, Lin Shuiyan picked up the family photo on the table and was about to smash it on the floor, but in the end, her raised hand gently lowered, and she put the photo back on the table. Then she leaned against the wall, sat down on the carpet with no strength. Lin Shuiyan tugged at her hair, completely unable to understand why she had become like this. She clearly didn't like Qin Chuan. She had clearly only loved Qi Sili. And only a nobleman like Qi Sili was worthy of her love. But why? Why did she get so annoyed and so reluctant whenever divorce from Qin Chuan was mentioned? She couldn't bear to part with Qin Chuan. She knew that very well. But why she couldn't bear to part with him, she couldn't understand. Could it be that my proud ballerina goddess has fallen in love with a man like that? Lin Shuiyan began to talk to herself. But then she shook her head. No. I would never fall in love with a man like Qin Chuan. He has no money, no social status, and apart from having a good-looking face, he has nothing else. I, Lin Shuiyan, am not such a shallow person. But if I don't love him, then why do I feel so bad? Why does my heart ache so much when I hear that he wants a divorce? Lin Shuiyan walked around the room, looking like a schizophrenic. Suddenly, she stiffened and her beautiful eyes widened. Could it be that I really love Qin Chuan, but don't know it? The sudden thought scared Lin Shuiyan. The next moment, there were two symbolic knocks on the door, and then Lin Shuiyan limped in with her bandaged foot. When Lin Shuiyan saw her sister, her face subconsciously turned cold, and her voice was full of reproach. You just hugged Qin Chuan like that, what are you doing here now? Lin Shuiyan's face stiffened, and she was very embarrassed. Yen Yen, I was scared. As a family, do you really care about this detail with me? Anyone who has been tortured on the mountain all night and sees their loved ones will be so scared that they can't think of anything, they just want to find a warm embrace. But that's my husband. Lin Shuiyan emphasized, her voice rising a little. Okay, I apologize. How about my sister apologizes to you? I just got caught in the door. I'm awake now, so I came to my dear sister to apologize first and see if she's okay. As she spoke, Lin Shuiyan looked meaningfully at the mess on the floor. Lin Shuiyan crossed her arms, her chin raised in pride. What's wrong with me? Lin Shuiyan jumped on one foot and sat down on a large carpet in the center of the room, saying gently. Come on, when you were little, you told your sister everything. It's the same now. Let me analyze it for you. Lin Shuiyan's face softened, and she finally sat down awkwardly and told her inner conflict. Sister, do you think I'm not in love with a man like Qin Chuan? Lin Shuiyan's voice was a little weak. She comes from a good family background, is good-looking, learns quickly, and has her own achievements in the ballet world, so she boasts of having a discerning eye. In college, she was the flower of her department, and many boys pursued her. She subconsciously divided them into different classes, and only selected high-quality men for consideration. Obviously, at that time, Qin Chuan had a crush on her, and she knew it. But at that time, Qin Chuan was classified by her as second class, a man she could not look down upon. Therefore, she now cannot accept that she has become the person she hated the most at the time, falling in love with a second-rate man. She feels that this is an insult to all her hard work. She worked hard to become the perfect woman in order to find the perfect man. Lin Shuiyan's face changed suddenly when she heard Lin Shuiyan say this. Has her silly younger sister finally discovered her feelings for Qin Chuan as well? No, she will not allow it. Yen Yen, my silly Yen Yen. Lin Shuiyan tried hard to force a smile. You're not in love, you're just used to it. You've been together for 5 years, not to mention the child you've conceived together. How could you suddenly get used to it? To put it bluntly, you've slept together for 5 years, how could you be completely fine with the idea of parting? Yes, it's just habit. That's it. Lin Shuiyan's eyes lit up, and she gave her own leg a hard slap, instantly feeling a sense of relief. She found a perfect and reasonable reason for her loss of temper. You must have said it like this. I used to be conservative and refused to have sex with Kizilai. The only man I have ever given it to is Qin Chuan. I have done the most intimate thing in the world with him, it was so profound, we owned each other so deeply, now we are getting divorced, it makes me feel uncomfortable, it's normal. Lin Shuiyan's face was as stiff as a statue. When she heard Lin Shuiyan say these words, she couldn't even smile. Lin Shuiyan also noticed her sister's expression and quickly gathered her thoughts. I'm sorry, sister. Saying this, Lin Shuiyan stood up, but thank you, sister. I now know what to do tomorrow. Lin Shuiyan hurriedly asked, what are you going to do? Lin Shuiyan raised the corners of her mouth and smiled, a secret. On the other side, Qin Yang set up a tent in the courtyard. He's not leaving today. He must see his brother get a divorce tomorrow on time and witness the successful completion of the matter himself. He even set 10 alarms just in case there's an accident. Qin Chuan witnessed this and gave him a kick. 10 alarms. Aren't you afraid of waking me and Ye? It's fine, I'll be downstairs and you'll be upstairs, so it won't wake us. The two were joking around when an unexpected guest arrived outside the courtyard. Qin Yang's face instantly turned cold when he opened the door. Why are you here? Chapter 56, The Lin Family Secret. I've come to see Qin Chuan. Lin's father smiled and brought gifts to the door. What are you looking for? My brother doesn't welcome you. Qin Yang regretted not borrowing a kangi from the next door to ward off evil spirits. Qin Chuan, Lin's father stretched his neck out the door and shouted. Qin Chuan's eyelids drooped slightly and he said, Qin Yang, let him in. Brother, he definitely doesn't have any good intentions. Qin Yang whispered in Qin Chuan's ear. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Qin Chuan motioned for Lin's father to sit down. Lin's father was the only person in the Lin family who had ever given him warmth. Unfortunately, Lin's father had no status in the family either, and could only do so little to help him. But he had indeed shown him concern and spoken up for him. In light of this kindness, Qin Chuan could not help but respect him. As soon as Lin's father sat down, he pushed the gift towards him. 2 caddies of tea and a bottle of foreign wine. Qin Yang snorted, "This is rare. I've seen a son-in-law give a gift to his father-in-law, but I've never seen a father-in-law give a gift to his son-in-law. You're not here to beg my brother not to divorce your daughter, are you?" Lin's father was poked in the heart, his face a little embarrassed, but he said sincerely, "I'm here to apologize." Qin Chuan was silent. "I came to apologize for what happened yesterday. I said those things in a moment of desperation, and I felt very guilty afterwards. I'm not someone who holds grudges. At that time, I was only concerned about the safety of my eldest daughter." As he said, Lin's father pushed the gift forward again. "Qin Chuan, I'm the one who wronged you." Qin Yang couldn't think of anything more offensive to say in an instant. Indeed, Lin's father was considered the only decent person in the Lin family. Qin Chuan didn't take the gift, nor did he say anything like forgiveness. Instead, he handed Lin's father 22,000 yuan. "This is the money you lent me at the beginning. I've got things going well now, so I'm returning it to you. After returning 2,000 yuan, you can go buy the fishing rod you like." Hearing about the fishing rod, Lin's father's eyes lit up. He pointed to the big pond outside and asked, "Can you fish in the one in front? Are there any fish in there? I think you can fish there. I've seen other people go fishing there. That's not a private fishing pond, so no one in the village will bother you." Lin's father nodded and started talking about fishing, but quickly stopped when he realized what he was doing. At that moment, Qin Yang was sent by Qin Chuan to read picture books to Qin Yu, so the courtyard was only occupied by Qin Chuan and Lin's father. Lin's father quickly patted his thigh and became close like a brother. "Qin Chuan, you did a really good job. Whether it was saving Jinjin or divorcing Yan Yan, you have taught the sisters a lesson. I haven't taught my daughters well, they're both spoiled. But if you play it like this, I guarantee that the 2 sisters will be obedient to you in the future." As soon as the words "the 2 sisters will be obedient" came out, Lin's father felt that something was wrong. "Sigh, but never mind. Let's just get through this first. So, you were just trying to scare Yan Yan, right? You don't really want to divorce Yan Yan, do you? Besides, you two have a daughter together." Before Lin's father could finish his sentence, Qin Chuan said seriously, "It's true, I thought long and hard before proposing divorce that day. Qin Chuan, don't play games. If I didn't want to divorce your daughter, I wouldn't have mentioned divorce. You should know that very well over the past 5 years." Lin's father's face suddenly turned pale upon hearing this, "But you still have Cheng Cheng. And the child's destiny. I can't sacrifice my whole life for a child. Lin Shuiyan and I really can't get along anymore. Our worldviews are different, our development paths are different, and she doesn't respect me and doesn't love me." Lin's father heard that the wind was not blowing in the right direction, and quickly poured wine for Qin Chuan. One plan didn't work, so he came up with another. He gave gifts, apologized, sounded out his opinions, and tried to persuade him, but all to no avail. As parents, they are only thinking of their children. Qin Chuan, they don't know for sure, but looking at the way his daughter Yan Yan is acting, they are afraid that she doesn't want a divorce and that she is falling for Qin Chuan without knowing it. Thinking about this, Lin's father lifted his glass and gulped it down in one go. "Come on, you're much more successful than me. Here's to you. Tonight, we're not son-in-law and father-in-law, we're just brothers. Let's just chat like 2 men." Qin Chuan naturally knows what Lin's father is thinking, so he nodded lightly and drank with him. But let's put it this way, divorce is a relief. But after a divorce, if you find someone else, it's a second marriage. A second-time married man has no market, don't you think so, Qin Chuan? Especially if people hear that you have a child, they won't want you anymore. In the marriage market, there is a food chain. There is also a food chain for divorce, which is dead wife with no children, dead wife with children, wife alive with no children, wife alive with children. You see, you've suddenly reached the end of the marriage market. Why don't you think it over again?" As he spoke, Lin's father secretly poured more wine for Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. "I haven't thought about finding someone again after my divorce. I'm quite comfortable living alone." "Nonsense. You'll be miserable during the New Year holidays." Qin Chuan smiled without saying anything. The 2 of them had a few more drinks. Lin's father tried everything he could think of, but Qin Chuan was impervious. Before long, the bottle was empty. Lin's father asked, "Qin Chuan, do you have any more wine here?" "Yes, just a moment, I'll get it for you." Qin Chuan soon returned with a bottle of brandy and poured some into Lin's father's glass, saying casually, Uncle Lin, you didn't want a divorce back then, so you can't be doing this over a problem at the bottom of the food chain, can you? You're doing this because of the kids. Of course. Lin's father gulped down the entire glass of wine, then shook his head and sighed. I'm in a different situation to you. Our family used to have some wealth. I'm a stubborn person. It's just that I did something wrong and Yan Yan's mother took advantage of it. Sighing, Lin's father gulped down the entire glass of wine again. The past is too hard to bear. As he said this, Lin's father pounded the table a few times, and his face had already turned red. You tell me, how could I have slept with the family's little nanny back then? I really don't have any recollection of it. I remember that I drank a lot that day, so I shouldn't have been able to. But when I woke up, I was blocked by Yan Yan's mother in the nanny room, and she took a lot of pictures. Lin's father covered his forehead, feeling that he was ashamed to tell anyone about this. But tonight he really wants to talk about it. After that, Yan Yan's mother went around to my relatives, saying things like how I was not being proper, and that she was going to sue me for marital infidelity and make me leave everything behind. No matter how I explained, she wouldn't listen. In the end, she made me give her and the two children 80% of the shares I owned, and that was when the matter finally subsided. But because of this incident, she kept on manipulating me afterwards. I had no choice. Because of this, my two children also disrespected me under the influence of their mother. Qin Chuan, at that time, I really wanted to get a divorce. But with those photos in her hands, if she filed for divorce, there was no way the Lin family could go public. Lin's father's eyes welled up with tears as he said, and after wiping them away, he said, but as the old saying goes, a wife who loses her virtue will never bring wealth to her family. I have indeed suffered. During that period of time, I had no interest in running the company. The listing also fell through. Not only that, the Lin family's business also plummeted. After saying this, Lin's father burped, fell over onto the table, and fell asleep. Qin Chuan said to his head, that's not true. Losing a wife brings no wealth, it depends on what kind of wife is lost. Losing a wife who shares weal and woe is naturally detrimental to one's blessings. If the wife who is lost is one who does not keep to the ways of a wife and is not good to oneself, what is wrong with that? Should a man just stand there and let his wife make unreasonable demands and beat him up because of his gender? As the sound faded, Qin Yang just happened to come downstairs and saw Lin's father and couldn't help laughing out loud. You beat him up? Qin Chuan asked Qin Yang to help carry the man into the tent. My ex-father-in-law can't drink mixed drinks. Qin Yang suddenly realized. Right, Qin Yang, you help me check something. I know that your Qin family has a very powerful network for finding people. Well, you say. Qin Yang nodded. About 10 years ago, around the time the Lin family was going public, a young nanny from the Lin family had a relationship with my ex-father-in-law. See if you can find this nanny. What do you need to find out? Qin Chuan gave a brief account of the situation. Qin Yan's eyes widened. No way, bro, you suspect it's a setup? I'm not sure, just check it out privately. Qin Chuan glanced down at Lin's father, who was still crying in his sleep, saying I'm sorry to you, Qin Chuan, hoping to help him find an answer. I just hope the truth isn't that cruel. The next day, after Qin Chuan and Qin Yang had washed up early, they set off with Qin Yu to the Civil Affairs Bureau, while Lin's father was still fast asleep. They arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau half an hour early, and the three of them sat in the car munching on McDonald's. Suddenly, there were two knocks on the car window. Qin Yang lowered the window, and there was Lin Shuiyan's deadpan face. Qin Chuan, come out here. Before we get divorced, I have something to tell you. Chapter 57, I've officially got the divorce papers. What's there to talk about? My brother has nothing to say to you. Lin Shuiyan said this just as Qin Yang was about to raise the window. If he won't talk to me, then I'm not getting a divorce today. Qin Yang was so angry he wanted to swear. In the end, after a bit of a tussle, Qin Chuan got out of the car and went with Lin Shuiyan to a nearby tea house. As soon as they sat down, Lin Shuiyan said bluntly, fine, we can get a divorce, but I have conditions. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, your measly money is of no concern to my brother. How many times have I told you, and you signed the divorce agreement, what more do you want? Going back on your word? That's not what I'm talking about. Lin Shuiyan looked a little unnatural, and it was a bit embarrassing to say this after all. What I mean is, after the divorce, Qin Chuan and I will not announce it to the outside world for the time being, and we will still act as we did before. Qin Chuan will take care of the daily lives of me and our daughter, Cheng Cheng. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Chuan got up. I don't agree with this. Lin Shuayan, a divorce means we have no relationship. I am not obliged to do these things for you. What kind of person do you take me Qin Chuan to be? After the divorce, you see you and she silly kissing and cuddling, and you want to cook for the two of you? Am I Qin Chuan such a loser in your eyes? Xin Yang also stood up and laughed. Good, Lin Shuayan, you're playing a very new thing, divorce without leaving home. So my brother is still part of your play with Qi Silly, right? No. Lin Shuayan saw that Qin Chuan was so angry and instantly panicked, quickly reaching out to pull him to sit down. Qin Chuan, let me explain. I didn't mean it. At this point, Lin Shuayan also knew that if she didn't explain clearly, the misunderstanding between her and Qin Chuan would become deeper and deeper. Qin Chuan shook off her hand and reluctantly sat down again. Lin Shuayan then explained. Qin Chuan, you don't have to do anything for Qi Silly. The reason I mentioned this request is for several reasons. First, you also know about my sister's situation. She has been exposed, and soon, your relationship and our affairs will also be exposed by netizens. At this time, if we divorce, netizens will be very hostile towards me and Cheng Cheng. I am doing this to protect myself and Cheng Cheng. You don't want a divorce to hurt our mother and daughter, do you? Qin Chuan, we just have a little conflict. I have never slept with Kizalai, and we are innocent. I am not an unpardonable poisonous woman. Does our divorce have to be a complete disaster, with my daughter and I miserable? Qin Chuan's face softened a little when he heard this. Lin Shuayan continued while observing his expression. Second, because my dance company is going public, I need you to help us deceive the media before then. As you know, 10 years ago, our Lin family had a chance to go public, but because of my parents' divorce, it fell through. Going public has become my obsession. 10 years ago, I clearly had the opportunity to become the princess of a listed company tycoon, but I lost that opportunity. Watching those women who are inferior to me in everything, enjoying everything that is more superior than me. So, I am not willing to accept it. I must take my dance troupe public. Qin Chuan, you long to have your own business, and I long to have my own business too. You should understand me very well. Seeing that Qin Chuan did not refute, Lin Shuayan continued, of course, there is also a part of the reason for this in me. After a pause, Lin Shuayan looked at Qin Chuan steadily. I am not used to being without you. Qin Chuan, can you give me some time to slowly get used to it? When she said this last sentence, Lin Shuayan's eyes revealed a hint of pleading. As if she had predicted what Qin Yang was going to say, she said bluntly, yes, today I am not some proud ballerina goddess, but an ordinary wife. Saying this, Lin Shuayan placed her hands on the back of Qin Chuan's hands and pleaded again, is that okay? Sorry. Qin Chuan pulled his hands back and said, if you divorce me, whether your dance troupe goes public or not is no longer relevant to me. That's your life, not mine. I don't need to carry the burden of someone else's life. I refuse your request, but I can promise that I will not deliberately spread any news of our divorce, and I will not respond to any questions from the media about our marriage before, during, or after our marriage. I will not maliciously smear you and your daughter, and I will not disclose any information about you and your daughter. This is something a man like me can do. With that, Qin Chuan was about to leave with Qin Yu and Qin Yang. Stop right there. Lin Shuayan stood up excitedly. What if I say I want to make a deal with you? Qin Chuan, if you don't agree to my terms, I will drag on with the divorce. I won't get a divorce, so what can you do about it? Qin Chuan looked at Lin Shuayan steadily. I can sue for divorce. By then, it will have a greater impact on your going public. You decide what is more important. Lin Shuayan felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart, and her exquisite makeup cracked instantly. She laughed at herself, but then she felt her heart crack as well. The pain was so great that she could hardly breathe, and she fell painfully into the chair. It was at this moment that she finally woke up. It turned out that Qin Chuan really wanted a divorce. He was determined to divorce her. It wasn't just a bluff. Lin Shuayan closed her eyes in pain and said to Qin Chuan's back, I have news about your biological parents. After the sound fell, Qin Chuan stopped in his tracks, unable to believe it, and turned to look at Lin Shuayan. I took a photo of your jade pendant and sent it to Yishiji. He said he recognized the owner of the jade pendant. He said the other person is a highly respected senior who doesn't see people easily. I asked him to help me make an introduction. But he said he had gone out to collect folk songs and would not be back for 3 months. Is he the renowned photographer He Laosher? Qin Chuan asked. That's right. You should know. It's not easy to get in touch with him. Xin Yang had heard of this person before. He had a strange temper and was elusive. Whether you could find him depended entirely on his mood and preferences. Even people with money and power had a hard time finding him. Lin Shuiyan took out the agreement she had prepared in advance. Sign it. My conditions are not excessive. As long as you promise to do it, I will introduce you to Mr. He. Qin Chuan looked hesitant. Finding his biological parents was also his obsession. He wanted to know what kind of people they were. What kind of accident had separated them from him in the first place? Not being able to find out his own background was like a rootless duckweed, always feeling like something was missing inside. Lin Shuiyan's proposal did indeed move him. After going through the agreement, Qin Chuan pointed to one of the clauses and said, I can't unconditionally cooperate with your daily life. I won't take care of your life after the divorce either. I'm not obliged to. But if this clause can be changed to say that I will cooperate with you in dealing with the media as long as it is related to safety and the listing, I can accept it. Lin Shuiyan hesitated for a long time, and finally gave in and re-amended the agreement. After the two signed the agreement, they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their divorce certificate. After getting the certificate, Lin Shuiyan's eyes were red, and she walked away without looking back. As proud as she would not allow this moment to be a laughingstock. It was also at this moment that she made up her mind. She would get back Qin Chuan, dump him again, make him regret proposing the divorce. Who was she? She was the goddess of ballet. She had never been dumped before, and no one could dump her. She silly was forgivable, but why did Qin Chuan dump her? At this time, Qin Chuan, who had just walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, suddenly felt a sense of relief. He looked down at the small red booklet in his hand, which meant that a new life was about to begin. Finally, he was free. As soon as the words fell, Meng Fu called him. Qin Chuan, are you free tomorrow? Let's have some morning tea. After thinking about the matter of your biological parents, I still want to tell you a little bit. Chapter 58, Let Zhu or a Patek Philippe to the blind date with Qi Silly. Qin Chuan was a little speechless. If this call had been made a few minutes earlier, he wouldn't have had to sign that agreement. Never mind, no matter what, Qin Chuan agreed. Just as he was about to get into the car, Qin Yang saw a figure flash past on the side. Hey, that's strange, that person just now looked so much like Lan Weiyin. Qin Yang scratched the back of his head. When Qin Chuan looked up, he couldn't see anything. At that moment, Lan Weiyin, who was hiding nearby, excitedly pinched Zhu arm. Zhu, they're divorced. Zhu, they really are divorced. Tell me, I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhu looked dejected. Cousin, you need to be sure if you're dreaming or not, because it's your hand I'm pinching. Why are you pinching me? Upon hearing this, Lan Weiyin pinched Zhu's arm again. It hurts so much to pinch yourself. Hurry up and tell me if this is a dream or not. Zhu pouted, rubbed her arm that was in pain, and said, It's not a dream. Cousin, if you pinch me again, I won't be able to wear a halter top to go on a blind date with Qi Silly tonight. Upon hearing this, Lan Weiyin stopped in her tracks, pulled Zhu into the car, and handed her a Patek Philippe lady's watch worth more than 3 million yuan from the safe in the Korean. Tonight, you will wear the champagne dress in my closet and go to meet Qi Silly with this watch. Qi Silly will recognize the value of this watch. In this way, he will not doubt your identity. Oh, by the way, you can ask the driver to drive this Cullinan to take you there and pick you up. Qi Silly should fall for it. Zhu put on the Patek Philippe lady's watch and fondled the diamonds on the surface, exclaiming, Gee, when I wear it, I instantly feel like a rich woman, and I feel like I can support male models. Lan Weiyin gave her a dirty look. What's so good about those male models? They're dirty. They have impure minds. How can they compare to Qin Shang, who is so handsome, nice, and has the right values? Zhu instantly felt a little surreal. Is this still the female devil cousin she knows? Why has she become so infatuated with love? No, cousin, just now when I heard you say that, it didn't sound like you just wanted me to go on a blind date for you. It felt like you also wanted me to seduce Qi Silly. Lan Weiyin gave a cold smile. Don't you think it'll be interesting to wait for Qi Silly to fall for the bait and dump Lin Shuiyan for you? And then when he finds out that you're an imposter and the real Lan family's eldest daughter is with Qin Xuan, I'm already looking forward to the expression on his face. Don't you think that'll be really satisfying? Ugh, cousin, you're a bit of a schemer. Humph, who told you to look down on Qin Xuan? Whoever looks down on Qin Xuan and bullies him, I want them to pay the price. As she spoke, Lan Weiyan raised the corners of her mouth in a mocking smile. Lin Shuayan should be grateful to me. I helped him see through the true face of a scumbag. On the other side of the car, Qin Yang said while driving. Brother, Lin Shuayan is really lucky. I heard from my friends at the police station that the investigation is still ongoing, but a conservative estimate is that the old man has 4 lives in his hands. And he is really a very dangerous person. He actually modified the shotgun himself. I really can't imagine how many more people would have died if we had waited another year or 6 months to catch him. But that person is also a pitiful man. His wife looked down on him for being incompetent, and it's fine that she cheated on him, but it is said that before running away, she used his house as collateral to take out a loan of several 100,000 yuan. Then, he was unable to repay the loan, and his parents' ancestral house was gone, so he was forced to live in that small, run-down house in the mountains. From that time on, he had mental problems. Whenever he saw a woman who looked down on others, he would secretly follow her and wait for an opportunity to kill her. I don't think this person will ever be released. He will probably serve his entire sentence. Qin Xuan nodded, saying that the person was pitiful, but he had indeed broken the law. As soon as his voice had fallen, Qin Xuan's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am the manager of Epin Mall. After the live broadcast that day, our Epin Mall orders have all increased to varying degrees, and the response to the live broadcast advertising has been very good. Our boss knows that you are going to start remodeling Qin Newsroom in the next few days, and hopes to cooperate with you by inserting relevant product links in your live broadcast. We will give you a commission of 10% to 25% depending on the product. Is that okay with you? Sure, send me the product links and the contract first. If that's fine, we can cooperate. Today we're going to start renovating Qin Newsroom. Okay. I'll send it right away. Qin Xuan hung up the phone, and without saying anything else, Qin Yang grinned. Brother, this is a good start. It means you're leaving the Lin family and going to have good luck. Qin Xuan was naturally happy to be recognized on live streaming and have extra income. This external recognition made him gradually regain the old self, his confidence, and the self that had been repeatedly crushed and suppressed by Meng Mu and the Lin family. Soon, the car arrived at Qin Xuan's courtyard. As soon as the 3 of them walked in, Lin's father climbed out of the tent with a start, nervously asking, "What time is it?" When he saw Qin Xuan come back from outside, his heart skipped a beat and his face turned pale. "Qin Xuan, have you and Yan Yan divorced yet?" "Uncle, we've already divorced." Qin Xuan showed Lin's father the documents in his hand. Lin's father's shoulders drooped instantly, and his whole body lost its energy like an eggplant hit by frost. He sighed, and finally patted Qin Xuan on the shoulder. As a father, I can't say I wish you well, but as a man, I still envy your courage to just cut ties like that. Unlike me. Father Lin sighed again. In fact, this is also selfish of me. I think there is another reason for you to go back, and that is, I hope someone can keep me company. After all, I am so lonely in that house. With you there, I will always feel that I have an ally. Father Lin gave a mocking smile, shook his head in self-deprecation, and finally left with a sigh. That unbending back seemed to have been emptied of all its contents, along with the last shred of hope. At this moment, the pace of his walk home became heavier and heavier. He knew very well that he was increasingly reluctant to go back to a home of cold accusations. At this moment, he truly realized the good of Qin Xuan, and regretted not being nicer to Qin Xuan in the past, speaking more often for him. Perhaps then he would not have come to this point today. Qin Xuan had no time to care about his ex-father-in-law's emotions, and quickly returned to his room, checking his emails and printing the contract. Once he was sure that everything was correct, he signed the contract and faxed it to Epin Mall. After the 2 sides had finalized the cooperation, Qin Xuan began to renovate Qin Yu's room. The 3 of them changed into clothes that were easy to get dirty and started tidying up Qin Yu's room. Qin Yu was young, so both Qin Xuan and Qin Yang let her do some easy work. But Qin Yu was very hardworking and always volunteered to help carry the rubbish out. Soon, Qin Yu's room was freshly painted, and Qin Xuan and Qin Yang began to lay wooden flooring. The room is not large, only 15 square meters, and soon the wooden floor was also laid. The bed from Epine Mall was also installed, and cabinets, desks and other items were gradually moved into the room. The whole room looks brand new. Many netizens who were renovating their new homes and decorating their children's rooms during this period also ordered many of the same items as Qinyu and Qin Chuan's live broadcast room. In particular, the cute bunny children's bed was sold out directly. The remaining customers could only click on the pre-sale link. Qin Yang looked around the room and said, "Brother, we've basically finished, right? Next, shall we do the cleaning? There's just one last thing left to do." Qin Chuan opened his laptop and showed the design plan. "I want to do wall relief painting in Qin Yu's room." Wall relief painting? Qin Yang was taken aback. He had heard of wall reliefs and wall paintings, but never the two combined. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Let's give it a try." This was his major in college, and it was also the direction he always wanted to develop. Since no client had come to him to do it, he decided to make a sample himself. And Qin Yu's room was undoubtedly the best test subject. Soon, Qin Chuan began to use a pencil to sketch the outline, draw the lines, and paint. This part was Qin Chuan's specialty, and Qin Yu and Qin Yang could not help, so they went to cook. After painting all afternoon, almost all the empty space on the four walls of Qin Yu's room, except for the desk, bed screen, and cabinet, was filled. There were images of banana trees, vines, and various flowers, mushrooms, and animals, with a childlike forest theme. Netizens in the live broadcast room said, "But isn't this the same as the wall painting in kindergarten?" However, the next moment, Qin Chuan's actions stunned everyone. Chapter 59, Cool. Qin Chuan debugged the quartz sand and started painting the lawn where the wall lines were. The long and short grass, combined with the texture of the quartz sand, made it look three-dimensional and layered. Next, Qin Chuan used materials such as quartz sand, gypsum, and clay to shape the grass. In no time, the head of a giraffe came out, and it was then attached to the wall. After another hour, the three-dimensional mane on the lion's face also came to life. The vines and banana leaves also had a beautiful texture thanks to the quartz sand. For a moment, the whole room seemed to come to life. It was no longer a flat painting. It was a work of art with vitality. Netizens in the live broadcast room were also in a frenzy. "Holy cow, what am I looking at? Could this be the legendary enchanted forest? Anchor, please accept my worship, you are really amazing. Oh, I really want to live there. Excuse me, Anchor, can this room be used as a homestay? I want to live there." Ha, now you've shown those people who said the Anchor had a script what for, right? To be honest, even if there was a script, the Anchor is really talented. Home improvement blogger, I'll only follow you. Because you're the only one who didn't fast forward. Yes, in the future, I'll only watch Chuan's home improvement shows. At this moment, the children's beds and desks in the broadcast room were photographed several times. Because home improvement products are large items and not cheap, many of these live broadcast rooms may not sell one item in an evening. This is great. Qin Chuan's live broadcast room sold hundreds of children's beds and more than 500 study desks in one day, and it immediately became popular. Within a few minutes, Qin Yang's phone was ringing off the hook with people wanting to discuss business cooperation. Qin Yang was a little baffled, and took Qin Yu back to their room, where they were dumbfounded. "Brother, you're amazing." Qin Chuan laughed, "Then hurry up and take a picture for me and apply for a patent." Qin Yang froze for a moment, then realized that Qin Chuan wasn't joking, so he immediately did as he was told and started taking pictures seriously. At this moment, some netizens also left comments in the live broadcast room. "May I ask the blogger, do you take orders? I want to make the same model for my daughter." +1, asking politely for a price. Same, asking politely for a price. Qin Chuan read everyone's comments and replied, "Thank you very much for your attention. If you want to customize the same painted sculpture wall as Qin Yu's room, you can send a private message in the background and add my business WeChat account to inquire about the price." After the live broadcast ended, Qin Chuan, Qin Yang and Qin Yu ate together in the small courtyard. While eating, Qin Chuan replied to the inquiries from netizens. Qin Yang grinned from ear to ear, "Brother, this is so cool. I roughly estimate that from this live broadcast alone, you will earn more than 100,000 yuan in commissions. Although it is not comparable to the live broadcast rooms of big celebrities, it is already much better than ordinary workers." Lin Shuyan and Lin Shuazhen, if those two women knew about this, they would probably regret it to death. Qin Chuan's mouth curled up in pleasure. After replying to the WeChat message, he turned to look at Qin Yang. "When I have some time in a few days, I'll draft a share agreement for you." I'll give you a bonus then. Qin Yang froze for a moment and said, Brother, I don't need it. I'm happy to help you. You saved my life, so I should do all this. No. Qin Chuan spoke with righteous indignation, separating one thing from another. And without a profit distribution, this won't last. Just listen to me. Qin Yang pursed his lips. Okay, I'm good at dealing with people, so you can leave the business to me. I don't really want to touch the Qin family's affairs either. It's mainly about the adopted son, and the Qin family wants to leave those things to their biological son, so I always feel strange touching them. However, I still have to go to Myanmar once a month to buy raw stones. I can't lose my skills in cooking. I'll ask for leave from you then. Qin Chuan nodded, okay. I'll optimize our business in the next few days, and finalize our division of labor and shareholding distribution. Saying this, he rubbed Qin Yu's head. Dad also showed you a good online tutoring class. Shall I send you to experience it tomorrow afternoon? Qin Yu lowered her head and tugged at the hem of her shirt. She hadn't spent time with other children before, and was a little nervous. Qin Chuan patted her little shoulder and said, Don't be nervous. Yaya is so outstanding, she can definitely get along well with other children. Qin Yu looked up, nervously glancing at Qin Chuan and Qin Yang. Can't I just stay with you guys? I'm a good girl. Even if I can't help you, I can just sit quietly next to you. Qin Yang was softened by Qin Yu's gaze in an instant, and chimed in. Yes, brother, can't we let you stay with us for a while longer? There's no rush about going to school. No. Her household registration issue won't be resolved that quickly. If we drag it on, I don't know how long it'll take. Qin Chuan rejected outright. Qin Yang frowned slightly. Then how can you let her go to school without a household registration book? I've looked at a good commercial early childhood education and care institution that provides simple early childhood education in calculation, shapes, and classification of objects. I'm going to send Qin Yu to try out the trial class. We can teach her all that. Qin Yang sat Qin Yu on his lap and was reluctant to let her go to school. Qin Chuan shook his head. Integrating into a group and learning to get along with other children is something we can't teach. Qin Yang pulled down and sighed, saying to Qin Yu, Daddy Yang can't help you anymore. Qin Yu lowered her eyelids and didn't say anything. Qin Chuan looked Qin Yu straight in the eye and lowered his voice, saying, Yeah, do you remember what you told me when the proprietress of the grocery store hit you? Qin Yu nodded her little head. Qin Chuan repeated, You said that you wanted to survive, that you could only eat, and that when you grew up, you could make money and become independent. But how do you make money? You must go to school to learn knowledge, so that you can become independent step by step in the future. After a pause, Qin Chuan apologized to Qin Yu. I'm very sorry. These past few days, I've seen your father get divorced while taking care of you. You shouldn't have seen this. But since you have, I want to tell you that nothing in life stays the same. You can get married and get divorced, and you can have a home or lose it. The only person you can rely on is yourself. Only you can give yourself a sense of security. Only when you are strong can you make those around you attracted to you and unable to leave you. This is also Qin Chuan's biggest realization after leaving the Meng and Lin families. One can never rely on others to have a family. Meng Mu's change in status took away all her love for him overnight, and she even became filled with hatred for him. Lin Shuayan gave birth to a child with him and entered into marriage with him, but they eventually became a couple of resentment. Instead of pinning your hopes on someone else to give you a so-called family, you should give yourself a family. That is the only real sense of security. Although it is a bit early to say these things to Qin Yu, her experience is different from that of ordinary children. Qin Chuan feels that she can understand. After a long silence, Qin Yu nodded, Okay, Dad, I promise you, I'll try tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yang's phone rang. After a few words, he got up and said to Qin Chuan, My friend wants me to buy a jade bracelet for his mother-in-law as a birthday gift. Brother, I'll go first. With that, Qin Yang drove off by himself. On the other side, Zhu Shu wore a little blue dress from Wei Yin and went on a date with Qi Silly. Chapter 60, If you cheat on me, I'll cheat on you. Qi Silly arrived at the restaurant first. Zhu Shu arrived 10 minutes late. Sorry, there was traffic and I'm late. Zhu Shu placed the clutch bag in her hands on the table, then took off her shawl and placed it aside, revealing a strapless champagne dress. Qi Silly took a look at Zhu Shu in front of him. For some reason, he kept thinking about the woman who had been by Qin Chuan's side in the restaurant that day. Every move she made was natural and luxurious. Right-angled shoulders, deep collarbones, a full bust, a slender willow-like waist, and long, pale, long legs. Every point is pleasing to the eye. As for the woman in front of him, well, she's not unattractive, to be sure. She's slightly plump, with a little extra flesh on her cheeks, a dimple when she smiles, and a little extra flesh around her waist. However, when Chi Silly's gaze fell on the famous watch on Juju's wrist, his eyes immediately changed. A few $1,000,000 for a watch can really make someone. In an instant, Chi Silly felt that the woman in front of him had become overbearing. "Miss Lon, would you like some wine?" Juju had prepared in advance and recited the name of a French wine. Chi Silly instantly felt that she looked a lot like a celebrity from high society. How could he have just felt that Lan Weiyin looked like a girl next door? Soon, Chi Silly ordered and asked Lan Weiyin what her usual leisure activities were. "Go skiing in Switzerland, feed the pigeons in Paris, and occasionally take my father's private jet to see the aurora borealis." Miss Lan's hobbies are quite extensive. Juju smiled stiffly and nodded. This meal made her feel uncomfortable. After a hard time, Chi Silly got up gentlemanly and gestured to invite. "I'll walk you out." "No need. My driver will come pick me up. Then I'll walk you downstairs." "Okay." Juju nodded. The two passed Qin Yang in the corridor outside the dining room. Chi Silly was looking at Lan Weiyin, so he naturally didn't notice Qin Yang. "Miss Lan, what my parents want is for us to get engaged first." Hearing the word engagement, Qin Yang suddenly stopped in his tracks and narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the two of them from behind. At this moment, Juju pressed the elevator button and smiled lightly. "Why? Mr. Chi, are you in a hurry?" "How could I be in a hurry?" Chi Silly laughed dryly. "I'm just conveying the thoughts of my parents." "Well, I'm not in a hurry. Let's take things slowly." Juju withdrew her gaze, got out of the elevator, and walked towards the limited edition Cullinan. When Chi Silly saw the Cullinan, he was almost blinded. In the end, the gentleman saw off Lan Weiyin to the car, and then he got into the Maybach and left. Juju waited until she saw Chi Silly leave, then secretly asked the driver to take her back to the restaurant, where she ordered a whole new table of food and ate it all by herself. "I'm starving." Chi Silly is out of his mind, ordering all these salad leaves. "How can you get full on that?" Juju complained while eating. Before long, Qin Yang was sitting across from her. "Hey, beautiful, may I know you?" Saying this, Qin Yang rested one hand on his temple and looked at Juju seductively. Juju didn't know what was wrong, but she was suddenly dazzled by his fox eyes and introduced herself. "Juju." "Oh, so Chi Silly's intended marriage partner is called Juju." Juju suddenly choked and almost choked. Cough cough cough. She quickly added, "I'm actually called Lan Juju." "Lan Juju?" Qin Yang rolled his eyes. "What kind of name is that?" Juju didn't expect the person in front of her to know Chi Silly, and immediately explained, "The Lan is my father's surname, the Zhu is my mother's surname, and I am their precious pearl, so I am called Lan Juju. Friends who know me call me Juju. But I also have another name on my household registration, Lan Weiyin." "Oh, then I will also call you Juju." Qin Yang's voice softened a bit. Juju let out a small sigh of relief, then lifted the fruit juice glass on the side and drank, just as she heard Qin Yang say in a straight ball, "Juju, have you ever thought about making me your golden bird?" With a pop, Juju sprayed orange juice directly in Qin Yang's face. This cup of juice is a juice with pulp. Qin Yang's face is now particularly disheveled, with orange juice dripping down. Sure enough, the residue is still on his face. "Qin Yang. I shouldn't have been so rude. Juju. This is so embarrassing, what should I do?" "Excuse me, sir, are you okay?" "No." Qin Yang pulls a long face. "You're discriminating against me. You're discriminating against my identity and my occupation." "It's not like that. In fact, I respect everyone who does business by spreading their legs." "Ha ha." Juju giggles nervously, picks up a glass of water next to her and tries to look calm. Qin Yang is speechless and rolls his eyes. Poof! Juju imagined the scene and burst out laughing again. "Qin Yang. I'm sorry, really sorry. I didn't mean it." Juju quickly took a tissue and helped him wipe it off. "Hush. This is bad." Qin Yang has never been so embarrassed in his life. He used to be the prince of the nightclub. This face is pleasing wherever he goes. Where would a woman be willing to spray juice and water on it? "I apologize for that. How can you make it up? When Qin Yang heard this, his eyes changed. In that case, you go to the front desk and book a room, and let me go wash my face and change. I'll forgive you. Zhu Zhu, there's a bathroom in the restaurant, can't you wash over there? No way. Qin Yang refused, saying that he couldn't change over there. Zhu Zhu looked at the mess on Qin Yang's white shirt and felt a little embarrassed. She regretted looking at the table full of food, and finally summoned the waiter to help pack up and deliver it to the hotel room upstairs. After checking in, Zhu Zhu ate inside. Qin Yang went to take a shower. After showering, he blow-dried his hair, put on a bathrobe, and messed with his hairstyle in the mirror. She's silly, you betrayed my brother, and today I will represent my brother to betray you. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang walked out of the bathroom, sat across from Zhu Zhu, pulled open the collar of his bathrobe, revealing his pecs, and then looked steadily at Zhu Zhu. What did you think about being my golden goose?